A blood-red moon hung high overhead, dyeing the entire Mirror Lake labyrinth in a sinister, dark. Mu Hanchuan was drenched in blood with no fewer than 10 clearly visible major wounds across his body. His grade void stomach armor was in tatters on the verge of total failure, and the other 2 defensive shields he had worn were already destroyed. Mustering the last trace of his strength, Mu Hanchuan smashed his fist into the twisted mirror blocking his path, shattering it, then tumbled forward out of the Mirror Lake. At last he forced his way out of that eerie Mirror Lake labyrinth. Behind him, 3 blood-red tendrils stretching out from the spiderweb-cracked mirror surface crumbled into drifting black ash and scattered. In the distance, thousands of mirrors standing upon the surface of Mirror Lake hummed in unison. Every reflection within those mirrors moved differently. Some were sprinting madly, some firing weapons, some brandishing blades in combat. Others stared fixedly at Mu Hanchuan, and one reflection even drew a finger across its throat in a slitting gesture toward him. Panting violently, the utterly drained Mu Hanchuan collapsed onto the smooth ground. The sound of his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed was clearly audible. Inside the Mirror Lake labyrinth, one last female challenger was still holding on. She was strong, the strongest among the 330 participants of all races. Yet even she ultimately failed to survive this final trial. With the death of the last challenger within the Mirror Lake labyrinth, all the mirrors returned to normal, then suddenly rotated in perfect unison to face Mu Hanchuan. In every mirror, countless Mu Hanchuans appeared, all extending blood-red fingers to point directly at him. Mu Hanchuan felt his blood freeze and the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Then all the mirrors slowly sank downward, merging into the vast Mirror Lake below. He had made it through after all, relying solely on his thick reservoir of vitality to endure by sheer force. Next time he encountered such a hidden stage, he had to be cautious. He must never charge in recklessly again. It was far too damned dangerous. This time he had used a blue star key, which should have taken him only into a third-tier blue stage. A total of 330 life forms from various races entered this blue stage, with humans accounting for roughly 10 of them. The stage's difficulty was not high. Of the 330 participants, 290 cleared it, making it almost easy. Yet the sudden development that followed plunged participants of every race into deep anxiety. When the blue stage ended, the rewards that should have appeared did not. Instead, an advanced stage was triggered, requiring the agreement of 2/3 of the participants to proceed into the next phase, the red advanced stage. It was an excellent opportunity. A single red star key was worth around 3 million, while a blue star gate key was worth only 1 million. It was essentially free profit, though the danger would naturally increase accordingly. Of the remaining 290 people, over 200 agreed, and so they naturally advanced into the red stage. An unforeseen calamity unfolded. The difficulty of the red stage surged far beyond their imagination. Unlike previous stages, this time failure meant certain death, something no one had anticipated. Otherwise, many more would surely have chosen to oppose it. Out of 290 participants, only 12 ultimately cleared the stage. More than 95% died. It was unimaginably horrific. He did not know whether their luck had exploded or whether death itself was hounding them, refusing to rest until it had claimed them all. Even after clearing the stage, no reward information appeared. Instead, a mysterious purple hidden stage was once again activated. This was going too far. Were they being handed fortune on a platter, or being chased down for their lives? Or was some heavy destiny about to be imposed upon one of them? White, yellow, blue, red, purple, black. Purple was already an ultra-difficult stage, second only to black. Its challenge could well be imagined. This time the remaining 12 participants hesitated for a long while. To have passed the red stage, which of them was not a genius-level figure? A purple star key was worth as much as 10 million, and the rewards it could yield would surely be rarer and more valuable. But first one had to survive long enough to claim those rewards. Without betting, they would be throwing away a golden opportunity. If they gambled, perhaps a broken bicycle might be transformed into a rocket. Should they do it or not? In the end, faced with profit, hearts were swayed by wealth. 4 voted against, 8 agreed. They had just enough for 2/3 approval, and the purple hidden stage unlocked. Among them, Mu Hanchuan had chosen to oppose it. Those bastards had dragged him into this pit. He was rational. At this level of stage, they were in no condition to challenge it. Even calling it a 1 in 10 chance of survival was wishful thinking. 10 deaths out of 10 was the true norm. Mu Hanchuan wanted to curse, and in fact he did curse, but it was useless and could not change the outcome. Those fools insisted on courting death and still wanted to drag him along with them. A crisp chime sounded. Purple hidden stage cleared. Unlocked progress 15. Mission objective achieved. Survivors 1. Reward distribution commencing. Out of this single wretched blue stage with 330 participants, in the end only he survived. Serves them right for showing off and taking reckless risks. Would it have killed them to choose rejection like he did? Reward 1, obtained 1 blue star key, obtained 1 purple star key. He had entered using a blue star key, so receiving another one back after clearing the stage was perfectly normal. The pleasant surprise was the purple star key. That one was truly valuable. Its market price was at least 10 million. However, Mu Hanchuan had no intention of selling it. He would keep it. Someday he would find a use for it. This item was far too rare and exceedingly difficult to obtain. In the future, when his strength had risen enough that he wished to enter such a stage, he might not even be able to acquire one at that time. As for now, attempting it was out of the question. He could not even try. Just like the unlock progress for the purple stage, this was his first successful clearance of an advanced red stage, so its unlock progress was likewise 15. In other words, he would need to clear 4 more red stages before the purple stage would fully unlock. Only then would he possess the qualification to enter a purple stage. Otherwise, even if he held a purple star key, it would be useless. He would not be able to activate it at all. Reward 2 attribute points, increased 18. Due to insufficient mind sense attribute automatic redistribution applied physique 15th mind sense 3. Mu Hanchuan was stunned. So a purple stage granted this many attribute points. It was almost comparable to the highest rewards from a team trial. The highest stage he had ever taken part in before was a 3rd-tier blue one, and the most attribute points he had ever received was only 8, sometimes as few as 5. The gap was a full 10 points. Then how many attribute points could the ultimate black stage possibly grant? Strength 88. Physique 328, a grade 15. Agility 86. Mind sense 83-3. Equipment void stomach armor a grade. Skills none 02. Items none 01. Brain domain capacity 16 remaining. Damn it, I need 600 points to reach grade. My physique has only just crossed 300 and only recently reached a grade. Even with this extra 15 points, it's just 343. I've worked hard for 3 years and barely scraped my way to a grade. When on Earth will I ever advance to grade? Mu Hanchuan was somewhat unusual. For reasons unknown, every time he cleared a stage, all the attribute rewards were invariably allocated to physique. His other attributes might look as if they were all over 80 points, but that was because of a mandatory rule: no attribute could be less than 1/4 of the highest attribute. Thus, the awarded attribute points had to be forcibly split and assigned to other attributes to meet the standard. Otherwise, his physique would be even higher. Mu Hanchuan had researched a great deal of information and consulted many people, yet had never found anyone like himself. Other people's attribute rewards might tilt towards certain directions based on their innate qualities, perhaps favoring strength or physique, or sometimes leaning toward 2 attributes at once. But no one had all their points poured into a single attribute the way he did. Even those peers who worked harder than he did not have a single attribute that had reached a grade, and most of their stats hovered a bit over 100, basically all at grade. This was of course Mu Hanchuan's advantage. If the opponent matching rules within the Forbidden Trial Star were based on total attribute points, then with one attribute already at a grade, while others were still at grade, he would simply crush them. Yet Mu Hanchuan felt this was not absolute. This time there had been several participants stronger than he was, especially the human woman who endured to the very last stretch. She was only a hair's breadth away from success, but died in the final few steps. He had escaped only by the narrowest of margins. Were it not for his special constitution, his defensive power and regenerative capacity, far surpassing others, allowing him to rely on sheer toughness to endure, he would certainly have died this time. Once strength, agility, and mind sense all approach 100, I'll reach grade. At that point, my overall power will take another major step forward. It was maddening. 3 years had passed, his physique had already risen to a grade, yet his other 3 attributes had not even reached grade. There was probably no one else like him in the world. Then again, perhaps not. What if there were others with extraordinary talent like him? If all of their attribute points poured into strength, wouldn't they be unstoppable? Pure force could shatter all things. And if all attributes were funneled into agility, then one day they could win simply by running. No one could ever catch them. Or by following the path of nimbleness, their reaction speed would be unmatched, and no one would ever land a hit. In truth, that too was a kind of invincibility. Reward 3 skill reward, transfer grade. Mu Hanchuan's pupils contracted violently, his blood seeming to surge backward. With a spring-like bounce, he shot to his feet. And grade skill? What injuries? What worries? In that instant, none of it mattered anymore. Requirements: no attribute threshold, no rank requirement. Brain domain capacity required 15. Function: transfer a marked object to your current location. Markable objects 07. Condition: you must first mark the transfer targets in advance up to a maximum of 7 objects. Grade attached death contract once every 3 months. You will be forcibly sent into the Forbidden Trial Star to participate in a death match. Opponent race random. Opponent strength based on the combat power you possessed during your previous deathmatch. And grade skill. How is this even possible? As far as he knew, to obtain a combat type grade skill, one had to clear a black rank stage, a difficulty no different from ascending to the heavens. So what on earth was happening now? Mu Hanchuan racked his brains and could not make sense of it. The only explanation was that this grade skill transfer did not belong to the combat category at all, but was an auxiliary grade skill one that had a tiny chance of appearing even in a purple rank stage. On the Yingling planet over the past 3 years across 5 continents, and a total of 47 nations plus a number of special regions, the population exceeded 8 billion. Of the tens of millions who had entered the Forbidden Trial Star to challenge its stages, only a single grade skill had ever appeared, said to have been obtained by someone from the Qinni Kingdom on the Xingsu continent, a matter that once shook the entire world. Mu Hanchuan formed a conjecture perhaps that grade skill back then had also been an auxiliary type, not necessarily earned in a black rank stage at all, but like him obtained by sheer luck in a purple rank stage. The grade was certainly intimidating, yet the ability itself did not seem overwhelmingly powerful. If he put it up for auction, how much could it fetch? Would he ever need to struggle for anything again in this lifetime? Instinctively, he looked toward the requirements column. That was what truly mattered. If he could not learn it himself, what use was it to keep? At a glance, he had not felt much, but when he actually read it, he was nearly frightened out of his wits. Requirements: no attribute point requirement, no rank requirement, brain domain carrying capacity required 15. What the hell was this? Was someone playing a joke on him? Mu Hanchuan's gaze dropped to the only piece of equipment he still had left on him, the Void Stomach Armor. Void Stomach Armor grade. Defense strength, maximum impact resistance, 4,000 joules, additionally absorbs 10 of incoming damage. Wearing requirement: a grade. Attribute requirements: physique 200, strength 80. Durability 7. Severely damaged, urgently requires repair. Damn it. Just in a grade piece of equipment already demanded such high stats, yet in grade skill required only a single condition related to brain domain carrying capacity. It was not as though Mu Hanchuan had never received a skill reward before. He had sold it. He remembered it had been spiderweb imprisonment grade control type with attribute requirements of mind sense 100, agility 80, brain domain carrying capacity 3. Back then he had been utterly unable to use it. Even now he still could not. His mind sense had yet to reach 100, and that was merely in grade skill. And now this grade skill had such low learning conditions. It completely shattered Mu Hanchuan's understanding of the world. Did this not mean that even a small, insignificant grade like him could learn it right now? Mu Hanchuan's heart pounded wildly in his chest. To say he was not excited would be a lie. Something deep within urged him to learn it immediately. Setting aside the fact that this wasn't grade skill, even if it were only a grade or grade, its learning conditions alone would be enough to trigger a mad scramble among countless powerhouses. If he were to sell it, he could become rich enough overnight to rival an entire nation. Whether he could actually hold on to that wealth was another matter entirely.
张清风也点头笑道：“我看行。”秦无双捏着下巴琢磨道：“哪里有蛟龙，我再去杀一只，摘2个蛋蛋来。”
Since grade skill. How much his strength would rise he could not say, but it would certainly. Mu Hanchuan gripped the grade skill sheet, tightly torn with inner conflict, his fingertips nearly digging into his palm, without him feeling a thing. This skill was not merely a technique. It represented inexhaustible wealth, and was the very key that could change his destiny. Yet this key was unbearably heavy, so heavy it made one feel as though they could not breathe. Mu Hanchuan slowly closed his eyes, and in his mind surfaced one familiar, yet strangely distant face after another. He had parents, grandparents, and maternal grandparents, yet his only true family was nothing more than a stranger without any blood relation. This was the path he had chosen himself. Since he had chosen it, he would not regret it. He exhaled sharply. Mu Hanchuan had made his decision. His fate could only ever rest in his own hands. Even one's closest kin could not be relied upon. In the next instant, he decisively crushed the transfer skill sheet. A chime sounded. Requirements met. Grade skill transfer learned successfully. Strength 88. Physique 328, a grade 15. Agility 86. Mind sense 83-3. Equipment: Void Stomach Armor, a grade. Skills transfer: grade 12. Items: none 0-1. Brain domain carrying capacity 16, 1 remaining. Well then, just like that he had learned it. His brain domain carrying capacity was all but drained with only 1 remaining. Even the lowest grade skill required 2 brain domain carrying capacity for a short, while he would be unable to learn any other skills, and could only wait for his mind sense to slowly improve and gradually pull his brain domain capacity back up. Of course, modern technology did offer some methods to increase brain domain carrying capacity, such as special reagents and synthesized pharmaceuticals, but Mu Han did not dare and would never lightly attempt them. In the past 100 years, technology had advanced at a breakneck pace thanks to discoveries and exploration on the forbidden trial star, yet it was far from mature. Who knew what side effects might lurk behind it all? There would definitely be damage to the body as well. Mu Han would never take that risk. As for the forbidden trial star itself, it had appeared 99 years ago, not only on the human homeworld, but throughout their entire star system. The power required to do such a thing was said to correspond at least to a level 5 civilization. It was said to have been an exceedingly unusual day. The entire globe was shrouded in darkness, as though a black curtain had fallen and everything seemed to have been paused. In every person's mind, a long line of text appeared. By the time they finished reading it, nearly half of humanity had gone insane. Effective immediately. Cheong Star System G4279 Trial Star System Civilization Level 0. 5 Primitive officially commences the trial war. Participating intelligent civilizations 77. Participating planets, all within the Cheong Star System. Trial ground Forbidden Trial Star Forbidden Star Ring. Forbidden Trial Star Civilization Level 2 Shattered Civilization Ruins. Trial objective: by any means and in any fashion annihilate all other intelligent civilizations within the Cheong Star System, occupy every planet in the system, and ensure that the sole surviving race becomes the victor. All other failing intelligent species would be completely erased from the star system. Inferior losers had no right to continue existing. The sole victorious race would be recognized by the Obelisk Civilization Alliance, granted the right to join it, and would fully possess dominion over this entire star region. Humanity's homeworld was forcibly dragged into this trial, and failure meant extinction, the extinction of the entire species. How could people not go mad? It turned out that besides humans there were another 76 intelligent civilizations within this star system. And how many more species were there that had never birthed intelligence or civilization? The Cheong Star System was likely far vaster than humanity had ever imagined. From that day on, every young person on the planet who reached the age of 18, regardless of gender, would receive a white star key. That white star key was the key to enter the Forbidden Trial Star. Of course, one could also choose not to enter and instead sell it. Whoever obtained the key could enter the Forbidden Trial Star. There was no difference. A white star key was worth as much as 50,000. It was practically a commingafage gift bestowed by the heavens, enough to serve as the starting capital for one's life. Mu Han had run away from home at the age of 5, wandering from place to place. He had begged on the streets, asked for food, rummaged through trash bins, and even fought with cats and dogs over scraps. At 13, he was noticed and taken in by a traveling performer from whom he learned a few performance skills and scraped by until he turned 18. Only then did he enter the Forbidden Trial Star to defy heaven and rewrite his fate. Before the age of 18, one could not enter, nor could one use any trial equipment, skills, or items. Level additional death contract: every 3 months, one must enter the Forbidden Trial Star, participate in a death battle with opponents of random races, and the strength adjusted according to one's battle power during the previous death match. Mu Han gazed at this death contract, silently contemplating. Having learned everything, regret was pointless. He decided to delve into this skill diligently. This must be the side effect of this level, a mandatory death battle every 3 months. Isn't this forcing one to strive? Without effort, one faces death. Fortunately, the next opponent will match the power level at the end of the current death battle, with a 3-month period to foster growth in between. In the later stages, 3 months might not seem significant, and the improvement won't be substantial. However, in the early stages, it is crucial. As long as one seizes the opportunity, the enhancement in combat power can be quite remarkable, and perhaps during this time one might just leap into the next level. With his own toughness, Mu Han was confident he could survive the first 10 years, and as for what came after, he would leave it to fate. It was time to return. From now on, he would also be a supernova with level skill, even if no one knew. Mu Han, go for it. There are 2 ways to return, either back to the original point of entry or to a random area within 20 kilometers of the entry point. Mu Han decisively chose the first option. Whoosh. Upon reappearing, Mu Han found himself back in his underground secret base. The surroundings were dim, lit only by a few emergency lights casting weak glows. This secret base was painstakingly created by Mu Han after earning some extra money, located underground in a small hill. In front of the hill flows a large river with 2 massive bridges bustling with traffic. Behind it lies a reasonably sized park frequented by many people at all times. Even late at night, it served as an excellent cover. Initially, Mu Han had considered building the secret base in a desolate mountain, But after careful consideration, he abandoned the idea. It would be too conspicuous. If someone stumbled upon it, it would surely raise suspicions. Here there were no such concerns. He could stroll through the park at night. Who could stop him? The underground secret base wasn't large, comprising 2 rooms, a hall, a kitchen, and a bathroom, totaling no more than 60 square meters. One room served as a bedroom, while the other was a storage room for gear and miscellaneous items containing not only equipment and items obtained from the Forbidden Trial Star, but also some weapons created by modern technology. The small kitchen stored a decent amount of food and water. No electronic devices were activated in the base to prevent tracking or detection. This was the hidden location Mu Hanchuan used every time he entered the Forbidden Trial Star. It was simple, with everything prioritized for safety. Upon returning, Mu Hanchuan removed his heavy gear and tattered clothing, entered the bedroom, and took out some medicine to clean himself up. Why not in the living room? Because there was nowhere to lie down. After treating his injuries, despite his exhaustion, he felt no drowsiness. His mind was still in an extreme state of excitement. It was impossible to think of resting now. He quickly wanted to test this level skill. Let it not be a dud, or he would truly be trapped. Mu Hanchuan grabbed the medicine box from the bedside and secretly activated the skill. He expected it to be difficult, yet it turned out to be surprisingly easy. As soon as he activated it, 2 options appeared. Mark. Cancel. Without hesitation, Mu Hanchuan clicked on Mark. Mark successful markable items 17. His mind received clear instructions, and then the specific location of the medicine box appeared in his thoughts. Intrigued, Mu Hanchuan tossed the medicine box onto the bed and walked into the living room. He activated the skill again. There was nothing else to choose from. He had only marked 1 item. Mu Hanchuan chose that medicine box. In the next moment, the medicine box vanished from the bedroom and appeared in his hand out of thin air. So amazing. Mu Hanchuan was greatly excited. This was undoubtedly a space skill, an alternative version of a space skill. Every time he entered the Forbidden Trial Star, he was only allowed to carry 3 pieces of equipment plus 1 item. Regardless of whether they were equipment or items, they had to be produced within the Forbidden Trial Star. However, they didn't necessarily have to be obtained personally. Borrowing or purchasing from the market was also permissible. Items were classified into active items and auxiliary items. Active items could engage in battle and be actively deployed, while auxiliary items included durability items, repair kits, medical packs, food boxes, etc. All of these had to be generated within the Forbidden Trial Star, but each entry into the Trial Star allowed one to carry only 1 type. This time, entering the Forbidden Trial Star, Mu Hanchuan carried a durability item, which he used on his void stomach armor, a level, or it would have been destroyed long ago. As for all the equipment, medicines, and food from the real world, anything that could potentially affect battle power could not be brought into the Forbidden Trial Star. Now that he had this level space skill, could he directly mark items in the real world, then teleport them after entering the Forbidden Trial Star? If so, while other participants could only carry 3 pieces of equipment and 1 item, he could manage 11. Mu Hanchuan thought it was feasible. After all, this was a reward obtained from the Forbidden Trial Star. If he couldn't transport items into the Forbidden Trial Star, what use would it be? Yes, items produced in the Forbidden Trial Star should definitely work. The only uncertainty was whether he could teleport items from the real world. If he could, he would undoubtedly go for a reinforced Gatling gun and teleport it, and wiping out all adversaries. Continuing to experiment, Mu Hanchuan ran to another room and marked a shield, one of his main pieces of equipment produced in the Forbidden Trial Star. Running back to the living room in the next second, that shield appeared in his hand. Damn, this feels great. In future fights, he wouldn't need to bring anything, he would just mark items in advance and summon them, focusing on surprise attacks. If he didn't kill the opponent, he'd scare them to death. Mu Hanchuan marked several more items, a wine glass and a bottle of wine, leaving the larger ones aside for fear of being discovered. Mark successful markable items 47. Changing into a tighter set of clothes, Mu Hanchuan took his phone and left the underground secret base. The exit wasn't complicated, it just utilized visual discrepancies. Of course, some degree of concealment was applied at the entrance. Leaving the small hill, Mu Hanchuan arrived at a nearby park, casually finding an unoccupied patch of grass. He reached into his clothes, and a bottle of wine and a wine glass appeared in his hand simultaneously. Setting down the wine glass, Mu Hanchuan lay on the grass and began to drink directly from the bottle. These experimental items were all small objects. He wondered how large of an item could be teleported. There must be limitations, if otherwise one could teleport an entire planet. Surely there are many restrictions inside that need to be explored slowly. He opened his phone to check if there were any messages over the past few days. Mu Hanchuan didn't have many friends, and there were only a few messages. Several were from his married foster sister, who he considered a foster sister perhaps. Skipping those messages, he looked at the last one, which was from 3 days ago. There's a boss chartering a vehicle generous with spending a team trial at the end of the month. Come over to discuss when free. It's the end of the month. Today is only the 14th, with half a month left. I should be able to recover my body by about 80%. The ordinary star keys allow entry into single trials with 2 entries per month at any time as long as it's within this month. The special silver and gold star keys allow entry into team trials. The silver one permits up to 5 people, while the gold allows up to 20. Regardless of whether it's silver or gold, one can only choose one type each month and enter once. Of course, team trials offer richer rewards primarily because there is a greater chance of obtaining exploratory trials. These tasks have a higher likelihood of acquiring materials, resources, technology, and manuals from advanced civilizations on the trial stars. If luck strikes once, obtaining even a small amount of rare items might lead to prosperity. If ancestors bless you with a potion recipe or high-tech blueprint, you could easily establish a massive family business. Reselling that could fetch a fortune. In this new era, many families and forces have risen in such a manner. Reports indicate that a century has passed, and only 10 of the entire Forbidden Trial star has been explored, leaving 90 still unsolved. This includes not just humans, but the entire celestial system, with all races combined having explored merely 10. The Forbidden Trial star is merely a level 2 shattered lost civilization. One can hardly imagine the heights a more advanced civilization could reach. 2 ordinary single trials and 1 team trial. Each month one can only enter these 3 trial. Opportunities are rare. Conditions permitting, one must complete all of them each month, as most of the attribute point rewards that support your growth must be obtained through these trials. At least for Muhanchuan, that is the case. It's not that there aren't other paths, but they are too expensive. He is poor and cannot afford them. The single trials are manageable. As long as one clears the level, they usually receive the reward of the trial star key. The challenging part is the team trials. The silver star key is not easy to acquire, with a market price ranging between 3 million to 5 million per piece, depending on market conditions. For these scattered individuals, relying solely on themselves is daunting. Even if 5 people share the cost, each must still spend at least 600 or more. Occasionally it might be feasible for a month, but who can afford such expenses every month? The best approach is still to find a boss to hire a vehicle. Hiring a vehicle means teaming up with 4 capable individuals with good reputations to bring one along. It's not guaranteed to clear the trial, but it must be a successful run. If someone dies, what good is the vehicle hire? Generally, the boss provides the star key while the 4 aides handle the work. Rewards are distributed based on performance. If only a successful run is guaranteed, there will be no extra rewards. Only those who achieve trial rewards will receive additional monetary tips from the boss. The higher the trial rewards obtained, the more monetary tips received afterward. The boss is not too demanding regarding rewards like skills and equipment. Except for a few special items, most can be purchased. What they truly seek are the attribute point rewards. With only a few opportunities each month to obtain attribute reward, single trials are too dangerous. They dare not and do not have the ability. Thus, the once-a-month team trials become the most reliable opportunity to acquire attribute points. Of course, those accepting jobs from the boss must also pay a deposit, which varies in amount. The higher the promised rewards from the boss, the higher the deposit they must pay. If the boss dies on the trial star, these deposits will naturally be lost. Not only would their reputation suffer, but they might also face retaliation, making the risks considerable. Muhanchuan has only taken on this job twice and is still considered a novice. He is quite in sync with this team, and his strength is recognized by them. If he were even slightly lacking, they would never approach him. This is a matter of life and death, not a game. In the evening, he plans to check on the situation at the skeletal area. If the team's strength is adequate, he will take the job. If not, he will give up, especially since his injuries are severe and the void stomach armor grade may not be repaired within half a month. The phone vibrated, barely a sound. Muhanchuan adjusted it to the lowest setting with no ringtones. Taking out the phone, it was a call from Chilong. This person was his classmate from middle school when he was 12, having only spent 1 year together with hardly any communication. They coincidentally met again in this small city at 19, becoming familiar. He is one of the few friends Muhanchuan has, and the only one who knows his true identity. Chilong's father is a middleman responsible for connecting buyers and selling equipment and skills from the Forbidden Trial star, earning commissions in the process. He possesses a large number of clients and buyers among trial participants, which are vital resources. Chilong is not a diligent worker, but he is not a bad person. With nothing to do, he chose to follow in his father's footsteps, and Muhanchuan is his biggest client. Equipment and skills obtained from the Forbidden Trial Star that are of no use to Mu Hanchuan are handled by Chai Long, who charges a 10% fee. Of course, this is a familiar price who outsiders might be charged 15 or 20%. In truth, Mu Hanchuan does not deliberately cater to him, but values his father's connections. Some troublesome matters he cannot handle, but his father has the ability to do so. Mu Hanchuan has only formally studied for 2 years, excluding his early elite education. At 7, he was taken back by his grandfather for a time. During that year, he was very well behaved, but hardly spoke. In just 1 year, Mu Hanchuan learned all the characters and acquired all the basic knowledge useful for his future before he ran away. At 12, he was taken back by his maternal grandfather again. To prevent Mu Hanchuan from escaping once more, his grandfather specifically assigned someone to watch him and even put a tracking bracelet on him. That year, he was also very well behaved, but instead of studying, he devoted all his energy to researching the Forbidden Trial Star and everything about it. What creatures are there? What vegetation exists? What minerals are present? Which are edible? Which are poisonous? How to survive? Everything was his direction of study. This was the only opportunity he had to gain in-depth knowledge before turning 18, and he had to seize it. Once he left, it would be difficult to have such an opportunity again. Mu Hanchuan worked tirelessly day and night, finally understanding everything known about the Forbidden Trial Star. This was immensely beneficial for his goal to set foot on the Forbidden Trial Star at 18. Achieving his goal at 13, Mu Hanchuan, who had been embodying the persona of a well-behaved child, ran away again, despite the tracking bracelet being of no use. Chai Long was his classmate from 12 years old, spending a year together in the same class. "Hey Chuan, have you been to the top again recently? I haven't been able to contact you for so long." Chai Long didn't say it outright to avoid being overheard, but both understood that the top referred to the trial star. "Yeah, I just got back not long ago. I'll come by your place when I have time." "Sounds good." Chai Long was quite happy, as this indicated that Mu Hanchuan had goods to hand over to him. After discussing the main business, Chai Long started chatting about other topics. "Chuan, be careful recently and go out less." "Why?" "My dad received news from Tianlan City that your family has been secretly looking for you recently. Something might have happened, otherwise why would they look for you after all these years?" "They're still secretly searching for me." Mu Hanchuan furrowed his brows, deeply astonished. After all these years, the Mu family had only sent his grandfather to bring him back at 7, and they hadn't cared for him since. What is the situation? Who is seriously ill and needs to find him to draw bone marrow? Or is there something else going on? In any case, it wouldn't be for him to return and inherit the family business. "Yes, I feel there's a significant issue. Be cautious." If it weren't for Mu Hanchuan being his biggest client, how could his father have passed on this news? "All right, thank you. It's nothing, we brothers look out for each other." After hanging up, Mu Hanchuan fell into a long silence. The Mu family he was born into is one of the 4 prominent families in Tianlan City, the capital of Luoxing Province. Luoxing Province ranks 3rd in the national economic total, and naturally Tianlan City cannot be lacking. The Mu family is quite substantial, undoubtedly possessing assets worth billions. His mother's family, the Zhou family, is rooted in Fuxian City, the capital of the Western Biling Province. Although Biling Province is only ranked 12th among the 19 major provinces and cities of the Qingyuan Kingdom and has a medium economic scale, the overall strength of the Zhou family is by no means inferior to that of the Mu family. In fact, they are even stronger and are one of the 3 major powers in Biling Province. Under the leadership of her uncle, they have developed even more rapidly in recent years. Sigh. His family background is not to be underestimated. He should not have fallen to such a state. It is all due to his peculiar parents. His father, as the eldest son of the Mu family and the new generation's heir, is inherently proud and arrogant. The other female lead, as the second daughter of the Zhou family, is even more self-centered and has a strong desire for control. When these two fell in love, it was an intense and passionate affair, inseparable, as if glued together, and no one could hope to interfere, willing to sacrifice everything for love. However, once their emotions hit a crisis, their arguments are like mountains collapsing and the earth shaking, akin to a volcanic eruption. Nothing can contain it. Their personalities had long since determined that neither would back down. Years later, his proud father, living too comfortably, lost the initial novelty towards his beautiful mother and even began to resent her constraints, which led him to raise a charming and understanding mistress outside. Raising a mistress is not a big deal for someone of his status. The problem arose when his mother, Mu Hanchuan, who had an extremely strong desire for control, discovered it. Now it's over. It's really over. Without saying a word, his mother made no fuss and immediately sent someone to deal with it, eliminating the root of the problem without any coercion or intimidation. However, the outcome was not as expected. She had 2 bodyguards assigned to protect her, allowing her to escape. It turns out she was pregnant. Moreover, this was not her first pregnancy. She had already given birth to a daughter 2 years prior. It is evident that Mu Hanchuan still cared quite a bit about this mistress, or else he wouldn't have allowed her to give birth. Now this is great. The conflict erupted completely. Zhou Muning fled overnight, taking nothing with her. Everyone thought she was returning to her maternal home to seek justice from the Zhou family, but unexpectedly her approach was distinctly different, dazzling everyone and leaving Mu Hanchuan himself blinded. The next day, Zhou Muning openly appeared at the Yang family's territory, which was the Mu family's sworn enemy, and one of the 4 prominent families in Tianlan City, publicly declaring that she would become the mistress of the Yang family as Yang Yes woman. This statement shocked the entire Tianlan City and drew the attention of the whole Luoxing province, even making it to the front page of the national news. Yesterday, she was still the eldest daughter-in-law of the Mu family, and today, she has become the sworn enemy of the Mu family, the mistress of the Yang family in Tianlan City. What the hell? The key point is that she hasn't even divorced Mu Qiming as a married woman and a member of an upper-class family. She disregards her reputation and dares to act so recklessly. This is a severe humiliation for the Mu family. Moreover, it is an even greater humiliation for her maternal family, the Zhou family. Both the Mu and Yang families are prominent families in Tianlan City and have deep-seated grudges. Now, thanks to a woman, the level of animosity has deepened greatly by several layers. It is said that the one who pursued Zhou Muning the most fervently and devotedly was actually Yang Yu, not Mu Qiming, yet in the end Zhou Muning chose the more appealing Mu Qiming. Unexpectedly, after all this, it ended up like this. In any case, Yang Yu managed to win over the beauty. For Zhou Muning, Yang Yu even cancelled the engagement he had set up 6 months prior. This was something the Yang family had worked hard to persuade Yang Yu to accept, and now it's turned into a mess because of Zhou Muning. Years ago, it was because of her that their precious son fell into depression for several years and was unwilling to find a woman. Now it is again because of her that he has even dumped his fiancée. She is nothing but a disaster. Zhou Muning may not care about her reputation, but the Yang family does. Despite the strong opposition from the Yang family and public condemnation, Zhou Muning truly became the mistress of the Yang family. Opposition was futile. Yang Yu was determined to have her, and for her sake, he even made various guarantees to his family, never having been so obedient before. The Yang family eventually relented. There was no choice as Yang Yu was so stubborn, fixated on Zhou Muning the disaster. They were not afraid of the Mu family. After all, they were sworn enemies, and even if the grudge deepened, the most humiliating party would not be the Yang family, but rather the Mu family. At worst, they would both suffer. Harming 100 to injure oneself by 99 still yields a slight profit. Just a year later, Zhou Muning gave birth to a second child, a son, but not belonging to the Mu family. He is from the Yang family. The year it happened, Mu Hanchuan was just 5 years old, and his originally happy life was suddenly shattered. A family torn apart. This was truly more innocent than a calamity from the heavens. The precocious boy saw through it all and remained exceptionally calm, showing none of the silence expected at his age. His current identity is somewhat awkward, so much so that he himself cannot bear to face it. Just a day later, Mu Qiming retaliated, bringing that outside mistress into the home, promoting her from a concubine to the main wife, achieving a meteoric rise. Their 2-year-old daughter became a miss of the Mu family, and it is said that she is carrying a boy. The Mu family has heirs now, and Mu Hanchuan feels a sense of relief. He seems to have become irrelevant. A single thought flashed through his mind, and he made a decision: he would no longer return to the Mu family. He did not care about the consequences nor the gains and losses. He was resolute. In this regard, he might have inherited something from his mother. Without returning to the Mu family, the young Mu Hanchuan took the initiative to choose his own life, leaving Tianlan City and beginning his wandering journey until he turned 18. Mu Hanchuan sat alone on the grass, downing the contents of his bottle. At 21 years old, having achieved some success, he fought for 3 years, escaping death multiple times. His efforts finally bore fruit, granting him this level teleportation skill. His future is bound to be even more exciting as he embarks on a new phase. Everything is worth it. What can the Mu family do? The total assets of the Mu family do not even compare to the value of this single-level skill. Oh, perhaps this is fate. An hour later, Mu Hanchuan disguised himself and appeared in room 7 of an underground bar in the west of the city wearing a mask. There is nothing mysterious about it. This is an open liaison point for trial participants. The entire venue has no surveillance, and the nearby old district has a complex terrain, making it easy to escape. Inside the room, there were 3 people, 2 men and 1 woman, all disguised. For people like them, the first priority is to hide themselves well to avoid unnecessary troubles. They use codenames to communicate, and Mu Hanchuan's codename is simply Mu. After glancing at the others, Muhan Chuan decided to stay because each of them was very strong, skilled fighters. Did you just come out of your personal trial? The speaker was a tall man at about 1.9 meters in his 30s with the codename White Bone. He was a strong attacker with an 11 strength attribute conservatively estimated to be above 400 points and possibly not far from the level of 600 points. He was the organizer and the team leader entering the trial star. Mu Hanchuan's injuries were severe, evident at first glance. He offered a cigarette box. Mu Hanchuan did not take it. He never smoked regardless of the location as it could leave traces and lead to exposure. Whitebone did not insist, retracting the cigarette box and saying, "Is everything all right for the end of the month?" There was no need for unnecessary chatter. They got straight to the point. No. Mu Hanchuan had completed his 2 personal trials in the first half of the month, and now he just needed to recuperate. With his recovery ability, he could regain 80 in half a month. That's good. Let's tentatively set it for the end of the month, so we will notify you of the exact time to enter later. Mu, did you get anything good from the personal trials that I could use? The only woman in the room stepped forward, her fragrance wafting over. Her codename was Midnight Black Tea, around 25 years old, standing 1.7 meters tall, always showing off her proud fair skin. Her face was obscured, so one could not tell what she looked like, but with such a body and milky skin, she was certainly not lacking in beauty, leading to fanciful thoughts. It's quite ordinary. Hee, if you have anything good, be sure to save some for your sister. She poured 2 glasses of wine, handing one to Mu Hanchuan. Of course, women can be dangerous, especially those like her. She was a close combat agile assassin. Mu Hanchuan did not take it and deliberately moved a bit away. Midnight Black Tea followed the path of strength plus agility, definitely having a level strength. It was unknown if her agility reached a level. Midnight Black Tea was not surprised. This man was simply dull. Did he really think he could take advantage of her? However, his strength was indeed impressive and reliable. When Whitebone said he wanted to recruit him, she agreed immediately. She had long suspected that this Mu was not very old. Having such strength at such a young age suggested a good family background. He might be out here for the same reasons as her. The last one was a man in black, drinking alone in the corner. He stood 1.75 meters tall, lean, with the codename Black Feather. He was a speed type, ranged attacker responsible for reconnaissance and distant firepower. He was on the path of agility plus spiritual sense. His agility had definitely reached a level, but his spiritual sense was unknown. This person was quite withdrawn and hardly spoke. Whitebone continued. This time the client is a young lady, and she is said to be a support character, which is good news for us for taking on this job. The most critical point is that the employer must be obedient. They don't need to work too hard, just keep up and not hold us back. The worst is when you encounter someone too opinionated who likes to show off. That really is a nightmare. The last time they cooperated, they brought along a young master who could hardly do anything and was only good at hiding during battles. They had to rely on the 4 of them to see it through. This one was still bearable. At least he could dodge and didn't create trouble. From their discussions, they had previously come across a valiant one who rushed to the front at the first sign of battle, forcing them to fight hard, suffering greatly. There were even those who liked to give foolish commands. If you didn't listen to them, they would get upset, creating a very gloomy atmosphere in the team, almost leading to depression. This time it was a girl, and a support type at that, which was very ideal. Generally, those who did not stand out could help them reduce a lot of pressure on the team. Whitebone continued, however, the deposit this time is not low, 8 million each, and we must guarantee that this young lady returns safely, otherwise the deposit will not be refunded at all. Then what benefits can we get? Mu Hanchuan did not care about the deposit. He was confident in protecting the young lady provided she did not cause trouble, but the rewards had to be proportional. In addition to providing a silver star key for us to enter the team trial, there will also be extra rewards based on what we obtain from clearing the trial, up to 6 million each. Even if it's just keeping her safe and sound, each person would still earn a reward of 1 million. Mu Hanchuan nodded slightly. The rewards were quite good and fairly priced. Everyone was risking their lives, and no one wanted to take on tasks with too low a return. If you have no objections, we will finalize it like this, and will not look for anyone else. Once confirmed, you cannot back out. You need to recuperate well these next 2 weeks so as not to affect our main business. Whitebone's tone became noticeably serious, carrying a warning. They specifically sought him out, naming him to take this job because they valued his strength and reputation. He did not want any accidents that could affect his credibility, especially considering this Mu. The 2 had only cooperated once before in a situation where no one else was available, introduced through a middleman. He had not held high expectations, but to his surprise, this person's strength was indeed impressive and solid. That was why they sought him out again. The 2 sides were not too familiar, so caution was still necessary. As for the middleman who introduced Mu Hanchuan, it was actually Chai Long's father. He understood Mu Hanchuan's strength and hoped he could interact more with these young elites, which would greatly enhance both his perspective and strength, allowing him to participate in higher-tier trials in the future. After all, he was one of the few quality clients of his son, and this kind of personal favor should be cultivated. Rest assured I won't have any issues. Previously, I wouldn't have held you back. Now, with this level migration skill, I definitely won't. In the trial star, each entry only allows 3 pieces of equipment and 1 item card, but I am different. Unless something unexpected happens, I can migrate an additional 7 items. Who am I afraid of? Very well, then the team trial is settled. No one is allowed to withdraw. The deposit should be given to me now. The 4 of us plus that young lady, the information will be sent to you in the last 2 days. Is there any problem? Of course not. Midnight Black Tea said with a smile. The man in the corner echoed no problem. Mu Hanchuan naturally had no issues either. None. Great. Whitebone raised his glass. Hey race, to our successful return this time. The 3 others followed suit, while Mu Hanchuan merely pretended to toast not drinking. With the deal struck, everyone returned to their own homes. This was just a preliminary meeting to confirm the personnel. The specific matters to discuss would wait until 2 or 3 days before entering, where they would have a detailed discussion. The owner of the transport would also be present to finalize various tactics and equipment arrangements, leaving no room for error. Qingling City, the capital of Qinhuang Kingdom, is far more than a mere municipal seat. It ranks second nationwide in economic output among the kingdom's 17 provinces and 2 special administered cities, and serves as its political and cultural heart. The Su family, one of Qingling's top 3 political dynasties, was holding a solemn private family council within the main residence. Qingyu has reached marriageable age. Mu family must now render an account to ours. Originally, Mu Hanchuan and Su Qingyu, the youngest daughter of the Su family, were expected to formally announce their engagement at this age, publicly cementing the alliance between the 2 houses. Yet the Mu family's circumstances appeared unusually fraught. The Sus themselves believed revealing this betrothal would bring shame upon their name. Father, I've personally investigated. Hanchuan hasn't set foot in the Mu residence for years. After Zhou Muning left the Mu family to follow Yang Yu, their son vanished with her, and has since lived as a wanderer entirely on his own. The speaker was Su Han, eldest daughter of the Su family. She could not fathom why Hanchuan, the legitimate heir of the Mu lineage, would flee. Surely such a departure was not voluntary. How young had he been then? She refused to believe he chose exile of his own, while coercion from within the Mu household seemed far more plausible. That entire family is unhinged. What kind of scion could possibly emerge from such chaos? This engagement must be annulled. Daiwen seethed inwardly. Her youngest daughter, exquisitely beautiful, erudite, gentle, and poised, had somehow been bound to this wretched arrangement. No matter the cost, it had to be severed. What authority did a minor house like Mu possess to resist? The disparity between the families was staggering. They were utterly unworthy of the Su name. It is not so simple. Daiwen flared anew. Suze, what do you mean? You still wish Qingyu to marry into that house, into that lineage? Though quick-tempered, Daiwen stood in stark contrast to Suze, the patriarch, whose composure remained unshaken as he replied patiently, a single Mu family hardly warrants concern. Yet this engagement was sealed by the 2 founding elders themselves, ratified with formal nuptial documents, and witnessed by venerable elders from several other illustrious clans. Such a covenant cannot be casually broken. Those elders are long deceased, and whatever plagues the Mu family is their own doing. Why should we bear responsibility? That logic fails. Though both patriarchs have passed, our own grand matron still lives, and she would never permit a breach of faith that tarnishes their legacy or invites public scandal. Moreover, this union was forged not out of sentiment, but mutual calculation, and broadly speaking, our family reaped the greater advantage, accruing substantial benefits over the years. Thus, unless driven to absolute extremity, the Su family must uphold its word. Su Han grasped the implication instantly. Then we must compel the Mu family to renounce it first. No haste is needed. Qingyu has only just entered her junior year at university. She remains young and opportunity abounds. Still, we may apply measured pressure upon the Mus. Hearing this, Daiwen's mood lifted markedly. Su Han understood immediately. Shall I visit the Mu residence? Suze paused thoughtfully. Take Qingyu with you. As the betrothed herself, she ought to attend in person. Very well, father. Indeed, it would benefit her younger sister to step beyond sheltered walls, to encounter the world's complexities firsthand. Overprotected and naive, how could she ever command a household, or assume the mantle of its mistress? Once wed, a soft amber glow bathed a corner of the living room. There sat Su Qingyu, the central figure of this gathering, still and serene, her hands gently folded upon her lap, her raven black hair cascading like liquid silk over her shoulders. She bowed her head slightly, her long lashes veiled eyes deep and luminous as starlit wells, radiating quiet grace and feminine tenderness. She voiced no opinion, merely sat silent and composed. Her mother watched her daughter's placid demeanor and inexplicably flared with fresh anger. How had such a sheltered, guileless girl emerged from their storied clan, so utterly unlike her sharp-witted elder sister, as though born of different blood? To marry her into that household would be to surrender her whole, bones and all, to wolves. Frustration burned hot, disappointment curdled into fury. Daiwen turned sharply and strode away, refusing to witness what she could not change, leaving Han to instruct her younger sister properly. Suze, however, saw no flaw in his youngest daughter's nature. Innocence was innate, not a defect to be corrected. Perhaps such purity would in time prove her greatest strength. He doubted any dared harm a Su daughter, let alone defy them outright. At worst, they'd accompany her with ample retainers. Once the family council concluded, the two sisters stepped outside, strolling side by side through the garden. Qingyu, what are your own thoughts? Qingyu lowered her gaze, a few strands of hair slipping forward. I have no particular thoughts. Su Han's brow furrowed, dissatisfied. This is your marriage, Qingyu. You're grown now. You must learn to judge for yourself. You need conviction, not silence. Sister, we've never even met him. Why rush to affix labels? Can any of you truly claim to know the man? Su Han's eyes narrowed, her displeasure deepening. Yet she withheld reproach, sighing, instead, his father is a philanderer, his mother a woman of flagrant infidelity. Born to a noble house, she abandoned her marriage without formal divorce, openly taking up with another man. It shames not only the Mu family, but the Zhou clan of Bailing province itself. What virtue could possibly bloom in soil so corrupted? And he severed ties with the Mu family altogether, receiving no proper education, no grounding in discipline or tradition. Qingyu's eyelids dipped briefly, then lifted with quiet resolve. Yet if he chose exile, does that not suggest he rejects his parents' conduct? We must not let a single facet blind us. We ought not judge him solely by what we see, or fail to see. Su Han's eyes widened. This girl, who struggled even to decline a simple request, had just spoken with startling clarity. Where did you hear such twisted logic? At this rate you'll be sold before we even notice you're gone. When Qingyu raised her face, a tranquil water-like smile bloomed. What if he is simply good? Stop watching those mind-muddling romance dramas. Cease dreaming of fated soulmates, and confront reality, clear-eyed and unflinching. Su Han, now fully aligned with her mother's view, her sister was dangerously naive, coddled since infancy, untouched by life's thorns. What began as gradual intervention now demanded urgency. If the Mu heir deceived her, regret would be eternal. Leaving the Su residence, the sisters shared a car. Su Han proposed, why not intern at one of our family enterprises? University can wait. You seem to have endless free time wandering mountains and gardens, chasing sunrises. Qingyu spent her days traveling, visiting parks, watching dawns, accomplishing nothing substantive, squandering precious youth. Sister, you know I'm not cut out for it. How can you know, unless you try? You'll manage an entire company independently, hiring strategy operations, all under your sole authority. Seasoned advisors will support you. Profits become your allowance, losses our responsibility. Truly, I'm not suited. I beg you, spare me. What purpose did heaven serve in giving us you? Am I not your healing angel, your tender little down jacket? Su Han snorted through her nose, refusing further debate. Where shall I drop you? Today Qingyu had dressed deliberately, evidently bound for a gathering. Blue Sky Garden. I'm attending a friend's birthday celebration. A birthday party at a bar. That's hardly your milieu. Was Zhu Hua the one who invited you? Birthday celebrations could be held in bars, but not for families of their stature. Such venues were beneath them. We're all friends after all. Can't you sense his interest in you? Not really, just friends gathering. Qingyu, you must learn to refuse, not merely acquiesce. If Zhu Hua holds no appeal, dismiss him cleanly. He is unworthy of our name. Sister, we're only friends. I haven't forgotten my betrothal. No reminder needed, provided you remember. With that yielding nature, misfortune awaits. It won't, I trust them. They treat me kindly. Humph. Su Han rolled her eyes. Only because you bear the name Su. 15 minutes later, Su Han delivered Qingyu to Blue Sky Garden, a modest, obscure bar tucked away in a quiet corner of the city. Her brow furrowed deeper. Watching Qingyu alight from the car, Su Han dispatched 2 trusted subordinates to discreetly monitor her before departing satisfied. Qingyu, you've arrived. A figure waited at the entrance, greeting her with warm sincerity, tall, clean-cut, clad in a crisp white t-shirt and denim, effortlessly polished. Zhu Hua, outwardly sunny and sociable, yet consciously cultivating an air of maturity. Not because Qingyu preferred it, but because the Su elders favored such steady, grounded young men. He held firm confidence winning Qingyu's affection might prove feasible, but securing her family's approval. That would demand extraordinary effort. Qingyu's arrival ignited cheers and playful teasing. She was ushered inside like a celestial body encircled by adoring stars. To ease her discomfort, Zhu Hua had intentionally invited several women, ensuring lively, flattering energy. Whether romance blossomed or not mattered less than the immediate warmth of praise. Qingyu smiled softly throughout, serene, receptive, allowing the merriment to swirl around her like gentle tide. Today Zhu Hua had reserved the small bar exclusively. No outsiders were permitted. Unrestrained by formality, the group reveled exuberantly. The atmosphere was vibrant and warm. Su Qingyu sipped a modest glass of wine, but refrained from singing, remaining quietly composed throughout. Zhu Hua stayed close by her side, diligently steering conversation while barely engaging with any other women. An hour later, Su Qingyu excused herself to visit the restroom and stepped out of the private room. She politely declined her female companion's offer to accompany her. Her personal bodyguard would suffice. Inside the restroom, Su Qingyu gently brushed aside a few strands of hair falling across her forehead, gazing at her reflection in the mirror, and for a fleeting moment, an uncanny, chilling austerity flickered across her features. Then she loosened the neat bun atop her head, letting her hair cascade freely. "Miss." Behind her, her young female bodyguard, barely older than Su Qingyu herself, handed over several items, her expression impassive. A lightweight full-body coat, a sword hilt-shaped handle, an eerie mask, and a single earpiece. Su Qingyu first accepted the earpiece and inserted it into her right ear. Immediately, a woman's voice emanated softly within. "Target confirmed. The two parties are now making contact. All systems are ready. Initiate operation. You have precisely 3 minutes." Without lingering on the transmission, she slipped on the sleek black coat, a trial star-grade tactical garment. Exquisitely tailored to her frame, it amplified her physical prowess, enhanced her defensive resilience, and enabled her to wield her full strength without compromise. In just 3 seconds, the coat sealed seamlessly over her form. Her hands rose to her nape, then snapped outward. Her hair billowed upward in a sudden silken cascade before settling, gently veiling half her face in an arresting, artful disarray. Within mere seconds, her entire aura transformed. She was no longer the gentle, sheltered Su Qingyu. Her gaze hardened with unwavering resolve. Her presence radiated lethal intent. Finally, she donned the mask, grasped the sword hilt, and, without hesitation, leapt from the second-floor window toward the adjacent high-rise. The bodyguard glanced once, then returned to her post beside the door, blocking entry. "Her Highness is indisposed." Third basement level of the Bishui Grand Hotel. A lithe figure materialized. Her hilt flared into a radiant white longsword, cleaving through the 2 sentries with surgical precision. She emerged from shadow, fixing her gaze upon the 50-meter-long narrow corridor ahead. She stood tall, 172 meters, with every curve of her form accentuated beneath a form-fitting black bodysuit, revealing a physique both sculpted and flawless. Her long black hair tumbled wildly, front and back, untamed, unbound, partially obscuring her face in effortless, windswept elegance. A crimson, grotesque mask covered her entire face. The left half bore a human visage, the right a fox's, its edges resorted and contouring flawlessly to the lines of her skin. The first basement housed a parking garage. The second was partitioned off as a storage warehouse, mere camouflage. The true lair lay buried deep in the third basement. A voice whispered in her ear, "All surveillance feeds severed. Biometric lock disengaged. 5 seconds." The instant the words faded, she erupted forward, racing toward the reinforced metal gate 50 meters away. Strands of loose hair whipped through the air. Click. A faint metallic sigh escaped the vault door. At 6 seconds, the black figure breached its threshold. The 2 guards at the entrance recoiled in shock, hands instinctively flying toward their weapons before they could even rise. Shink. A silver arc flashed. 2 heads soared skyward in unison. Inside, another elongated corridor stretched ahead. 4 doors lined each side, and 1 final door loomed at the far end. A thunderous shout shattered the silence. "Intruder!" At the commotion, over a dozen figures burst from the 4 rooms, staring momentarily stunned at the lone figure before them. "What are you waiting for? Kill her. Grab your weapons. Wipe her out. Kill. Kill." One man sprinted toward the final door to alert the boss inside. Dozens surged forward, but she moved faster. Utterly expressionless, she charged against them. With one stroke, a body split cleanly in 2. Her blade did not pause. Its residual momentum sliced through another foe. Light as mist, swift as lightning, yet devastatingly powerful, her sword blazed with silvery brilliance. In the next breath, she stood before 2 more men. Before they could blink, their hands flew to their throats as their heads detached, and dropped soundlessly to the floor. Each strike claimed a life, severed heads spilled blood. In exactly 3 seconds, 13 bodies lay motionless, none spared, none whole. Only then did the innermost door finally swing open. 3 men rushed out, the messenger and the 2 syndicate leaders who had been negotiating. Their faces paled in horror, especially the messenger. They'd reacted instantly, yet all their underlings were already dead. One man in his 40s, 8 meters tall, missing his left arm's scarred face, bulging muscle, was Ulu, leader of the Flying Scorpion gang, according to intel. He stared grimly at the black-clad woman, then locked eyes with her crimson mask. A chill ran down his spine. Blood Fox. She did not answer. Her pace remained unhurried, her steps sinuous, her bearing hypnotically poised. Her mission was never this petty gang, merely collateral. Her true quarry stood beside them, the man with whom they traded. He carried something valuable. Blood Fox, we've never crossed paths. You've overstepped. My superiors aren't powerless. You won't survive the fallout. A mellifluous voice replied, I know perfectly well. Deputy Police Chief Yu Chin, correct. Ulu's face drained of color. How could she know? This was absolute top secret, known only to him and Yu Chun. If word leaked that the deputy chief secretly propped up underground syndicates, colluding with criminals, their political careers would end overnight. The Blood Fox had come prepared, and spoken so brazenly only because she intended to leave no witnesses alive. HRRGH. Muscles swelling like taut steel, Ulu wrenched a long blade from his back and charged forward, striding straight at the Blood Fox. 2 minutes remain, don't waste time. Finish it swiftly. The earpiece's warning altered her intent. No longer toying, she unleashed her full power, her aura surging violently. Behind her, the middle-aged man who'd commissioned the Flying Scorpion gang edged backward, desperate to escape. His arrival had been meticulously concealed. No one knew he was here. He'd sought out the gang not for partnership, but to discreetly transport a rare, priceless cargo to a designated location. It was both conspiracy and strategy. In the megacity of Qingling, the Flying Scorpion gang survived precisely because everyone knew what they were, and thus no one looked twice when their vehicles passed. Yet, why had they been exposed before even moving? They weren't novices. He refused to believe the Blood Fox's appearance was coincidence. She'd come for his cargo. Suddenly, he seized the throat of Ulu's subordinate. Where's the back exit? Every cunning fox digs 3 burrows. Their headquarters surely had an escape route. Had the Blood Fox not struck so suddenly, had there been even a moment's warning, they might already have fled. The young man, choked face purpling, fingers clawing at the grip around his neck. She's alone. We can take her, together. Surprised by the man's loyalty, but unwilling to risk himself in a pointless duel, he tightened his grip. Speak. The subordinate, stubborn to the core, refused to utter a word, only glared defiant. If his master fell, he'd drag this man down with him. Perhaps he had lured the Blood Fox here. Enraged, he pressed harder, when abruptly the fight ended. Ulu, already defeated. Boss. The subordinate turned, hope collapsing into despair. Ulu lay decapitated, utterly lifeless. The Blood Fox lifted her head. A few droplets of blood stained her mask. She wiped them away with quiet precision, then fixed her gaze upon her true target. Looks like I'll have to cut my way out through the front door. With a final brutal twist, the subordinate joined his master in death. Such reckless courage deserved no mercy. You can't hold me. Why assume you're facing only one? His pupils contracted. Then a mountain of a man crashed through the main doorway. 9 meters tall, muscles coiled like live wire, bearing straight down upon him. The Blood Fox joined the assault. Time was critical. Their battle shook the entire building, yet lasted barely a minute before his head rolled from his shoulders, severed clean. Mission complete. With those words, the Blood Fox strode out of the basement. A woman's voice crackled in her earpiece, acknowledged. At that moment, a young man in mechanical engineer's uniform entered, wearing a broad-brimmed cap and carrying a tool case. He flashed the Blood Fox a confident salute, stepped past the corpses without pause, and entered the farthest room to crack the safe. Meanwhile, the 9-meter giant approached the fallen man, searched his person, and retrieved a small, unassuming box. Cargo secured. Excellent. 30 seconds remaining. Understood. The giant approached the technician. Did you hear that? 20 seconds left. Relax. I'll be done in 15 seconds. In the blink of an eye, the safe yielded, revealing 4 neatly packed bags of cash scheduled for midnight transfer, now unnecessary. Each grabbed 2 bags. Withdraw. Back at the neighboring Lantian courtyard, Su Qingyu re-entered the restroom. Her personal bodyguard methodically gathered every item, checking and rechecking, ensuring no trace remained, no flaw exposed. Su Qingyu gathered her loose hair and tied it back simply. No fuss, no flourish. Her expression serene, she removed the crimson mask, then traced her index finger slowly beneath her right eye, gently wiping away a fine streak of blood. He, tell me, what do you suppose my fiancé is truly like? He took the mask and replied earnestly. Chow Wan investigated him. He may not meet your standards, miss. Still, I must meet him myself. How else will I discern his true nature? Unless I draw near and observe closely. As you say, miss. Indeed, no one understood her better than herself, just as no one could truly fathom her essence without knowing her intimately. Once fully composed, the gentle, graceful Su Qingyu emerged from the restroom. 10 days later, Mu Hanchuan appeared in Long County, a neighboring city. A battered scrap car materialized out of thin air, landing amid the desolate hills. He had marked this location from his home county of Taizhou, over 100 kilometers away, specifically to test his ability. As he'd anticipated, it functioned flawlessly. During these days, while recovering from his injuries, he had rigorously experimented with his translocation skill, the very foundation upon which his future survival would rest. Mastery demanded absolute clarity and complete command. So far, all had proceeded smoothly. If he could translocate a derelict vehicle, he could certainly translocate luxury cars. A risk-free enterprise. Stroll casually through high-end entertainment districts, identify targets, discreetly mark them, then reappear 2 weeks later in another province to retrieve and resell them to local dealers. 1 month would suffice. 3 such transactions would comfortably sustain him. 0 risk. Absolute safety. Exponential returns. He smirked, flawless. Mu Hanchuan considered himself no paragon of virtue. Having endured every hardship life could offer since childhood, he felt no remorse, only pragmatism. Money was survival, poverty true terror. Without hesitation, he set off for the city center to scout potential markets. Half an hour later, he wandered into Linghu City's urban core. He deliberately visited the city's most vibrant entertainment district. Dozens of luxury vehicles, priced in the hundreds of thousands, were scattered throughout. Those exceeding $1 million were rare. Linghu City's caliber remained modest. Soon he would venture to metropolises and provincial capitals, to broaden his horizons and gather richer opportunities. To them, a wrecked car was mere pocket change, perhaps a month's allowance. To him, it represented a fortune. Consider it charity for a younger brother in need. He drifted toward an upscale residential community, and just short of its gates leapt onto a tall tree to peer inside. Though the dense foliage revealed nothing, suddenly curses echoed from a nearby path. Concealed among the branches, Mu Hanchuan watched as a man and woman struggled violently, drawing nearer to his tree. Listening closely, he realized the man was attempting to rob a stylish, fashionable young woman. He half expected some cliched melodrama. Do you wish to die? Dare to rob me? Do you even know who I am? She clutched her purse, fiercely shouting desperately to summon security, refusing to let go even as she was dragged toward him. Its contents might hold value, but residents here likely deemed such things trivial. Unless perhaps she was merely visiting. Let go. The man was slight, not muscular, barely heavier than the woman herself. Agitated and single-minded, he sought only swift escape. Unmoved by her beauty, he pursued his objective with cold focus. Mu Hanchuan observed their struggle silently, no intention of playing hero. Human hearts were treacherous, even sight deceived. Who truly was virtuous, and who corrupt? Was that not so? You dare rob me. Tomorrow your entire family will perish. Dare you doubt it? The man, now enraged, drew a handgun from his waistband. A hardened criminal indeed. Clutching the purse in one hand, he leveled the weapon at her and snarled, "Let go, now? My father is Lu Dagong. Do you know who my elder brother is? Go ahead, pull the trigger. Let go." She tumbled to the ground, then scrambled upright, instantly gripping the purse with both hands. Her face nearly pressed against the muzzle. Proud, defiant, she gambled he lacked the nerve to fire. Mu Hanchuan remained motionless. Both were obstinate, and he saw no wisdom in inserting himself. What if they accused him of complicity, or worse, assault? He wished only to discern who was righteous and who irredeemable. Go on, shoot. If you don't, you'll be dead by dawn. Then, suddenly, the man released the purse. Her eyes lit with relief. Mu Hanchuan felt a flicker of boredom. So it ended like this. Just as both woman and observer assumed fear had made him retreat, his free hand clicked open the firearm's safety. She opened her mouth to curse again. In the next instant, decisively, bang, he fired, snatched the purse from the ground, and fled. His mission was accomplished. She fell, her skull shattered by the bullet drawn forward by her own defiance. She collapsed heavily, eyes wide with disbelief, never imagining he would truly pull the trigger. Watching the robber vanish into the distance, Mu Hanchuan knew unequivocally this one was evil. As for the beautiful woman lying in her blood, beyond saving. Undeniably she was good. Judgment rendered. Mu Hanchuan departed, pursuing the assailant without delay. From afar, voices approached, two armed security guards from the residential complex arriving too late. After sprinting several kilometers, the man staggered onto a narrow, shadow-choked gravel path, gasping for breath, then whirled, raising his gun behind him. Indeed, a gray-cloaked figure with a low-brimmed hat emerged from the gloom. The man stared in shock. How could anyone have caught up so swiftly? Without pause, he fired. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots all missed. The figure darted left and right with effortless grace. Terror seized him. This was no ordinary pursuer. A trialist, high rank undoubtedly. Once he too had entered the trial star full of ambition, only to lose his fortune, suffer grievous wounds, and fail every trial. His meager rewards had barely kept him alive. He abandoned further gunfire and fled. Just as behind him, the gray-cloaked man conjured a circular shield from nowhere and hurled it with lethal force. Thud! A devastating blow struck the back of his skull. Too powerful, too fast, no chance to evade. He pitched forward, the stolen designer purse flying far into the thick undergrowth of a landscaped garden. Remarkably effective, the thrown shield had been Mu Hanchuan's strength translocation skill deployed in combat for the first time. Summoned directly from his hidden base, its impact surpassed even his strongest physical throws, greater force velocity and concussive power. An unexpected bonus, the summoned shield carried enhanced kinetic properties, compensating perfectly for his modest strength attribute. His right palm opened once more. The shield, still rolling across the ground, vanished and reappeared in his grasp. It descended again, crushing his neck with brutal finality. His body convulsed, then stilled. Secure. No loose ends. Truly, I am a force for justice, eradicating a menace. And the fallen woman, a heroine in her own right. Her sacrifice confirmed his judgment beyond doubt. Mu Hanchuan stepped past the corpse and halted beside the overgrown grass where the purse had landed, hesitating before touching it. After brief contemplation, marking successful, markable objects 77. Ultimately, he chose caution over haste, opting for a safer method rather than seizing it directly. With a sharp flick of his wrist, the shield soared across the grounds, vanishing into the still waters of a nearby artificial lake, before he turned and walked away, leaving the scene behind. 2 hours later, having reached a secure location, Mu Hanchuan activated his translocation skill without delay. First, the designer purse, the catalyst of 2 deaths, materialized in his left hand. Moments later, the shield reappeared in his right, retrieved from the lake's depths. Incredible. This skill alone did not grant invincibility, but it vastly elevated both his survivability and self-reliance. His plans for supplementary income now seemed infinitely more viable. Beyond luxury vehicles, he contemplated armored cash transports, even vaults. Why not? Such audacity, surely destined for greatness. Money was never excessive. Every coin found ample capital would double his current growth rate. Attribute points weren't earned solely in trial challenges. Attribute-enhancing cards constituted the true bounty. The thought thrilled him. Then came a sharper question: could people be marked? If so, the possibilities expanded exponentially. Not only in team-based trials, where he could shield allies from death itself, but in reality the applications multiplied. Imagine sending a trusted comrade to infiltrate a bank, then retrieving him at the perfect moment, or dispatching him to uncover secret vaults within elite conglomerates or noble families. Incredible, truly unparalleled. This skill's utility extended endlessly, limited only by vision, never by capacity. Yet his current strength remained insufficient for such ventures, and he lacked a suitable partner. That would wait. Opening the purse, he found 500,000 yuan in cash. No doubt the man had stalked her for this sum, waiting until she was isolated before striking. He unearthed assorted personal items, value uncertain, but clearly well used. One smartphone, market value around 10,000 yuan, but he dismissed it. Its worth didn't justify the risk, especially given its connection to 2 murders. 2 bank cards, useless and dangerous. His haul amounted to little more than the cash. The purse itself might hold value, though he neither knew nor cared to investigate. Better to eliminate all traces, safest above all. Yet the true reward wasn't currency. It was battlefield validation of his strength skill. Not a waste. Marking cancelled. Markable objects 67. The purse was unmarked and disposed of alongside other evidence. Prudence always prevailed. Ding. With only 3 days left in the month, the long-awaited news finally arrived for Mu Hanchuan. The team trial must be entered within these 3 days, or else the opportunity for this month's entry would be wasted. At 8 p.m., in the auction house of Hanyue Box No. 7. This message was sent by Baigu confirming the final entry date, and the young lady who booked the car would surely make an appearance. After applying some makeup, Mu Hanchuan, who was in Taizhou County belonging to Nanshi City, set out for Hanyue Auction House, which is located in the city center of Nanshi and is the largest auction house in Nanshi. Those attending such events naturally prefer to avoid the limelight, thus a bit of camouflage is certainly permissible as long as no weapons are brought in. This is also the main reason why Baigu chose that location. It's safe and won't expose them. In Mu Hanchuan's view, Baigu and Midnight Black Tea must come from decent backgrounds. Without a certain level of family support, it's hard to achieve such strength at their age. However, their backgrounds don't seem particularly prominent, otherwise they wouldn't be so eager to take on jobs. As for the taciturn He Yu, he is very likely someone similar to Mu Hanchuan, someone who relies on his own efforts. The two of them share a certain air of poverty. At exactly 8 p.m., a Mu Hanchuan arrived at Box No. 7, not a second late, to avoid having to deal with meaningless pleasantries. For people like them, small talk is the most unproductive and worthless, though this is simply Mu Hanchuan's own. Outside the box stood 4 bodyguards, all of whom were obviously trial participants. Their demeanor and gaze different from ordinary people. Inside the box, Baigu, Midnight Black Tea, and He Yu were present along with 3 others, 2 men and 1 woman. The 2 men showed no signs of concealment. They were middle-aged, one seated and the other standing behind him. The young lady had made some effort to conceal her appearance. Her face was not clearly visible, but her figure was decent, slightly inferior to Midnight Black Tea, and her skin was of course fair. The seated middle-aged man spoke. Now that everyone is here, let's discuss the details. They showed no interest in the auction that was taking place outside and went straight to business. Sure. Baigu began to introduce the employers. I am the captain of this team, nicknamed Baigu, focusing mainly on frontline combat. This is, Baigu pointed to the only woman in the team, Midnight Black Tea, a melee assassin. And this is, Baigu pointed to He Yu in the corner, He Yu, the team scout and range fire support. Finally, this is Mu, our heavy shield. Mu is the heavy shield. The employers did not show any unusual reactions to the previous introductions. They had already gathered information beforehand. However, the revelation of the heavy shield raised their doubts. He seemed too young and not very sturdy. How could he be the heavy shield? One must know that on the trial, star crises can occur at any moment and any kind of danger may descend. The tank is the most crucial role. He must stand at the forefront during any crisis. This person seems too young. He may have only participated in trials for a few years. Is he reliable enough? They had envisioned a heavy shield to be a burly man. Baigu smiled and explained, rest assured, don't be fooled by Mu's not so bulky stature. His strength is definitely not an issue. We have worked together many times without any accidents. He is very reliable. Our entire team would never risk our lives. Even if I agree, my teammates wouldn't. Midnight Black Tea chimed in, anyone who can join our team must have the requisite strength, so you need not worry. Mu Hanchuan glanced at Midnight Black Tea again. Her tone was quite imposing, and just hearing her speak suggested she didn't come from an ordinary background. He Yu in the corner nodded in agreement. Such high praise indicates that this young man is indeed impressive. The group cast another look at this seemingly unremarkable young man, especially the curious young lady. Since that's the case, let's discuss the specifics. As long as my lady returns safely, each of you will receive a reward of 1 million plus additional rewards based on the trial reward she obtains. If she successfully clears the challenges and achieves final victory, each of you could earn up to 6 million. Additionally, you will need to pay a deposit of 8 million. If anything happens to Our Lady during the trial, the deposit will be non-refundable. Do you have any questions? After a glance at each other, Baigu and Midnight Black Tea shook their heads, saying team trials are far more risky than individual trials. Moreover, the trial's entrance is random and any kind of crisis could emerge. If the deposit is 8 million, then the final victory reward should also be 8 million for fairness. What we are offering is the highest price in Luoxing. It's precisely because of your good reputation that we're willing to pay this amount. There are certainly teams in Tianlan City that are better suited than yours. We just don't want to deal with too much trouble. Of course, if you truly succeed in this trial, there is no reason we can't negotiate a higher price next time. This is a long-term collaboration, and we naturally hope that you truly possess this strength as it would benefit both parties. Upon hearing this, Baigu and the others exchanged looks again. The young Lattice family is a prominent one, at least in Luoxing, and gaining such a major client's business favor would be beneficial for their small team, provided they could demonstrate sufficient strength to earn recognition. All right, then, it's settled. We also hope for future cooperation. Baigu ultimately conceded, representing the team in agreement. They averaged several months to secure a single client, and they usually had to self-finance to enter team trials. It's rare to encounter such a generous and financially capable client. Very well, now, let's discuss the specifics. Next, the young lady herself made her entrance. Hello, I am Chuyu, and I will trouble you all to take care of me during the upcoming trial. One could tell at first glance that this name was also a code name, not her real name. I am a support class. My ability is to enhance strength. Her self-introduction was very detailed, but her ability was rather singular. Given her apparent youth, she likely hadn't been participating in trials for long, otherwise her family wouldn't have spent such a large sum to specially find her a team. Next, Baigu, the team leader, presided over the discussion regarding equipment allocations, items to carry, and skill coordination within the trial star. Chiyu listened intently, possibly because it was her first time participating in such a team trial, her eyes filled with excitement and curiosity. Once Mu Hanchuan's equipment was finalized, he would carry an grade round shield and grade large shield, and in a grade void stomach armor, all defense-oriented items. The void stomach armor was severely damaged and under repair. He should be able to retrieve it in a couple of days. The round shield is smaller, hence its defensive area is also limited, but it offers better agility. The large shield can expand, providing a greater defensive area and level, but it is correspondingly clumsier. As for items, Mu Hanchuan carried a medical kit as a support item. Since his main task is not only to stand at the front, but also to protect the young lady, having a medical kit on hand is quite necessary. Baigu brought durability supplies mainly prepared for Mu Hanchuan's shield. Hey, you carried a repair box. Midnight Black Tea was quite wealthy. She originally intended to bring a collective defense item card, but the young lady stated that she would also bring a defense item card, so Midnight Black Tea switched to bringing an attack item instead. With that, the basic structure for the team trial was established, awaiting entry in 2 days. The few people in the room remained calm. Only the young lady seemed a bit less composed, slightly excited about her first participation. All right, let's start the marking now. After saying this, Baigu was the first to extend his palm and press it on the silver star key on the table, which was provided by the employer. In a moment, Baigu successfully marked it, followed by Midnight Black Tea Heiyu, and then Mu Hanchuan with the young lady marking last. Once the marking was successful, the team trial members were officially confirmed and could not be changed. The team dungeon is marked in advance, and when the time comes, the captain can directly activate it. The team members do not need to stay together. Once the trial is activated, marked members will be collectively transported to the Forbidden Trial Star, with a smaller chance of being transported to the Forbidden Star Ring. Both belong to trial stars, but are somewhat different. Generally, teams formed by random individuals do not dare to do this. They usually find a relatively safe location or a recognized intermediary organization to activate the team trial star key on the spot, supervising each other's entry to avoid being set up. However, fixed teams like theirs do not have such concerns and can enter separately from their respective secret base. Although Mu Hanchuan had only cooperated with these individuals once, he was not afraid. Even if he were truly betrayed, he was confident in preserving his own life, who a rough man must be able to endure. Baigu clapped his hands heavily. All right, at 8 p.m. 2 days from now, we will enter the team trial. Be prepared in advance to avoid delays. As for the deposit, it has already been given to Baigu in advance. He will hand it over to the intermediary. No problem. Understood. Got it. This silver star key has already been marked, and to outsiders it is as if it has been scrapped and holds no value. The employer will take it back and bring it out again at 8 p.m. the day after tomorrow, watching Baigu activate it. The young lady is the most important heir at the end of the trial. She will also return directly to this original. Everything was settled, and everyone dispersed. Mu Hanchuan did not rush to leave, but lingered a bit longer at the auction house, gazing at the auction stage where an elderly man was presiding, which was quite unappetizing. The next auction item, a blue random attribute point card, starting bid 3 million. A small exclamation arose from below from some young men and women who had never seen much of the world. Mu Hanchuan's eyes sparkled with a hint of desire. He stayed here to catch a glimpse of this blue random attribute point card. He had never obtained one, nor had he had the chance to use one. It was too expensive for him to afford. White, 1 point yellow, 2 points blue, 3 points red, 4 points purple, 5 points. The highest attribute card that appeared on the market was only purple. Black cards were rarely heard of. Even the lowest grade white random attribute point card, which only adds 1 point, starts at 1 million, and this blue one requires 3 million. How could he afford it? The trial checkpoints are indeed the primary place for testers to acquire attribute points, but they come with tremendous risks. The random attribute card is different. Although it has a time limit for use, as long as you have good talent, you might not be worse off than those who participate in the trial checkpoints. Mu Hanchuan wasn't sure if it could be understood as talent. He had only heard others say this, but it was more or less the same meaning. It's akin to your aptitude. The better your aptitude, the faster you cultivate. Here it is the same. The better your talent, the shorter the interval time for using the random attribute card. If you can only use one random attribute card a month, while those with supreme talent can use one in a week. The gap between you has already widened tremendously. This is what is known as talent. It is indeed unfair, but this is reality. There has never been absolute fairness. In fact, encountering those with good talent is not terrifying. Someone like Mu Hanchuan has never used an attribute random card because he has no money. He has never used one, so who knows how talented he is. What is truly terrifying are those with supreme talent, who also have a powerful background and are completely unbothered by money. They are the real threat. Like the young lady they are currently serving, if her talent is not lacking along with the monthly team trials, she doesn't need to participate in any solo trials. Her growth speed will be unprecedentedly fast, even quicker than that of ordinary geniuses. This is a typical representation of converting financial power into personal strength. Money, oh how I love you, but sadly I have none. After paying the deposit, he had less than $1 million left on him. He had to figure out how to scrape together the money for the monthly team trials. Such things could only be dreamed about. So are you interested in this random attribute card? The middle-aged man in the private box had somehow come to Mu Hanchuan's side, while the young lady had not been seen. No, just looking, I could never admit him poor. Hee. The middle-aged man chuckled, revealing a yellow random attribute card in his hand and handing it to Mu Hanchuan. My friend has an eye on that one above. This one is for you. During the team trial, please take good care of our young lady. She was born noble and has a bit of a temper, but as long as you don't provoke her, she won't throw a tantrum. Mu Hanchuan certainly didn't extend his hand. How could he take it? Take it. I hope my young lady can return safely. Is that all? Of course, no problem at all. There wouldn't be any issues. Since it was offered so willingly, refusing would be disrespectful. Mu Hanchuan reluctantly accepted it, suppressing a smile. What a kind person. Oh, a 2 million item just given away. Because of their sincerity, there was no way he would let that young lady encounter any trouble. This is professionalism. You are a good person, the man complimented and left on his own. Was he trying to win me over? Of course it couldn't be to recruit him as a son-in-law. It was merely to bring him on as a bodyguard or henchman. These families place a high value on people like Mu Hanchuan, especially those with exceptional personal ability. If he could be utilized, a competitive team could be organized within the family to participate in team trials independently. The money wouldn't be wasted. It would be an investment to cultivate their own henchmen while providing protection for the younger generation in the clan, a win-win situation. Mu Hanchuan glanced at the high platform where the blue random attribute card was ultimately sold for $3.5 million, not much of a markup. Even so, if one were to use 4 cards a month, that would be an astronomical amount. Regardless of the quality of the attribute card used, the interval time is determined by your talent. There is no difference. Naturally, the higher the quality, the better. Who would use a white card if they could use a blue one? They could gain several additional points and attributes every month. This is just a random attribute card which can only add points randomly on the trial star. There is also a chance to obtain designated attribute point cards, which are truly expensive. Multiplying the random attribute card's price by 3, the blue one would be around 9 million. Haha, it would be impossible to buy in this lifetime. Ordinary people certainly cannot afford it. Only those who are truly significant figures, or those who need just a little more to activate certain equipment or skills, would specially buy these to fill in the points. Of course, you can also buy random attribute cards to gamble. If you hit the jackpot once, you would make a fortune, but if you don't get the required attribute points after 10 tries, then you would be in dire straits. The more crucial factor is time. 10 tries. Even if your talent is outstanding and you can use 1 card a week, it still requires over 2 months of time. With that money to squander, there is no time to waste. Mu Hanchuan left, eager to return and use this yellow attribute card, desperately wanting to know how his talent was. God bless, I hope it won't be too bad. An hour and a half later, feeling anxious, Mu Hanchuan returned to his secret base after deliberately taking. He could have used it on the way, but he insisted on returning here, hoping for better luck. He took out the yellow item card, which had a faint pattern on it, revealing a simple 2, indicating it added 2 attribute points. Heaven bless, I am willing to trade 20 years of my parents' lives for this. 30 years would do too. After finishing his prayer, Mu Hanchuan directly used this item card. Random attribute point item card used successfully. Physique increased by 2 points due to insufficient agility and mind points. The surplus was added to mind. Physique 1. Mind 1. Points increased successfully. As expected, it was added to physique. Mu Hanchuan was mentally prepared for this. For some unknown reason, all the attribute rewards he had received were invariably added to physique, and only when the other points were below a quarter of the base value would they be supplemented to the other points. This time was the same, even with the random attribute card. Mu Hanchuan looked at his attribute points. Strength, 88. Physique, 343 1 E grade. Agility, 86. Mind, 86 1. Equipment, none. Skill teleportation, S, grade 12. Items, none. 0 brain domain, carrying capacity 16, 1 remaining. This is not bad. Mine has also increased a little, getting closer to F grade. Mu Hanchuan immediately checked the cooldown period for using the random attribute card next time. Random attribute point item card cooldown period 5 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes remaining. Whoa, 6 days. Mu Hanchuan jumped up in excitement. What does this represent? It means he can use 5 random attribute point item cards each month. As long as he can earn enough money in the future, he can increase his physique by more than 10 points each month, nearly doubling his advancement speed. Of course, all of this is predicated on the fact that he has the financial means. I am now a terrifying figure with great skill. Am I still afraid of not being able to make money? He will definitely make it. He believes in himself. He never expected that his talent would be so high. From his knowledge and experience, he had only heard of a minimum of 7 days and a maximum of over 3 months. It was none other than his manager Chai Long. Chai Long must have been useless with no chance of recovery. Just because he hadn't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. There must be those with even higher talents on this planet, not to mention the numerous races in this star system. On the night after tomorrow, I will enter the team trial. If luck is on my side, I might win a few million in rewards. At that time, I can splurge a bit and go to the underground market to get a random attribute item card to play with. I can't go to the legitimate selling points as they require a record of one's real identity, which I cannot reveal. Using a fake identity is useless. Modern technology cannot hide the truth. If someone really investigates, they will certainly find out. The only way is to lay low, avoid public places, refrain from any legitimate channels, and steer clear of official scrutiny. Oh, he is just a poor kid. After the trial, I still need to find time to check on the old man. It's been a while since I heard from him. I hope he isn't running around causing trouble again. At his age, he should just enjoy his retirement. Mu Hanchuan walked out of the secret base. First, I need to see if my void stomach armor is repaired. That piece of equipment is too important to me. It must not be flawed. If it's not repaired, yet I'll have to ask Old Wang to hurry up. It must be completed in the next 2 days. It was deep into the night, just the right time to go. That store is one he frequents and has never had issues. Mu Hanchuan wouldn't go to unfamiliar places. In reality, the options in Nalan City are quite limited. Equipment produced within the trial star can only be repaired by trial takers who have learned the repair skills which are also produced in the trial star. Those who have learned level repair skills can only repair level equipment, while those with a level skills can repair a level and below. Certain types of special equipment require specific repair skills, which is very strict. In the entire Nalan City, there are only a few wild level repair workers available. If not, one must resort to official channels to repair at those legitimate places, which Mu Hanchuan definitely wouldn't do. In the early morning, Mu Hanchuan arrived at a dredging operation transfer station in Taizhou County. The person he was looking for was here. Usually there are hardly any people, as government workers only come at the end of each month to clear the silt. Mu Hanchuan walked in from the riverside path. Is Old Wang not here? Upon entering the room, he frowned. This shouldn't be. Old Wang usually stays here at this time. My master went out. You can tell me anything you need. The one speaking was a young man named Song Hung, around 27 or 28 years old. He was Old Wang's apprentice, capable of repairing only level equipment, and generally assisted Old Wang with minor repairs. Mu Hanchuan didn't particularly like this person. He was not very skilled, but had a high opinion of himself, often looking down on others and acting as if everyone depended on him. I'm here to collect the equipment we agreed upon 13 days ago. Oh, the number. 17. Song Hung flipped through and casually pulled out a box, tossing it onto the table without a second thought. Mu Hanchuan let out a sigh of relief. At least it was repaired, and there were no issues. He opened it, and his expression darkened. Not repaired. Song Hung did not look up, saying, "Can't you see I'm busy?" Mu Hanchuan glanced at the equipment he was repairing, which was marked as 25. His own was still not fixed, yet he was working on the back. How could this Song Hung be so ignorant of the rules? Wait, he's holding in a level piece of equipment. Did Old Wang manage to get him a level repair skills? A level repair skills are considered a type of auxiliary skill. The requirements for learning are not high, only needing level strength and agility attributes. This Song Hung clearly hasn't participated in many trials, yet still reached level. Based solely on Song Hung's abilities, he certainly wouldn't have the energy to acquire a level repair skills. It must be Old Wang's assistance. This guy can't possibly be Old Wang's illegitimate child. Where is Old Wang? Looking at the void stomach armor, it seemed only about 60% repaired. With only a day left until the agreed time, even if Old Wang hurried back, he wouldn't be able to finish. I need to enter the team trial the day after tomorrow. This could ruin my plans. He still hadn't looked up, his demeanor dismissive. My master is very busy. He doesn't have time to stay here all day. If you need it, take it. If not, leave it. You can come back in half a month to pick it up. Huh. Mu Hanchuan felt displeased, but maintained a calm expression. He placed the remaining half of the payment gently on the table and took his void stomach armor. This was the money for his life. Old Wang is a stable person who values credibility. It's likely because his apprentice reached a level repair capability that he felt comfortable leaving. When he leaves, he would definitely clarify which repairs need to be prioritized and which must be completed on time. Clearly, Song Hung didn't take it seriously. Everyone is out here making a living. One must understand how to conduct oneself and follow the rules. This is very important, or else his master must understand, but unfortunately he doesn't and won't have a chance to. Regardless of whether the damaged void stomach armor affects me during the team trial, once I come out, I will definitely demand an explanation from them. Mu Hanchuan turned and left. As he reached the door, he heard a heavy tch sound from behind, and the remaining payment on the table wasn't hurriedly collected. Back at his secret base, Mu Hanchuan did nothing, focusing on recuperating and regaining his strength. He had a good sleep to alleviate his very displeased mood, waking up only at noon the next day. He went to the adjacent miscellaneous room to prepare for the team trial the next evening. Inside were his few pieces of equipment: 3 round shields, 1 arm shield, 2 large shields, all Flevel, and additionally in Flevel armor. All of them were defensive equipment. For him, offensive gear was basically useless and unmanageable. They could only be traded for money. After pondering for a moment, Mu Hanchuan decided to take the A-level void stomach armor with him. Even if it was only 60% intact, its defensive power was still stronger than Flevel armor. However, if the battles inside are too intense, it might be directly ruined. This is all I have. How can I bear to part with it? Frustrated, why did I leave at this moment, just before entering the team trial? Old Wang has messed up my plans. Wait a minute. Mu Hanchuan suddenly remembered he has the Slevel transfer skill. There's no need to worry. If something really goes wrong, I can directly summon the Flevel armor to switch it out. Why think so much? I've been silly, really silly. In the corner there was a pile of auxiliary items, none of which were high value, with the most expensive being a medical kit worth 30,000. I hadn't had the chance to use it before, but this time I'll take it, or it could come in handy. I hope that young lady won't need it. Anything saved is a win. I'm poor. Mu Hanchuan sat on the ground and began to study carefully. 1 round shield, 1 large shield, and the void stomach armor are to accompany me into the trial. I still have 2 round shields, 1 arm shield, 1 large shield, and in Flevel armor left. All my belongings are here, so I might as well mark everything to prevent any accidents in there. I still have 2 spots left. I'll mark one for a durability item card and another for a repair box item card. That should be enough. While I'll use everything I can. These are all items produced within the trial star. It's not that there aren't good equipment and powerful firepower in the real world, it's just that they cannot be brought into the trial star, so I obviously can't mark them here. Should I mark a real-world item? Let's see if I can transfer it into the trial star. Mu Hanchuan had a new idea, but after thinking he rejected it. He would experiment during the personal trial. It's best not to take risks during the team trial. The following evening at 7:50, Mu Hanchuan was in his secret base, fully equipped and ready, just waiting to be teleported to the team trial. On the other side, Bai Gu had already met up with the bosses, meticulously reminding the young lady about everything she needed to pay attention to once entering the trial star, clearly worried. Inside, we will handle general situations. You just need to stick close to Mu and don't worry about anything else, understand? Rest assured, I understand. If the opponents are not too powerful, we won't summon Mu to leave. However, if a strong opponent appears, don't worry. Stay put in your hiding spot. If any uncontrollable accident occurs, use that defensive item card to protect yourself, and once the problem is resolved, we will come to find you. Alright, if we get separated, just follow Mu, listen to his arrangements, don't panic. He will protect you, and you must not leave his side. Understood. In summary, it all came down to sticking closely to Mu, and she wasn't foolish enough not to understand. Very well, then we are ready to start the team trial. Okay. Chu Ye's heart raced rapidly. This was her first time participating in a trial. Yes, she had never even participated in a solo trial before, so she was extremely nervous and excited about to witness new history. Bai Gu walked to the marble table where the silver star key marked by the 5 members was placed. Be careful inside. Accompanying Chu Yu this time was an additional woman who couldn't help but remind her. Madam, rest assured, Miss Chu Yu will definitely return safely. Even if it wasn't for the millions in reward money, they had to bring this young lady back safely for her 8 million guarantee. No matter the cost, even if they lost limbs, they would ensure her safe return. At 8 o'clock sharp, Bai Gu grasped the silver star key in his right hand, took a final glance at Chu Yu, and in response to her determined gaze, crushed the star key. Swish! Bai Gu and Chu Yu simultaneously vanished from the room. Meanwhile, at 3 other hidden locations, Mu Hanchuan Midnight Black Tea and He Yu, who had been prepared, also disappeared from their respective hiding spots. The team trial has begun. Location: Jigging Wilderness Trial. Type: Blood Trial. Participating teams: 57. Rules: survive for 3 days. The trial automatically ends after 3 days. Kill as many other trial participants as possible within 3 days. The top 3 teams that achieve the most kills will receive rewards. Those who die will remain on the trial star forever, while the survivors will return. They arrived at the trial star. What the hell? Damn it. A slaughter trial. This luck is just too bad. The 5 landed in a vast wasteland covered with charred rocks where vegetation was sparse and various dark creatures were grotesque and terrifying. The surrounding terrain was complex with deep ravines and rugged paths. The environment was extremely harsh. As soon as they landed, Baigu and the others immediately started to complain, and Chu Ye's small face turned pale. Even as a novice, she understood that this trial would not be easy. Last time, with the same team configuration, they had entered a survival trial, which only required them to withstand the assaults of nearby biological hordes for 2 days. It was simple and easy, but this time their luck was terrible. It was actually a slaughter trial between teams. The teams entering the team trial were diverse. Most were a disorganized mob hastily assembled, but it couldn't be guaranteed that there weren't any elite teams specially formed like theirs. The uncertainty was too great, and a slight misstep could lead to total annihilation. Moreover, participants in the trial were not only humans, but also various races within the star system, each with different capabilities, sometimes making it difficult to assess their strength, leading to potential misjudgments and making things very complicated. The moment they landed, Mu Hanchuan immediately tested his teleportation skill, summoning the auxiliary item durability. In the next moment, the durability item card appeared in his hand behind his back. It worked. Mu Hanchuan was overjoyed. Nothing compared to the actual test of this grade teleportation skill, which indeed could summon items directly to the trial star. Awesome. So exhilarating. Mu Hanchuan felt a sense of relief. Even in the blood trial, he wasn't afraid, as he was sure he could protect himself. Mark released remaining mark 67. He quietly released the mark on this durability item card, ready to use it elsewhere at any time. Midnight Black Tea's expression was serious. This is going to be tough. Oh, what should we do? Baigu looked slightly heavy. This time we have a client. It is unwise to compete for rewards. Our priority is self-preservation. The rewards for the blood trial are generally quite high, but this time there are 57 teams participating and only 3 can receive rewards. The competition is too fierce. It would be unwise to compete while accompanied by the boss. Yes, that's the only way. Midnight Black Tea also felt that the difficulty was a bit high this time. If they hadn't taken this client, they would have been confident in competing. He Yu did not express an opinion. As a scout, he had already begun to observe the surroundings. Chu Yu naturally kept her thoughts to herself. Mu Hanchuan similarly remained silent, but he felt a bit regrettable. A team trial that occurred only once a month could end without any reward, and it would be another wasted month. Fortunately, bringing Chu Yu back alive would still earn him a reward of 1 million, considering it a trip out with her for fun, so it wasn't a complete loss. Baigu took on the responsibility of team leader and issued the first command. It is now 3 in the afternoon on the trial star. You all go find a concealed spot to stay. Don't approach any vegetation. I will go get some shadow spider blood. Midnight Black Tea nodded. Okay. She waved to Chu Yu, taking her to a small pit without any vegetation to hide temporarily. Mu did not leave, but stayed behind Chu Yu, while He Yu did not follow the others, but went in the opposite direction from Baigu to scout the surroundings, focusing on whether any other teams appeared nearby. Midnight Black Tea, what is shadow spider blood? Chu Yu asked softly. Midnight Black Tea, observing the surroundings, casually replied, it's the blood of a creature here that resembles a spider. Huh, what do we need it for to drink? Midnight Black Tea. Mu Hanchuan. Of course not. The Jigging Wilderness is somewhat special, as a giant fern spore grows everywhere. They will erupt during the day. Once you come into contact with these colorless spores, it will cause hallucinations, making it hard to distinguish between friend and foe, which cannot be resolved and takes several days to recover. The shadow spider's blood can automatically dispel these giant fern spores, so you can't get too close. As night falls, these giant fern spores will close up and enter a dormant state. Oh, I see. She understood and learned something new. 10 minutes later, Baigu returned holding a vial of viscous blood. Chu Yu felt a wave of nausea at the sight. Apply it. Prepare to relocate. We must find a secure hiding place before nightfall. Midnight Black Tea applied the substance first to herself, then to Chu Yu. Though deeply reluctant, Chu Yu remained still, cooperative, and compliant. Mu Hanchuan applied it himself. 2 minutes later, He Yu returned, already coated in the blood of the shadow chirping spider, self-reliant as ever. Gu turned to Yu. What's the situation nearby? No other teams detected. To the southeast lies a small hill. Directly south stretch numerous ravines of varying depths. Time was short. Yu had only managed this much reconnaissance. Head due south. Firmly decided, Gu bypassed the hill entirely, opting instead for the more intricate ravine terrain, far safer than the exposed hillock. Having coated themselves in the shadow-chirping spider's blood, the group moved out swiftly. Yu scouted ahead. Gu led the formation. Chu Yu and Mu Hanchuan walked between them. Midnight Black Tea brought up the rear. This formation was battle-ready. Mu Hanchuan would instantly shield Chu Yu while the others engaged the enemy. Mu Hanchuan stole a glance at Chu Yu beside him. His transfer ability currently marked only 6 objects. What if he tried marking her, a living person? Though he held absolute confidence in his ability to protect her, certainty was never absolute. What if something unforeseen occurred? What if they were ambushed by an entire squad? Even he couldn't withstand that many foes alone. If he could truly mark her, then safety would be absolute. After prolonged contemplation, en route, Mu Hanchuan resolved to try. Failure carried no cost, and success undeniable. This sheltered young lady would never even realize what he'd done. Acting without hesitation, he seized her arm as they approached a deep ravine, lifting her gently over the edge. Chu Yu offered a grateful smile. She longed to say she wasn't utterly helpless. Though this was her first trial, her strength and agility had both reached Class F. Such a shallow ditch posed no challenge. Marking successful. Markable objects 77. Mu Hanchuan gasped inwardly. Marking a living person was possible. Truly worthy of its rank ability. Utterly extraordinary. How foolish he'd been to doubt this rank skill before. No ability deserving of such a rank could ever be trivial. Only its application demanded mastery. Instantly, her precise location manifested clearly within his mind. Even if he didn't transfer her outright, this positional marker alone was invaluable. Should he temporarily depart or lose contact, he could locate her instantly. No risk of losing her. Brilliant. As a competent bodyguard, I've just taken another monumental step forward. And should desperation ever strike, this opens a new path, though certainly not security work, but rather kidnapping. First, approach the target discreetly, mark them, then wait 3 to 6 months. On some moonless, silent night, quietly transfer them to your stronghold, and finally demand ransom. Seamless. Risk level 0. If I'm caught doing that, I'll admit defeat, with full, thunderous respect. Along the way, charred rock fragments littered the ground, and vast stretches of earth were stained black. Running south for several kilometers, the squad halted beside a ravine over 7 meters deep, its bottom shrouded in darkness, surrounded on all sides by blackened stone. After careful inspection, Gu nodded with satisfaction. Excellent. This will do. Midnight Black Tea confirmed after her own survey, agreed. Begin excavation. Yu remained outside monitoring the perimeter. Midnight Black Tea stood guard at the ravine's rim, vigilant for movement around the trench. Gu and Mu Hanchuan leapt into the ravine, selected a defensible spot with clear sightlines, and began chiseling, carving a temporary shelter to weather the coming night. As for Miss Chu Yu, she found a comfortable perch, supervising the labor while lost in quiet reverie. She simply couldn't fathom why they'd start digging in broad daylight. These rocks are unusually hard, Mu Hanchuan grumbled. Gu, equally drenched in sweat, replied casually, all the better, greater structural integrity. The black fluid won't seep through. For half an hour, the 2 men labored under the sun, muscles straining, while the 2 women sat, one atop the rim, one at the base, bored and idle. Just as the excavation neared completion, 3 meters deep, 8 square meters wide, Yu's warning call echoed from afar, a perfect mimicry of a common insect native to the trial planet. All 3 looked up simultaneously, tools stilled in hand, exchanging silent, sharp glances. Less than an hour had passed since their arrival on the trial planet, yet crisis had already struck. Gu flashed a 21-foot hand signal, their meaning instantly understood. Before Chu Yu could even blink, Gu and Midnight Black Tea vaulted from the ravine, sprinting toward Yu's position. Confused and about to ask, Chu Yu was silenced by a sharp gesture from Mu, who beckoned her forward. She hurried to his side, heart pounding faster. Had they already encountered another trial team? Mu Hanchuan signaled for her to retreat into the freshly dug shelter, then drew his round shield and took position at the entrance. Obediently, she slipped inside, only then recalling, I'm an auxiliary. Boosting Gu and Midnight Black Tea now was impossible, but she could empower Mu. At least she wasn't entirely useless. A warm surge flooded Mu Hanchuan's body. His strength attribute rose silently, from 88 to 108, crossing into Class F. He glanced at Chu Yu. So this was her support ability, singular in focus yet profoundly effective, enhancing the most vital stat, strength. especially valuable for him, elevating his power into Class F. Each major tier-up granted an immediate 20% boost to corresponding attributes, beyond standard stat gains. Thus, he gained not only 20 strength, but also a 20% increase in offensive power from crossing into Class F. For a frontline tank like himself, this was transformative. She's an exceptional ally. At Heiyu's position, a scale deepling from the aquatic star of Shuilin had been spotted, a water-dwelling race whose prowess surged underwater but faltered sharply on land. His body shimmered silver blue, standing roughly 5 meters tall. Limbs were proportionally balanced, joints more supple than a human's, and a fin-like caudal appendage, 30 to 50 centimeters long, extended from his sacrum. His irises gleamed golden. What's the situation? Baigu arrived beside Heiyu. Midnight Black Tea stayed concealed, lying in ambush nearby. This scale deepling appears infected by giant fern spores. His cognition is severely impaired. Indeed, he bleeds azure, bearing signs of recent combat, yet staggers erratically, lashing out at nothing. His mental state is dire. Alone? Yes, likely a novice unfamiliar with this region. This scale deepling squad appeared hastily assembled, a ragtag unit. Infected by spores, he'd mistaken his own teammates for enemies, fought them viciously, then fled. How shall we proceed? This is a combat trial. Eliminate him. You monitor the perimeter. Midnight Black Tea stands ready to intervene. I'll handle the takedown. Understood. Unexpectedly, something suddenly emerged in Mu Hanchuan's direction during the brief moment when Baigu and Midnight Black Tea had left. A fierce creature 3 meters long with a terrifying black-red exoskeleton covering its body suddenly charged down from above, its front limbs extending into 2 folding blades, each about 1.5 meters long, viciously slashing towards Mu Hanchuan. With just one glance, Mu Hanchuan recognized the Blade Cluster tribe. They too belonged to an intelligent race, but preferred to fight using their physical instincts, displaying great bravery. Without time to think, Mu Hanchuan raised his shield to block. Shiyu, who had been in a daze, suddenly heard a loud crashing sound and saw Mu Hanchuan being swept away by the 2 blade limbs, crashing heavily into the black wall several meters away, causing a thick layer of black dust to fall. After a brief moment of shock, Shiyu regained her composure, tightly covering her mouth, huddled in a corner of the cave, not daring to make a sound, drawing out her small protective axe from her waist, silently praying for Mu's safety, or how would she follow? Going to the underworld. Don't get me wrong, this axe is in great equipment, which can actually enlarge during real combat. Her other 2 pieces of equipment are purely defensive, a top and a bottom tightly wrapping her entire body, revealing only her head, both also great. If she hadn't brought an axe, she would definitely have needed a helmet as well to cover her head. She had never participated in a trial, yet could carry grade equipment, indicating that she had more than one attribute reaching grade, meeting the attribute point requirements for the equipment. Quite a cash sink, relying solely on money. Damn, a sneak attack. Mu Hanchuan was a meat shield, not a scout, and in a moment of distraction, this Blade Cluster creature came too close, catching him off guard. Could this be the Blade Cluster tribe's tactic to draw the tiger away from its mountain? Deliberately drawing our people away to launch a sneak attack on the base? What a trap. Having successfully executed a sneak attack, the Blade Cluster tribe danced with excitement, letting out cheers of joy, and in the next moment charged towards Mu Hanchuan again. The round shield left his hand, embedding itself into the stone wall several meters away, while he himself was not seriously harmed, just momentarily stunned. Mu Hanchuan reached for the large shield behind him, glanced around to ensure there were no allies nearby, to expose himself, and decisively activated the teleportation skill. Another round shield appeared, dropping from thin air into Mu Hanchuan's right hand, and he hurled it towards the charging Blade Cluster creature. A heavy crash resounded. With Chuyu's power enhancing him, combined with the impact force from the teleportation, this throw was surprisingly powerful, causing the Blade Cluster creature to wail in agony, with a small crack appearing on its left forelimb. Mu Hanchuan never imagined that as a meat shield he could deal such strong attacks. Usually he relied solely on his physical body to withstand blows. Just as he felt pleased, another, even stronger Blade Cluster creature appeared behind him. It leaped high, and with a violent impact and powerful strikes from its 2 blade limbs, sent Mu Hanchuan flying. Fortunately, he managed to open the large shield in time, blocking half of the force, otherwise he would have been in trouble. Inside the cave, Chuyu's eyes blurred as she saw something rush past the entrance again, bouncing off the left wall to the right, then flying further away. Was that thing that looked like a ball? Mu Hanchuan felt like spitting blood, and indeed he coughed up a mouthful. These damn creatures only knew how to sneak attack. Why not come at him heated? 2 had already appeared. Oh, would there be more? Please no. 2 was manageable, but if a whole squad came out, would he use his life to bear it? He could run, but what about the young lady? But he could teleport, though it carried the risk of exposure, and he would not use it unless absolutely necessary. He hoped Baigu and the others would return for support soon. The injured blade cluster creature charged over again, vowing to take revenge for that earlier throw. Mu Hanchuan did not let it have its way. The round shield that had flown out of the pit was summoned back again, appearing in his right hand, and he hurled it once more. It was frightened again. Not daring to confront it, it quickly dodged to the side. Sparks flew and debris scattered as the round shield missed, crashing against the hard black wall, shattering a large amount of rock and sending it flying. From the front, a slightly larger blade cluster creature attacked. This time, he did not rely solely on brute force, but used a skill aiming to resolve the situation quickly, as it was not advisable to delay. Visible cutting lines formed on its two blade limbs, greatly enhancing its power and giving it a tearing capability specifically designed to break armor. Mu Hanchuan crouched down, heavily slamming the large shield onto the ground, fully expanding it, reaching 1.5 meters in height and 2 meters in width, maximizing its defensive strength. Clang! A more violent impact erupted. This time, with Mu Hanchuan fully prepared, he steadied himself and bore the brunt, but still slid back 2 to 3 meters on the hard black surface. This hit was too fierce. His large shield's condition worsened, losing 5 durability points, and a crack appeared on his void stomach armor, but it did not injure his body. If it weren't for still not being fully repaired, it wouldn't have been breached. Song Hung, just wait for me. When I return, I'll have time to play with you. I won't let you off easily. The blade cluster creature appeared slightly surprised that it didn't kill him. The human race it had encountered had never shown such strong defense. If it had known Mu Hanchuan's physique had reached a grade, it wouldn't have thought this way. At that moment, Mu Hanchuan vaguely heard a peculiar insect call from a distance. It was a reminder from the... They must have resolved the situation over there and were returning for support. With such a commotion here, they could not be unaware of the changes. Originally prepared to confront Heiden, Mu Hanchuan immediately changed his strategy, quickly rushing to the cave entrance, using the fully expanded large shield to completely block the entrance, deliberately feigning weakness to the enemy. They probably weren't that clever, not realizing he had employed military strategy right. Sure enough, seeing this situation, the two blade cluster creatures naturally thought this human was done for and wanted to hold their ground. They took turns charging and eager to resolve the two inside quickly and then leave. Inside the cave, Mu Hanchuan remained calm, his face devoid of any unnecessary expression, fully focused on the enemy, while Chuyu trembled in fear. Entering the trial star was so perilous, and the monstrous appearance of the creature outside was terrifying. Can Mu withstand it? They can't just perish here. She was aware of the myriad dangers within the trial star, but it shouldn't be this perilous. They had only been in for a little over an hour, and she already wished never to enter again. After holding firm for a minute and fending off dozens of assaults from two blade cluster creatures, in turns Mu Hanchuan received a signal from the insect, and the fastest black feather arrived, ready to launch an attack. Mu Hanchuan quickly crouched down and gestured for Chuyu to do the same. Chuyu had yet to grasp the exact meaning, and was just about to lift her enlarged axe to help, when in the blink of an eye a gravity cannon fell from above, moving at an incredible speed, striking towards the injured blade cluster creature that was charging towards the cave entrance. It was impossible for it to evade while in midair. Boom! The immense power obliterated half of the unprepared blade cluster creature, also injuring another stronger blade cluster creature nearby. Mu Hanchuan and Chuyu in the cave were also affected, but shielded by a large shield, they were unharmed, though covered in black ash. With a single shot, one was dispatched. Black Feather appeared from above the pit, stowed the gravity cannon, and immediately drew out his second ranged weapon, the photon bomb. With a bang, the photon bomb grazed the remaining blade cluster creature's body, hitting the nearby black ground instead, without making contact. The blade cluster creature was filled with rage, casting a resentful glance at the intruder, its body splitting into 3 shadows, simultaneously breaking out in 3 different directions, 2 false and 1 true, making it impossible to discern the true body. Black Feather did not continue attacking, as the photon bomb required 10 minutes to charge for a single shot, and he had already fired one, unwilling to waste another. This was an F-grade ranged weapon, while the previously used gravity cannon was an A-grade weapon, the only A-grade equipment he possessed, needing 3 hours of charging to fire once, boasting immense power. Black Feather's final piece of equipment was also an F-grade ranged weapon named Distortion Bomb, which similarly required 10 minutes to fire once, and could not be charged after firing once. He had to wait 10 minutes. This was Black Feather responsible for scouting and providing ranged fire support. He had no speed or defense gear, all invested in ranged weapons. After firing, he would retreat, saying he would return to support them in 10 minutes, urging them to hold on. As for the skills Black Feather had learned, they remained unknown. Not only him, but the skills learned by Baigu and Midnight Black Tea would also not be disclosed to outsiders. Mu Hanchuan's skills were even less likely to be revealed, as they were top secret and would not be used unless absolutely necessary. However, it could be basically confirmed that each of them had learned a maximum of 2 skills. Why? Because unlocking a second skill slot required reaching a grade, and thereafter it was grade 1, a grade 1 is grade 1. This small team was mostly at a grade, hence they could only learn 2 skills. As for Mu Hanchuan having reached a grade, he now had 2 skill slots, but had only learned teleport. Of course, there were ways to unlock additional slots, namely, by using skill slot cards. Skill slots could be increased with cards basic skill, slot 1 card intermediate skill, slot 1 card advanced skill, slot 1 card, and ultimate skill, slot 1 card. A maximum of 4 additional skill slots could be unlocked, and they must be upgraded progressively from bottom to top. The intermediate skill slot could only be used after the basic skill slot. The price of a basic skill slot is roughly around 1.5 million. As for the intermediate and beyond, Mu Hanchuan was unsure, but he certainly couldn't afford it, nor would he be able to use it. The same applied to item slots. Slightly different was that the second item slot that one unlocked needed to reach grade to open, and the third item slot needed to reach grade, which was a dream. Now Mu Hanchuan had only unlocked 1 item slot, and would have to wait until reaching grade to have a second item slot. Baigu and the others were the same. Therefore, to enhance one's item slot position and exert stronger power on the trial star, it would be more practical to purchase item slot cards. Mu, how are you? Mu Hanchuan emerged from the cave spitting out several mouthfuls of black ash. Then Chuyu also rushed out with her axe. She appeared even more disheveled, and upon seeing the corpses and blood outside nearly vomited. Just 2 blade cluster creatures. Only these 2 attacked us. This place isn't safe, but we must relocate. No one could guarantee whether those blade cluster creatures would return to attack, so finding another hiding place was wiser. They had dug this cave for nothing. Before long, Baigu and Midnight Black Tea also returned. They had dealt with the Linyuan tribe member. Looking at the corpses in the pit and the aftermath of the fierce battle, they felt fortunate. Had it been someone else, they might not have survived, for the blade cluster creatures were not easy to handle. Is everything all right? Was there any damage to the equipment? Baigu asked Mu Hanchuan. No problem. All right, let's move. The group departed with the still trembling Chuyu being supported by Midnight Black Tea as they left the pit. It was her first time witnessing such a brutal scene, and she had handled it quite well. As she passed Mu, she couldn't help but take a careful look. Was he really okay? She had seen him being knocked away twice and bleeding quite a bit. No wonder the captain kept emphasizing that she must stay close to this Mu. He was indeed strong. Mu Hanchuan went to a corner and picked up the round shield he carried. As for the summoned round shield, he did not know where it had fallen, but it did not matter as long as it wasn't discovered by his comrades. He could summon it back during battle. After running more than 20 kilometers, they found a safer place and began to dig a pit again. This time, even the cleanliness-obsessed Midnight Black Tea came to help, needing to complete the cave before nightfall. Chuyu did not understand why they were so insistent on digging a cave to hide. Such a vast area couldn't provide a hiding place. But she did not disturb them. Perhaps their team had a special method of concealment. Suddenly, Chuyu jumped up and rushed a few steps to Mu's side, holding back her urge to shout out loud, for that would make her seem utterly useless. Mu Hanchuan glanced over, wondering what could have frightened her so much. It turned out to be a shadow-zinging spider the size of a pot lid crawling out. They weren't true spiders, possessing only 6 legs and differing in form. It was merely a name derived from human perception. What it was truly called, who knew? It was not important. In a hurry, the team managed to dig out a cave about 15 square meters large before night fell, and they all— Mu Hanchuan held the large shield at the cave entrance with the 2 females inside. Baigu and Blackfeather were not far from the entrance. Baigu was resting with his eyes closed, while Blackfeather was taking out a white vegetation from his body and fiddling with something which he had gathered during his scouting. As night fell, the outside world was undergoing tremendous changes. The cave was very quiet, with no one speaking. The 5 of them were in good spirits, having made ample preparations before entering. At this moment, they couldn't feel any drowsiness. Chuyu really wanted to chat more with this team to lighten the atmosphere and build closer relationships, but they seemed too indifferent, making it hard to find an opportunity. What sound is that from above? 2 hours later, there seemed to be some movement above, and it was quite significant. Even those underground could feel it. Chuyu glanced at the calm expressions on the others' faces as if they had already known what was about to happen. It should be safe, but she couldn't help but ask Midnight Black Tea, who was also awake, filing her nails. It's black liquid which will automatically condense on the ground at night, forming black droplets that dissolve everything. It's inexplicable how it forms, except for some special vegetation and creatures. Everything else, including the soil, will be dissolved by it. Ah, there's this thing too. No wonder the outside environment was so desolate with black rocks everywhere. It turned out to be like this. Before entering Chu, you had undergone special training at home and learned a lot about the trial star, having some psychological preparation, but everything she was now witnessing was beyond her imagination and things she hadn't learned. If it weren't for being with this team, she might have already been infected by giant fern spores upon entering during the day and gone mad. If it dissolves the soil, will it seep underground? Don't worry, these black rocks are impermeable. I see now that explains why they insisted on digging holes in these underground black rock areas. You really know. It's all learned from our seniors. Many have died. Over time we come to understand. Only 10% of the entire trial star has been explored, and countless pioneers have perished in the exploration. Without them, how could future generations know where the dangers lie? The deeper one explores, the more dangerous it becomes, and who can say how many more will perish in the future? This disparity between technology and civilization means that everything is unknown to you, and you can only explore bit by bit, with the cost of exploration being death. Midnight Black Tea, have you ever had a companion die in there? Of course, more than one. If you wish to walk this path, you must always be prepared for such things. That's terrifying. Why would you as a girl still come here? Boredom. There's nothing else to do outside. Oh, look how thrilling it is here. Chuyu was not entirely convinced. Is your skill to enhance strength? Yes. Then remember to buff us before the next battle. All right. Heiyu seemed to have finished his task, distributing some of the substance from the stone plates to each of them. The white bone did not move. Mu Hanchuan took it and drank the small amount of viscous liquid on the stone plate to replenish his Botus water. He didn't eat the crushed grass remnants, as he wasn't very hungry. What is this? Chuyu's eyes widened in surprise. He had just seen Mu and Heiyu eat it. Can this stuff be eaten? Midnight Black Tea handed a portion to Chuyu and explained in grass, a relatively common vegetation on the trial star. It contains a very small amount of liquid that can barely serve as hydration. The crushed grass roots can be eaten. They taste a bit terrible, but can replenish some stamina. Upon entering the trial star, aside from some non-balancy affecting clothing and masks, nothing else can be brought in, especially not food or condiments. Thus, anything that can help us survive must be consumed. Oh, eating grass. She thought she was fine, not very hungry, and didn't need to eat. To survive on the trial star, one must adapt to everything here. We need to stay in the silent wasteland for 3 days. The only thing we can eat here is this, so you must constantly replenish yourself and maintain peak physical condition. You never know when the next opportunity to supplement your supplies will arise. The entire team did not bring the auxiliary tool food box. Bringing it would be foolish and a waste of limited item slots. I'm not hungry yet. I'll eat later. Chuyu silently set the stone plate beside her, struggling against the smell. Could this small amount of viscous liquid truly replenish water? Can this grass root really be eaten? Mu Hanchuan, who was dazed at the entrance, suddenly looked outside the cave, and not far away Heiyu also raised his head. The white bone sensed something unusual and looked over, asking what's wrong. There's something up above. Mu Hanchuan had just heard a sound of something falling, and it was not too far away. The object must be considerable. Chuyu silently shrank back. Is something else happening? The corner of the white bone's mouth twitched unnaturally. There hadn't been this many occurrences before, so what was going on today? He walked to the cave entrance, gazing into the pitch-black night, feeling somewhat uneasy, fearing an unexpected event. At this time, finding a temporary cave would be quite troublesome and risky. Heiyu, go check it out. Be careful. Okay. Heiyu stepped outside the cave, glanced around, and carefully crept out, making sure to step on the black stones while avoiding the black liquid pooled in the mud. The others concentrated, thinking it would take some time. However, in just 15 seconds, Heiyu's signal of chirping insects came back. No danger. Midnight Black Tea also approached the cave entrance, understanding the signal. Chuyu silently followed behind, wanting to hear their plans. The white bone raised 3 fingers, pointing to 3 directions. Midnight Black Tea and Mu Hanchuan understood immediately. The white bone followed Heiyu's steps down to the ground, while Midnight Black Tea jumped onto a black rock outside the cave, crouching there to remain vigilant and waiting for further instructions. Mu Hanchuan removed his round shield and stepped outside the cave, standing on the black rock. Chuyu stood at the cave entrance with her axe, not daring to go out yet, too afraid to sit back down alone. They didn't need to communicate. She hadn't learned anything about their plans. Above the ground, Heiyu pointed in a direction, and the white bone looked over. A large bird over 3 meters long had fallen to the ground, its life unknown. A Qihong tribe. This is a race with flying capabilities, and their aerial combat skills are naturally formidable. Their ground strength is also very strong. If they encountered a full Qihong tribe team, retreating would be the best strategy. They are too agile and comprehensive. What is happening now? Another corpse. They were already considering giving up on this team trial, yet one after another they were presented with opportunities. What's going on? I don't know. It seems like another one who doesn't understand the rules here has been corroded by the black liquid and fell from the sky. The white bone did not rashly step forward to investigate, cautiously suggesting you go check the surroundings. He specifically pointed to one direction where there was an incline. If there were an ambush, the likelihood would be greatest there. Heiyu nodded and cautiously explored that way. After waiting for about 2 minutes, Heiyu chirped again, confirming that there was no danger nearby. The white bone moved, stepping on the black stones as he approached the Qihong tribe. When he got close, the Qihong tribe still had a breath left, most of its body lying in a pit filled with black liquid, rapidly dissolving its body, which was horrifying. Confirming that there was no danger, the white bone walked over and chopped off its head with a knife, granting it release. How was it? The entire team returned to the cave, and Midnight Black Tea inquired about the situation. Chuyu moved silently to the cave entrance with her small axe. It was a Qihong tribe contaminated by the black liquid, severely damaged internally, and I took care of it. Are we really this lucky? This was already the third trial taker they had eliminated today. They might be ranking quite high among the 57 teams. Perhaps we could go for more. Rarely Heiyu took the initiative to speak, showing his eagerness for the team trial and unwillingness to give up easily. If conditions allow, it's not impossible. Midnight Black Tea did not oppose. Mu Hanchuan did not voice his opinion, glancing at Chuyu beside him. Her eyes sparkled brightly, almost telling him she agreed, even though she was quite scared inside. The white bone was hesitant. Having 3 kills right at the start was indeed a great advantage, but he was worried about unexpected incidents. They had already faced one when they left in the afternoon. It's idle here, why not go outside for a stroll? Maybe we can pick something up. I can stay behind to guard Chu. Mu Hanchuan spoke up, realizing that these people did not want to give up. Conveniently, he also did not want it to end like this. Anyway, it would be the 3 of them taking the risks. He just needed to stay here and guard the young lady, quietly enjoying the fruits of their labor. If they found something, it would be a bonus. If not, he wouldn't lose anything, feeling no psychological burden. Every planet and race has its own internal environment, and the complexity is no less than that of humans. Perhaps their information communication is not smooth, and many teams might be visiting the silent wasteland for the first time with no channels to understand its peculiarities. This is a significant advantage for their team, and they must seize the chaotic first day. After today, this advantage will cease to exist. The 3 of them have been waiting for Mu to say this, fearing he wouldn't want to take on too much. Now it was good, and their spirits brightened instantly. All right, then, it's decided. Mu and Chuyu will stay behind while the 3 of us go out to look for traces of other teams. Remember, if you discover anything, do not act rashly. I'll wait for us to arrive and ensure a one-hit kill. The white bone fully considered Chuyu's dignity. What sounded nice was staying behind, but in reality, it was Mu staying behind to protect her. Okay, let's go. If we encounter a full team, retreat immediately, without hesitation. Understood. Got it. I will enhance your strength. Chuyu finally had a chance to contribute. Last time, she didn't get to show her skills. This time she must. She applied enhancement skills to all 3, boosting their strength effective for 1 hour. Each person's enhancement attributes varied. The white bone, with the highest strength attribute, received over 30 points of strength enhancement, while Midnight Black Tea and Heiyu received slightly less. Very good. The white bone generously praised, providing emotional value in return. The 3 of them left the cave, maintaining a close distance in a triangular formation, gradually disappearing into the night. Mu Hanchuan sat at the cave entrance, feeling relaxed. They were all seasoned veterans with nothing to worry about. Under normal circumstances, the black liquid wouldn't affect them. The real concern lay with other trial teams. Mu, am I dragging you down? Mu Hanchuan took a look at the small axe in Chuyu's hand. It was of decent quality. He tossed it back to her and looked back at the black outside, saying, don't have any psychological burden. Remember, you are the protagonist. Even if something happens to us, it has nothing to do with you, nor is it something you should care about. The only thing you need to worry about is your own safety. Oh, he really knows how to comfort people, treating himself and the white bone as if they were nothing. Chuyu felt quite happy inside. This was a team of quality and standards, and her family had chosen well for her. She had always thought trial takers were all hard to approach. Mu, are you currently a rank? You are of the main physique, which means your physique is a rank, while other attributes are frank, right? Just take his word for it. You're amazing you reached a rank by yourself. I'm relying on family support, and I've only just managed to get 2 attributes to frank. It's so hard to improve. That's already quite impressive. Mu Hanchuan was not giving empty praise. It was genuinely impressive. Could he say he only had 1 attribute exceeding frank? The other 3 attributes had not yet reached F. You're far ahead of me. How many years have you been in trials? I'm 21 this year, and it took me 3 years of item cards to reach my current rank. This girl is the same age as me. If it weren't for my special circumstances, if I only focused on physical enhancement, I probably could only be slightly higher than her. Damn rich people. You're a few years older than me. That's still very impressive. When this team trial ends, I'll look for your team next month. You all seem to be doing well. Hee. That's just for you as the benefactor. If you switch to someone who drags their feet, let's see how it goes. What's single-person trial like? Quite difficult. It wasn't obvious at first, but this seemingly quiet girl was quite talkative, asking a lot. 300 M. On the trial star. Chuan was still chatting with Chuyu, who remained utterly unfazed by fatigue. Despite having traversed 2 3-hour stretches without success, the trio known as Baigu once again arrived at the small southeastern hillock where they had abandoned their camp. Chirp, chirr, CHRRK. A sudden insect call echoed, and Yu finally detected something. Baigu and Wu Yihongcha instantly slipped toward the source. 300 meters away, the 3 regrouped. What's happening? There's combat atop the hill, either an ambush or a territorial dispute over control of the hill itself. At this hour, there's nowhere to hide, so seizing it by force is only natural. Move it. After advancing 150 meters, they gained clear sight. On the hillock, 2 factions clashed fiercely. One consisted of 3 humans, nationality unknown. The other comprised 4 Jiachi warriors from the planet Baixing, broad-backed, armored in thick chitinous, plating their defenses formidable. Wu Yihongcha remarked, "There's a human team. In the Crimson Trial, fellow humans are the easiest targets, and the most lucrative, because we understand them best. If given the chance, they'll likely target us first. I warn you, if we strike, it must be total annihilation. No hesitation, no mercy." Yu spoke up, his tone unambiguous. No compassion for kin, only cold resolve, as though past betrayals had carved deep scars into his heart. Indeed, survival of the fittest. This is no realm of virtue or justice. Baigu nodded in agreement. Only Wu Yihongcha hesitated slightly. A united human team could yet achieve greater results. But who dares truly wager on the capriciousness of human hearts? Yu's words held truth. The race that knows humanity best is humanity itself. Here ambition trumps all scruples. Yu urged, "Decide now. Our gravitic cannon grows restless." Dawn approached at 4 o'clock. By then, Black Ichor would crest its highest tide, submerging many of the paths they'd taken, including the obsidian boulders. They needed to retreat swiftly. "We've come this far. We won't leave empty-handed. Attack." Yu had waited for those words. He lunged first toward the optimal ambush position. After 3 hours, his gravitic cannon recharged and burning with impatience. Wu Yihongcha said nothing more, drew her weapon, and advanced stealthily alongside Baigu. Combat atop the hillock intensified. The human trio, now reduced to 3, clearly faltered, their 2 missing comrades unaccounted for. Their utility cards exhausted, escape seemed impossible. Their adversaries refused to let them flee, striking with lethal intent, determined to claim at least 1 or 2 corpses. Moreover, under cover of night, the Black Ichor had seeped across the lower slopes. A single misstep meant contamination, and so they dared not scatter recklessly. The situation grew dire. Had they known, they'd never have chosen this hillock for shelter. Another location would have been wiser. Their inexperience betrayed them, or perhaps their captain was simply too young. 2 minutes passed. Then boom. At the height of the melee, a shell screamed down from the summit, detonating precisely between both combatants. Dead center. Chaos erupted. All were thrown off balance and wounded. 2 lay critically injured, utterly in. That blast was the signal. Baigu and Wu Yihongcha, already poised at perfect vantage points, had waited only for Yu's successful ambush. Opportunity seized. Whoosh. Baigu and Wu Yihongcha burst forth, simultaneously dispatching 1 human and 1 Jiachi warrior in an instant. Of the 7 fighters, 2 dead, 2 crippled. Only 3 remained standing. Among the humans, just 1 remained upright. Damn your mothers. Their attackers were fellow humans. Not only did they offer no aid, they turned on their own kind. With a final curse, he fled for his life. Baigu and Wu Yihongcha ignored him, focusing instead on the 2 remaining Jiachi warriors. More humans. This was the end. This new human team was vastly superior to the first. Exhausted from battle and reeling from ambush, how could they possibly endure? Baigu charged Hedon, cleaving downward with a single stroke. His blade split the Jiachi's armored carapace, clean open, revealing terrifying power. Stunned by such overwhelming force, the Jiachi ignored Baigu's follow-up strike and lunged inward, grappling, slamming them both tumbling down the slope in brutal close-quarters combat. Wu Yihongcha circled from the flank. Her footwork fluid, unpredictable, constantly shifting position. She evaded the Jiaqi's frontal assault with effortless grace, then struck like thunder, each blow bypassing the thick armor to pierce precise vulnerabilities, joints, throat islets. Her movements were surgical, clean, decisive, flawless, leaving her foe paralyzed by precision, strength rendered useless. Within mere seconds the fight ended. Wu Yihongcha dispatched her opponent first, then moved to the gravely wounded Jiaqi, struck, once ruthlessly final. Bai Gu arrived moments later, scrambling back up the hillside. Only the critically injured human remained. Wu Yihongcha glanced at him. Spare me. Having gone this far, there could be no turning back. Bai Gu strode forward, blade raised. We're all human. Have mercy. A single stroke fell, and the wounded man perished. The fleeing human met no reprieve. He Yu shadowed him into the night, launching another ambush. 2 consecutive photon rounds, then a final decisive shot to ensure absolute termination. His body collapsed into the mud, slowly dissolving beneath the creeping black ichor. As his form vanished, his gear likewise faded into oblivion. Equipment and artifacts on the trial star cannot be looted. Upon death, all carried items dissolve irrevocably with their owner. This mechanism likely preserves equilibrium on the trial star, the most direct means of resource regulation. Otherwise, every race would endlessly accumulate, never expend, until saturation, then chaos. After a little over a minute, the trio of bone returned. This wave was a huge success, having slain 7 trial participants, and with the previous 3 their team had already eliminated 10 targets, equivalent to 2 complete teams. Not to mention being first, they should definitely rank among the top positions. Chuyu was the most excited. You guys are amazing. Mu Hanchuan also did not expect their haul to be so great this time. It was quite impressive. They might really have a chance to fight for the top 3, and the rewards would undoubtedly be substantial. With this influx of heads, we need to adjust our plans. While ensuring the team's safety, we should try to compete. Do you have any objections? Bone respected his teammates, knowing that no one would object, but he still wanted to show a good attitude. In team trials, unity is the foremost combat strength. Agreed, Black Feather was the first to express support. It's worth a try. Midnight Black Tea had no objections. Mu Hanchuan and Chuyu naturally had no objections either, but were rather excited. Good, there are 3 hours until dawn. Let's catch up on some sleep and set out in 3 hours. Leaning against the cave entrance, Mu Hanchuan entered a light sleep. He could finally rest after chatting with Chuyu for 3 hours. He was mentally exhausted. If he wanted, he could have even discussed her birth date. Bone Black Feather and Midnight Black Tea each found a spot to nap. No one paid attention to Chuyu, who, still buzzing with excitement, found it hard to sleep. What should she do? Morning. It was only 6:30, but the outside sky was already bright, marking the brightest moment of the day in the silent ashland. There was no sun in the sky, just a long fading rainbow. The accumulated black liquid on the ground quickly dissipated, and the silent ashland returned to its original. From all directions, large flocks of sharp-beaked birds flew towards the silent ashland, each of them over 3 meters tall, fierce and menacing. They landed on this vast land, frantically consuming the soil that had been dissolved by the black liquid overnight, which contained something they particularly adored. Above the cave where Mu Hanchuan and the others were, several such monstrous birds appeared, with one even landing in the pit. The group, having barely slept for 3 hours, prepared themselves and held their breath at the cave entrance. What is that? Chuyu behind him gently tugged at Mu Hanchuan, asking with her lips. Mu Hanchuan gestured for her to be quiet. There was no time to explain. Bone waited for an opportune moment, not rushing to act until a few of the monstrous birds flew away. Then he signaled to attack. Mu Hanchuan was the first to charge out, raising his large shield and crashing it heavily into the unsuspecting monstrous bird in the pit, toppling it to the ground. The monstrous bird reacted quickly, emitting a piercing cry as its 2 sharp claws immediately lunged at Mu Hanchuan. Notably, it also had a longer and larger claw at the end of its tail. The 2 sharp claws were blocked by Mu Hanchuan's large shield, but the larger claw at its tail struck his body, though it failed to penetrate his void stomach armor. Following closely, Bone and Midnight Black Tea acted promptly, one striking the head, the other stabbing at the chest. These monstrous birds had formidable defenses and astonishing vitality. It took them over a dozen strikes to finally bring it down. Chuyu stood at the cave entrance holding a large axe, showing only her head as she watched, not daring to go out and help. Above, Black Feather called out a warning. More monstrous birds were coming. Sure enough, several monstrous birds, hearing their companions' call, simultaneously flew towards the pit. The closest one immediately spotted the human standing on its companion's corpse. Could it tolerate this? It screeched and dove down. Mu Hanchuan raised his shield to meet it, completely unfazed. Bang! A heavy impact resonated. Mu Hanchuan actively absorbed the force and took a big step back. Bone and Midnight Black Tea, lying in ambush on either side of the pit, seized the opportunity to strike again, landing blows on the monstrous bird. Mu Hanchuan, having retreated, steadied himself, and then charged back, crashing into it heavily and pinning it down with his large shield. Bone and Midnight Black Tea thrust their shields, repeatedly stabbing for quite a while before successfully finishing it off. Chuyu was eager to join her. It didn't seem too difficult to handle. Having resolved to so easily, she felt she could help as well. Above, two more monstrous birds flew over from a distance. Using the same tactic, Bone and Midnight Black Tea jumped into the blind spots, leaving Mu to lure them beside the corpses. These monstrous birds were indeed foolish. Seeing the corpses of their two companions, they charged down in a frenzy. This time Mu Hanchuan was cautious. While firmly holding his shield, he also took out his round shield to block the attacks of their tail claws. As the two monstrous birds slammed into Mu, Bone swung his knife upwards, striking one on the back and severing half of its wing. Midnight Black Tea launched a sneak attack from behind, targeting their sensitive spots. In the narrow pit, the three humans and two birds were in a chaotic battle, fiercely clashing. Even Chuyu ran out with her large axe to help, gritting her teeth as she slashed. Her level strength combined with power enhancements was quite impressive. She managed to cut several gashes into the monstrous birds. Black Feather remained on the lookout, guarding the surroundings. He wouldn't easily use his ranged weapon unless absolutely necessary. This battle lasted a little over a minute before finally taking down the two monstrous birds. Bone and Mu began to collect the spoils, extracting their eyes and the claws from their tails. The other parts were not worth much. Midnight Black Tea was tidying up her appearance on the side, having just been scratched by a claw. Her hair was Chuyu was still in high spirits, having not slept all night and feeling great. Now she was participating in her first group fight in life, utterly exhilarated. Midnight Black Tea, what kind of species are these, and what are Mu and the others collecting? These are native creatures from the trial star. Their claws can sell for 80,000 and their eyes for 50,000. The other parts aren't worth much. Really? We can take these back to sell? Chuyu, like a naive girl, was astonished. Of course, items from our planet cannot be brought to the trial star, but anything obtained on the trial star can be taken back. Otherwise, how do those reagents, medicinal formulas, and technological blueprints appear in the world? These items are all discovered during explorations on the trial star, and the necessary materials must also be sought on the trial star. Chuyu understood. So the eyes and claws of these monstrous birds are one type of material. Exactly. Their eyes are one of the ingredients for a certain reagent, and large companies buy them year-round. The claws can be used to make weapons or ground into powder to sell to pharmaceutical companies as an ingredient for a certain body enhancement drug. Oh, that's amazing. We just killed 4, so doesn't that mean we earned 500,000? That's right. Unfortunately, it's not yours. It sounded simple, but Chuyu knew that it would be impossible for her to kill even one. She had just hacked her axe many times and only managed to cut a few gashes, which showed how strong their defenses were. Go. With the spoils gathered, the team set off to relocate. The number of monstrous birds was overwhelming, and the outside world posed great danger, yet it also held immense opportunities. These monstrous birds would not only attack them, but would indiscriminately assault all races. As long as one could hide well enough, there would definitely be a chance to reap the rewards. With 57 teams, even after losing 10 yesterday, there were still 47 remaining. Many teams would inevitably face attacks from these monstrous birds. Whether it was collecting the carcasses of the monstrous birds or encountering solitary trial participants, it would be a significant gain. If they accidentally stumbled upon a mutual destruction scenario, it would be a major windfall. With Black Feather leading the way, they would scout a stretch and pause briefly. A few members of White Bone followed closely behind. Once they confirmed there were no monstrous birds ahead, they would immediately advance, maintaining a steady pace. The terrain of the Silent Ashes wasteland was complex, with hardly a flat area. Small winding hills, deep ravines, or clusters of black stones made it advantageous for concealment. This was the primary reason they dared to venture out in search of opportunities, lest they be overwhelmed and killed by a flock of monstrous birds. Progressing slowly for over an hour, they managed to kill 3 solitary monstrous birds together, but unfortunately, they did not encounter any trial teams. Where have the other teams gone? I haven't seen a single one. Chuyi asked, feeling somewhat embarrassed. By 8 o'clock, this flock of monstrous birds will disperse and return to their nests, at which point those teams will emerge. Midnight Red Tea casually explained, as no one was foolish enough to just wander out amidst such a large flock of monstrous birds. They probably hid just like they did, stealthily picking off solitary birds. Only 15 minutes left, let's speed up. White Bone was unwilling to return empty-handed. All right, With the flock of monstrous birds about to leave, Blackfeather felt less apprehensive and their speed significantly increased. After searching for another 10 minutes, the team finally made their first discovery. There, Blackfeather pointed in a direction. Everyone hid behind a large rock, peering over to find a formidable Zelta tribe member lying on the ground, completely incapable of resistance, surrounded by 3 monstrous birds that were feeding ravenously. It seems he isn't completely dead yet. Blackfeather, with the keenest perception, observed closely. Whitebone said, "Shoot, give him a send-off." All right. With that, they drew their guns, aimed and fired in a seamless motion. 500 meters away, a beam of energy struck the Zelta, who was not yet fully dead, successfully claiming the kill, bringing their total to 11. Immediately after shooting, they took off running together. Chuyi was momentarily stunned as she thought they were going to kill the remaining monstrous birds, but instead they were fleeing. She stayed close behind, pushing herself to the limit. The flock of monstrous birds abandoned their meal and screeched as they chased after them at incredible speed, but the fleeing group was even faster, already crossing to the other side of the slope and hiding between 3 large rocks. Having lost their trail, the monstrous birds cursed for a while before collectively flying away, one of them carrying off the corpse of the Zelta. Chuyi pressed closely against Mushi Hanchuan's left arm, her chest heaving violently. She had never run this fast in her life. If she had known they would be running, she would have started ahead of them. Mushi Hanchuan subtly shifted away to avoid the softness next to him, but couldn't help stealing a glance. Even wrapped up so tightly, it was still quite noticeable. He wasn't lecherous, but as a man, his eyes had an automatic locking feature, naturally drawn to certain areas despite his efforts to control himself. No one spoke, all waiting in silence. Only Chuyi was extremely anxious and actively pressed closer to Mushi, asking, "Are they still chasing us?" At this point, Mushi Hanchuan had nowhere to hide. If he did, it would become too obvious. "Don't worry, it's safe. They've left," Whitebone reassured. He was pleased with Chuyi's performance. She was much more obedient than the previous employers he had worked with. That's good, that's good. It seems there is some situation over the mountain behind us." Everyone's attention was focused on the few monstrous birds ahead. Being chased would be troublesome, attracting more birds. Only Midnight Red Tea noticed some movement on the backside of the mountain. Whitebone listened carefully, but heard nothing. He looked at Blackfeather, whose perception was the strongest. Blackfeather frowned slightly. "It seems there is indeed something going on. Let's wait for another minute and then go check it out." No one had objections, but Chuyi was reluctant. It was so far, and they would have to run again. They had already been running for over an hour since early morning. It was only after the 3 monstrous birds flew far away, completely vanishing from sight, that the 5 cautiously walked out, turning towards the large mountain behind them. It was quite a distance, and they would have to climb to the top to see what had happened. Just a few hundred meters out, another group of 5 monstrous birds flew overhead, appearing very urgent, heading straight for the mountain. The group hurriedly hid, their hearts filled with joy. Indeed, there was trouble, and a battle was likely taking place. Perhaps they could reap another reward. "Quick, speed up. Blackfeather, you go ahead and check the situation." "All right." The group began to sprint, with Mushi Hanchuan bringing up the rear. It wasn't that he was slow, but he had Chuyi clinging to his arm, scared. She could hardly keep up, breathing heavily, holding on to him tightly, afraid of being left behind by the group. After about 3 minutes, Blackfeather arrived first, having found a hiding spot in advance. In the 4th minute, Whitebone and Midnight Red Tea caught up. Mushi Hanchuan and Chuyi reached the 5th minute, and the scene opened up before them, allowing them to clearly see the situation on this side of the mountain. Below was a steep area of chaotic rocks, while above 4 members of the Blaze Feather tribe were engaged in a battle against more than 20 monstrous birds. The 2 sides were diving and colliding in the sky, with blood and flesh flying, their cries echoing as the fight raged fiercely. Another Blaze Feather tribe, perhaps the one they had found and killed last night, was from this very team. "It looks quite brutal. How do we go about claiming those kills?" Of course it was impossible to. That would be looking for trouble. They weren't foolish. "Wait, this Blaze Feather team is about to collapse. They will definitely flee. We'll follow behind and look for an opportunity to ambush." It seemed they had no other choice. The 4 were in good spirits, on high alert, yet Chuyi had already crouched down beside Mushi Hanchuan, gently tugging at him, panting. "When it's time to run, let me know first so I can run ahead." Mushi Hanchuan felt helpless. How could she run in this state? Normally, he could run 10 times this distance without panting, but with her dragging by his side, he was starting to feel tired. He thought he might have to carry her, hoping she wouldn't drag him down any further. After several more minutes of bloody combat, the Blaze Feather tribe left behind 2 corpses and began to flee, but not from the ground, rather from the air. What was going on? How could they pursue? The flock of monstrous birds held grudges, relentlessly chasing them down, even if only a few remained. The team members exchanged glances several times. The two blaze feather corpses below were certainly dead, nearly torn to shreds, but there were still a dozen or so monstrous bird carcasses left. Should they collect the corpses or continue the chase? Everyone looked at Whitebone. Of course. Those two injured blaze feather members can't be left to escape. Whitebone was unwilling to let it go so easily. Black feather, only you can keep up. Leave a mark on the way, or we'll collect these corpses and follow you. Understood. This was exactly what Black Feather wanted. He was the most aggressive and least willing to give up. He chased after them alone. Get moving quickly. All right. Chuyi was delighted as she could finally rest. Whitebone, Midnight Red Tea, and Mushi jumped down the slope, starting to collect the eyes and claws of the monstrous birds. There were as many as 14, worth over 1,000,000, too valuable to pass up. There were also the feathers of the Blaze Feather tribe, which were even more valuable, but only the softest, most exquisite, and most luxurious dozen or so were high-end luxury items used for decorative clothing and hats. The wings of the last one they collected had completely dissolved, and they had gotten nothing. Chuyi clung to Mushi like a leech. If it weren't for her modesty as a girl, she would have wanted to lie on Muxus back to rest. This was the trial star where anything could happen. They couldn't risk leaving her behind to rest. They forced her to Mushi, do we still have to chase for a long time? I imagine it won't be too close. We might need to chase for several hours. Along the way, we also have to be wary of other teams. No matter how careful we are, we could still face them heat-in. It won't be easy. Chuyi felt she might not manage. Mushi, if I can't keep up on the way, will you leave me behind? Mushi Hanchuan looked at her speechlessly. Did she think too much? She still hadn't grasped her own position, as she was the core of the team. Losing me wouldn't mean losing her. I'll carry you. Ah, that's great. Hearing you say that makes me feel at ease. Chuyi smiled, her pressure suddenly lightening. She felt he should have acted sooner without needing to ask for her opinion, knowing she wouldn't be able to handle it. They moved quickly, and in just 3 minutes they finished collecting, gaining over 1,000,000 effortlessly. Let's go follow them. After saying that, Whitebone glanced at Chuyi. Can you hold on? I'm fine. Chuyi pointed at Mushi, her tone firm. As long as he can hold on, I can too. After all, if she couldn't keep up, he would carry her. It made perfect sense. Mushi Hanchuan felt a bit sad. Fortunately, she was a girl, not too heavy and not unpleasant. If she were a guy, he would rather give up this chase. This statement was clearly ambiguous. Whitebone and Midnight Red Tea intentionally looked at Mushi, but said nothing. That's good. Let's be cautious of our surroundings along the way. Okay, understood. In the usual formation, Whitebone led the front, Midnight Red Tea followed behind, while Mushi and Chuyi were in the middle, beginning to advance, chasing after the marks left by Black Feather. An hour later, Heiyu stopped in front of a deep trench underground. The two fleeing Chilean clan members had escaped below. The massive bizarre birds were too large to enter, and after scratching around outside for a while, they flew up to circle and screech for several minutes before reluctantly departing. Heiyu had thoroughly scouted the vicinity. Aside from the Tunterheim main entrance, there were several smaller holes. However, the Chilean clan could only enter and exit through the main entrance. They were equally unable to pass through the smaller holes due to their considerable size. Fortunately, those smaller holes posed no trouble for humans, allowing them to sneak in. This was an excellent environment for an ambush, enabling a surprise attack from behind without the need for a frontal assault, minimizing danger. Now all he had to do was wait for his teammates to arrive. The two Chilean clan members were heavily injured, focusing on healing at this moment. They would not shift their attention unless absolutely necessary, so Heiyu simply needed to keep an eye on the area. Another 2 hours passed, and by 11 o'clock Baigu and the others finally arrived, having encountered another reorganized team on the way, seemingly also in search of a target, hiding for half an hour before moving on. Chuyi was indeed clinging to Mu Hanchuan, but not being carried, i.e. she was comfortably resting on his back. After 10 minutes of holding on, she voluntarily gave up, knowing someone would take care of her, so why persist? Mu Hanchuan could only carry her on his shoulder. Even after hiding for half an hour during their rest, Baigu insisted that Chuyi not run by herself, as it would slow them down. He had no idea how things were going with Heiyu, so they couldn't afford any delays. He decided to bear the burden. Chuyi was quite happy, though a bit uncomfortable, so she requested to switch positions and took the initiative to climb onto his back. Midnight Red Tea looked meaningfully at the two. In the past, whenever she took the initiative to flirt with Mu, he never paid her any mind. What was different this time? Could it be that he had taken a liking to Chuyi, wanting to take advantage of her naivety to secure her, making a hasty decision to establish a relationship? This might not be a bad idea, but Chuyu's background could be quite formidable. Heiyu finally awaited his teammates, asking no questions. The process was unimportant, only the result mattered. As long as they arrived, that was sufficient. He directly explained the current situation. Baigu thought for a moment before quickly deploying Mu. You block the main entrance. Midnight Red Tea and I will sneak in from behind to eliminate them. The two heavily injured Chilean clan members had their flying abilities severely limited inside the cave. There was no need for cunning schemes, a straightforward resolution was sufficient for a swift victory. Understood. The key to this plan was Mu. He had to block the entrance firmly to ensure the Chilean clan couldn't escape. Mu Hanchuan was confident it wouldn't be difficult. Heiyu, keep an eye on your surroundings and watch over Chiyu as well. Heiyu had no problem keeping watch, but he was reluctant to babysit this young lady. He wasn't a caretaker and found social interactions quite bothersome, especially with someone like her. Chiyu was even less pleased. From the first time she met Heiyu, she thought he wasn't a good person. He seemed quite sinister. She spoke up, "There's no need, I'll stick with Mo. I can help him fight." Mu Hanchuan wanted to say thanks, but no thanks. Baigu did not insist, emphasizing Mu keep an eye on her. The underlying implication was that if it became necessary, blocking the entrance could be abandoned, but protecting the employer was more important. Mu Hanchuan understood and nodded. This young lady was relatively easy to deal with and behaved well. As long as she was cautious, nothing should go wrong. If there are no problems, proceed and resolve this as soon as possible. Baigu and Midnight Red Tea slipped into the small entrance at the back. Mu slowly approached the 1.8-meter-high main entrance. His large shield, when raised, was only 1.5 meters high, but that was enough to ensure the two Chilean clan members couldn't charge out. Chiyu held her breath, tiptoeing quietly behind him, not daring to make a sound, her axe sweating in her hands. 30 seconds later, the battle broke out inside the cave. It was at this moment. Mu Hanchuan suddenly charged forward, leaping from a 7 or 8-meter-high rock, pulling out his shield from behind and smashing it down hard onto the cave entrance. As it struck, the shield fully expanded, reaching 1.5 meters high and 2 meters wide, blocking off more than half of the entrance. In the next moment, a rugged body crashed heavily against it, pushing the shield back by more than half a meter. Mu Hanchuan strained to hold his ground, pushing the shield back against the entrance. Within 3 seconds, an even more powerful and aggressive impact followed, accompanied by furious roars. The Chilean clan inside realized something was amiss and fought desperately. Mu Hanchuan felt immense pressure. The strength of the two Chilean clan members inside was even more formidable than they had anticipated. Despite their injuries, their combat effectiveness was astonishing. No wonder they had managed to escape under the attack of so many monstrous birds. Heiyu, get in and help. Mu Hanchuan pushed the shield back time and again, urgently signaling to Heiyu above to be on alert, as the situation inside might not be optimistic. Heiyu did not hesitate and dashed toward the small hole at the back. At this moment, Chiyu finally reached the entrance, but she was too afraid to jump and opted to climb down. She put in a lot of effort. As soon as she ran over, she helped Mu Hanchuan block the entrance, using her entire body to press against the shield. This young lady was quite good. While her actual contribution was minimal, her attitude was certainly commendable. As they persevered, they reached the most challenging moment, and Mu Hanchuan felt that they just needed to hold on a little longer, and the two Chilean clan members inside would have no more chances. Bang! Another heavy impact struck. This time, Mu Hanchuan did not retreat, far only taking a slight step back. Chiyu was knocked off her feet, but ignoring the pain, she quickly got up and leaned against the shield again, her eyes still peering inside her axe, eager to strike at the Chilean clan members. There were several more impacts, but the force had significantly weakened. Indeed, they were faltering. The battle inside had left the two Chilean clan members unable to launch a full-on assault at the entrance. Now it depended on how soon Baigu and the others could resolve the situation. They hoped they wouldn't sustain serious injuries, or it would be a significant test in the trials over the next couple of days. Chiyu swung her axe down into the inner gap several times, but each time missed, not hitting once. Mu Hanchuan felt anxious watching as she should just quietly help hold the shield and not worry about other matters. After several seconds, the injured white bone emerged, bearing long scratches and claw marks on his body. Fortunately, he was wearing a great defensive gear, so he was not seriously harmed. This also indicated that the battle inside had concluded, and Mu Hanchuan stowed away his large shield. Do you need a medical kit? The medical kit could only be used twice, making it quite valuable. No need. The injury was not severe. White bone could still endure. It was only the first day, and he didn't want to waste the medical kit unless absolutely necessary. Mu Hanchuan nodded, said nothing more, and walked in to pluck feathers. Inside the cave, Midnight Black Tea was perched on a small rock. She had also sustained some injuries and was cleaning her wounds. Upon seeing Mu enter, she turned around and changed her position. It's making me want to see it. Mu Hanchuan ignored her and approached one of the charred feather tribe's corpses, starting to pluck the most valuable dozen or so feathers. On another corpse, Black Feather was in the process of plucking feathers. Let me try too. Chiyu squatted down, now interested. Okay. If she wants to work, let her do it. The feather beneath the charred feather tribe is the most vulnerable part. The feathers here are the softest, most exquisite, and most luxurious, with potentially more than a dozen. Just pluck these, the rest are not worth much. Is it really that simple? Of course it's not difficult at all. Got it. Chiyu exerted herself to lift one side of the charred feather tribe's wing, not expecting it to be so heavy. At least it weighed over 100 pounds. One wing was that heavy. Doesn't it get tiring to flap it? If it were a human corpse, she would definitely have a strong physical reaction, but with the foreign corpse, she felt nothing. After plucking 6 feathers from one side, Chiyu switched to the other wing and plucked 7 more, totaling 13. Most of these feathers were primarily red, but they were not all the same shade. Different parts of each feather exhibited different reds, occasionally mixed with other colors, mostly lighter shades, which were indeed quite beautiful. These feathers would make a beautiful hat, don't you think, Moo? Probably. Don't sell these feathers when we go out, or just give them all to me. They'll pay you according to the market price, and he'll find a specialist to design and weave a hat for us to see. Let's give it a try. Just tell White Bone, and it's fine. Alright, if there are plenty of feathers, I'll make 2 hats and give you one. What do you think? Muhanchuan almost turned pale, startled. Thank you, but it's better to give it to your mother, as she might— Oh, this Moo is such a blockhead, completely lacking in sensitivity. Despite successfully slaying these 2 charred feather tribe members, the team had expended quite a bit of energy. The 2 main forces had also sustained some injuries and needed to find a place to recuperate. The noise here was too great, prompting the group to immediately relocate. Half an hour later, they arrived at a chaotic area crisscrossed by dozens of massive ravines. This place was decent and suitable for hiding. The group found an ideal spot and got busy digging. Black Feather left to find some grass to replenish the team's hydration and stamina. There was a small cave over there, or wouldn't it be better to go directly to that cave instead of digging ourselves, eh? This is the trial star, it's better to be safe. The caves we dig ourselves are more suitable for our defense and give more peace of mind. Fine. Chiyu had no right to dig, so she could only stand by and daze. At this moment, her stomach was growling. She hadn't eaten those grass roots last night and couldn't hold on any longer. The soil here was relatively loose, so the digging speed increased significantly, and they finished in just an hour. Black Feather also returned at this time, going off to one side to grind the grass, carefully separating the sticky moisture from the grass root residue. Chiyu stayed by Mu's side, secretly watching. At this point, she didn't mind that it was grass, as she could eat it. After grinding for about half an hour, it was finally ready. The first portion was given to Midnight Black Tea, the second to White Bone, and the last 2 portions were delivered to Mu and Chiyu. Chiyu and Black Feather did not look at each other. Once Black Feather returned to her spot, Chiyu slowly picked up her portion from the ground and chewed it slowly. It's not that bad. At 3 in the afternoon, the first day of the trial star had passed. The harvest on the first day was unexpectedly large. They had killed 13 trial participants. While not too many, it was certainly not few. Based on their past experience, this was enough to place them in the top 5. Additionally, they had obtained the spoils of 21 monstrous birds and 4 charred feather tribe members, making quite a profit. Today's operation was very successful, though everyone worked hard, especially Chiyu, who was really impressive. White Bone praised, specifically naming someone, hoping she could hold on tomorrow. Midnight Black Tea. The first day is often a bit chaotic. There won't be such good opportunities tomorrow. Just do your best. Tomorrow's goal is to kill 10, and the day after is 5. Given this kill count, the chance of breaking into the top 3 is quite large. Midnight Black Tea. Then let's hope tomorrow's luck is as good as today's. White Bone, Mu, how is your large shield holding up? Durability is still at 60 without major damage. Very good. Having received some replenishment, Chiyu was sleepy again and weakly interjected, Are we going out? If we don't go out, I want to sleep. I stayed up late last night, can you believe it? There are a few hours until nightfall. If we don't go out, we'll spend the night in here, rest well, and be ready to act at 6 in the morning. Okay, got it. Chiyu turned over, faced the wall, and closed her eyes, decisively catching up on sleep. 3-hour shifts. Mu, you should also rest. Mu Hanchuan nodded, leaned against the large shield, and rested against the wall. At midnight, it was Mu Hanchuan's turn to keep watch. He quietly gazed outside the cave, his eyes as calm as still water without a ripple. White Bone and Midnight Black Tea had both entered rest. Chiyu had slept soundly since the afternoon and had not woken up. Black Feather had rested enough. He couldn't stay still and chose to go out to look for opportunities, hoping to encounter some unexpected trial participants. He was truly working hard. Mu Hanchuan merely glanced at him without advising him. This person's abilities were strong, and his solitary personality far surpassed his own, making it difficult for him to heed others' words. He would perform his duties well, but it was best not to meddle in other matters, as he wouldn't give any favors. The The sky outside was pitch black and the ground had been completely eroded by a black liquid with only the black rocks remaining intact, barely providing a place to stand. Heiyu proceeded cautiously, unconsciously venturing further. It was unrealistic to expect the team to take such great risks for the sake of rewards, as this was merely a team hired by the boss and stability was paramount. If one truly wanted to compete, they would have to seek out those desperate teams that disregarded everything in pursuit of results. Heiyu certainly wished to join such teams and was willing to take that risk, but gathering a group of experts for such endeavors was challenging. It could take half a year to assemble a satisfactory team. Going to the underground ant nest to temporarily assemble a team where the strengths varied greatly could not guarantee the competitiveness of the team and was also quite dangerous. Moreover, he did not have the financial means to consistently gather the Silver Star key money. Since this was the case, he could only rely on himself to put in more effort and do his utmost to help the team compete. At 3:30 in the morning, Heiyu returned. Mu Hanchuan glanced over, but did not pay much attention. It was evident that there were no gains, otherwise he wouldn't appear so dejected. Morning arrived. The red remnants of the rainbow reappeared, and the white bone team began a new day of action. After sleeping beautifully for 12 hours, Chiyu was fully revitalized. The 5 of them supplemented themselves with the blood of the shadowing spider that Heiyu had brought back before exiting the cave. They used the same tactics as the previous day, with Heiyu scouting first to ensure safety before the other 4 followed. They only traversed complex terrains and avoided flat ground. Before they emerged, the group was filled with confidence and aspirations, aiming for 10 targets. However, just like Heiu's lack of gains, the team's luck today was no better. They searched until 8 o'clock when the remnants of the rainbow faded, all the strange birds disappeared, and they did not encounter any other challengers. The only gain was the slaughter of 10 solitary strange birds. Chiyu asked, "Where are the others? Why haven't we seen anyone today?" She was quite worried before coming out, but now she was tired. Midnight Red Tea replied, "This desolate wasteland is simply too vast, and with many teams deliberately hiding and not vying for ranks, it's normal not to encounter anyone. Then how are we going to accomplish our goal with just the 10 of us? If we truly want to do this, we must seek out the hiding places of other teams, but that also requires bearing equivalent risks." Chiyu didn't dare to respond. It was evident that she was the one holding them back. Subconsciously, she glanced at Mu, thinking that if he dared, she would certainly have the courage too. Heiyu was very supportive of this idea, but the White Bone team could not take such risks and insisted on the original plan. "Let's search a bit longer, and if it doesn't work, we'll give up." At 10 o'clock, the team finally made their first significant discovery. They found themselves in a rocky area, and 100 meters ahead lay a vast expanse of rare flat grassland, quite dense. From a high vantage point, the group spotted a member of the Furhorn clan carefully making his way across the flat grassland. He stood over 2 meters tall, his body covered in thick and soft fur resembling a moth on earth, but unable to fly, with 3 large curved horns atop his upper body. Is there just this one Furhorn clan member? How foolish! Their entire team dared not tread onto the flat ground, yet he was wandering around there. He might be an inexperienced scout. What should we do? Having finally encountered one, Heiyu was determined not to let it slip away. Whitebone pondered for a moment and said, "Heiyu, you go around to his rear and block his path back. Midnight Red Tea and I will lay an ambush. If he moves towards us, we'll seize the opportunity to eliminate him. If there's no chance, we'll reveal ourselves to pursue him, and at that time Heiyu must strike with a decisive blow." Heiyu understood, turned around, and disappeared into the rocky area. "Mu, take Chiyu and stay in the back to support. Remain vigilant of your surroundings." "No problem. Okay, let's move." Whitebone and Midnight Red Tea cautiously approached the grassland. This Furhorn clan member is so disgusting. Chiyu had been afraid of fuzzy insects since childhood. Oh, she couldn't believe there was such a large insect in the galaxy. Haha, our galaxy is vast. There are at least 77 known intelligent civilizations that are no weaker than human intelligence, and even more unaccounted races. Can they participate in the trials? No, only the intelligent races within those 77 civilizations are qualified to participate in the trials. However, they will eventually be encountered. Current technology cannot support interstellar expeditions, and when the day arrives, it will signal the true onset of great wars where all civilizations and races without exception will be involved. This is a struggle for survival among races. Only the sole victor can survive, and there is no retreat. I hope that day comes slowly. Let me develop first. When the time comes, I will also join the Planetary Coalition Army and become a female officer. Haha, then you work hard. Mu, you're so amazing. Whether you join the Planetary Coalition Army or not in the future, we can partner up, and I will take care of you then. Thank you, but I'm not thinking about that for now. I'm afraid that by then I'll have to carry you every day. Below, the Furhorn clan member deviated from his route, not continuing towards them, but heading west instead. The plan failed to execute the second plan. White Bone and Midnight Red Tea suddenly charged out, revealing themselves moving rapidly, fierce and taciturn, clearly not ordinary individuals. The Furhorn clan member was terrified. He had fallen into an ambush and was unsure if there were other ambushers nearby. In a panic, he fled towards the direction he came from. When a person encounters an ambush and is uncertain whether there are others lurking in different positions, their instinct is to escape back the way they came. At this moment, Heiyu was lying in wait along his path back. 20 seconds later, bang! We succeeded. Chuyu was overjoyed. As the dust settled, Heiyu had succeeded. The Furhorn clan member's full attention was on the pursuers behind him and the possible ambushers from other directions, completely unaware that an ambush awaited him on his return route. The Furhorn clan member fell, and Midnight Red Tea was the first to catch up, delivering a few more strikes to ensure he was dead. His 3 horns are quite valuable. Heiyu focused on the 3 horns of the Furhorn clan member. Too heavy, hard to carry. We can store them in a place first and retrieve them on the last day to bring back together. I think that's feasible. Midnight Red Tea seemed to have a good relationship with Heiyu and added his input. All right, you two retrieve them, and I'll scout the surroundings. We need to find a place to hide without affecting our operations. Okay. Harvesting the first goal of the day, the team did not linger and continued forward. At noon, they successfully killed a lone target, but then there were no further discoveries. Today's difficulty clearly escalated by more than one level. Their goals set yesterday were completely unrealistic. What should we do? Midnight Red Tea inquired about White Bone, suggesting that if it was too difficult, they should give up, as it was a waste of time and exhausting. At this moment, there were only 4 people in the team, with Black Feather still searching. Black Feather probably wouldn't want to give up. Let's keep looking and aim to find a hidden spot by 3 o'clock tonight. White Bone had some understanding of Black Feather's situation and knew why he was trying so hard. He had no intention of denying his actions, provided it did not drag the team down or attract danger. All right. Muhan Xuan did not speak. He left everything to their decision. In fact, he was not familiar with anyone in the team, having spoken the most to this young lady. Continuing their actions, Chuyu felt more relaxed today, without the tension from yesterday, as no dangers had appeared. Mu, what do you actually do in reality? I'm an artist. If you're lying to me. I'm not. Then don't sell your art. Come work at my place to protect me, and I'll pay you. I'm not a good person. Chuyu pouted, her nose wrinkling in a cute way. If you're lying again, you can't even play a bad guy properly. Muhan Xuan chose not to reply. He was not a good person after all. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Black Feather brought news that he had made a discovery. Indeed, he had caught an opportunity, and the team members immediately rushed over. A broken cliff, steep on both sides, rising 100 meters, almost vertical to the ground. The cliff was riddled with holes of various sizes. Some could only accommodate a single person curled up, while others were mysterious and deep. The group instinctively looked up at the holes above. If someone was hiding there, they would surely be concealed within one of them. Black Feather stood above, pointing downwards. Miscalculated. 2 members of the Jia Qi tribe, average strength, hiding in the underground cave. Black Feather returned to the team and explained the situation. Whitebone asked, what is the terrain like below? There's only one way down. Very well, let's go down together. Mu and Chuyu block this exit. Black Feather confirmed the target's position and Midnight Red Tea, and I will follow behind. Understood. Black Feather jumped down immediately. Muhan Xuan had no objections and followed suit. Chuyu took out her large axe and jumped down quickly. White Bone and Midnight Red Tea cautiously followed Black Feather. Mu, should we go up to help? No need. Such teams are usually made up of temporary gathers of scattered individuals with average strength. Oh, I see. Chuyu relaxed. Mu, is the chance of encountering such a killing trial high? Not high, but actually, no matter the form of the trial, even without strong requirements, there can still be mutual killings. Therefore, in any trial, danger is always lurking. Is that the case even for search trials? You're misunderstanding. It's precisely those search trials that are the fiercest in terms of killing, especially when encountering certain rare items or materials. She indeed thought wrong. It was during times of great profit that one truly fought for their lives. While explaining this to Chuyu, the battle on the other side ended quickly and was not too difficult. They could not delay any longer and had to quickly find a place to rest. Today's harvest was merely 4 kills. Given today's situation, tomorrow might be even worse. 13 plus, for they had only killed 17 challengers. Achieving a top 3 position was almost impossible. They could only gamble on luck, hoping that other teams were all wiped out by the monster birds and had poor scores. The team gathered together and immediately moved to find a resting spot for the night. Not far away, 10 kilometers to the south, they chose an underground tunnel with several passageways. This will do. Black Feather, go observe the surroundings. and pick some grass on the way back. Midnight red tea, and I will explore the other passageways. Be careful. The two nodded and left. Muhan also did not idle searching for the most defensible stronghold. An hour later, all team members returned lacking the excitement of yesterday, with no one speaking, and the morale was relatively low. Unless something unexpected occurred, this team trial was bound to return empty-handed. Their luck was not good, having encountered a bloody trial. If it had been any other trial with their team's strength, they would have been quite confident in passing. They might not have received the best rewards, but they would definitely have had some gains, unlike the bloody trial where they got nothing. After replenishing their hydration and stamina, the group rested to prepare for the last day tomorrow. Eating grass every day, Chuyu could not stand it anymore. The key was that this did not replenish much energy. Even after eating, her stomach still felt empty, leaving her with a dizzy feeling of hunger, just enough to not starve. It was too hard, as she had never endured such pain growing up. At night before midnight, Black Feather left again, even earlier than the previous night. Whitebone and Midnight Red Tea both disagreed with his actions, but did not speak up. Perhaps they had slept too well last night, or maybe it was the hunger keeping them awake. Chuyu had yet to sleep, now wondering, why did he go out again? Those who never give up have a greater chance of succeeding, even if it seems very bleak. Chuyu couldn't help but glance at Mu, thinking he looked quite cultured. I see it as a futile effort. It would be better to take it easy, as there will be other trials in the future. Perhaps he is just anxious. Muhan quietly gazed at the thick night outside, his expression desolate. Everyone had their own stories. Who could truly understand? This time Yu emerged earlier and ran farther. This was the last chance. If there were no gains tonight, there would be no opportunity tomorrow. At 1 in the morning, no findings were made. Yu remained undeterred and continued to strive. At 2 in the morning, there was still nothing. Yu felt that this direction might not be lucky, so he turned and rushed towards the cliff, whereby Ri was hoping to change his luck. At 3 in the morning, the entire earth was eerily silent. Yu arrived at the cliff of Bai Ri, remaining silent at the spot, yet again experiencing a fruitless night. Reluctantly, he had to return. By 4 o'clock, most of the black rocks would be covered by the black liquid, making it difficult to return. Yu was still able to discern the importance of the situation. He could not let his own issues affect the entire team, or else who would be willing to team up with him in the future? He was just about to turn and leave, when suddenly, bang! A muffled sound erupted, powerful and impactful, coming from a height approximately 500 meters away. In an instant, a sharp light gleamed in Yu's eyes. A team is in combat. He swiftly dashed towards that direction. Let's go. A group of Sha'i tribe members was ambushed in a cave high up on the cliff, losing 2 teammates to a surprise attack at the start, leaving only 3 of them. To avoid other teams, they had specifically moved to this steep cliff during the early hours, a place most suitable for hiding and utilizing their strengths. However, they never expected to be discovered, especially at such a late hour. Sister, go save Ailey. Zaina's eyes were filled with tears, struggling to rush back. Don't worry about me, just go. In the distance, Ailey temporarily held off the enemies with her life, urging loudly. The Sha'i tribe was not skilled in close combat. Under normal circumstances, they relied on their exceptional stealth and high mobility to launch long-range attacks to surprise and kill their enemies. Looking at her lover fighting alone, covered in wounds, and then at her younger sister nearby, Naisha grabbed Zaina and jumped off the high cliff, spreading her wings to fly into the distance. Between her lover and her younger sister, Naisha ultimately chose her sister. No, Ailey will die. We can't save her. Let's not waste her sacrifice. We must live and return. Naisha and Ailey, this couple had participated in many team trials and had always escaped danger, which made them somewhat overconfident, underestimating other races. This time, they deliberately brought Zaina into the team trial to learn. Unfortunately, this time they lost that streak of luck. The Sha'i tribe had semi-transparent silver-blue skin with slender and light bodies and elongated limbs. They had insect-like membranous wings on their backs, enabling them to move at high speed and emit a soft silver glow. Coupled with the special cells in their skin, they could become invisible in complex environments. They often utilized this advantage for stealthy long-range attacks to slay their enemies. They had no hair, with a halo-like fringe on their heads that could sense energy fluctuations in the environment, allowing them to detect enemies in advance. They could anticipate any attack from long-range weapons. However, their weaknesses were obvious. They were not skilled in close combat. Unfortunately, this time their foes were too powerful, and even with their awareness, they couldn't prevent the attack. Another unique aspect of the Sha'i tribe was their method of reproduction. They could only reproduce among females, with no males among them. Naisha's lover was also a female. In a dark corner, Yu was completely hidden in the shadows, quietly observing. The last Sha-E tribe member who tried to block them could not hold on for long, injured in the wings and not adept in close combat. She only lasted a moment before being torn apart and falling off the cliff. The attackers were a rather special race, the Kalusa tribe. They were only about 1.2 meters tall, and their individual strength was not particularly outstanding, yet they were among the top 3 powerful races in the galaxy with the most advanced technology. They possessed extraordinary jumping abilities with rapid frequency, so powerful that it resembled teleportation, making it difficult for the eyes to keep up with their speed. Their teamwork was exceptionally strong, nearly perfect and flawless. Even if their own team came over, Hei's impression of them was simply one thing: smart, incredibly smart. Every Kalusa tribe member was exceptionally intelligent. Heiyu did not dare to linger. Once discovered, he would not be able to escape. He slowly retreated, chasing after the direction in which the 2 Sha-E tribe members had flown away. At 5 o'clock, Heiyu still had not returned. Muhan Chuan emerged from the cave. Outside, the area was completely overrun by black liquid with few places to stand. Where could Heiyu have gone? Something must have happened. Soon after, Bai Gu and Wu Yihongti also emerged. Wu Yihongti spoke with a hint of desolation. He may have gotten into trouble. Bai Gu's expression was calm. With someone like him, trouble was bound to happen eventually. How many of us can truly make it to the end? Muhan Chuan still spoke. Should we go look for him? No, if he is alive, he will come back. If something really happened, we wouldn't be able to save him anyway. Wu Yihongti and Muhan Chuan fell silent. They both knew Bai Gu was right. At 6 o'clock, the sky was slightly brightening and countless strange birds were flying towards the silent desolation. The ground, completely overtaken by black liquid, was gradually returning to life. In a mountainous region, Heiyu had chased all the way here. The Sha-E tribe could fly quickly, but their flight time was limited. After escaping danger, they had to rely on walking to conserve energy for potential threats. They used their wings to assist landing accurately on each black rock. Their speed was not slow, but not particularly fast, giving Heiyu the opportunity to catch up. Sister, you're injured. How bad is it? Hiding in the crevice between 2 massive black stones, Zaina exclaimed, only then realizing her sister had sustained serious injuries to her abdomen. Fino, I can still hold on. The evil owl beast will appear soon. We must quickly find a cave to hide in and not linger. The evil owl beast they spoke of was the strange bird that Muhan Chuan and the others referred to their nemesis, rendering their stealth abilities completely useless. No, how can you still act like this? I'll help you heal. Go. Naisha firmly rejected. There was no time left. If they did not find a hiding place, soon they would all die here. Sister. Zaina cried bitterly, her eyes filled with sorrow. This is the trial. It's either the other races die or we die. Remember, even if I die here, you must live and return. Sister, you will be fine. We will definitely make it back alive. Zaina carried her sister on her back, flapping her wings, desperately rushing towards a farther spot to find a hiding place. Heiyu quietly watched, turning to glance at the horizon. The sky was already brightening, and he could see some black dots from afar. The strange birds were coming. The Sha-E tribe had an extraordinary sensitivity to the nearby environment and energy fluctuations. Unable to approach, and with long-range attacks ineffective against them, how should he deal with them? Without his teammates, Heiyu, who was not skilled in close combat, found himself at a loss regarding how to handle them. He looked back towards the horizon. In a rocky cave on a cliff, the exterior is covered by some peculiar grasses, one of the few types of plants in the Silent Ashes wasteland that are unaffected by the black liquid. The 2 sisters of the Sha-E clan have temporarily taken refuge here. There was no choice. The evil owl beast had already appeared, leaving them no time to find a better hiding spot. Naisha could no longer hold on, collapsing onto the ground as Zaina hurriedly tended to her wounds. Sister, you'll be fine. We will go back together. All our clansmen are dead, and Ai Li is gone. It's just the 2 of us left. Zaina, remember my words. If something happens, don't worry about me. Just escape on your own. No, we only have half a day left. This place is very hidden. The evil owl beast won't find us. Sister, we can hold out. I hope so. Just as the words left her mouth, an attack suddenly struck from above the cave entrance, causing a large amount of rocks to shatter and tumble down with a deafening noise. Ignoring her injuries, Naisha abruptly sprang up from the ground. It's a distortion shot. We've been detected. Run. Zaina, shocked, exclaimed, Sister, I'll carry you. Don't worry about me. Run quickly. Otherwise it will be too late. This attack is from other alien tribes. They don't intend to attack us directly, but to deliberately lure the evil owl beast. If we wait any longer, we won't escape. No, we escape together. Naisha shouted, Listen to me, we are being targeted. I might die here to hold them back, otherwise we will both perish. You must escape alone. Sister, don't think about anything, you just keep running. Escape at all costs. Find a place to hide until the trial is over. You can do it, oh I know you can. Sister, I can't. You must. Naisha pushed Zaina away and rushed out. Outside, the evil owl beast indeed appeared, drawn by the commotion. Naisha rushed down the mountain, she had to attract all the attention away from Zaina to give her a better chance to escape. 5 evil owl beasts screeched as they chased after her, slaughtering all living things in their path. Heiyu glanced at the cave entrance, then at the fleeing Sha-E clan members, ultimately choosing to follow the severely injured member of the clan. They insisted on fleeing separately. To catch them all was impossible, so this was the safest choice. No matter what, they had to capture them. Naisha had not escaped far when she was quickly caught up by the 5 evil owl beasts, heavily injured. She deliberately exposed a flaw, waiting for one evil owl beast to approach before suddenly turning and firing, hitting the beast squarely in the head. Woof! The evil owl beast fell straight to the ground, thrashing about for a while before going still. The other 4 evil owl beasts roared in anger, pouncing from all directions. Naisha used her agile movements to evade with all her might. At this rate, she wouldn't last long. She carried 2 ranged attack weapons, one charged for 10 minutes, and was highly powerful, like the shot just fired, while the other charged for 5 minutes and was less powerful. She needed to find a better opportunity to potentially kill an evil owl beast in one strike. The last item was a close-range defensive gear. It was useless. Even if she could take down another evil owl beast, escaping would be very difficult. Nevertheless, she was determined to make one last stand. Illusion dance. She fiercely flapped her wings, dancing gracefully in the sky, silver powder swirling around her, spreading across the entire sky. The evil owl beasts seemed to lose their target, darting about chaotically while roaring in frustration. More evil owl beasts, hearing their companions' cries, rushed in from a distance. Heiyu crouched in a large pit, carefully observing above. He could not figure out where the Sha-E clan members had gone. This was Naisha's a level skill useful for both combat and survival. After using this skill, Naisha could no longer hold on. Her wings grew weak, swaying in the air as she fell to the ground, seemingly unable to escape. Among the approaching evil owl beasts, one spotted Naisha on the ground and dove down rapidly. Naisha pulled out her second explosive gun, aiming upwards, prepared to fight to the death. Hundreds of meters away, Heiyu also spotted his target, drawing out his energy gun. He aimed at the Sha-E clan member. If she was to die, it would be the moment he ended her life. Closer, closer, even closer. Just 20 meters away, on the verge of reaching Naisha. Bang! Suddenly a gunshot rang out, striking the evil owl beast from behind, sending it crashing to the ground, skidding for dozens of meters and nearly colliding with Naisha. Immediately a figure leaped down from the air, scooping her up and flying towards a ravine not far away. Naisha was taken aback and furious. Didn't I tell you to escape? If we live together. If we die together. Sister, we have a chance. How stupid can you be? The hidden alien tribes have yet to reveal themselves. They have been waiting. If we don't try, how will we know if there's a chance? Sister, let's charge out together. You fool, we will die here. Zaina moved quickly, using all her strength to pull Naisha into the underground ravine. After covering a long distance, she hid Naisha beneath a large black stone. Heiyu frowned, retracting his energy gun. Another Sha-E clan member returned. He had invested so much, he could not let them escape so easily. He rushed towards the direction they fled. The evil owl beasts would not let them escape either. With the additional evil owl beasts flying in from afar, there were now over 20 pursuing the direction they fled. 1 minute later, Heiyu spotted the 2 Sha-E clan members again. Without hesitation, he raised his hand and fired an energy shot directly at the large stone where they were hiding, then quickly retreated to find a place to hide. Awoo! Awoo! Hearing the commotion, more than 20 evil owl beasts charged down. Just as Zaina thought they might have escaped a disaster, her expression changed completely. It was those detestable aliens again. Her sister was right. Those aliens had indeed been following them all along. Looking at her unconscious sister, Zaina threw out her level defensive item. Feather shield. A thin layer of feather protection appeared around them. Bang! Boom! More than 20 evil owl beasts continually dove down, crashing against the thin protective barrier in wave after wave. Zaina raised her second ranged weapon and shot at the incoming evil owl beast. Missed. A whale, the shot did not hit a vital spot, only striking its wing. The evil owl beast fell to the ground, howling while its head crazily battered against the protective barrier. Several more evil owl beasts landed, attacking from different directions, and the protective barrier was about to collapse. Zaina cried, not from fear, but from sadness. They could not escape anymore, and all hope was lost. From a distance, Heiyu once again aimed his energy gun, this time not at Zaina, but at the unconscious Naisha. He waited for that moment when the protective barrier would shatter, intending to eliminate one before the other. Thud crack. A faint sound of shattering was heard. Zaina's antenna-like tendrils above her head moved. She suddenly turned her head, but she was not looking in the direction of the cracking sound. Instead, she looked toward the opposite side. An energy shot came flying in at that moment. The instinct of the Sha'i clan allowed her to sense the shot in advance. Along with it came the shattering of the protective barrier, and several evil owl beasts pounced in. They had nowhere left to hide. Puff! Naisha awakened only to see Zaina standing in front of her, pushing her aside, as an energy shot pierced through her chest. Zaina! Ah! With a scream, Naisha went completely berserk. She knew that neither of them would return, their entire team would forever rest here. Bell kill. A sharp and piercing bell sound erupted from Naisha, radiating outward and attacking the minds of all nearby living beings. Naisha unleashed her only a level attack item card. More than 20 evil owl beasts howled in agony as they fell from the sky in disarray, crashing to the ground. In the distance, Yu was also affected. He suddenly covered his head, remaining still, not daring to make a sound, relying on his strong will to endure. The immense ringing sound attracted even more evil owl beasts from afar. As the dust settled, Naisha lay on Zaina, ultimately unable to move. Tears streamed from Naisha's eyes as she murmured, "I told you to run." In the next moment, an energy shot shattered her head. More evil owl beasts. Tears streamed from Naisha's eyes as she murmured, "I told you to run." In the next moment, an energy shot shattered her head. More evil owl beasts appeared, tearing into the two sisters. Hidden in the distance, Yu let out a long breath and turned to flee in the opposite direction. He had used up one distortion shot and 3 energy shots. It would take time to recharge, leaving him with only 1 gravity cannon. At 8 o'clock, the remnants of the rainbow faded away and the strange bird flew off. The group of Baigu was preparing to relocate. In the last half of the day, any team aiming for the top 3 would undoubtedly make desperate moves. This tunnel was too conspicuous and no longer safe. They needed to find a more concealed place. Where's the black feather? Due to hunger, Chiyu, who had taken a beautiful nap to conserve energy, had not noticed the absence of the black feather. Something might have happened. Chiyu exclaimed in shock, her soul questioning. He didn't come back last night. Men who don't return home at night indeed never have a good ending. One wonders who educated Chiyu in such extreme thoughts. The team was not prepared to wait any longer. Just as they exited the underground tunnel, a hurried figure jumped down. A group of people simultaneously drew their weapons, and even Chiyu's reaction was not much slower. Upon recognizing the newcomer, they all wanted to curse. Midnight Red Tea was the first to exclaim, "Enjoy, Black Feather." Baigu secretly breathed a sigh of relief and stepped forward to check him. There were only a few light scratches, nothing serious. "Are you alright?" "No." "Any gains?" "I ambushed too." Midnight Red Tea was overjoyed. "You did well, impressive." Baigu relaxed his furrowed brow. "Not bad, well done. Let's move, we need to relocate first." "Alright." With that, their team's kill count for this trial increased to 19, a glimmer of hope rising. Mu Hanchuan said nothing, only gazed deeply at the black feather. This was a truly ruthless person. Chiyu, having silently cursed the black feather just moments ago, felt inexplicably guilty as he returned. In the narrow valley, both sides were lined with massive black and dark brown boulders, the shortest exceeding 5 meters in height. Passing through here would lead to a very good hiding spot they had explored 2 days ago. The team advanced cautiously, with the black feather scouting ahead, without daring to stray too far. The terrain here was too complex, prone to ambushes. Even he could not gather all information. If the main force was attacked, he must return for support immediately. At the rear was still Midnight Red Tea, just 10 meters away, ready to provide support in case of any unforeseen events. Chiyu closely followed Mu Hanchuan. In such a place, she felt insignificant and inexplicably fearful. "I'm scared." Mu Hanchuan was speechless. What did she want to say, being scared? What more could I do? Mu Hanchuan turned back helplessly. What? She turned her head to the right, but quietly pointed to the left, saying, "I just saw that stone over there seems to be moving." "You must be seeing things. Didn't your eyes look to the right?" Mu Hanchuan moved backward, turning his head towards the left side that Chiyu mentioned. He casually glanced, and then tilted his head to look closely several times. That stone. How could it seem particularly bright? Alone it looked normal, but compared to the other stones nearby it stood out. Was it reflective? Mu Hanchuan's gaze was too obvious. Perhaps sensing this, or maybe feeling that Mu Hanchuan had discovered him in an instant, that stone really moved. Its arm extended from behind the rock, revealing a ranged weapon targeting Midnight Red Tea. In that split second, mark lifted, remaining marks 67, mark successful, remaining marks 77. Mu Hanchuan barely had time to warn. He swiftly executed a whole set of rescue actions, hurling his right hand towards Midnight Red Tea 10 meters back. He lifted the mark from Chuyu and instead marked the round shield at his waist. The moment his hand fell, the round shield appeared in his right hand and was flung out. He could have directly summoned another previously marked shield, but to ensure his teleportation skill wouldn't be discovered, he had to operate this way. Space skills are too extraordinary. Each person could only have 3 pieces of equipment during the trial star. If he suddenly had one more piece of equipment, that would be too obvious. He couldn't expose himself for just one midnight red tea. The round shield spun and rushed forward, unfolding before midnight red tea. Unlike a large shield, it was only slightly larger. Bang! A powerful twisted projectile shot forth at that moment, striking the round shield, narrowly blocking a treacherously deadly ambush aimed at midnight red tea. The round shield flew far away, and just from this shot it was damaged by a third. Spine Clan. Only then did Mu Hanchuan's warning spread through the air. At the moment the stone raised its arm, Mu Hanchuan had deduced that the attacker was the Spine Clan from the Noise Planet. Only they could disguise themselves as rocks and crystals. Midnight Red Tea reacted swiftly. The moment Mu Hanchuan threw the round shield to her, she sensed the danger instantly, drawing her weapon and rolling aside. Although she was still a step late, she narrowly avoided being hit by the twisted projectile. Bai Gu and Blackfeather were also quick to respond, immediately turning back to provide assistance. Chuyu screamed, "Ah!" Holding the enlarged axe, she hid beside Mu Hanchuan. That stone could really move and had ambushed them. Meanwhile, at the same moment, 4 enemies jumped out from various directions, 2 from the top of the valley and 2 hidden among the boulders. Indeed, they were the intelligent race from the Noise Planet. The 3 hidden among the boulders were the Spine Clan, standing upright at 3 meters tall, with strong limbs covered in thick, color-changing scales. It was this very armor that allowed them to disguise themselves as various minerals and crystals. On their necks grow 8 sensory tentacles that can release pheromones for long-distance communication with their kin. They can also emit unique pulse waves, though this is most effective underwater and loses half its effect on land. Despite their appearance, they were actually a marine race living deep beneath the ocean. The 2 4-legged creatures at the top of the valley were the Tiger Weasel Clan, also from the Noise Planet. They have massive bodies yet are as agile as weasels, with sturdy tails that can shoot spikes, not to be underestimated. The Noise Planet is a very special one, home to 3 distinctly different intelligent races coexisting: the Spine Clan from the ocean depths, the Tiger Weasel Clan on land, and finally a flying race hidden in the treacherous mountains, the Night Eater Bat Clan. Land, sea, and air are all accounted for. They had fought each other on numerous occasions in the past, and even now their relations hadn't improved much. However, since the trial star appeared, there had been some cooperation among them. For instance, the hybrid team before them was a mix of 2 races. Both land and sea were present except for the Air Force. Be careful, this team is very strong. At the very least, they are not weaker than their own team and have the capability to vie for a top 3 finish in the bloody trial. Bai Gu voiced a warning. He had been stopped by one of the fierce Spine Clan members. A Spine Clan member appeared behind Midnight Red Tea, and in her rage, she charged forward. Just moments before, she had nearly been caught. Thankfully, Mu had intervened in time. Otherwise, the injured her would likely have fallen here. Their team trial had the boss covering the transportation. First, they must ensure the boss's safety before possibly saving themselves. Facing such a formidable enemy, there was simply no extra energy to spare. The Spine Clan member who initiated the ambush charged towards Mu Hanchuan, for he had disrupted their plans. He must die ground to dust. Blackfeather was returning with all his might. His close combat abilities were quite limited, but he still rushed back with all his strength. He indeed was not adept at close combat, and dared not easily use ranged firepower, but the opposing team was unaware. As long as he returned, the enemy would have to allocate someone to deal with him. He could refrain from attacking, but they couldn't truly ignore him. They dared not. This in turn alleviated immense pressure on the team. Otherwise, relying solely on the 3 of them would be difficult. Chuyu was naturally excluded from the battle. The 2 Tiger Weasel members from above the valley rushed down, one indeed splitting off to pursue Blackfeather, while the other lunged towards Mu Hanchuan, where 2 people were. Mu. Chuyu's face turned pale with fright. In this open area, she had nowhere to hide. What should she do? I will never participate in team trials again. I swear I won't come back. Really won't come back. Enhance our strength. Huh. Chuyu blinked, then understood. Oh right. She hastily activated. In the next breath, the Spine Clan warrior, bitter as a wronged widow, charged forward. Mu Hanchuan drew forth the massive shield from his back and raised it overhead. Boom. A thunderous heavy fist slammed into the shield, driving Mu Hanchuan backward 2 meters and toppling Chuyu behind him. The deafening impact seared their eardrums. Another barrage of crushing blows followed, each absorbed unflinchingly by Mu Hanchuan, only stoking the Spine Clan warrior's fury further. Chuyu scrambled upright. only to be knocked down twice more by Mu Hanchuan's staggering recoil, her head spinning so violently she couldn't even recall where her axe had landed. From the high slope, the Tiger Weasel clan surged downward, blisteringly fast. His round shield snapped back into his right hand. Without hesitation, Mu Hanchuan hurled it straight at the lead warrior. The Tiger Weasel warrior stood defiant, refusing to dodge or flinch, certain the thrown shield held no real force. Crack! He was launched backward, tumbling across the rocky ground for over a dozen meters before staggering to his feet. Empowered by Chu Yu's augmentation, Mu Hanchuan's raw strength had surged past the frank threshold, bolstered by a 20% offensive boost and the formidable kinetic force of his innate ability migration. My strength stands at 88 points. Almost there. With luck, I'll reach Frank within these 2 months. Mu Hanchuan now yearned even more urgently to elevate his other attributes to Frank. The leap in capability was truly profound. Midnight Black Tea, watching from afar, raised an eyebrow in quiet astonishment. His strength is this formidable. He's concealed it well, utterly undetected during last month's team trial. And that shield recall ability, deployed for the first time, must be one of his own innate skills. Behind him, the Spine Clan warrior closed in, using his immense bulk to barrel forward. The great shield fully extended. Mu Hanchuan seized it and charged headlong in retaliation. 2 titanic figures, a colossal tank and a compact one, slammed together with earth-shattering force, cracking the ground and sending plumes of dust skyward. Mu Hanchuan's boots carved deep furrows into the earth, his knees bent slightly, but he held firm, bearing the colossal impact without yielding an inch. The Spine Clan warrior shrieked, a piercing, guttural roar, as he refused to retreat. With one arm bracing forward with full might, the other rained down blow after blow upon Mu Hanchuan. The round shield reappeared in Mu Hanchuan's right hand, lifted high above his head to intercept punch after punishing punch. At last, Chu Yu steadied herself and retrieved her great axe. In the next instant, she let out a sharp cry, for the Tiger Weasel warrior had struck his tail arched high, then lashed forward, launching 3 barbed quills straight toward her. Mu Hanchuan abandoned the grapple with the Spine Clan warrior, retreating 2 steps, then drove his elbow backward, slamming Chu Yu flat onto the ground and burying her face in dust. Thud! Thud! 1 quill veered wide. The remaining 2 pierced Mu Hanchuan's chest. Chu Yu froze in terror. Though the quills embedded deep, Mu Hanchuan staggered only a few paces, unharmed. His rank, void stomach armor, reinforced by his formidable physique, rendered such wounds trivial. Yet from behind, the Spine Clan warrior seized the opening, landing a brutal concussive blow. 3 more quills flew, again aimed squarely at Chu Yu. Mu Hanchuan erupted forward, hurling his great shield backward to cover Chu Yu, who lay prone on the ground, while he lunged ahead, shield in hand, crashing headlong into the Spine Clan warrior behind him. Clang, clang, clang. All 3 quills were deflected. Chu Yu remained unscathed. Elsewhere, the Spine Clan warrior collapsed under the impact. Yet Mu Hanchuan too was dragged down, both titans crashing to earth in furious, grinding combat. 2 bodies vastly mismatched in scale, yet locked in savage struggle. Seizing the moment, the Tiger Weasel warrior abandoned his quills, accelerating sharply as he sprinted straight toward Chu Yu. Mu, I'll help you. Chu Yu rose, seemingly recovered, swinging her great axe downward in a sweeping arc, only to strike Mu Hanchuan squarely across the back. A misfire. Who told you to move? Another swing, just as the Spine Clan warrior recoiled. Good. She missed the enemy entirely. Instead, the iron haft slammed hard against Mu Hanchuan's thigh. Oof. With her 3rd swing, Chu Yu poured every ounce of strength into the blow and struck true. The axe crashed down with bone-jarring force onto the Spine Clan warrior's skull. The warrior grunted, a low, muffled sound. Whether grievously wounded remained unclear, but in response he kicked Chu Yu clean off her feet, sending her flying backward to bounce violently off the great shield. Fortunately, her full-body armor absorbed the impact. She would suffer no serious harm. Mu Hanchuan broke free and sprinted toward Chu Yu. His round shield materialized once more in his right hand and flew forth again. The Tiger Weasel warrior sidestepped, not risking a direct block, with his massive frame sliding laterally to evade. Then with lethal precision, his long tail whipped toward Chu Yu. Mu Hanchuan couldn't grab her in time, so he seized her long braid, instead yanking her bodily backward. Crack! A devastating lash sent Mu Hanchuan flying through the air. Mu Hanchuan wrapped his arms around Chu Yu and rolled far away, still tumbling when his round shield, having soared over 100 meters, reappeared in his grasp. As he released her, he raised both shields upward in defense. The Spine Clan warrior leapt high, both fists descending simultaneously. The impact hurled Mu Hanchuan skidding across the unyielding rock, until he slid to a stop near the dazed Chuyu tossed aside moments earlier. His left hand shot out, snatching her braid once more and hoisting her back to safety. Moo, am I dying? Her entire body tingled with numbness, pain, and vertigo. Meanwhile, 3 other battlefronts burned with equal ferocity. Gu fought his opponent to a standstill, whose towering frame marked him unmistakably as the squad's leader, its strongest warrior. They traded brutality for brutality, neither yielding ground nor mercy, unleashing every technique they possessed locked in a primal contest of sheer will and endurance. Yu had drawn his twisted spear, but kept it sheathed, using its mere presence as psychological leverage, forcing the pursuing tiger weasel warrior to tread with extreme caution. Their speeds matched perfectly, leaving the tiger weasel warrior helpless to land a single blow despite hurling over a dozen quills in rapid succession. Midnight Black Tea fought with relative ease. Her opponent, another SpineClan warrior, could not touch her, outmaneuvered by her superior agility. Yet beneath her calm exterior, her gaze flickered repeatedly toward Mu Hanchuan and Chuyu, tight with concern. Neither she nor Gu could dispatch their foes swiftly, so Mu Hanchuan bore the critical burden, holding 2 enemies at bay, buying precious time. Once more the tiger weasel warrior surged toward them, blazing with terrifying speed, and unleashed 7 quills mid-stride. Simultaneously, the SpineClan warrior attacked from behind. Mu Hanchuan snatched Chuyu's great axe, then, elbowing backward with his shield-bearing left arm, shoved her several meters into a shallow depression. Stay down. His left shield met the SpineClan warrior's charge head-on, while his right hand swung the great axe in rapid arcs, deflecting 3 quills, absorbing 3 more into his body, and letting the 7th veer wildly off course. The quill's tremendous force drove Mu Hanchuan backward, just as the SpineClan warrior's crushing fist descended. Boom. Mu. Amid Chuyu's horrified scream, Mu Hanchuan was driven deep into the bedrock, half his body buried beneath the shattered stone. The round shield's damage rate is at 80%. It is about to give in. Mu Hanchuan struggled to support his body, holding the round shield high to resist the continuous attacks, while keeping an eye on Chuyu's situation, ready to throw the shield to rescue her at any moment as the Tiger Mink tribe was charging towards them. Chuyu, having lost her weapon, felt her confidence plummet to almost zero as she watched the charging Tiger Mink tribe, only able to scream desperately. Suddenly, Black Feather, hundreds of meters away, issued an urgent warning, "Hongcha, be careful." At that moment, the distorted projectile in his hand was launched, targeting not Midnight Hongcha's opponent, but the Tiger Mink tribe charging towards Chuyu. Why is he calling out so affectionately? Mu Hanchuan's first thought was this. Look again. The charging Tiger Mink tribe suddenly made a sharp turn, abandoning Mu Hanchuan and Chuyu, and charged towards Midnight Hongcha, who was engaged in battle on a slope. Behind him, a large weapon had been drawn without him noticing. The opponents realized that Chuyu was merely a shell carrying a large pot easily pierced with a poke, and ignored her. The true experts of this team were the other few individuals. They prioritized targeting Midnight Hongcha, breaking through one by one. Just before the opponents could shoot, Mu Hanchuan exerted his strength, smashing the ground with the round shield, bracing against the attacks from the Spine tribe bursting out from beneath, and with all his might hurled the round shield. Behind him, the Spine tribe's fists came down with greater ferocity simultaneously. Boom! A heavy blow struck from behind, and Mu Hanchuan was once again smashed into the ground. Midnight Hongcha sensed the crisis. In a moment of distraction, just as she was about to turn and escape, a Spine tribe member seized the opportunity and used the only item card they had on hand. Frost Silk. Dozens of snow-white threads suddenly appeared, tightly binding Midnight Hongcha. The extreme cold of the frost froze her senses, leaving her body momentarily numb, unable to even resist. This was actually a relatively rare control-type item, although it was only great it successfully controlled Midnight Hongcha for a short time. The Tiger Mink tribe, which should have fired at that moment, was forced to change position by Black Feather's powerful distorted projectile quickly adjusting. The storm crossbow, which the Tiger Mink tribe could only charge once every half hour, was then fired towards Midnight Hongcha. The 5 members of the Noise Star team revealed expressions of delight, knowing that without external obstruction this strike was certain to be fatal. This human would not be able to withstand it. As long as this one was killed, the breach would be opened and none of the others could escape. They would all die. The firing speed of the storm crossbow was not as fast as that of the energy projectiles or distorted projectiles, but its single target power far surpassed them. If Midnight Hongcha's frail body were to be hit, there might not even be any bones left. Midnight Hongcha was extremely indignant. Was it really me again? Were they targeting me specifically? She exerted all her strength, her face turning the color of liver, trying to break free from the control immediately, but it was useless. The frost on the white threads caused her body to stiffen, rendering her unable to exert much strength. She still needed a little while. She had never felt so humiliated in her life. At that moment, the round shield reappeared, hovering in front of her, spinning rapidly and fully opening. Although it was not much larger than before, it once again blocked this fatal blow for her. With a loud bang, the round shield completely exploded. It had fulfilled its mission and paid the price. The shockwave veered off course, grazing Midnight Honcha's right arm and leaving several deep wounds. This outcome was unexpected for everyone. A supposedly lethal blow was once again blocked. Fortunately, there was still a follow-up. The spine tribe behind Midnight Honcha surged forward to deliver the finishing blow. Blood sprayed forth, and the wound restored sensation to Midnight Honcha's right arm. She completely went berserk, not bothering to evade the attack from behind, but in her fury crushed her offensive item 1,000 absolute needles. Over 1,000 sharp long needles appeared out of thin air from Midnight Honcha's back, all shooting towards the spine tribe member attacking from behind. The intensity and power of the attack caused the spine tribe member, who was sprinting at high speed, to change color in shock. A great attack item. It was already too late to dodge. He could only raise his arms, curl his body, and roll forward to minimize the area of impact. It was useless. No matter how much he tried to dodge, it was futile. His defensive strength was insufficient to withstand it, and he was still shot full of holes. The situation suddenly took a dramatic turn. The battles in other areas also fell into a standstill as a result. Only Chiyu, covered in dirt and grime, was unaware of what had happened, but she had no extra thoughts to worry about anything else. She ran to the pit where Mu was, knowing she still had a great defensive item card on her which she could use at any moment. As soon as the opponent attacked, she would use it. She only knew one thing: if Mu died, she would be finished too. The other few were strong, but none could block the blows for her. The spine tribe member fighting against Baigu suddenly trembled with all 8 tentacles at its neck, conveying some message. The remaining spine tribe member and 2 tiger mink tribe members ceased their fighting and quickly retreated at the same time. Baigu wanted to pursue, but the spine tribe leader's 8 tentacles moved again, sending a violent pulse wave that forced Baigu back. If this pulse wave were to hit in the water, its power would be extremely deadly. The vengeful spine tribe member was very unwilling, glaring fiercely at Mu Hanchuan and Chiyu. Before leaving, it released a pulse wave which was blocked by Mu Hanchuan's body. Chiyu was overjoyed. "Mu, are you okay?" He truly had a strong constitution. Even being shot full of holes and hammered down, could still get back up. "I'm all right. Just moderately disabled." Successfully repelled the enemy and even killed one, though the cost was a bit high. The outcome was ultimately good. The team gathered with no time for idle chatter, immediately moving away. They were not afraid of the previous group returning, but feared attracting other teams to engage in another battle, which they could not withstand. Mu used the medical kit. As he spoke, Baigu went ahead to clear the path, having no time to tend to his own end. Mu Hanchuan did not push through. He pulled out the 30-centimeter-long tail spikes from his body, using the medical kit's first healing ability. He had one use left, which could not be used again unless absolutely necessary. The bleeding on his body immediately stopped, and the injuries inside were alleviated, but to truly recover would take time. It was not instant. There was a 6-hour recovery time, after which the healing effect would disappear. It would be best if there were no battles in these 6 hours. Chiyu watched with her mouth agape. Did it not hurt to pull them out like that? "Mu, thank you. I owe you my life. If you ever need anything, just ask me." At this moment, Midnight Honcha had not yet recovered from her anger, her face still full of rage, looking quite formidable. She spoke little, but her tone was heavy, indicating her seriousness. Mu did not care about any life-saving grace. He was protecting his entire team. If anything happened to Midnight Honcha, their team would also collapse, being picked off one by one. Blackfeather said nothing, but scrutinized Mu Hanchuan for a long time. He did not expect that Mu would be this strong. He threw over an auxiliary item card he had brought for the trial repair box. Mu Hanchuan caught it, said nothing, and directly used it on his grade void stomach armor, which had not been fully repaired. This battle had caused even more damage. The repair box item card could only restore up to 20% and could only repair equipment with damage rates below 40%. If one were to say it was useless, it was indeed very helpful at critical moments. If one were to say it was useful, the effect was really not that great. For now, Mu Hanchuan could only use the repair box for simple repairs to prevent further damage, handling the immediate trial first, and then repairing properly afterward. Their team killed another trial participant, bringing the total kills to 20. Looking on the bright side, it was not without gains as the opportunity increased slightly. The team had noticeably moved closer this time, no longer daring to be reckless. They changed their original route. and chose a more concealed path through the rocky terrain with towering peaks on both sides, some rising over 10 meters high, while the shorter ones were still 6 or 7 meters tall. In the middle was a narrow path about 3 to 4 meters wide, strewn with loose stones, making it difficult to traverse. Mu, are you okay? I see you limping. Do you need me to help you? No need, thank you. Just take care of yourself. I'm fine too, except for a bit of a headache. Chuye's hair was disheveled, holding a small axe in her hand with her messy ponytail left untied. Thank you for protecting me today. When we get back, I'll give you a big gift. I don't think that's necessary. You've already given me a yellow random attribute item card. I feel embarrassed to accept more gifts. No way. What I want. I mean what Chuyu say must be given. She almost revealed her real name in the heat of the moment, showing her fierce character. Do as you wish. Mu Hanchuan had no interest in continuing the conversation. He hadn't felt pain during the fight, but now every part of his body throbbed with pain. That spine clan was too ruthless. He desperately needed a place to rest. Not far ahead, Heiyu was carefully observing his surroundings, feeling an odd sensation in his heart. It was an intuition that was very familiar, yet hard to pinpoint. It felt like he was stalking in the shadows, always prepared to ambush someone. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, as if enlightened, realizing that something unusual was hiding nearby. It was a person. It was a human just like them, and they were being targeted by another human team. They had definitely not been spotted here, but during the earlier confrontation with the Noise Star team, they had been targeted early on. They had not acted yet, waiting for the perfect moment to strike. At this moment, it was the weakest and most relaxed time for their team, making it the best ambush point, an ideal moment to strike. Baigu and Midnight Red Tea noticed Hei's unusual behavior. Before they could ask, Heiyu suddenly turned around, drawing his gravity cannon and aiming at Mu and Chuyu in the back. Among the mixed rubble behind them, a living person appeared. At the moment Heiyu suddenly aimed his gun, Mu Hanchuan understood what was about to happen. He quickly turned around, forcefully drawing his large shield from his back and slamming it down behind him, fully extending it. At this moment, Chuyu was still chattering away, completely unaware of what was happening. In the blink of an eye, she was pushed down to the ground by Mu Hanchuan landing beneath him. What is he going to do to himself? Chuyu thought to herself as she hit the ground heavily. Hei's gravity cannon fired, grazing past Mu Hanchuan's head. In the mixed rubble behind them, another gravity cannon shot straight at Mu and Chuyu. The two gravity cannons met in midair and flew towards their respective targets at even greater speed. The ambushers had not anticipated that the opponents would react so quickly, and it was even more unbelievable that the opponents had discovered them beforehand. They could only watch in horror as the gravity cannon shot towards them. Boom! The E-class gravity cannon, which could only charge every 3 hours, was devastating. Mu Hanchuan's already severely damaged F-class large shield could not withstand it, shattering completely. He was violently thrown away by the explosion, crashing into a large rock over 10 meters away. Even his void stomach armor nearly shattered. Fortunately, he had just used a repair kit to fix it. Otherwise, he would have suffered a huge loss, as that was his only E-class equipment. The repair costs would be even higher when he returned. His body was heavily injured. 2 pieces of damaged defensive gear were not enough to completely withstand such a level of attack. On the other hand, Chuyu, who was pressed beneath him, was relatively unscathed. Although she was thrown a few meters by the powerful explosion, she only sustained minor injuries, with 99% of the damage absorbed by Mu Hanchuan. Meanwhile, the ambusher who attacked them did not have Mu Hanchuan's defensive capabilities. He failed to dodge completely and had his legs blown off. In pain, he crawled, trying to escape. This team was formidable, stronger than they had anticipated. At the moment of the explosion, 4 people rushed down from different directions, launching a surprise attack to encircle and kill Baigus team, all of them human. In their view, this human team had just gone through a bloody battle and was at their weakest. Now, having ambushed and taken down 2 people, they surely wouldn't have the strength to retaliate. They might have to pay some price, but they were certain of victory. Midnight Red Tea's hair stood on end with rage. Their team had been ambushed again, especially at their most vulnerable time, by another human team. Mu's fate was unknown, and their overall strength had dropped significantly. She could no longer care about Chuyu. She drew her sword and charged out. Baigu was not slow either. As he charged out, he reminded Heiyu, "Go help Mu and protect Chuyu. If Mu couldn't hold on, they must do their best to bring Chuyu back." Heiyu did not respond and quickly rushed to where Mu and Chuyu were pulling out his energy gun to fire a shot. The 2-meter-tall man who had intended to finish off Chuyu had to retreat, avoiding Hei's shot. The battle was about to erupt in the narrow, rocky terrain. Baigu fought fiercely against 2 opponents, more violently than he had against the Spine clan member. Midnight Red Tea was also facing a woman, a very fat and ugly one. Both sides fought with all their might, engaging in a deadly struggle, not like members of the same race, but rather like mortal enemies with a deep-seated grudge. Heiyu, who was not good at close combat, had to charge at the 2-meter-tall man. Otherwise, Chuyu would be in danger. Fortunately, he still had 2 energy bullets left which could serve as a deterrent and prevent the opponent from acting recklessly. Chuyu's mind was in a haze, buzzing and completely chaotic. At this moment, she was still lying on the ground staring blankly ahead, unsure of what was happening. Until she heard Hei's urgent voice. Go to Mu's side, use your defensive item card, and then boost our Mu. Where's Mu? At this moment, Chuyu finally remembered to look around, noticing that there was fighting everywhere. They had been ambushed by another team. Ignoring the other battlefield, she searched around in the dust and found Mu lying under a large rock about 10 meters away, covered in blood. She quickly got up, but collapsed again, her head still spinning. Not giving up, she changed her approach and crawled over to Mu. She immediately used her class defensive item card, Sandstone Barrier. The sandstone rose from the ground, merging completely with the rock behind them, ultimately encasing both of them inside. In the brief moment the barrier was erected, Chuyu had time to boost the strength attributes of the other team members and observe the surrounding battles. What surprised her greatly was that the enemies they were fighting were also human. She felt confused and saddened. Since they were all human, why not help instead of ambushing us? Mumu, how are you? You can't die. What will I do if you die? Even though she was heartbroken and tears streamed down her face, it did not affect her concern for Mu. Mu Hanchuan was indeed heavily injured. He wasn't dead, but he couldn't get up and didn't really want to talk. Seeing the defense erected, Heiyu finally relaxed and no longer needed to fight hard, just holding the line. The 2-meter-tall man refused to give up, repeatedly smashing the sandstone barrier with heavy blows. Their team had no intention of completely annihilating the current team. They just wanted to kill a few, with the 2 heavily injured individuals being their main targets. They certainly wouldn't let them go. That useless Lu Chong in the attack not only failed to kill those 2, but also got severely injured himself. Otherwise, with 5 against 3, there wouldn't be so many troubles. The continuous blows made the sandstone barrier shake. Chuyu's heart also trembled with it. If this continued, how long could it hold? Fortunately, there was Heiyu outside. He wouldn't allow the big man to act with impunity. Every time Heiyu rushed in, the big man had to deal with the threat he posed. Getting hit by Hei's energy gun wasn't fatal, but in the trial, star injury was the greatest danger, especially in this bloody trial. Bang bang. The initial range sandstone barrier endured wave after wave of attacks. Although it was only in 5th grade, its defensive strength was exceptionally robust, withstanding the numerous strikes from the burly man. Her entire body was trembling, and the small axe had already grown larger, ready for a desperate fight at any moment. She hoped that Baigu and Midnight Black Tea would arrive soon to save them, or they might not hold on much longer. As the user of the sandstone barrier, she sensed that with 3 or 4 more blows, it would be breached, and at that point she would truly have to rely on herself. Mu, are you dead? If you're not, get up and fight alongside me. The battle started abruptly and ended just as quickly. This human team had severely underestimated Baigu's group, even though they had just come out of a bloody fight. With Midnight Black Tea's furious strike taking down the fat, ugly woman, Baigu also dispatched an enemy. The remaining 2, despite their unwillingness, had no choice but to abandon the fight and flee. The 2-meter-tall man failed to break the initial range sandstone barrier before escaping. He was so close, just a few more seconds, and he could have killed the 2 inside, but ultimately fell short. It was still delayed by Black Feather, otherwise it could have been broken through much earlier. Their team had already ambushed 15 trial participants. If they succeeded this time, they would reach a kill count of 18 or more. The chances of competing for the top 3 were slim, but at least there was hope, and they still had a few hours right. They hadn't managed to kill anyone. Instead, they lost 3 teammates and completely lost hope. This team was unknown, yet their strength was so formidable that they were undoubtedly strong contenders for the top 3. Unfortunately, he had already accepted the death of his teammate, whose legs had been blown off, showing no intention of rescuing him and fleeing alone. His actions were not wrong. If he had been injured, this group of teammates would have abandoned him as well. As he expected, Black Feather dealt with the legless ambusher. Baigu, what about it? Black Feather resolved. Baigu, withdraw immediately. The initial rain proactively dismantled the sandstone barrier, dragging Mu Hanchuan out from inside. She had already used her life-saving item card, leaving her wondering what to do if danger struck again. Midnight Black Tea urgently checked Mu's injuries and bandaged his wounds. He had just used a medical kit, and it couldn't be used again within 6 hours, so he had to rely on himself to pull through. At this moment, it was only 9 o'clock, and there were still 6 hours left before the trial ended, which was very bad news. Black Feather came over to carry Mu, saying, "Let's go." All right. This time Baigu took the lead, while Midnight Black Tea took care of the initial rain and the rear, ready to engage directly if danger arose. They needed to find a hiding spot, quickly abandoning the spoils stored in other places. They only carried a small amount of lightweight expensive loot, such as the feathers of the Blaze Feather clan. Most of it had been hidden near the original intended hiding spot, ready to be taken out at the last moment. Now they had to give it up to ensure the survival of the team, which was of utmost importance. The initial Rain, trembling with fear, followed closely behind, feeling that it was too dangerous. She had nearly died just now, and nothing had happened in the previous days, so why was danger all around today? She never wanted to participate in the trial again. She secretly asked Midnight Black Tea, "How is Moo?" "He won't die." That's good. Why did they attack us? We are all human, shouldn't we unite against other races? If it weren't for this group's ambush, Moo wouldn't have been so severely injured. Midnight Black Tea remained silent, uninterested in explaining to a girl who hadn't even graduated from college. However, Black Feather was more than willing to share his thoughts, responding, "Because we are weak enough, we don't need to complain. This is simply the survival rule of humanity. If there was only one human, they would appear very strong, but once there are many, it's not guaranteed. If only one human team existed, they would be exceptionally united, but if two or more human teams appeared simultaneously, it could be dangerous. They must be cautious because humans understand each other best and are easiest to deal with. We humans are born this way for the sake of interests. Even kinship can be betrayed, so why would we care if they are of the same race? Remember this." The initial Rain certainly remembered this, as she would never forget it for the rest of her life. She had been so close to death, how could she possibly forget? 15 minutes later, the team found a relatively concealed cave in the mountains. Another team had just passed by in the morning, so there would likely be no other teams in the vicinity for a short while. Baigu decided to take a rest here first and sent Black Feather outside to keep watch. If any other teams appeared, they would immediately relocate. Black Feather placed Moo down carefully and left to do his own thing. Mu Hanchuan had used a medical kit, and although he had been interrupted midway, its effect was still active. He was recovering and wasn't in too bad a state. He tossed the medical kit to Baigu, whose injuries were also significant. The remaining medical kit had to be used quickly, otherwise, if another accident occurred, who would bear the burden? Baigu did not hesitate and used it directly. Among the 5 in the team, only he had one support item card left, durability, which was useless now. It had been prepared for Mew's shield, but both of his shields had shattered, rendering it pointless. If we don't get a ranking this time, it'll be a huge loss. Midnight Black Tea lamented her a great attack item card was so expensive. It's likely difficult. With the 3 just killed, they had only eliminated 24 trial participants. The hope of competing for the top 3 could only be described as slim. At exactly 3 o'clock in the afternoon, the 3-day team trial concluded, neither a second more nor less. The Bone Squad held on until the end. Fortunately, this time, there were no mishaps. There was only a minor incident when a tall Zelter team of 3 appeared nearby. You kept a watchful eye on them, ready to notify the Bone Squad to retreat at the slightest hint of danger. Fortunately, that team did not approach them, but went in another direction to search, thus avoiding any danger. In this team trial, Mu Hanchuan lost a large shield, a round shield, and a support item card. His grade Void Stomach Armor nearly broke as well, making it quite a grim situation. Fortunately, the Void Stomach Armor was preserved, otherwise he would have suffered significant blood loss, but he could withstand his injuries. Thinking of the Void Stomach Armor led him to recall Lao Wang and Song Hung, who took his money but failed to deliver, nearly costing him his life due to the poorly repaired armor. This grudge must be avenged. They should not complain about others breaking the rules. Next came the reward distribution, and everyone in the team felt anxious, unsure if they could be among them. After putting in so much effort and taking such great risks, nearly being killed if they failed to enter the top 3, it would be a massive loss. They would have been better off hiding from the start. The team trial of the Silent Ashen Wasteland has concluded. Remaining teams: 27 first place. Clurstar Clurasa Tribe Dust Team kill count 65. Wow, that's impressive. Yes expression instantly dimmed. The Bone Squad fell into silence, their spirits plummeting. Their earlier hopes were dashed. What a disparity. Incredible. Chuyu exclaimed loudly. Their team had only eliminated 24 trialists, yet this Dust team had killed 65. They acknowledged the gap, but was it really that vast? Their squad had worked hard too. How could they compete for the top 3 now? They underestimated the other races within the star system, thinking they could contend. Mu Hanchuan felt a deep admiration. Powerful clans were indeed formidable. The Clurasa tribe, standing only about 1.2 meters tall, had no outstanding individual strength, yet they ranked among the top 3 in the star system, with their technological prowess being the most advanced. To achieve such accomplishments, they must possess their own remarkable traits and advantages, which is quite frightening. Fortunately, their team did not encounter this squad, otherwise they would likely have faced the same fate, as this was a super seed team. Out of 57 participating teams, 27 remained, 30 teams were annihilated, and the surviving teams were likely very few. After this team trial, over 200 must have perished. Second place, Selly Star Floating Light Tribe, tiny team, kill count 25. Damn. Wow. They trampled us. Chuyu cried, tears streaming down her face. Only 25 for second place. This unexpected surprise was exhilarating. The earlier pessimism vanished in an instant as the team erupted into fervent cheers. Second place only had one more kill than them. That meant they were very likely to be third. Optimism suddenly surged. They were filled with regret. They were just one kill short. If they had pushed a little harder, they might have claimed second place. How frustrating, what a loss. The Floating Light Tribe, which Mu Han had encountered twice, had an average height of about 2 meters, with semi-transparent blue-green skin, revealing luminous liquid flowing within. Their heads were flat, lacking noses and mouths, instead breathing and vocalizing through a row of tiny holes on their skin. They had 6 slender tentacles replacing their arms, each tentacle ending with small sensory organs possessing extraordinary perception. The sensors could detect faint vibrations, sounds, and temperature changes, making them natural scouts. They were also a major race, likely ranking in the top 10 of the star system, and combined with their unique reconnaissance capabilities, it was very normal for them to secure second place. This damn trial annoyed Mu Han. They were just one kill away from second place. The rewards for third place would surely differ from those for second, at least 1 or 2 points less in attribute points. Third place, Yingling Star Human Race Strategy Heaven Machine Team, kill count 24. Every time Mu Han heard the name of this team, he felt an inexplicable sense of impending doom. They were too skilled. Yay, third place, our team really came in third. Just moments ago, the dejected Chuyu leaped up in joy. Phew. Baigu let out a heavy sigh, relieved that nothing unexpected had happened. Upon learning the second place result, securing third was within everyone's expectations, but it was a pity to fall just short of second. Everyone was still quite happy they had indeed made it into the top 3 and their efforts were not in vain. This is a great outcome, but more importantly, no one got hurt. Midnight Black Tea spoke to comfort them. We have to thank that first place Clurstar team. If it weren't for their outstanding performance, killing so many, causing other teams' kill counts to stagnate, we wouldn't have had any hope. Baigu smiled, feeling unusually relaxed. That Clarasa tribe team from Clurstar, which Heyu had seen before, was indeed the one that had slaughtered the Sha-E tribe. They were truly powerful. If it weren't for them, he wouldn't have had the chance to eliminate those 2 from the Sha-E tribe. His vigilance had not been in vain. Although it was very dangerous, the rewards were equally substantial, allowing them to break into the top 3. Looking back, he felt his earlier thinking had been overly conservative. That Clarasa tribe team was terrifyingly strong. Midnight Black Tea suggested, once we get out, we can celebrate properly. Chuyu immediately responded, ill treat. How about a masquerade ball? Everyone come and enjoy the fun. Baigu naturally wanted to oblige, hoping for her to take care of business next time, and nodded in agreement. Mu Han, however, would not participate in such events, and politely declined, saying, I have things to do, you all have fun. As for Heyu, he returned to his silent self, saying nothing, and certainly not participating in any masquerade ball, quietly awaiting the distribution of rewards. If Heyu didn't participate, it was no matter, he hadn't spoken much anyway. Mu, it's just us without outsiders, oh, let's gather, have some drinks together. Baigu and Midnight Black Tea are going too. I really have things to do. Maybe next time. Chuyu was evidently a bit displeased. At that moment, hundreds of kilometers away in another location, someone was even more upset, having already spat blood. The Noise Star Iron Prison team, consisting of 3 Spinal Tribe members and 2 Tiger Weasel Tribe members, had also killed 24 trialists, but only placed 4th, missing the kill time by just a bit compared to the Bone Squad. If he guessed correctly, the Human Race team they ambushed was the 3rd place Strategy Heaven Machine team. It was unlikely that there was another Human Race team stronger than them. That ambush was a total failure. Not only did it not succeed, but they also voluntarily gave up a kill, allowing the other team to surpass them by just that 1 kill. After a team trial, they accomplished nothing and ended up with nothing. How could they not spit blood? Reward distribution: attribute point reward 15 physique points. Due to insufficient strength, agility, and mental sense, automatically supplemented strength 882, physique 3448, agility 863, mental sense 872, 15 attribute points, was decent, exceeding expectations. The attribute point rewards for the Silver Star Key Team trial ranged from 10 to 20. If they had secured second place, they should have received around 17 points, so they were 2 points short. They were one step closer to grade, needing just 10 more points. I gained 15 strength points. This was more than the strength gained from using random attribute cards for months. Chuyu was ecstatic. Baigu received agility attribute points, which made him very unhappy. He followed a pure strength route and wanted strength too. Midnight Black Tea received physique points, which made her quite troubled. She needed strength or agility. A physique was somewhat useless for her. Heiyu received mental sense rewards. He originally focused on agility with mental sense as a secondary, which was decent, and he was relatively satisfied. Equipment rewards: flame gloves, a grade, attribute requirements, strength 300, physique 150, ability 1. Inflicts burning damage on attacks. 2. Can cast a long-range fire attack once every 5 minutes. What kind of rubbish is this? A hybrid of melee and ranged. But why did it seem so subpar? Now it should be clear why Mu Hanchuan was fully equipped with a meat shield. Even if he received attack gear, he couldn't use it as his strength was barely over 100, not even reaching grade. Wow, I got a grade shadow cloak that allows me to hide for 3 minutes. She didn't see the 12-hour cooldown condition. Chuyu was over the moon. It was her first trial, and she had just gained 15 strength points, now also receiving a great equipment reward, dancing with excitement. What great luck! This piece of equipment is top-notch. Baigu complimented Happy for the boss, ensuring that rewards after exiting were secured. He received a great attack skill, which was just right for him. Wow, a life-saving item. Midnight Black Tea exclaimed as she also received a great piece of equipment, a defensive item. He almost cried. His physique wasn't sufficient. Hey, you could only feel envy and jealousy. This shadow cloak was the most suitable for him. What a pity. He received an auxiliary identification skill, outwardly calm, but internally bleeding. He was the hardest worker in the team, yet why was he given such garbage? Mu Hanchuan felt his mind was unbalanced. Why? Chuyu's equipment was relatively rare and worth far more than the flame gloves he received. Lastly, the final reward was distributed. Skill slot reward: basic skill, slot 1 damn. Now it was Mu Hanchuan's turn to spit blood. Why was this so subpar? What use was this for him? He already had 2 skill slots activated and had only learned 1 skill. Was another skill slot just for show. With only 1 brain capacity left, even unlocking 3 skill slots wouldn't allow him to learn anything. This could only be sold for 1.5 million. Oh, what a loss. Mu Hanchuan glanced at Chuyu again, his intuition telling him he didn't get anything good, while she must have received something valuable. Wow. Sure enough, she squealed again. I got a specific attribute point item card, blue. This was just what she needed to boost her strength. After the team trial, she had added a whopping 18 strength points. Was there anyone luckier than her? What the hell? Mu Hanchuan was the first to curse. Why did his 1.5 million yield only 900,000 for her? Good things and good fortune all went to her. Was this the rookie protection period? Baigu, Midnight Black Tea, and Heiyu all fell silent, clearly having received nothing good. With all 3 rewards distributed, the biggest beneficiary turned out to be Chuyu, the biggest bystander, and no one was in a good mood. Everyone returned to their own homes. When it reappeared, it was already noon on the second day of real time. The flow of time in the trial star was not consistent with real time, with a ratio of approximately 1 to 4. 3 days inside equated to 18 hours outside. Mu Hanchuan returned to the original point, where he entered back to his exclusive secret base. He walked towards his bedroom, took off his tattered clothes, removed his damaged mask, unfastened the void stomach armor from his body, and collapsed heavily onto the bed. This team trial encountered some unexpected events, but fortunately the outcome was perfect. His injuries were not light, and he would need to recuperate for half a month before entering the personal trial, where he would first complete the 2 personal trials. The personal trial in comparison to himself would be much easier and would not result in serious injuries. As for next month's team trial, it remains to be seen. It is uncertain if he can still team up with the White Bone Squad, as they had made prior arrangements months in advance. Unless there are personnel changes in between, adjustments will not be made. Perhaps they have already arranged for other members next month and finalized their team. He extended his right hand into the air, and in the next moment the circular shield that transported him to the trial star reappeared in his hand with little damage. No problem, he can transfer to the trial star and back. Excellent. These are all equipment produced by the trial star. The ability to transfer was expected. Next time in the personal trial, he would try to see if he could transfer real items to the trial star. If that works too, it would be truly extraordinary, significantly reducing future dangers. He wondered if living beings could be directly transferred back. If he marked an alien and transported them back to their home planet, what would that situation be like? No, he should wait until the trial is over. After they each return, he would then transfer directly, moving the target from their planet to his own. Damn, just thinking about it made Mu Hanchuan feel it had great potential. If he encounters a genius from a great clan in the future, he could do this, and then sell them for money. No. His thoughts were still narrow. It didn't necessarily have to be capturing aliens. If he encountered a princess, queen, or heiress from their own human planet, he could mark them too. Once returned, he could transfer her in front of him and imprison her. Was that too evil? Sigh. He forgot to reapply the mark on Chiyu after it was lifted. Should he try it now? Haha, he got carried away with his fantasies. Muhan Chuan did not have those preferences. It was time to sleep, to wake up and collect rewards, find a way to purchase a random attribute item card, and look for a place to repair his void stomach armor. This time he had to completely fix it before entering the personal trial. Next time, he could spend more money since he had some now. Bai Gu and the others also returned to their original points. In a luxurious private room, there were even more people than when they entered, as several others joined. They waited for 18 hours. This trip equated to having stayed in the trial star for 3 days. They had prepared for the worst. Fortunately, heaven favored them, and everyone finally relaxed their heavy hearts. Chiyu was back. Xiaoyu, what kind of trial was it? Why did it take so long? A woman rushed over, grabbing Chiyu and inspecting her up and down, nearly in tears. This time she was genuinely frightened, thinking something had gone wrong on her first trial. The other 2 women also stepped forward to check. This time we weren't very lucky. We entered the blood trial, which required mutual slaughter. Thankfully, our team was strong, and not only did we pass, but we also ranked 3rd. Chiyu excitedly explained, then took out her rewards. Look, I got a rank shadow cloak and a blue designated attribute point item card. So impressive. The women were astonished. No one had expected her to really receive any rewards. They thought she was just going to train and broaden her horizons, ensuring she didn't keep complaining. Xiaoyu is impressive. Did you get attribute point rewards? Of course. I got 15 points, and they were strength rewards. While the middle-aged man who had given Mu Hanchuan the random attribute item card was astonished. This result was quite extraordinary. He couldn't help but praise, wow, miss, you're amazing. When I first entered the trial, I only got 2 points in agility. Haha, it's not that I'm so amazing, it's that our team is strong. I didn't do much. Bai Gu timely chimed in, praising Miss Chiyu indeed did very well. On her first trial, she not only helped us strengthen our power, but also assisted in combat, alleviating our huge pressure. If Mu Hanchuan heard this, he wouldn't know if he would agree. Really, Xiaoyu, you participated in the battle, right? Not at all. I just followed behind and helped cut a bit. That Mu is incredibly strong. He blocked everything in front of me with no danger at all. He saved me several times, but suffered serious injuries himself. Is he all right? They naturally knew who Mu was, the not so sturdy tank. They didn't expect him to be so reliable. The money spent was worth it. They didn't regret that yellow random attribute card at all. He won't die. He had originally prepared a big gift for him, but since he didn't want to attend the masquerade celebration, that was that. That's good, that's good. It took so long, I was almost scared to death. Next time, don't participate, it's too dangerous. Let's see. Actually, it wasn't so bad. It wasn't that dangerous. While at the trial star, she had vowed never to enter again, but as soon as she came out, her mindset changed. Next time, she would definitely not be so unlucky and wouldn't encounter the blood trial again. I think it's better not to go again. A girl should just use some item cards. A group of women stayed in the room, chatting, while the middle-aged man took Bai Gu to leave, intending to settle the rewards for their team. You all did very well this time. I just reported to our lord, and will grant you the highest reward. 6 million will be credited to each of your designated accounts. Is that all right? No problem. Hehe, it's no trouble at all. I believe there will be many opportunities for cooperation in the future. Their lady wouldn't be participating in team trials in the short term, but others in the family might. They could also introduce Bai Gu's team to other families, as some young masters were very enthusiastic about trials, yet good teams were hard to find. Thank you for your concern, then I will take my leave. Alright, just a quick question, can I get the contact information for that? I'm sorry, I need to ask Mu himself. If he has no objections, he'll send it to you later. Sure, you go ahead, and farewell. A day later, Mu Hanchuan retrieved his 8 million deposit along with 6 million in rewards. The account was not his, it was provided by Chai Long. It wasn't that he couldn't open an account, it was just that he didn't dare to use his name. He also handed over the flame gloves, a rank he obtained, to Chai Long for processing, which could sell for around 3 million. It's an offensive item and a bit pricey. Other types are cheaper, while rare items like control-type equipment are even more expensive. For instance, the Shadow Cloak, a rank that Chuyu had, is worth at least double. He also gave him the reward of skill slot reward, intermediate skill, slot 1. This item was useless for Mu Hanchuan, but it was quite sought after outside. The more skills one learns, the safer one becomes on the trial star. It's quite normal. Like Chuyu, although she hadn't reached a rank, she likely used an intermediate skill slot item card to open a second skill slot, but she had kept the space empty, waiting for better and more suitable skills. What type of team trial did you participate in this time? How did you get so many good items? For Chai Long, these things were already very impressive. Bad luck, it was the blood trial. My goodness, with bad luck you still got so many rewards. It's as if you haven't participated in a trial before. Back then, I also received a point of attribute reward along with a supportive item, a durability reward. Almost died in there. Can that be called good luck? So dangerous. Yeah, brought along a boss, couldn't help it. What the hell? Chai Long was even more annoyed. You had bad luck, yet you brought a boss, and still got so many rewards. If your luck were better, wouldn't you be defying the heavens? Enough of that. Where can I buy a random attribute point item card? I want to buy one. White or yellow is fine. Blue and above are too expensive. You've struck it rich. Bringing a boss earned you quite a bit. Even used the random attribute point item card. Can't avoid it. The improvement is too slow. Alright, I'll ask around for you and message you tomorrow. Okay. Oh, by the way, how many days can you use an attribute point item card? This is Chai Long's eternal pain. He must ask every person he meets. Surely there must be someone worse than him. Not ideal. Then how many days? Can it be worse than him by over 3 months? There's no comparison with you. Forget it, let's not ask. Oh, by the way, Mu Hanchuan stopped him. What's been going on with the Mu family recently? They are still secretly looking for you, but haven't found you in the city of Lainan. They probably don't know you've run so far away in this desolate place of Taizhou County. As long as you don't reveal yourself, they won't find you in a short time. Got it. Hey, young Master Mu, are you really never going back in your life? I can't show my face. My dad has 2 half-sisters and half-brothers. My mom has a half-brother too. They've all taken over my place and the competition pressure is too great. I'm afraid I won't make it. With what you said, I can understand it does seem quite difficult. Late at night, the 4 members of the team met again. Whitebone was the first to speak. The rewards from the employer have already been transferred to each of your accounts, including the deposit totaling 14 million. You all received it, right? Midnight Red T snapped his fingers. Black Feather did not respond, which was equivalent to an acknowledgement. Moon nodded in agreement. We didn't bring back many spoils, we sold for 18 million. I'll give each of you 3,000, and my share I'll give to Mu as a subsidy. The cash given by Whitebone with a 1,0 denomination was only 3 rolls, quite lightweight. Mu Hanchuan received 6 rolls alone. He got Whitebone's share, but he didn't want it. What a loss after all that effort. It turned out we couldn't bring it all back. Midnight Red Tea was still angry. If everything had been brought back, each person could have shared 1 million. It's already lucky to come back safely. Don't be too demanding. Mu, how are you feeling? This time Mu made the biggest contribution and almost died there. I'm fine. Mu Hanchuan said little. We each have plans this month. I booked the team trial through friends. We will have another opportunity to cooperate next time. All right. Mu Hanchuan had expected this and was not disappointed. If it didn't work out, he could team up with the wild teams. By the way, Chu Yu wants your contact information. Will you give it to her? Mu Hanchuan thought for a moment and still refused. No need. He could guess Chu Yu's intention to ask for his contact information. There was no necessity. He was not the team organizer, and even if he joined, it would be useless and only create more trouble. If Chu Yu's team trial really needed people, her family could naturally contact Whitebone, who would help convey the message, or they could post on Ant Network, and he would know. All right, I understand. Let's scatter for now. Okay. Black Feather was the first to leave. Midnight Red Tea was not in a hurry to leave and asked Mu for a way to contact him in case of future matters. She would definitely help if she could. Mu Hanchuan did not hesitate and directly gave it to her. Who knows what would happen in the future? Mu, are you really not going to the masquerade ball organized by Chu Yu? No, not going. Hee, I thought you were fond of that girl. She has a good impression of you, and her family background is good. You can make an effort. Thank you, but I'm too ugly for that kind of hope. After saying that, Mu Hanchuan turned and left. Watching Mu leave, Midnight Red Tea's impression of him greatly changed. This person was not only young, but also frighteningly strong. More importantly, his self-control was extremely high. He could resist temptation, and his future achievements were immeasurable. Whitebone looked at Midnight Red Tea. You think highly of him. Yes, he is reliable. As women, don't we prefer someone reliable? Makes sense. Whitebone also left casually, sending a message to Chu Yu's family. Butler Mu is unwilling to provide contact information. Upon receiving the message, Chu Yu was furious. After all, they had fought alongside each other. How could he not even give her a contact? She was genuinely planning to give him a big gift, but now she didn't want to. Miss, this person is somewhat reclusive and not easy to deal with. But he is strong. Every time there's trouble, I just have to stand behind him, and I don't have to act myself. It's safe and easy. If we can recruit him into our family in the future, we won't have to worry about entering team trials anymore. We can try again later. These scattered soldiers will always encounter difficulties at some point. That's all they could do. Mu Hanchuan did not return. Instead, he sought out a more reliable grade repairman, offering an additional 10% on the price, insisting that the repair of his void stomach armor be completed within half a month. He then went to the riverbank alone, lost in thought, not far from Old Wang's sludge processing station. Having sustained injuries, he was not prepared to act just yet. He planned to wait until his wounds healed before retrieving the repaired void stomach armor, and then taking action, though it did not hinder him from gathering some intelligence first. Old Wang is back. Song Hung hasn't left either. With two A-grade repairmen here, their reputation and business would surely see a significant boost, though it remained uncertain what their true capabilities were. I'll return to have a heart-to-heart with them in half a month and perhaps test my strength as well. In the sky, a drone flew by gliding along the riverbank. Its real-time cameras scanned all individuals within sight, transmitting the data back to the police station for screening to combat any potential crimes. If wanted persons were detected, immediate capture would follow. Nearby patrol officers appeared. Mu Hanchuan pulled up his hood and hurriedly left. Given his identity, it was best not to be recorded in the official system, especially since the Mu family was secretly searching for him. With the emergence of challengers, the crime rate surged significantly, prompting the police to intensify their crackdown year by year, showing no leniency. There was no way to proactively expose challengers. They could not be investigated through any scientific means. Compared to advanced civilizations, the current one lagged far behind. Unless they voluntarily registered themselves or had previously been captured by the authorities and left a record, they could only be found in the official system. The management of such individuals was strictly regulated, requiring regular reporting. Individuals like Mu Hanchuan, who had never been captured and had not voluntarily registered with the authorities, appeared to be just an ordinary mortal on the surface. Countries around the world strive to encourage challengers to report their status proactively and actively contribute to national development, dedicating themselves to the great mission of humanity. The most notable system was the Challenger ranking system. This ranking system was aligned with the Challenger Star ranking system. Indeed, every challenger participating in the trials had their own ranking, provided they were among the top 100,000 in the Challenger Star. Those beyond the 100,000 mark naturally could not be ranked. For instance, Mu Hanchuan currently had no ranking, indicating that he had yet to enter the top 100,000 of challengers in the entire star system. With 77 civilizations in the star system, if each civilization had over 100,000 ranked, it implied that at least several 100,000 humans had reached a grade or above. With a global population of 8 billion, this ratio did not seem too high. However, this was only limited to the Challenger Star. Within various national ranking systems, there were corresponding lower-tier rankings to encourage the populace to report their situations to the authorities. The ranking system included not only global rankings, but also continental, national, provincial, and municipal rankings. Certain economically significant counties had even established their own rankings. Any challenger who made it into the rankings could receive subsidies from the government, good job placements, and certain special super-citizen privileges. The higher the rank, especially for those within the top 100,000 of the Challenger Star, the greater the subsidies received. They could even apply for support in the form of equipment or items before participating in trials. Of course, such applications were generally granted only to those with strong talents and high potential, as well as those ranked highly. It was nearly impossible for ordinary challengers to secure them. Additionally, to receive these benefits, one must report to the local government every 6 months, voluntarily demonstrate their abilities, and undergo testing with special machines, all while providing their true identity. Mu Hanchuan had never reported. He had been concealing himself all along, and just the requirement of providing a true identity made it impossible for him to comply. If he were to go, he believed that at his current age, with his A-grade strength, he could easily rank among the top 10 in Nannan City among his peers, and perhaps even secure a decent rank in the entire Luo province, leading to a substantial subsidy. He had heard by chance that Midnight Black Tea had quite a good ranking in Luo province, seemingly placing in the dozens for her age. Midnight Black Tea should be around 25 or 26 years old. Compiling a list of the top 100 in Luo province for her age and eliminating them one by one, it shouldn't be too difficult to investigate her true identity. However, Mu Hanchuan had no interest in this. Perhaps Midnight Black Tea herself didn't care at all. When will I be able to rank among the top 100,000 challengers? The rank itself was not important. What mattered was its reference value, allowing him to understand precisely where he stood now and providing him with greater motivation to move forward. The next day at noon, A. Chai Long's call came in, informing him that there was news regarding the random attribute item card. Mu Hanchuan happily rushed to meet him at a roadside noodle shop. White 1,200,000. Yellow 2,200,000. The other party did not bargain OI, as the intermediary was responsible for the transaction, with both parties not meeting in person, taking 5% and splitting the cost in half. Of course, I won't take a cut from your side, only from the other party. How about it? You decide. Chai Long finished in one breath and continued stirring his noodles. The white item at 1,200,000 was certainly a loss. It would be better to buy the yellow one directly, as the cut wouldn't be much. Let's go with yellow. We'll transfer the money directly to your account. All right, that's settled. I've sent those 2 items to my dad. They should be able to be sold in a few days. The great equipment is a bit high in tier, but safer for him to handle the transaction, and the price will be higher as well. Got it then, that's it. I'm off. Okay. Mu Hanchuan left first, transferring 255 million to Chai Long's account, of which 550 was the cut. Even among close brothers, accounts should be settled clearly, and the other party's effort could not be overlooked. Having settled this matter, Mu Hanchuan prepared to visit the old man. He had been unusually quiet lately, and he wondered what schemes he was up to. Kangon City, next to Taizhou County, where Mu Hanchuan is located, is Ketua County. He arrived at an old 3-story building. This building has 4 apartments on each floor with 1-bedroom units on both sides and 2-bedroom units in the middle, though they aren't significantly larger, and there are no kitchens or bathrooms inside. Cooking must be done in the corridor, while bathing and using the toilet require going to the shared facilities at both ends. During the day, there aren't many people around, as most are out at work. Mu Hanchuan stepped onto the stairs in the middle of the building, heading to the 2nd floor, where his home was located in the right side 2-bedroom unit. Since the old man adopted Dai Xiaoyan, and she got married, only the 2 of them remained here, and of course he came back less often after turning 18. Back when he was adopted by the old man, it was the year he had just escaped from his grandfather's house at the age of 30. That year, Dai Xiaoyan was 6 years older than him. She had been adopted by the old man when she was very young and raised like a daughter, accompanying him in performing. Mu Hanchuan always felt that the old man didn't take him in out of pity. It was simply because Dai Xiaoyan was of marriageable age, and he chose to keep Mu Hanchuan to help her. Otherwise, he wouldn't have even looked at him, as he was so stingy. At the age of 20, Dai Xiaoyan indeed got married, and then Mu Hanchuan took over her role, learning the craft and accompanying the old man in performances. Although they had only been in contact for a year, Mu Hanchuan had a good relationship with his half-sister Dai Xiaoyan, and they had maintained close contact over the years, mostly initiated by her. Xiaomu. A woman's urgent voice called from downstairs as he just reached the 2nd floor. Mu Hanchuan stopped, waiting for the woman to come up. She was the landlord of this old building and came to collect rent every 3 months. The residents here were all poor, as no one living here had good financial conditions, and most paid short-term rent. She was quite fierce. If she weren't, it would be hard to collect rent. Perhaps it was time for her rent to be due. Xiaomu, are you back from your busy day outside? The old man was a performer, and naturally, so was Mu Hanchuan, who had spent many years wandering outside, which was nothing unusual. However, he had slightly expanded his business scope and blended into a band of like-minded friends, taking a position as a Swana player, becoming a key member of a professional funeral team, assisting those with fated connections to return to the underworld and attain bliss in the afterlife. Occasionally, when needed, he would also participate in wedding banquets. His eru skills were likewise exceptional, bringing tears to the eyes, especially during the moment when the bride departs from her family. Whenever accompanied by Mu Hanchuan's eru, no one could hold back their tears. Those who heard would weep, deeply moved, earning him a small reputation and a good word of mouth with many returning customers. Yes, Auntie Lee, is it time for the rent to be due? No, never mind that for now. Old Feng hasn't been seen for a while, and no one around has spotted him. Let's go check if he has gone out. Mu Hanchuan frowned slightly, sensing something wasn't right. He immediately opened his door and hurried inside, with Auntie Lee following without hesitation. There were 2 bedrooms, and usually the old man lived alone at home, which was rather messy, and Mu Hanchuan's room also had quite a few things piled up. Mu Hanchuan stopped at the door of the right side bedroom, calmly gazing at the old man lying on the bed in his 60s, emaciated with a face full of wrinkles, bearing witness to his life of wandering. Having witnessed many lives and deaths, he could naturally sense it. He had passed away peacefully without any pain and had not disturbed anyone. Mu Hanchuan had sent off many people, and today it was the turn of the only family member he considered to be his own. Auntie Lee covered her mouth, as she had guessed old Feng had truly passed. She patted Mu Hanchuan, saying, "Be strong, call Xiao Yin and have her set up a tent over at Shodong Mountain. Gather up old Feng's clothes, bedding, and anything used, and we'll burn them all later." Auntie Lee walked to the door and dialed a number. "Old Jiang. It's me, what's up? I have a tenant who has passed away. His child is still young and doesn't understand anything. Can you come drive over to help transport him to Shodong Mountain?" Transport him to Shodong Mountain. Doesn't he have a hometown? Shodong Mountain is far from the county seat, a desolate and uninhabited mountain. Those who wander outside have no hometown. All right, I'll come over. Andy Wong from next door came out, curiously asking, "What's wrong?" "Old Feng has passed." "Off." Aunt Wong exclaimed. He was still boasting a while ago. How did he just pass away? Life is unpredictable. They'll call the others back to help together. The people she called were naturally those living upstairs and downstairs. Auntie Lee nodded. Mu Hanchuan began tidying up everything related to the old man in the room and dialed Dai Xiaoyan's number. Beep, beep, beep. At a noodle shop in the county, a busy woman picked up the phone, clearly surprised that Xiao Mu would call her. Usually, she wouldn't proactively contact Xiao Mu as he would never reach out to her. Day after day, she didn't know where he had gone running around aimlessly. Hello, Xiao Mu. Sister Yen. Yes, what is it? Mu Hanchuan hesitated for a moment before calmly saying, the old man has passed. You should head to Shodong Mountain and arrange things there. They'll send him over shortly. A thunderclap. The phone dropped and Dai Xiaoyan collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down uncontrollably. Recently, the children were on break, and the whole family had returned to her in-laws' house. It had only been a little over a week since she last visited him. How could he have passed away? Without a single call, she didn't even get to see him for the last time. He was always like this, finding everything bothersome. Even if he had something to say, he wouldn't, preferring to leave quietly on his own. Her husband rushed out from inside asking, what happened? What's wrong? The two customers eating noodles stood up in unison. My dad has passed away, woo woo woo, Dai Xiaoyan cried hysterically. Not even a call, he just left like this. Her father-in-law had passed. It was too sudden. How could there have been no hint? Although he wasn't her biological father, their bond was deep, having raised her since childhood. Let's go, we need to head over now. Dai Xiaoyan sobbed intermittently, saying, Xiao Mu asked us to prepare over at Shodong Mountain first, and he will send him over directly. All right, I'll contact the funeral home people right now and have the tent set up first and arrange for the coffin to be transported there. Lin Ji helped Dai Xiaoyan up, dialing the phone. Don't look for someone from here, it's too slow. There are already funeral services over at Shodong Mountain. Just let them handle it. Ooh, I have their number. Among the customers, an old man took the initiative to help and found the number. Okay, thank you so much. The shop is closing. Should I pack for you? No need, just hurry and take care of your own business. The two customers who had just started eating waved their hands and left the shop together. Thank you. Lin Ji took time to say, you go pick up your son from school. I will arrange things over at Shodong Mountain first. An hour later, many neighbors who had heard the news gathered outside. An ambulance appeared downstairs, and two middle-aged men came to the second floor. Auntie Lee led the two men into the room. In there. Okay. The two walked into the room and began to carry the body. Mu Hanchuan had also packed up the old man's clothes. After the body was taken down, he gathered the bedding from the bed as well to take along. Not only Mu Hanchuan, but many neighbors also followed to help out. Upon arriving at Shodong Mountain, Yan Jie and her husband had already found a location, and a canopy was being erected with a coffin positioned inside. Mu Hanchuan's band members had specially rushed over to help set up the venue, offering free performances for these few days. Please accept my condolences. Please accept my condolences. A few people approached Mu Hanchuan, each offering words of comfort. Thank you. Dai Xiaoyan rushed to the old man's corpse, her voice hoarse from crying. Her husband comforted her, while their 6-year-old son was taken aside by the elders, shielded from witnessing this scene. Mu Hanchuan paid the two who helped carry the body 1,000 in fees and stood quietly to the side, remaining calm. After years of adventures in the Trial Star, he had long grown accustomed to the partings of life and death, having lost more than 10 teammates. He had parents, grandparents, and maternal grandparents, yet his only true kin was this bloodless stranger. His gaze shifted to the distance where the commotion had attracted two patrolling officers who appeared on the scene. The officers did not approach, instead deploying drones from behind them to gather information on the personnel present. These drones were directly interfaced with their neural neurons, controlled by thought alone, requiring no additional operating equipment, and began functioning immediately after taking off. This was the latest technological advancement. Coupled with Trial Star equipment, their displayed combat capability was extraordinary, easily overwhelming typical trial participants. However, the official use was strictly prohibited, and it was uncertain whether those powerful families and factions conducted private research. These officers belonged to the local defense office, representing the lowest tier in the national combat system. They were responsible only for general patrols and situation investigations, requiring only a 3 neural connection level for operation. Their combat equipment consisted of standardized mechanical exoskeletons equipped with a drone armed with a single-barrel machine gun capable of combat and reconnaissance. Even with the requirement of only a 3 neural connection level, the success rate was merely around 10. Out of 10 ordinary individuals, only one had a chance to succeed. This job was not something everyone could obtain. Above them were the combat police of the local defense office, equipped with Trial Star gear, a robotic dog, and a drone. The required neural connection level had to exceed 6, or one could not operate both a robotic dog and a drone simultaneously. The success rate for combat police was even lower, around 6. Out of 100, only 6 could meet the standard and candidates had to be trial participants. This was a significant advantage, as all of them were trial participants equipped with trial star gear, with drones scouting from above and robotic dogs providing support on the ground. Especially when several combat police acted simultaneously, their combined combat power was formidable, easily overpowering trial participants of the same level. In this small county town, one could at most encounter combat police. Higher-tier combat personnel had to be dispatched from the city level, which were even stronger and had stricter requirements. Muhan raised his head to look at the drones without any concealment. Today was a special day. He could not escape, nor could he choose to. What was meant to come would eventually come. He also felt curious about why the Mu family was looking for him. At the moment Mu Hanchuan's identity information was uploaded and confirmed by the local defense office, this piece of information was immediately intercepted and sent straight to the headquarters of the defense office in the capital Qingling. While handling her tasks, Su Han received a message from her cousin working at the defense office headquarters in Qingling. Sister Han, the person you asked me to investigate has news. Been sending it to you. Detailed information was provided below, accompanied by a photo of the current Mu Hanchuan. Su Han paused her actions and carefully scrutinized it for a while. Though still young, she was already the deputy director of the intelligence department in the southwestern region of the National Intelligence Headquarters. Her trial rank had reached E level, making her a key reserve force cultivated by the state, with strong capabilities, sharp intellect, and dual talents. The National Intelligence Headquarters was divided into 9 branches, with the southwestern region being just one of them. While her official rank was not particularly high, achieving such accomplishments at her age was impressive, indicating a promising future. Of course, all this was significantly related to the powerful background she had behind her. Is he the fiancé of Qingyu Mu Hanchuan? His gaze doesn't resemble that of a wayward young master. He seems like a person with a story, not lacking in intellect or depth. Qingyu's weakness would surely leave her defenseless against him, turning her into mere debris. Su Han's fingers lightly tapped on the black rock table, her specially customized luxurious chair, swiveling back and forth. Cutting off the entanglements would lead to relief from worries. Sooner or later she would have to visit the Mu family. Since that was the case, why not resolve things swiftly? Immediately Su Han dialed her home phone, asking, "Where is Qingyu?" The reply came from the other end. The second young lady left early this morning, saying she went shopping and will return before dinner. Su Han frowned deeply. Day after day, she never went to school or stayed home, spending all her time wandering the mountains, shopping and taking selfies. Did she really have no worries at all? Have her come back immediately, help her pack some clothes. I need to take her out. Yes, young lady. Meanwhile, the second young lady of the Su family, Su Qingyu, transformed into a vengeful spirit donning a blood fox mask, appeared in Huaying City to the east of Qingling. A voice from her earpiece reported, "The target has entered the No. 3 private room on the 3rd floor with 13 bodyguards present. There are 3 entrances to the 3rd floor, 6 patrols on the 3rd floor, 2 at the entrance of the No. 3 private room and 2 inside the room. Additionally, there are 5 female personnel from Huaying City posing no threat." A man in an electrician's uniform leaned against the wall in the back alley, calmly smoking. His indifferent voice came through the earpiece. "All surveillance in the back alley has switched off, and the route has been cleared. The surveillance inside Huaying City will be disabled in 10 seconds. A man hidden in the shadows between buildings spoke. "Position secured." Su Qingyu stood alone on the rooftop, her left side showing a human face, and her right a fox face. Her hair casually hung down, obscuring most of her face as she quietly gazed at the sky. Their target this time was not a Qinghuang citizen, but rather a scion from a prestigious family in the southern country of Sinan named Feiong. He had come to Qinghuang to avoid domestic public opinion pressure due to allegations of coercing dozens of young girls. Upon arriving in Qinghuang, his lustful heart remained unchanged, and he committed several more crimes. Due to his special identity, he had even sent people to eliminate witnesses and used money to silence the victims' families, all without facing punishment. Today was a fine day, and after all preparations, Su Qingyu's team took action. At the 10-second mark, the moment all surveillance was disabled, Su Qingyu leaped down, crashing into the entrance of the 3rd floor of Huaying City. With one strike, 2 heads flew off, failing to even issue a warning. A shadow followed closely behind, rushing up the stairs and vanishing on the 3rd floor. Su Qingyu stepped onto the soft carpet and slowly walked inside. "Who are you?" "The 3rd floor is reserved today." A staff member stepped forward to block her, as today's guests were unusual and the higher-ups had instructed to keep a close watch. Another sword stroke, and the staff member fell, clutching their neck. At that moment, she shockingly realized that the person before her was wielding a sword that had not even been stained with a drop of blood. The bodyguards patrolling the 3rd floor heard the commotion and rushed over. Someone was stationed at the stairs to ensure no one should be coming up. Seeing the 3 fallen, 6 bodyguards drew their weapons in defense while signaling to their companions inside the private room. Su Qingyu moved swiftly, her grace evident, and in an instant she appeared before one of them. With a single stroke of her sword, the person raised their weapon to block. Crack! Their weapon shattered, a thin line appeared on their chest, and then their body split in two. The other bodyguards had never witnessed such a scene, instantly terrified and unable to help but retreat, waiting for the experts inside to come out. Before they could back away, Su Qingyu struck again, unleashing a flurry of sword strikes. These minions had no power to resist and fell apart completely. Only at this moment did the door to the No. 3 private room open, and an expert stepped out while another person, seeing the carnage outside, also approached the door. "Who are you? Is there some misunderstanding? Their young master may not be proper, but he has never associated with upper-class women. This has been a key reason he has lived well for so many years. Minor issues aren't worth anyone's trouble. It's entirely unnecessary." Su Qingyu tilted her head, showing no interest in conversing, her steps unwavering as she advanced towards the formidable foe. It seemed there was no misunderstanding. This person was indeed coming for their young master. Given the situation, what else could be done? Kill. The 3 engaged in combat, the door to the private room crashing down, causing the people inside to scream in terror. Oh Feiyong panicked, frantically searching for a place to hide. He had committed enough misdeeds and was forced to come to Qinghuang, but this was the first time someone had come to kill him so directly. How could he not be afraid? The people of Qinghuang must be insane. He hadn't provoked them, he had merely played with some commoners. He had investigated in advance. Those young girls had ancestors who were commoners for 4 generations. He had been cautious to this extent, and yet they still targeted him. When he had played with dozens in Sinan, nothing had happened. In the next second, his brain ceased thinking as a short dagger plunged into his head. He hadn't even had the chance to activate his defensive equipment card, and he would never have that opportunity again. He struggled to turn his head for a last glance. All he saw was a mass of shadows, nothing else. Following that, a series of stabbing motions left his entire head resembling a honeycomb. Someone's been killed, someone's been killed. Help, help. The few women in the private room screamed, their loud voices shaking the entire building. The shadow showed no mercy, and in an instant the room fell silent, all mouths shut. Task accomplished. With a leap, he rushed out to assist Su Qingyu in vanquishing the powerful enemy. Downstairs, a large contingent from Huaying City surged up the stairs. Upon reaching the scene of the incident, they were met only with corpses strewn across the floor, bloodied, mutilated, and horrifying beyond description. Among the dead lay the honored guest, his body bearing the most gruesome wounds of all. Disaster struck. Huaying City had just entangled itself in a catastrophe. In the alley behind, Su Qingyu vanished at the far end and reappeared moments later in a quiet corner of an unassuming literary cafe on the 2nd floor. Her personal bodyguard had already prepared fresh attire. In the blink of an eye, the transformation was complete. Su Qingyu once again embodied the frail, delicate, and seemingly helpless second miss of the Su family. "Miss Elder Sister has sent word you must return home immediately." "What is it?" "Your fiancé's whereabouts have been located." What does he look like now?" She had seen childhood photographs of Muhan Chuan, but nothing after that. "This Elder Sister didn't send any details." "Very well. It seems I'll need to travel quite far." Tianlan City, Su Qingyu murmured, idly gazing down at the street below. The funeral lasted barely over 2 days before the deceased was interred in a feng shui-blessed grave, and Muhan Chuan stood vigil for 2 full nights. The next day, Chai Long arrived to pay his respects and presented Muhan Chuan with a yellow random attribute item card along with a bank transfer of 4.5 million yuan. The flame gloves rank E sold for 3.2 million yuan. The skill slot reward 1 basic skill slot fetched 1.8 million, totaling 5 million with a 10% commission deducted. The price was solid. Despite the commission, he hadn't lost a cent. Muhan Chuan's own estimate had hovered around 4.5 million. With his existing funds, his total wealth now exceeded 17 million yuan. True, it sounded like a fortune, but in practice it could vanish within a month. Just 5 more random attribute cards would drain 10 million. Then there were equipment upgrades and other necessities. That day, Muhan Chuan visited Dai Xiaoyan's noodle shop, chatting easily with Xiao Lin Yuan, a boy he hadn't seen in quite some time. Before arriving, he had used his random attribute point card, exactly 6 days since the last use, gaining 2 points in physical constitution. With ample funds now at his disposal, he pondered whether to purchase another card for use next week, yet remained torn. "Xiao Lin Yuan, how's your martial training progressing?" The boy was deeply fascinated by combat arts, often sneaking off with friends to watch practitioners train at a nearby martial hall. Over the past few decades, with the emergence of the trial star, traditional martial halls and sects, once mere centers for physical cultivation, had undergone a radical metamorphosis, proliferating explosively and flourishing unprecedentedly. It was understandable prior to the trial star, so-called martial arts, boxing, and combat techniques were largely ornamental, emphasizing fitness and performance over true efficacy. Now everything had changed. With the tribute panels augmenting technique, martial arts and combat acquired a vital inner core, transforming them from hollow forms into lethal disciplines fully oriented toward practicality and lethality, optimized solely for survival and killing. Within the trial star, it was kill or be killed, no quarter given, no mercy shown. Veteran masters and grandmasters who had devoted lifetimes to martial arts, once revered only for tradition, became peerless warriors overnight upon entering the trial star. Many still live today as authentic grandmasters, forging their own unique Dao paths through sheer undeniable prowess. Qing Wang hosted one such legend. Mu Zixi ranked 57th globally, a master from Lianhua Valley in Bibojia. At 139 years old, he had trained since childhood in every facet of his sect's martial arts and combat techniques. At 40, he entered the trial star and never looked back. Today, he led Lianhua Valley to become one of the world's largest and most influential sects. After decades of evolution, martial halls beneath the great sects gradually specialized, some focused exclusively on technical refinement, others on close-quarters lethality, still others on grappling or hand-to-hand combat, each pursuing its own distinct discipline. Today's specialization had deepened further. Halls now dedicated themselves to raw strength, damage resistance, agility, speed, every conceivable physical attribute meticulously cultivated. Mu Hanchuan himself had invested heavily in training. Though he limited himself strictly to defensive techniques and endurance conditioning, the tuition for which was steep. The cost was far beyond Xiao Linyuan's family's means, so Mu Hanchuan secretly enrolled him, concealing it from his parents. Not at the local amateur hall, but at the county's finest, 1,000 yuan per month. To Mu Hanchuan, Xiao Linyuan's future path remained uncertain, whether civil service, military service, or simply ordinary life. Solid foundations were indispensable. Even as a common citizen in this era, self-defense was no luxury, it was necessity. My class. Xiao Linyuan raised one finger. Under Mu Hanchuan's exaggerated expression, it slowly rose to 2, then 3, 4, and finally 5. I'm 5th. Mu Hanchuan's face fell. Apparently no extraordinary promise here. Has your mother found out yet? I go only on weekends. They're too busy to notice me. Good. That saves me from another scolding. Want to buy some gear? No, I haven't worn out the last set. They're stored safely at the hall. Right then, keep pushing. If you excel, I'll arrange private coaching with a top-tier master. Okay, I've already picked out an excellent instructor. A spark of surprise flickered in Mu Hanchuan's eyes. This boy possessed remarkable initiative. Dai Xiaoyan placed a steaming bowl of noodles before him, rich with meat, then gently urged Xiao Linyuan to resume his studies. Here, eat first. You've been exhausted these past few days. She sat opposite him. Not really. Glancing discreetly around, she slipped a bank card from her sleeve and handed it to Mu Hanchuan. Sister Yin, what's this? This is what Uncle saved over the years. He gave me part as dowry when I married. The rest is here. He specifically instructed me to save it for your wedding fund. A young man always needs more for such things. Could that notoriously frugal old man truly have saved money for him? He doubted it. Perhaps it was Sister Yan's own savings. Sister Yin, I don't need it. I'm not planning to marry anytime soon. This was set aside expressly for you by Uncle. He always regarded you as his own son and naturally wanted to secure your future. That old man, who scolded him daily, delivering minor reprimands every day and major ones every 3. How could Mu Hanchuan believe he'd ever seen him as a son? Sister Yin, truly, I don't need it. My job is stable, my income reliable. Whatever Uncle saved couldn't match even a few months' salary. Keep it for Xiao Linyuan instead. Don't underestimate Uncle. This sum is substantial enough to buy a house right here in our county. With property secured, marriage becomes infinitely simpler. Had that old man secretly amassed such wealth? No wonder he'd forced Mu Hanchuan to eat plain steamed buns every day, even while the boy was still growing. How could he bear it? Then keep it with you for now. I'd only spend it recklessly. I'll withdraw it only when I'm ready to wed. Dai Xiaoyan considered it. Yes, it made sense. Xiaomu was still so young, left unsupervised, the money might vanish into frivolous pleasures. Better to hold it until he needed a proper marital home, solid, grounded, and enduring. Agreed. Just bring your sweetheart by when you find her. Oh, I'm only 21. Give me 10 years. Maybe then. Dai Xiaoyan was busy again, as she always had an endless array of tasks to attend to. The shop had no customers, and Mu Hanchuan was slowly tidying up by himself. On the street, two black luxury cars suddenly turned in and parked not far from the entrance. Two young women got out and walked into the noodle shop. Mu Hanchuan instinctively turned to glance at them. It wasn't just their looks that caught his attention, but their extraordinary aura, clearly indicating they were not ordinary people. Such nobility and attire should not appear in such a small county town, let alone in this little noodle shop. Mu Hanchuan's instincts told him something was off. Sure enough, the two women did not call for the owner, but directly sat down opposite Mu Hanchuan, silently sizing him up. Mu Hanchuan was not a lecher, but these two women were undeniably beautiful. One had a mature charm, while the other was like a cute little rabbit. Their attire and demeanor made it easy to tell. Mu Hanchuan kept silent, deliberately refraining from scrutinizing them, focusing instead on his meal and quietly waiting for them to reveal their purpose. The mature one on the outside spoke up. "You are the eldest son of the Mu family, Mu Hanchuan." Mu Hanchuan paused, surprised, glancing at her. These two didn't seem to be from the Mu family. They also didn't appear to be from his maternal grandfather's side. How would they know his background? "Who are you?" This was Yin Jie's shop. Since they could find their way here, they must have done their homework, and Mu Hanchuan did not want to provoke trouble. "Hello, my name is Su Qingyu." This time it was the sweet little rabbit beside her who spoke first. "This is my sister Su Han." Su. Mu Hanchuan was even more confused. Not a member of the Mu family. There didn't seem to be any prominent Su family in Tianlan City. His biological mother's surname was Zhou, and neither was it from his grandfather's side. What was going on? "Do you know us?" The mature woman said. "You don't know us, but we know you." "So who exactly are you? What, have you been living like this since you left the Mu family?" They truly had done their research. Mu Hanchuan continued to eat his noodles. "It has nothing to do with you." "That may not be the case. Who are you really? Get to the point. Did your family never mention the Qingling Su family to you when you were young?" "No." "Then they certainly didn't tell you that you have an unwed wife." "Unwed wife?" Mu Hanchuan froze. They had guessed wrong. He remembered that someone had indeed mentioned this when he was little. There was indeed some truth to it. The Qingling Su family. One of these two women was his fiancée. Mu Hanchuan looked at the one named Su Qingyu, and if his intuition was correct, then this must be his fiancée, not the cold Su Han beside her. There was no reason for this. It was just an instinctive feeling. Su Qingyu smiled, gently warm and graceful. She stood up and said, "Hello, I am your fiancée, the second daughter of the Qingling Su family, Su Qingyu." "Hello, Mu Hanchuan." Su Han, who had been ignored, was visibly upset. She had come all this way to facilitate their recognition. "Upon seeing us, did you not have any thoughts?" "What thought should I have?" "Such as helping you claim the position of heir." "Not interested. If possible, you could go find my half-brother at the Mu family and change the marriage partner. That would work too, just need to wait a few years." "Do you think our Su family is just anyone?" "Our Su family's son-in-law must be a legitimate firstborn, not some illegitimate child without status." "An illegitimate child, haha, I quite like that term," Mu Hanchuan said. "That is indeed unfortunate." An ATM card was slapped onto the table. "There are 5 million here. Come with us to the Mu family and have them proactively annul this engagement. If you have any other requests, you can mention them." Mu Hanchuan looked at the card on the table and then at the two women. Su Qingyu displayed a clear look of anxiety, slightly lowering her head, indicating that this wasn't her idea. However, speaking of other requests, he did have one. The Mu family was no ordinary family. The Su family, which could marry into the Mu family, was also from Qingling, so they couldn't be lacking in capability. Perhaps they truly had the means. Mu Hanchuan gently pushed the card back. "I agree to annul the engagement, and I can accompany you to the Mu family. No matter what you want to do, I will support and cooperate, but I don't need the money. I want to change to another request." "Oh." Su Han narrowed her eyes. Did he just agree like that? He didn't want 5 million. For him, that should be a substantial amount. The previously casual demeanor faded, and Su Han's expression became serious. She seemed to have underestimated Mu Hanchuan. Meanwhile, Su Qingyu's smile dimmed slightly as she looked at Mu Hanchuan with utmost seriousness, as if trying to see through him. "What request? If it's reasonable, our Su family can accommodate it." Hearing this, Mu Hanchuan felt even happier. This matter had troubled him for a long time. If it could truly be resolved, it would be wonderful. "I agree to annul the engagement and am willing to cooperate fully. I don't need any compensation, but I have one request." Their gazes met. "Speak." "Help me sever ties with the Mu family, completely sever ties, so that my name is erased from the national records." Su Han was greatly surprised. This was an unexpected request. Was his hatred for the Mu family so strong? Su Qingyu's fingers gently traced the sharp edge of the table, staring at him intently, growing more curious about her fiancé. This matter wasn't a big deal for the traditional aristocratic Su family rooted in the Qing Wang political scene. Although Su-han might not be able to handle it, their family elders certainly could. However, the Mu family wasn't just any ordinary family. While the Su family had the capability to do this, they couldn't. Even if Mu Hanchuan voluntarily applied to sever ties, it wouldn't be allowed. After all, he was the nominal firstborn of the Mu family. How could the Mu family simply let him go, especially since his relationship with the Su family was tied to their engagement? Unless they pressured the Mu family to agree to Mu Hanchuan's severance themselves. Otherwise, if things escalated, how could the Su family bear the responsibility? That was absolutely impossible. Reputation was more important for a prominent family like the Su family than anything else. A Mu Hanchuan was far from deserving that. You are the firstborn of the Mu family. Do you want to sever ties with them? Yes. Haha, that won't be easy. Oh, after all, this is a family matter for the Mu family, and outsiders can't interfere. However, we can try to help you negotiate. Mu Hanchuan was displeased. He was willing to annul the engagement and didn't need compensation. Or were they just going to brush him off? All right, I'm willing to annul the engagement. I will try to negotiate for its annulment. Huh? Was this a threat to them? Su-han's expression changed instantly. Her pride wouldn't allow it. Su Qingyu, however, remained unchanged, as if the current discussion was unrelated to her. His fiancée seemed a bit naive. She really didn't seem worthy of him. At this moment, Dai Xiaoyan noticed a customer had arrived and came out. Little Mu, who are these two? Friends. Friends. Such beautiful female friends. He had just said he had no intention of dating, and here were two stunning friends. Hello, my name is Su Qingyu, Mu Hanchuan's good friend. She took the initiative to stand up, slightly bowing, her expression sincere. Su-han showed no reaction. Her expression was quite sour. Was this Su Qingyu really Su-han's biological sister? Were they the kind of sisters raised in different environments, one in the city and the other in the countryside? All right, you two, I'm his sister. Please make yourselves comfortable. Ooh, I'll go get you a bowl of noodles. What would you like? Beef, not spicy, light. Okay, and what about this one? My sister likes it medium spicy with heavy oil. Got it, you two continue chatting. Ooh, I'll be right back. All right, thank you, sister. You're welcome, you're welcome. What a good girl. Dai Xiaoyan was increasingly satisfied with her, while the other one seemed too noble, not quite suitable for little Mu. Su-han was even angrier now, glaring at Su Qingyu, furious that she was not more competitive. She had come to discuss the annulment, and yet she had even called upon her sister. One day later, Tianlan, city capital of Luo province, the nation's third largest economy. You truly wish to annul the marriage? Su-han still found it hard to believe Mu Hanchuan. She couldn't. It's for the best, beneficial to both sides, isn't it? Mu Hanchuan replied calmly from across the seat, where the two sisters sat side by side. You possess remarkable self-awareness. And recognizing reality is itself a virtue, he murmured, gazing indifferently out at the estate, the place he'd once called home. His expression unreadable, his feelings unmistakably sour. He disliked this estate, and this city even more. Pomegranate blossoms bloomed everywhere, the very flower his biological mother had adored most. To him, the entire city felt tainted. Do you truly hold no attachment whatsoever to the Mu family? None. If given the choice, he would sever all ties with his parents forever. Should they disturb his peace, he wouldn't hesitate to eliminate their current child. Let them suffer alongside him. Excellent. I trust you won't renege midway. Mu Qiming, patriarch of the Mu family, and his wife Huang Jin, had already learned of the visit and stepped forward personally to greet the guests. Aside from Mu Hanchuan's biological father and his stepmother, no other members of the Mu family appeared. The matter to be discussed was delicate and consequential, so discretion was paramount. Only later would the Mu family convene privately behind closed doors. First to alight were 10 bodyguards dispersing in perfect unison. Then came Su-han, composed, refined, and impeccably courteous, her noble bearing flawless, every gesture exuding cultivated grace. She was in truth a woman of exceptional cultivation. She simply held him in contempt. Finally, Mu Hanchuan descended from the car, following closely behind Su Qingyu. Mu Hanchuan had no desire to confront his biological father, but when the Mu family had already uncovered his sanctuary and arrived, uninvited refusal was impossible. He refused to drag Yanjie's family into this turmoil. The moment Mu Qiming laid eyes on Mu Hanchuan, he froze, stunned. 16 years had passed since he last saw his own son, the eldest heir he himself had named. Even during that year, when 7-year-old Mu Hanchuan was finally located, Mu Qiming hadn't seen him. He'd been away on an official assignment accompanied by Huang Jin. The Mu family had been searching for him covertly, but had yet to find him. And now, inexplicably, he'd returned of his own accord, accompanied by the Su family. This was deeply unsettling. Events had slipped beyond his control, leaving Mu Qiming dangerously exposed. Humph. A quiet, weary sigh escaped his nostrils. None of this would have happened, if not for that deranged woman who bore him. With a single glance, Huang Jin recognized Mu Hanchuan and recoiled inwardly. How could he possibly be here? And why was he standing beside the Su family? Their intentions were hostile. The Su family had clearly not come to negotiate in good faith. Otherwise, why bring Mu Hanchuan? Hanchuan. Mu Qiming spoke first, sending a jolt of shock through the butler and elderly servants nearby. This young man was the eldest young master. Ever since Huang Jin had assumed the role of matriarch, the former mistress and her son had vanished entirely. No friction, no confrontation. But today, he'd simply appeared, unannounced, unprepared, and no one even knew how to address him. At last, the inevitable struggle for succession within a great clan had begun. Mu Hanchuan merely cast a detached cursory glance toward the man who had sired him, then followed Su Han up the staircase without hesitation. Though estranged from Su Han, he aligned perfectly with her stance toward the Mu family, ignoring their visibly strained expressions entirely. After offering formal courtesies, Su Han revealed her true intent. The Su family had not come to negotiate amicably. Mu Qiming's face darkened. His household staff stood frozen in awkward silence. Only Su Qingyu smiled, sweet, poised, and deliberate, introducing herself with grace and conveying respectful greetings from the Su elders. For the first time that day, Mu Qiming regained a sliver of dignity as host. You are Su Qingyu? So this was the woman destined to become his daughter-in-law. Strikingly beautiful, impeccably refined. Clearly the Su family had raised her well. Huang Jin studied Su Qingyu carefully. She was the Su family's second daughter and Mu Hanchuan's fiancée, and yet she had come here willingly. Yes, I am Su Qingyu, Mu Hanchuan's fiancée. She emphasized the latter phrase deliberately. You are admirable. Come, let us enter together. Very well, Uncle Mu. They'd only expected Su Han's arrival, not the presence of both principals. Mu Qiming bristled with unanswered questions, but this was no time for inquiry. Inside the grand hall, an opulent luncheon awaited. They took their seats, Huang Jin beside Mu Qiming, Su Qingyu, and Su Han seated together, Mu Hanchuan alone, clearly demarcating three distinct factions. Mu Hanchuan's sudden reappearance had shattered the Mu family's original arrangements. An uneasy silence settled over the dining room. None possessed any appetite, each weighed down by private anxieties. Finally, Mu Qiming broke the silence. Su Han, your father did not accompany you. Facing two young Su women, he struggled to animate the atmosphere. Was he expected to challenge them to a drinking contest? Nor could he abandon the dignity of his senior status. My family believes my presence suffices. The remark carried pointed weight, an unmistakable implication. Mu Qiming could not fail to sense its gravity. Let us dispense with pleasantries. Mu Hanchuan approached the Su family and declared unequivocally that he holds no intention of honoring his betrothal to Su Qingyu. The Su family has stood in Qinghuang for over 6 centuries, and we have never coerced another's will. Today we have come solely to discuss the formal dissolution of this engagement. Su Han spoke bluntly, her tone unyielding, her aura commanding. Mu Hanchuan nearly choked, bowing his head to spear a few cold, shredded radish strips from the nearest dish. Of all the plates before him, only this one sat within reach. Was this not coercion? Was he truly the one who sought them out? Su Qingyu lowered her gaze, silently searching desperately for something, anything, to do. Huang Jin's expression flickered. She fought to maintain composure, her eyes darting sharply toward Mu Hanchuan. Had he demanded this? What motive drove him? Was this a calculated ploy to summon the Su family as his shield? Mu Qiming's gaze sharpened, piercing and severe, locking onto Mu Hanchuan. He went to them. He voluntarily requested annulment. Did the Su family take the Mu family for fools? Leaving aside whether Mu Hanchuan even knew of the engagement, could he realistically have tracked down the Su family on his own? The Su family has devised an elegant solution. Since the Mu family clearly holds no affection for Mu Hanchuan, why involve your authority at all? Let him formally sever ties with the Mu lineage himself, with the Su family acting as impartial witnesses. You may then publicly denounce him, thus dissolving the engagement naturally. It benefits both parties, clean, efficient, and dignified. What say you? As for audacity, Su Han reigned supreme. Mu Hanchuan conceded, utterly defeated. Mu Qiming nearly laughed in outrage. What an ingenious plan indeed. The Su family truly possessed unparalleled audacity, calculating so meticulously summon Mu Hanchuan fabricate a flimsy pretext and casually dissolve the engagement. Cousin Su Han, your family overestimates itself. Mu Hanchuan holds no authority to represent the Mu clan. We of the Su family believe the Mu clan ought to honor Mu Hanchuan's personal will. Su Han's gaze shifted coolly toward Mu Hanchuan. What say you, O? Mu Hanchuan knew his moment had arrived. Discarding the last 2 slender carrot sticks without hesitation, he delivered his final declaration. I hold no interest in the Mu clan whatsoever. Grant me immediate severance from it, and I shall depart this instant never to return." Mu Qiming's face darkened to an alarming degree. His palm nearly shattered the massive dining table, sending dishes and food scattering across the floor. "How much did the Su family offer you? Is betrayal of your own bloodline truly worth such a price?" He was genuinely incensed. The Su family had indeed come fully prepared, not striking themselves, but deploying their own son as vanguard. "You overstate it. I do not betray. After all, I was never truly a member of the Mu family. Let us part amicably. Surely that brings joy to all." Huang Jing, standing beside Mu Qiming, froze utterly, disbelief paralyzing her limbs. This Mu Hanchuan meant every word. From the day she became Mu Qiming's consort, she had never entertained ambitions of contention, still less of formal recognition. She understood her station, perfectly knew her limitations, and sought only lifelong security and opulence. Yet what unfolded afterward left even her, the very participant, bewildered. Later, even Mu Hanchuan, the eldest heir himself, fled. The absurdity grew so profound, she began questioning her own reality. Such a golden opportunity. How could she resist? How could she let it slip away? Even for the sake of her two children, she must contend. Now Mu Hanchuan, the eldest son who had been absent for years, returned not to claim his birthright, but to demand expulsion from the Mu clan. Would that not render her own son the sole legitimate heir, ascending effortlessly without struggle or sacrifice? "You possess no right to negotiate terms. The Mu clan granted you life, wished to sever ties, then return that life." This time, Mu Qiming's voice turned glacially severe. Negotiation had clearly collapsed. Mu Hanchuan understood with Mu Qiming's stance, and even under Su family pressure, severance remained impossible. His tone hardened accordingly, meeting hostility with equal resolve. "Should you refuse my departure, then what follows is fraternal strife." Mu Hanchuan lifted his gaze, locking eyes with Mu Qiming in solemn declaration. "I shall slaughter every last soul bearing the Mu name." Silence crashed upon the hall like a suffocating wave. Mu Qiming thought he'd misheard. Long moments passed before comprehension dawned. Was his own son threatening him? Here within the Mu clan's very heart. Huang Jing's pupils contracted violently. Terror flooded her features. He resembled her. Zhou Muning, the woman whose very presence had haunted Huang Jing's deepest fears. Su Han's lips parted slightly, her mind reeled into disarray. Even she, the Su family's firstborn daughter, stood stunned by such unbridled audacity. Had he overplayed his hand? This Mu Hanchuan was far more than he appeared. A cultivator undergoing trials undoubtedly formidable. Such courage and composure bespoke one who feared no tribulation. Su Qingyu paused mid-gesture, studying Mu Hanchuan with genuine fascination. How increasingly intriguing. The hall's oppressive stillness fractured as two figures entered from outside. A young man and woman. She just past 18, he noticeably younger. Entered Huang Jing's children, aged 18 and 16 respectively. Mu Qiming frowned deeply once more. At this critical juncture, why had they come? Who had summoned them? "Uh-huh. What brings you two home so unexpectedly?" Huang Jing hurried to smooth tensions. "Come quickly, greet your elder sisters and brothers." The bolder sister led her brother straight to the dining table. Huang Jing rose, wine cup in hand, offering the first salute to Su Han, before beginning introductions. The sudden arrival of the young master and mistress raised questions. Had they come deliberately to confront Mu Hanchuan, to assert dominion, or to seek external validation? Either way, their scheme would likely falter. Mu Hanchuan remained indifferent. Every soul within the Mu clan held no significance for him. Su Han rose abruptly, unsparing and unyielding, a concubine lacking even formal status. "You sit at this table only out of deference to your master's standing. Dare you presume to toast with me? And illegitimate offspring possess even less claim." "Su Han, enough. As a junior, you've overstepped." Mu Qiming stepped forward, shielding his woman and children with paternal authority. A junior from the Su family dared speak thus within the Mu residence, dared humiliate his kin so brazenly. Did she truly intend to shatter relations between their clans beyond repair? Overstepped. In our sphere, this is protocol. Surely your provincial clan hasn't forgotten such basic decorum. To receive us, the Su family, with courtesans and their ilk. Your hospitality has been duly noted. Today's visit was not in vain. We shall remember it well." Su Han rose to leave. Her objective had been achieved. Mu Hanchuan's stance made clear. She saw no reason to linger. She'd never expected dissolution of the engagement to be swift. Today served only to deliver the Mu clan its first warning. The true negotiations would fall to senior Su representatives. Notably, she found Mu Hanchuan's performance today thoroughly satisfying, his cooperation impeccable. She was more than willing to lend him support, helping him reclaim dignity and vent long-suppressed fury. Su Qingyu and Mu Hanchuan rose in unison, freedom at last. Huang Jing swayed, gripping the tabletop to steady herself. Her status was indeed precarious, but in Tianlan City none had dared publicly shame her thus. Beside her, Mu Xiao Yao's cheeks burned crimson, ready to erupt. Raised as a jewel of privilege, she had never endured such degradation, being labeled courtesan-born. Huang Jing hastily restrained her, pulling the siblings backward. The Su family was untouchable. Mu Chao, still too young, stood bewildered, utterly unprepared for such a scene. Mu Qiming's face turned ashen, temples pulsing with suppressed rage. You may depart, but Mu Hanchuan remains. Those whom the Su family brings you cannot detain. Su Han strode directly toward the main gate, where Su family bodyguards had already moved to meet her. Mu family guards closed in, but held their ground awaiting their master's command. Su Qingyu, meanwhile, offered a flawlessly courteous farewell bow, so polished it bordered on irony in the eyes of those opposite. Mu Hanchuan felt an unexpected surge of exhilaration as he walked out the gate, passing elderly servants who'd watched him grow, acknowledging none. In the end, no Mu retainer dared intervene. Mu Qiming lacked the will to defy the Su family outright. Today's objective had been fulfilled. If he lacked capability, did the Su family lack it too? Chaos suited him perfectly. The louder the conflict, the better. Su Han had exceeded expectations, fierce, unrelenting, astonishingly bold. Ideally, the two clans would escalate until forced to expel him officially, striking his name from all records as the Mu clan's eldest heir. If immediate success proved impossible, it mattered little. He had endured decades. This was merely another act of quiet defiance against the Mu clan. One day, inevitably, he would succeed. Stepping beyond the gate, Mu Qiming remained silent. Yet no one in the Mu clan dared to stir. His gaze turned cold and venomous, fury seethed within him, boiling to the point of eruption. That deranged woman, Zhou Muning, had birthed a son just as unhinged, carved from the very same mold, temperament mirroring hers with uncanny precision. The Su clan has overstepped all bounds. Though both families have long maintained substantial cooperation, this brazen display of contempt, was it truly only for the sake of dissolving Su Qingyu's engagement? Dispatch men to shadow Mu Hanchuan. Now that he has appeared, he must not be allowed to leave again. He shall remain within the Mu clan, forever. To sever ties. A waking dream. Even if bound in chains, you shall be locked away for life. Can the Su clan shield you for a moment? Let alone for an eternity. Can they shield you for all time? A servant nearby hurriedly bowed his head. Yes, sir. 3 luxury sedans from the Su clan glided forward deliberately, the doors flung wide open. Before their masters could even board, 2 young men came sprinting from afar. The younger, perhaps still underage, pointed sharply with his right hand. That's him. The elder, bearing a prominent birthmark across his cheek, snarled. He dares return here. Does he not know the Mu clan now has only one legitimate young master, Mu Chao? He brought companions, clearly up to no good. Who cares? Berate him fiercely. So what if he brought attendants? Would he dare raise a hand within the Mu clan? Very well. The elder with the birthmark, standing at a distance, was the first to hurl insults. Mu Hanchuan, you wretched bastard. How dare you set foot here? This place is no domain for the likes of you. Exactly. Scram, this is no place for you. Emboldened by his elder brother's lead, the younger quickly chimed in. If you must return anywhere, go back to your wanton mother. She resides with the Yang clan. With such a mother, how could her offspring possibly be anything but foul? Do not sully this sacred ground. Indeed, your maternal half-brother dwells with the Yang clan. Go on, beat a hasty retreat. Should you return, we'll break every bone in your body. Yes, he is Yang Zishuan. Why not follow suit? Rename yourself Yang Hanchuan, become the Yang clan's heir apparent. Ha. Yes, Yang Hanchuan. Flee the Mu clan at once. Return to your Yang kin. They cursed with astonishing ferocity. Mu Hanchuan stood utterly composed, gazing curiously at the pair. Whose branch of the Mu clan did they belong to? He bore no grudge against others speaking ill of his mother, but never to his face. To do so was in essence to revile himself. Whoever they were, he would remember their faces. Should the Mu clan refuse to release him, these 2 would be his first targets for retribution. Who are they? Su Han's eyes pierced like blades. One does not strike a dog without first acknowledging its master. Had they forgotten the 2 women still stood there? Su Qingyu's gaze suddenly sharpened, locking onto the youth with the birthmark. Huang Ji himself held little consequence, yet his elder brother commanded considerable influence in the underworld. Since they had come to Tianlan City, it would be wasteful not to settle matters tonight. Conveniently, the brothers already had plans, so why not resolve everything at once? It would serve as a fitting gesture to vent her fiancé's pent-up resentment. How delightful. One of Su Han's underlings instantly replied, Huang Jun's nephews. Nephews of that courtesan. Su Han's fury surged anew. Such vermin dare bark before me. She had assumed them to be members of the Mu clan, only to learn they were mere parasites. Her bodyguards understood instantly. Several broke formation and charged toward the youths, striking with unyielding authority. Without explicit orders, the Mu clan's guards dared not act first, but defending against aggression was unquestionably justified, as indeed it was at this very moment. Every corner of life is a battlefield, and retainers must prove their worth. Should they falter against their rivals, how could they ever hope to survive thereafter? Huang Ji and Huang Ji, brothers both, jolted to a halt, then fled backward in blind panic, retreating deep into the rear ranks. Who were these people? Without warning, they dared lay hands upon them within the Mu clan's own estate. Mu Hanchuan's expression darkened slightly, astonished too. Those hurling abuse were not Mu clansmen, but rather the maternal kin of Huang Jun. That stung deeply. By what right did they presume to insult him? Tonight, he resolved, would be the perfect occasion to instruct them on how to be reborn properly. Mu Qiming emerged slowly, not rushing to intervene, but allowing the clash to unfold briefly. Only when his own men began to falter did he issue the command to cease. All of them, utter failures. Behind him, Huang Jun trembled violently. What madness had brought his foolish nephews here? They knew nothing of the visitors' identities, yet Huang Ji did. If the Su clan chose to execute them on the spot, the Mu clan would never seek vengeance. Su Han glanced back at Mu Qiming and Huang Jun, then turned to Mu Hanchuan beside her. We'll remain in Tianlan City for one more day. Shall we escort you home tomorrow? No need, just see me out of the city. Agreed. Su Han's piercing gaze swept once more toward the brothers' direction before she ordered her entourage to withdraw. As the convoy departed the Mu clan's manor at Split, Su's sisters headed into the city center to attend other matters, while Mu Hanchuan, per his own request, was escorted out of Tianlan City entirely, with further contact to be arranged as needed. Master, might the Su clan take action against Huang Ji and his brother? Perhaps they should remain here for several days. Huang Jun still harbored grave concern. Unlikely. Those fools aren't even worthy of the Su clan's notice. Mu Qiming had no time for them. His entire focus centered upon Mu Hanchuan, clearly summoned deliberately by the Su clan. They were growing impatient, eager to discard the bridge once crossed. The Mu clan must urgently convene and devise countermeasures, and above all recapture Mu Hanchuan. Huang Jun, still uneasy, rushed to reprimand his nephews the moment the Su clan departed, ordering them to flee home immediately and remain indoors for the coming days. Andy, who were those people? The Su clan, Qingling's Su clan. Even our Mu clan pales before them. Never provoke them. So Mu Hanchuan truly secured allies. But why would they aid him? Not exactly aid, more accurately exploitation. Why? Mu Hanchuan bears a childhood engagement to the second daughter of the Su clan. Then they've come to support him in contesting Mu Chao. We must strike first. Indeed, Auntie. No, this is a formal proposal for dissolution of the engagement. The brothers exchanged bewildered glances. If so, shouldn't the Su clan stand with them? Why then attack? Inside the car, Su Han turned toward her younger sister. What do you make of Mu Hanchuan? He seems quite... I don't seek superficial impressions. I wish to hear your inner assessment of his conduct today. A cool breeze slipped through the half-drawn gauzy curtain, carrying a faint chill. Su Qingyu's fingers traced lightly over her lap as she pondered her words, then answered earnestly, he is not a bad person. The air froze instantly. A flicker of complex emotion crossed Su Han's gaze, and for a fleeting moment her hand twitched as though yearning to strike. Had she not been her own flesh and blood? Leaving the urban area of Tianlan City, Mu Hanchuan suddenly jumped out of the car, falling into the dense thicket below. The two people in the car quickly slammed the brakes, but by the time they chased after him, he had already vanished. What the hell? One of them had a grim expression. How could he just jump out of the car? We wouldn't have stopped him from leaving. Well, we've let him go. If he wants to leave, so be it. Let's head back. Mu Hanchuan, instead of leaving Tianlan City, turned back into the city. At this moment, Huang Ji and Huang Ji also left the Mu family, not daring to linger. Their uncle's expression was as foul as if he had eaten something disgusting, so they didn't dare to stay. Big brother, should we go home? Hell no, I still have an appointment with Brother Bin tonight. Huang Ji frowned. Didn't second aunt tell us to stay at home for a few days, eh? What are you afraid of? This is Tianlan City, our territory. What can the Su family do? We haven't provoked them. Besides, they came to end the engagement, not to help Mu Hanchuan. How could they come specifically for us? Stop worrying and just do what you need to do. Huang Ji felt a twinge of doubt in his heart. All right, It just so happened that he had an appointment tonight, as well, even if it was just his one-sided wish. By 8 in the evening, sister and going out for a stroll. After accompanying her sister on a visit, Su Qingyu returned and felt restless. Su-han put down her teacup, making a soft sound as it touched the wooden table. Watching her sister's retreating figure, she sighed. After a long day, can't you just rest? Su Qingyu walked to the window, gazing at the dimly lit streets below, a faint smile playing on her lips. I'm fine, not tired. Humph. Su-han leaned back on the sofa, her tone somewhat weary. Go ahead, it seems like this time you're not here to end your engagement, but rather to end mine. She had no way to deal with her younger sister. While she could be quiet, she was never one to stay at home for long, always bursting with energy and roaming around. Stepping out of the large restaurant, Su Qingyu looked towards Hehe beside her. He nodded slightly, her voice barely above a whisper. They've taken their positions and are setting up. It will take 2 hours to switch the surveillance routes. Then let's wander around and see if there's anything tasty. Sure. In Shuxiang Alley, Huang Ji emerged from an old bookstore with 2 bodyguards. It was already 10 at night, and he was still with the outstanding school beauty, enjoying literature. Just as they reluctantly parted ways, the girl left through the front door while he exited through the back. It wasn't that the school beauty's family was poor and needed to come here for a supplement. She simply liked the atmosphere here and had her own chauffeur to pick her up at night. Who would have thought he could be so charming? He must be quite the romantic, capable of sweet talk. Unlike his older brother, who had a large birthmark on his face and looked like a dog, Huang Ji had decent outward appearances and was quite good-looking, which gave him some capital. In the shadows, Mu Hanchuan waited patiently for 3 hours. He wasn't here to track Huang Ji. He had followed the car Huang Ji was in. This glass skill is truly useful. It can even serve as a tracker. At the back door, the target appeared, and Mu Hanchuan steeled himself. Finally finished flirting. The glass armor appeared on Mu Hanchuan, and he put it on under his outer garment, quickly finished dressing. At the same time, he summoned an glass arm shield, fitting it onto his left arm. In his right hand, an glass round shield materialized. His last trial had destroyed 1 round shield and a large shield, but the secret base still had 2 round shields and a large shield left. With the arm shield and armor he wore that comprised all his possessions and equipment. Putting on a ghost mask, Mu Hanchuan quietly pressed himself against the wall, waiting. Huang family, today let you witness the harshness of the world. This is all skills learned from the trial star. Remember to use your brain when you go out. Not everyone can be provoked. The 3 approached the car, just about to open the door. Not far away. Whooshed. The round shield spun rapidly and was thrown out violently. Mu Hanchuan seized the opportunity and suddenly sprang out from the shadows, colliding with another bodyguard. Watch out. The one who shouted didn't even have time to draw his weapon before he spit out a mouthful of blood, crashing against the car behind him. His chest caved in from the heavy blow, instantly losing all combat capability. The other bodyguard managed to draw his weapon, but was barbarically tackled to the ground by Mu Hanchuan, a small knife stabbing into his abdomen. With a swift grab of his right hand, the round shield reappeared and came crashing down. The man suppressed the intense pain in his abdomen, raised his weapon to retaliate, and the 2 instantly became locked in a fierce struggle. Mu Hanchuan's strength attribute wasn't high, not even reaching class, and his attack power was indeed lacking. However, his defense was solid. He took the counterattacks heat in, not defending at all, purely engaging in assault. Huang Ji was petrified. It was the first time he had ever encountered an ambush in his life. He wasn't a big shot. What qualifications did he have to deserve this treatment? It must be the people from the Su family. Second Ant's warning was correct. They really sent someone to kill the 2 brothers. He had only scolded Mu Hanchuan, not having provoked the Su family. Why would they want to kill him? Didn't Second Ant say the Su family was just using Mu Hanchuan to deal with the Mu family? Huang Ji turned and fled. Whooshed. He didn't manage to run far, only a few dozen meters. Just as he was about to dash back in front of the bookstore, his back was struck by the round shield, sending him crashing against the wall several meters away, blood gushing from his head as he collapsed to the ground. As for the previous bodyguard, in a desperate counterattack, he slashed Mu Hanchuan with 7 or 8 knives. He had encountered a madman. His blades didn't seem to have any effect on the opponent, who appeared completely impervious to pain, and instead, he was the one who got smashed to death. Mu Hanchuan approached the car, the round shield back in his hand, and struck down at the previously attacked bodyguard, finishing him off. Finally, Mu Hanchuan stood before Huang Ji, looking at him indifferently. I'm sorry. Huang Ji dragged his injured body, crawling backward, unsure whether the other party was from the Su family or someone sent by Mu Hanchuan. He hastily apologized, saying, I promise I won't do it again. Brother, I really won't. Mu Hanchuan tilted his head slightly, his gaze shifting to the side and behind him. His expression suddenly darkened as a drone appeared above the alley. So fast. His movements had been quite nimble, but it still attracted the local police this quickly. He seemed to have underestimated Tianlan City. This wasn't the small county he was used to, and the law enforcement here was clearly on a different level. With a slight movement, Mu Hanchuan's gaze was sharp as Huang Ji turned pale. He knew he wouldn't survive. He was unwilling to die. His life had just begun, and Zhong Tingting had only just begun to be moved by his sincerity, lowering her guard. How could he die like this? Crack. The sound of bones cracking echoed as his neck was crushed. After finishing, Mu Hanchuan began to sprint. Behind him, the drone followed closely, its speed astonishingly fast, clearly superior to the low-grade ones from his county. This didn't seem like an ordinary police drone, but rather a more advanced attack drone used by the SWAT team. What bad luck. Instead of encountering the police, he faced the SWAT, which also meant there would be a robotic dog. Mu Hanchuan suddenly veered, jumping down a flight of stone steps several meters high. Behind him came the sounds of shattering glass and metal collisions as the attack drone launched its assault. Without looking back, he pushed off the ground with his toes twisting his body slightly in midair, and almost the moment he landed, he rolled several meters away to avoid the direction of potential bullets, accelerating forward. Bang! Another row of bullets whizzed past Mu Hanchuan's ear, two of them striking his back and severing a few strands of his hair. Mu Hanchuan fell forward, rolling several times upon landing, then suddenly crouching down and flipping into a shallow ditch. Turning his head, he saw a robotic dog suddenly springing out from ahead, its gun barrel blazing as it opened fire while jumping. The attack drone and robotic dog relentlessly pursued him, their speeds much faster than Mu Hanchuan's, their gun barrels continuously spewing fire in indiscriminate attacks. He lowered his body and charged forward, bursting into another alley at the end. The chase had already begun on that side, while the owners of the attack drone and robotic dog, the SWAT team, had only just arrived at the scene. His neurons were directly connected to the attack drone and robotic dog, requiring no manual operation. He could control them directly in his mind. Everything they saw was relayed back to him in real time. He quickly surveyed the scene. 3 people were dead, with no survivors. His expression changed slightly. This was serious, and it was still in his jurisdiction. He urgently transmitted facial data back to headquarters, and in just a short time the identities of the deceased were confirmed: 2 bodyguards and 1 member of the Huang family, named Huang Ji. The background was ordinary, but his other identity was not simple. He was the nephew of the Mu family's matriarch. Involving one of the 4 great families of Tianlan City, the Mu family felt ominous. This was no trivial matter. A major injury incident occurred in Shuxiang Alley, resulting in 3 deaths. The identities of the deceased are quite special, as the suspect is a trial participant fleeing towards the Ginkgo Road area, requesting urgent assistance. While reporting to headquarters, he was also swiftly pursuing the suspect. He was a primary power type, a frontal assault specialist with moderate speed. Eye chasing was not his forte. Received gatherings surrounding combat police for support. Please hold on. In the next moment, the large screen in the Defense Command Center displayed real-time footage from the reporting personnel's drone and robotic dog cameras, clearly showing the intense chase scene at the incident site. The ghost-faced man sprinting at high speed suddenly turned his body, violently crashing his back against a mall entrance while throwing his round shield as a weapon. This is a standard meat shield technique. Many trial participants with a primary spirit body would throw their shields as weapons at critical moments or use them to protect their teammates, nothing unusual. Confirmed, this is a defensive-type trial participant with a primary spirit body. The robotic dog performed a side flip, smoothly avoiding the attack as the round shield brushed against its metallic body and crashed into the stone railing behind, sending debris flying. Emergency event. All police personnel in the Ginkgo Road area be advised: a fugitive trial participant involved in murder has entered the Huipu Mall and is fleeing towards the Qingshuang Tower. The suspect is a male defensive-type trial participant, rank unknown. Please provide immediate support. The nearest patrol and combat police received the mobilization order simultaneously. Their vehicles swiftly turned and headed towards the incident site. The target has been confirmed, having just crashed into the Huipu Mall building and is fleeing towards the Qingshuang Tower, identified as a defensive-type trial participant. Drones flew up behind them, and the sluggish robotic dogs instantly activated, leaping from the vehicle and sprinting at high speed on the main road. This type of trial participant is easy to deal with, not very dangerous, and the officers, having received their orders, acted swiftly. Meanwhile, in a large private room in Shoufeng Garden, located east of Tianlan City opposite to Mu Hanchuan, 13 people were indulging in drunken revelry, with 7 or 8 women present. Huang Ji, still unaware that his younger brother was in trouble, was drinking heartily with his social brother. This man is Ning Bin, a formidable figure who has long been entrenched in the underworld, maintaining deep connections in both the legal and illegal spheres. This nightclub is his territory, with two local big shots holding shares, each controlling 30%. Ning Bin raised his glass with a smile. Huang Ji, have you discovered any quality retail investors from the Mu family? I haven't completed my 5 indicators this month. On the surface, he has several thriving businesses, and while he has connections, he can secretly engage in many unsavory dealings. As long as he keeps a low profile, his business naturally won't suffer. Behind the scenes, his gang specializes in targeting those solitary trial participants with no background, especially those with some strength, often yielding high returns. To carry out such activities, one naturally needs a powerful intelligence system for support. While he himself lacks this capability, the authorities do, don't they? This fully demonstrates the benefits of his strong connections with the authorities. He who wouldn't want to engage in such risk-free, purely profitable work. Naturally, there are those willing to voluntarily provide him with relevant information. Over the years, he has engaged in such activities countless times, earning a fortune far surpassing the profits from his legitimate businesses. Huang Ji's status is not ordinary. He has a close relationship with Ning Bin, calling each other brothers, and often providing useful information in return. Naturally, he would also help Huang Ji when needed, while also being able to leverage the Mu family's connections. Connections are like spare tires. They take up space usually, but can save your life in critical moments. The more the better. Human warmth and coldness, the state of the world. Forming relationships in times of peace can prevent calamity in the future. Brother Bin, there's indeed a big job. It all depends on whether you dare to do it. If successful, all his belongings will belong to you, and our family will also pay an additional 10 million. My second aunt is indecisive. In such a favorable situation, she still dares not take the initiative. Is she really going to wait until Mu Hanchuan returns to the Mu family and then compete fairly? Women are foolish and cannot accomplish great things. They don't understand the principle of striking first. As long as Mu Hanchuan, the eldest son, is alive, uncertainties will always exist. Only when he dies can she truly feel secure, at which point her own son will become the sole heir. Lacking intelligence. If this second aunt is incapable, then let her maternal family handle it. As long as Mu Chao can inherit the Mu family in the future, the Huang family will naturally rise along with it, fearing no stagnation in development. One prospers and all prosper, one suffers and all suffer. Risks must be taken. Ning Bin straightened his posture. This is a big deal. However, he has always been cautious and understands that the person Huang Ji wants to eliminate is definitely not an unknown figure, so he needs to inquire clearly first. Who is it? This? Huang Ji produced a photo revealing none other than Mu Hanchuan. Outside, the raucous music suddenly came to a halt, and all the lights in the nightclub went dark in that instant. The warm male and female revelers who were just laughing and dancing ecstatically were suddenly plunged into complete darkness amidst screams and cries, creating a chaotic scene. Immediately, a bouncer emerged to maintain order, but before the situation could settle, a loud crash of breaking glass pierced the air, followed by the sound of heavy objects falling and heart-wrenching screams. The crowd instantly erupted. Some screamed, some pushed, rushing towards the exit, causing complete chaos. The sounds of shattering tables and chairs filled the air. They are all social individuals who wouldn't understand what was happening. Don't push, shouted a bouncer, waving his arms, and in the next moment he was slashed across the throat, falling with widened eyes, unaware of who the assailant was. At that moment, an even greater commotion erupted from within, resembling a heavy object falling or a wall collapsing, further escalating the crowd's agitation. A graceful figure emerged from the darkness, effortlessly taking down several individuals outside, one person with one sword striding towards the target private room. Unhurried, she seemed completely isolated from the surrounding chaos. Inside the large private room, the women huddled in a corner, too afraid to move or make a sound. Ning Bin, Huang Ji, and several brothers had long drawn their weapons ready for any situation. Brother Bin, who is it? Huang Ji's hands trembled slightly. He could barely be considered a trial participant, but had never faced real combat. What terrible luck! How could he encounter the underworld's violent clashes right in Ning Bin's territory? It's not someone looking for me. My enemies wouldn't be so reckless as to target me directly, he thought, knowing that he had the authorities protecting him. What situation is that? Who are you trying to kill? Is it possible they are chasing you? Just moments ago, he hadn't had the chance to inquire further when this incident occurred. How could he not be alarmed? Huang Ji's mind was completely in disarray. Chased by them. How is that possible? When has he ever provoked such ruthless individuals? Impossible. The person I want to kill is just a waste. His father, mother, and even his entire family have given up on him with no background whatsoever. Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. Unless it's the Su family. Could it be that his second aunt was right and the Su family has sent someone to teach him a lesson? But it shouldn't be. He hasn't cursed the Su family members nor provoked them. Step back. Now is not the time to investigate these matters. Once they deal with the intruders, he can slowly trace back. After so many years in this world, he has seen all kinds of situations, and life and death struggles are not unfamiliar to him. He remains calm. Huang Ji followed instructions and retreated to the back, knowing Brother Bin still had a sense of loyalty. Over 100 people burst out of Chiaofeng Manor, many injured, trampled, or knocked down by others. 2 headless corpses were hurled from within, terrifying everyone on the scene. Emergency calls flooded the lines. A gang shootout has occurred inside Chiaofeng Manor, resulting in fatalities, injuries, and a stampede. Dispatch all nearby officers immediately. Multiple callers reported the same. Tonight the dispatch center was exceptionally overwhelmed. Another pursuit was still underway. By the faint glow of a smartphone inside the private room, Ning Bin, Huang Ji, and the others glimpsed theirs. Huang Ji's eyes widened in disbelief. It was a woman, and her figure was utterly breathtaking. Ning Bin's face paled instantly. A seasoned underworld veteran, he recognized her at once, the Blood Fox of Hu Tian faction. Was this not the infamous assassin faction, Hu Tian faction, whose Blood Fox struck fear across Qingling Prefecture? Then why had they suddenly appeared thousands of kilometers away in Luo Province, and even more bewilderingly in Tianlan City? Worse still, why had they invaded his own territory? Ning Bin's mind reeled. He could make no sense of it. These killers bore a blood-soaked reputation. None ever survived their strikes. There was no time for answers. Only escape mattered now. Kill. 2 underlings raised their guns without hesitation. 2 others drew blades and charged forward alongside their boss. The Blood Fox blurred into motion, so swift that not even a trace of afterimage remained. Her luminous white sword sliced the air with a piercing shriek, and the 2 gunmen fell severed cleanly at the neck. Huang Ji, standing closest, was drenched in blood as a severed head landed directly before him. Instinctively he caught it, then recoiled in horror upon recognizing it. His trousers soaked through instantly. He shrieked like a banshee, flung the head aside, and scrambled backward on hands and knees, no less panicked than the women huddled nearby. She's killed someone. She's killed someone. The women screamed, hysterically wailing and weeping, but none fled outward. Instead, they crammed themselves deeper into corners. Sword trailing her movement, she lunged straight for Ning Bin's throat. He tried to flee. Just short of the doorway, he twisted sideways to evade, then lashed back with a clawed hand. The Blood Fox did not retreat. She surged forward instead. With a subtle twist of her wrist, her blade pivoted mid-strike and swept horizontally, forcing Ning Bin to stagger backward repeatedly. His clawed shadow erupted outward, forming an impenetrable net before him. Ding, 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 ding. A deafening cascade of metallic clangs echoed, the screech of steel biting steel, as sparks exploded violently, where claw met blade, then vanished just as swiftly. His 2 remaining underlings rushed forward, blades drawn. The Blood Fox drove Ning Bin back, then without pursuing spun and slashed downward in one fluid motion. Blade shattered. His man's skull split cleanly down the center, blood erupting upward like a crimson geyser. In the blur of crossing forms, a flash of scarlet erupted. Another man let out a muffled grunt, stumbled several paces toward the door, then collapsed heavily. Ning Bin seized the moment. While the Blood Fox dealt with his men, he launched a dual assault. His left claw slashed downward toward her head. His right claw shot forward like a venomous dragon, shrieking with lethal intent as it aimed straight for her heart. Both claws struck simultaneously, ruthless, merciless, flawless. The Blood Fox anchored her right leg with the force of 1,000-pound weight, shattering the marble floor beneath her. Her lower body held immovable as stone, her upper torso arched backward, and her sword reversed in an impossible arc, blade gliding along the inner edge of his descending left claw to slash at his right wrist. The ultimate feint, striking where defense was inevitable. Ning Bin hadn't anticipated such ferocity from a woman. He wrenched his wrist back, sharply yanking both claws into desperate defense. Having deflected her strike, the Blood Fox spun like a phantom, her form fracturing into multiple afterimages. As she closed in on Ning Bin, her swordplay shifted again, abandoning speed for sheer crushing weight. No longer the fleeting grace of a startled crane. Now her blade became a mountain-splitting titan's weapon. A deep, resonant hum filled the air, carrying the force of 10,000 jin, then crashed down. Before the blade even descended, its oppressive aura sapped 3/4 of Ning Bin's courage. He crossed his arms over his head in defense. Pooh! His golden claws failed to withstand the blow. His right chest and ribs split open along a long, bone-deep gash, narrowly missing his heart, and shredding his garments into fluttering fragments. Agony tore from his throat in a bestial roar, his eyes blazing with even wilder madness. Thighs this. Huang Ji slumped in the pooling liquid beneath him, trembled uncontrollably, his face bleached paper white. This woman is terrifyingly powerful. If even Brother Ning couldn't hold her off, how could any of us survive? He prayed silently. May she only be here for Ning Bin and his men. Spare the innocent. Enraged beyond reason, Ning Bin ignored his wound. His entire body surged with turbulent blood energy, and his golden claws shimmered with an eerie, malevolent crimson light. He unleashed his abilities and deployed concealed artifacts, abandoning all defense. His claws whirled like a maddened storm, carving torrents of gore and poison through the dim room. Each slash howling like a specter's wail, each strike a suicidal gamble, a bid for mutual annihilation. The blood fox remained serene, calm as still water, her expression untroubled, unmoved. She moved, light as wind, swift as shadow. Her sword danced with ethereal grace, yet carried the raw power of a thunderclap. Every strike fused lightning speed with unstoppable resolve, striking awe and dread into the soul. Cold light traced arcs in the air, like drifting clouds, like cascading waterfalls. Lethal, yet elegant, chilling, yet refined. Their figures darted, collided, and parted again within the cramped private room, leaving deep furrows gouged into the marble floor, shaking ornamental carvings loose from the walls, sending shards flying in all directions. Ning Bin proved unexpectedly formidable. No wonder he'd thrived in Tianlan City for years, evading countless trials and challengers. Yet still he fell, defeated beneath this woman's blade. Why? In his final moments, he sought clarity. Why had Hu Tian faction come for him? Why? In the world of blood and blades, there are rarely reasons, only consequences. The blood fox offered no reply. Silently, she turned toward Huang Ji. As for the women cowering in the corner, they had already perished in the crossfire. Is it truly because of him? Watching her approach, Huang Ji, Ning Bin suddenly understood. Panic slowed his movements. Huang Ji tripped, crashing hard onto the stone floor, his knees slamming against the unforgiving surface. The searing pain nearly blacked him out, but he dared not stop. Gritting his teeth, he pushed himself forward on trembling hands and knees. Don't kill me. I'm not with Ning Bin. My surname is Huang. Madame Mu's second aunt is my I can pay you. The blood fox remained unmoved. With 2 fingers, she lifted Mu Hanchuan's photograph from the floor and studied it intently for a long, silent moment. He crawled until he hit the wall, cornered, paralyzed by terror. His teeth chattered, his nostrils flared rapidly, his entire being teetered on the edge of collapse. I'll meet any demand, any condition. Just spare my life, please. She was studying Mu Hanchuan's photo. Could she truly have been sent by him? Please, don't kill me. I'll double whatever they're paying you, double it. The photograph crumbled to dust in her palm, replaced by a small vial. No, please no. Bang. Another corpse crashed through the outer wall, tumbling out from Qiufeng Garden. The body lay mangled beyond recognition. Look at those golden claws. Could that be Boss Ning Bin? Boss Ning Bin is dead. Who is this person? So fearsome. Lucky we fled in time. Who else? Clearly a vendetta. This happens a few times every year. The first responding combat officer dispersed the onlookers and approached the scene. He had arrived some time earlier but dared not enter. Instead, he deployed his mechanical hound to scout inside. In the pitch-black interior, the mechanical hound was instantly disabled by a single sword strike, gathering no intelligence whatsoever. It froze in place, awaiting reinforcements. Preposterous. This was Ning Bin's stronghold, yet he and his entire entourage had been wiped out. How could one lone officer dare step inside? Critical incident: Ning Bin of Qiufeng Garden has been killed. The perpetrator possesses exceptional combat capability. Request immediate special tactical unit deployment. Repeat, special tactical unit deployment required. He immediately reported to headquarters. Ning Bin was no ordinary figure. He held immense influence across Tianlan City, rumored to have attained Class D combat proficiency. For such a man to be slain within his own lair signaled an adversary of terrifying power. Only the special tactical unit stood a chance. His own combat officers would merely be cannon fodder. Acknowledged. Escalating report. Maintain surveillance and relay updates continuously. Ning Bin is dead. Startled, the director of the Tianlan City Defense Bureau received the urgent briefing and the request to deploy the special tactical unit for apprehension. Confirmed. His body was cast outside Qiufeng Garden. Identity verified. By whom? Unknown. The assailant is highly capable. The estate's power grid and surveillance systems were fully disabled. Entry remains impossible. Authorized deployment. Issue my order. Dispatch the special tactical unit immediately for arrest. Lethal force authorized against resistance. Yes, sir. His subordinate hurried away. The director himself donned tactical gear and rushed to the scene. 2 minutes later, Chiofeng Garden was encircled by armed forces, yet the compound remained eerily silent. Then abruptly another figure hurtled outward, alive this time, flung over 20 meters before crashing into the crowd of gawkers. He appeared hyperstimulated, as if injected with stimulants or illicit neurotoxins reminiscent of the giant fern spores native to the jigging wastelands. To his deranged eyes, everyone around him was an enemy. No soul was innocent. Sanity had vanished. Only slaughter remained. Ignoring his wounds, he staggered upright, seized a blade, and slashed wildly. Within seconds, 4 or 5 bystanders lay bleeding on the ground. Chaos erupted instantly. Panicked crowds stampeded in all directions. Even distant spectators fled blindly, unaware of what horrors had just unfolded. 1 combat officer and 3 patrol officers swiftly converged. "Drop the weapon. Drop it now, or we open fire." His entire body was drenched, whether in blood or some other viscous fluid was unclear. Caked filth obscured his features entirely. Ignoring the warnings, he charged straight at the patrol officer's blade raised. Fire! Bang! 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 Multiple rounds emptied into his chest. He collapsed, but did not die outright, limbs still twitching convulsively. The sole combat officer approached, flipped the body face up, wiped grime from the man's face, then scanned his identity. The result sent a fresh jolt of shock through him. Huang Jit, nephew of Madame Mu of the Mu clan. Too stunned to process, he radioed headquarters immediately, bewildered as to why Huang Ji was here and how he had descended into such madness. Meanwhile, at Whale Tide Capital Tower, just 5 streets away from Chiofeng Garden, the entire building plunged into darkness. All lights extinguished, emergency lamps flickered to life. In the lobby, the head security officer reclined lazily on a long bench, legs crossed, idly tapping 1 foot. His brow furrowed faintly, then relaxed again. It was deep night. Most floors were already dark. Adjacent buildings too stood in shadow. With emergency lighting active, nothing appeared amiss from the outside. Such dim illumination was expected after hours. Moments later, he lifted his head and bellowed, "Wu Ji, what's wrong? Why hasn't the backup generator?" "No idea, Captain. Contact the surveillance room. Find out what's happening." "Captain, I did." No response. "Is this damn walkie-talkie broken?" He rapped sharply on the device. Still silence. A chill prickled the captain's spine. He rose, just as a blade pierced his heart from behind. His eyes widened in disbelief. A guttural groan choked in his throat. Momentum carried him upright, even as crimson welled along the blade's path, soaking his uniform. He tried to speak, but no sound emerged. "Captain." Only then, bathed in the amber glow of emergency lighting, did his subordinate see the shadow behind him. "Who?" "Captain, behind you." Without withdrawing the blade, the attacker twisted it violently, ripping apart the heart in a final brutal laceration. The body crumpled silently onto the floor. "Captain." His subordinate trembled, face ashen, backing away slowly. How could such a formidable man fall so swiftly? "You?" Before he could utter more, the shadow advanced. On the rooftop, he descended, striking toward the surveillance room. Her left face bore human features, her right was masked by a crimson fox visage, known as the Crimson Fox. The young mistress had drawn official attention to Chiofeng Garden while they struck here. Their true objective was never Chiofeng Garden, it was this building. This was a private bank, operating both legitimate financial services and clandestine money laundering operations. It accepted only high-level political figures' illicit funds, cleaning tainted wealth and rerouting it discreetly back into their coffers. For years, the 2 parties had colluded seamlessly, forging an unbroken criminal supply chain. Deep beneath the building, the vault currently held a vast sum of unprocessed illicit currency. Boom. The underground vault exploded. Li Ming, standing nearly 2 meters tall, charged straight through the breach. 3 guards stationed there were engulfed instantly by the blast. Only 2 survived, drawing their sidearms without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. Bullets slammed into Li Ming's torso, yet he shrugged them off, shielding his head as he barreled forward. "Quick, report upstairs. Someone's robbing us. They're inside." "Useless. All comms are severed. No signal reaches the outside. Even the alarm system is dead." He hammered frantically at the silent panic button. Nothing responded. "We're finished." They were thoroughly prepared and terrifyingly skilled. Robbing a downtown bank was audacious enough, leaving no witnesses was inevitable. Every last one of them would die here. In the Ginkgo Road area slightly west of Tianlan City. Bang, bang, bang. Mu Hanchuan suddenly threw himself to the right, and in the same instant a barrage of bullets precisely struck the metallic wall where he had just been. He crashed through the scaffolding blocking his path and burst into a slightly ajar rusted iron door. Inside was an abandoned small maintenance workshop filled with dusty mechanical remnants and tool racks, with only a few strands of moonlight filtering through the broken high windows creating a murky interplay of light and shadow. A mechanical dog burst in through the broken window above, landing on the second floor's metallic flooring. Its electronic eyes instantly locked onto the target, the gun on its back adjusting slightly, and a torrent of fire erupted. Mu Hanchuan rolled on the spot and hid behind an old machine. Sparks flew as the distribution box exploded, showering a dazzling array of sparks and metal fragments. A hanging steel cable snapped and fell crashing to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust and debris. Various scattered tools flew in all directions. The firepower is truly ferocious. Mu Hanchuan was pinned down, unable to lift his head. The circular shield suddenly returned to his hand, and seizing the opportunity, he thrust his head toward the mechanical dog and threw it, then turned and charged, shattering the glass window to escape. Behind him, the metal shelves collapsed under the overwhelming firepower, bringing down an entire wall. The mechanical dog evaded the circular shield without hesitation, smashing through other obstacles in its path. Its forelimbs shot up, claws glinting with metallic coldness and fiercely embedded into the thick iron sheet at the window. Following that, a violent force erupted, flinging it outward, its metallic body crashing down with a howling wind as it continued the pursuit. An unmanned attack drone swooped down, its rotors stirring up dust around it, and its searchlight once again locked onto the target, followed by the sound of its rotating machine gun firing. Mu Hanchuan was struck again, at least 3 or 4 bullets hitting him from behind, causing him to lose his balance and tumble forward. With no other choice, he leaped, falling from a height of 7 or 8 meters. The circular shield returned to his hand, protecting his head and blocking critical areas. Pap, pap, pap. Another long string of bullets came flying, most of which were blocked by the circular shield. However, 2 struck Mu Hanchuan, one hitting his unprotected leg and the other piercing his abdomen. Mu Hanchuan endured the excruciating pain, and at the moment of landing heavily on his back, he rolled several times before jumping down from another high platform. At that moment, the mechanical dog also arrived, leaping over 10 meters in a single bound, landing precisely at the spot where Mu Hanchuan had just fallen. With another leap forward, it was now mere meters away from Mu Hanchuan. He glanced back, made no move, and continued charging forward, leaping down from another high platform a few meters ahead. The mechanical dog landed heavily where Mu Hanchuan had just jumped down, its metallic limbs striking the ground, sending sparks flying, and it leapt up again. In midair, Mu Hanchuan suddenly twisted his body back halfway, hurling the circular shield once more. The mechanical dog, trailing just a few meters behind him, was also suspended in the air. Can you dodge this time? Bang! The mechanical dog suffered a heavy blow, tumbling through the air and rolling far away, directly losing 2 legs and scattering parts everywhere, half destroyed. Its rear-mounted rotating gun continued to fire, most of the rounds striking the ground. The mechanical dog and attack drone were far faster than Mu Hanchuan. He had already taken over 10 hits, but fortunately most were blocked by his great armor. Having dealt with one major problem, he couldn't afford to be careless. That battle cop hadn't appeared yet, and he had no idea where they were. They could show up at any moment, and more battle cops were undoubtedly on their way, so he needed to escape quickly. Mu Hanchuan continued fleeing along the planned escape route he had devised 3 hours prior. He hadn't idly waited. He had envisioned 3 potential escape routes, with the Guotao Creek ahead being one of them. The creek flowed tumultuously, winding through complex terrain on both banks, making it ideal for a getaway. Over a kilometer away at the moment, the mechanical dog became scrap and lost its pursuit capability. The battle cop connected to it hesitated for a brief moment. Even the unmanned attack drone ceased its pursuit at that moment, which impacted him, albeit not significantly. Once he regained control, Mu Hanchuan had already run far, and he hurriedly operated the drone to follow. 200 meters ahead lay Guotao Creek, and a surge of joy filled Mu Hanchuan's heart. Having stayed too long in a small county, he had underestimated the security forces of the big city. He couldn't afford to act so recklessly again. He must have a foolproof plan for the next time. However, his joy lasted only 2 seconds. In the sky above, another unmanned attack drone flew in from the front and opened fire upon spotting its target. Simultaneously, another mechanical dog leaped onto the ground ahead, moving slowly, but unleashing full firepower in an attempt to eliminate the target. Mu Hanchuan's expression shifted. Reinforcements from other battle cops had arrived. Seeing Guotao Creek right in front of him, there was no way he could give up. If he didn't charge through once more battle cops arrived, he would truly have no chance. His left arm shield expanded, standing 1 meter high and about 50 centimeters wide, appearing white and solid, somewhat similar to a large shield. With the arm shield raised high and the circular shield, recalled, Mu Hanchuan bent down, braving the powerful fire under the protection of both shields as he charged forward. Drop your weapons and surrender immediately. A battle cop appeared 100 meters away, blocking Mu Hanchuan's direct path. Judging by his build and equipment, he seemed to be a fellow trialist of substantial physique, just like Mu Hanchuan. Stay right where you are. Seeing that his warning was ineffective, the officer suddenly drew his equipment. He carried a shield and a long gun, but did not draw the gun. Instead, he raised the shield. His intention was clear. There was no need for a strong assault. He only needed to block with all his might. Being able to withstand bullets indicated that this person's defensive strength was very high, no less than his own. Although his power had also reached grade, it didn't necessarily pose a threat to him, so he chose the most stable and safest tactics. In the short distance of 100 meters, Mu Hanchuan was hit by several more bullets. He did not flinch or hesitate, locking onto the battle cop to charge forward. The battle cop held his shield with both hands, sinking his body and preparing his stance, not sitting idly. As they closed in to less than 10 meters, he shouted loudly and took the initiative to meet Mu Hanchuan. Bang! The two tanks violently collided. The battle cop's eyes reflected a glimmer of disbelief, and in the next moment, he was violently knocked aside, rolling out 10 meters before getting back on his feet. Turning around again, he saw Mu Hanchuan leap into the Guotao Creek over 20 meters high, disappearing into the raging current. What a strong physique. Cheonghua Ting Grand Hotel. Suhan, who had just lain down to rest, suddenly sat upright in bed, pupils contracting in disbelief. Is the information confirmed? Yes, official sources from the locality have verified it. Both Huang Ji and Huang Ji, the brothers, have been killed. What on earth is happening? A confrontation occurred in broad daylight, and by nightfall this tragedy unfolded. The Su family hasn't even left Tianlan City, yet clearly they've become the prime suspects. Could someone be deliberately stoking discord? Among Tianlan City's 4 great clans, mutual trust is scarce. Any one of them might have seized this intelligence to Cao Division. Still, the far likelier scenario is a targeted strike against the Su family. A mere clan like the Mu family would hardly mobilize such overwhelming force. The death toll extends well beyond those 2 brothers. Over 20 others were slaughtered. Even in Qingling, such an atrocity would constitute a major incident with grave repercussions. Have the perpetrators been apprehended? No. The assailants fled both crime scenes, possessing formidable strength. Assassins of this caliber are not the sort any ordinary clan could retain. Dispatch our operatives to shadow the investigation. Every detail must be uncovered. Yes, sir, Mu family estate. Upon hearing the news, Huang Jin fainted outright. She had never endured such trauma before, and the victims were her own nephews, both of them slain without mercy. Mu Qiming's gaze brimmed with doubt and astonishment. A clash with the Su family had occurred only that afternoon, yet vengeance struck before nightfall. Was this the Su family's brutal warning? A slaughter meant to terrify the flock. Where are the killers? They escaped. Was the attack confined to a single location? No. Young Master Huang Ji was ambushed on Yinqing Road while returning home. Young Master Huang Ji, meanwhile, was attacked at Xiufeng Garden, where Ning Bin and his men were present. Ning Bin. Mu Qiming's expression transformed utterly. Ning Bin's martial prowess was exceptional. How could ordinary assassins possibly slay him, especially within his own domain? Could it truly be the Su family? Aside from the Su family, he could conceive of no other clan possessing both the capability and the motive. He had already ruled out the city's other prominent families. They would never expend such elite force over 2 brothers alone. Have the 2 Su sisters departed Tianlan City? No, sir. They visited several elders today and remain at Cheonghua Ting Grand Hotel. That made even less sense. If they hadn't yet left, there was no need for such haste. Moreover, the Su family commanded myriad subtler means of pressuring the Mu clan, and resorting to such crude low-grade tactics contradicted their hallmark discipline and precision. Then, who was behind this? Investigate with full force. Understood. If earlier that day Mu Qiming had retained composure, now he could not sit still for even a second. He must immediately convene the clan's inner council for an emergency deliberation. Jingchao Capital Tower. Every security guard in the building had been neutralized. In the underground vault, a young man clad in a repair technician's uniform and wearing a wide-brimmed cap strode and raised 2 thumbs toward Li Ming, then began unlocking the vault door. His name was Wang Jiqiang, a mechanical prodigy. Though merely rank E, he had already mastered 4 mechanical skills, 2 slots, unlocked 1 basic, 1 intermediate, and possessed expert proficiency with all manner of firearms. 5 minutes remaining. The The building's alarm system will auto-trigger its connection to official authorities in 5 minutes. We must evacuate within 3. A synchronized alert chimed in each operative's ear. Wang Jiqiang snapped his fingers. Understood. He arrived at the vault as well. Her youth betrayed impatience. She worried incessantly about her young mistress's safety. The figure concealed deep within the shadows remained unseen. 1 minute later, the vault door swung open. All 3 surged inside and began transferring the stolen funds. Their efficiency was extraordinary. Within barely over a minute, every last bag was loaded. 30 in total. He exerted herself valiantly, managing only 4 bags. The remainder were handled entirely by the other 2. Wang Jiqiang fared little better, carrying 6 bags between hand and shoulder. Only the burly Li Ming moved with apparent ease, looping a long iron chain through the remaining 20 bags and dragging them in a single unbroken line toward the vehicle. He sighed inwardly. I should have known better than to lift a single one. Immediate withdrawal. The trio rushed into the underground parking garage and hurled the bulging sacks into the cargo bay. Wang Jiqiang took the wheel. As the vehicle approached the exit, a 4th person slipped inside. With the team complete, they departed Tianlan City. This heist had yielded a monumental windfall. The trip had been more than worthwhile. Back home, I'll need to acquire another advanced skill slot. I've my eye on an excellent new ability. Wang Jiqiang leaned back, relaxed and buoyant, cranking up an upbeat track. You've already acquired 4 skills. Can your cerebral capacity sustain them? There's always a way. The weather's turning cold. I must procure warm clothing for the children. Last time that apparel supplier proved inadequate. Any recommendations for better, more affordable alternatives? Li Ming, solid and earnest, addressed his companions. His frugality was understandable. He ran an orphanage single-handedly, housing 70 or 80 children, providing food, shelter, and even hiring teachers for their education. A staggering burden. Wang Jiqiang, a trivial matter. I'll accompany you to scout options upon our return. He had no appetite for idle chatter, eyes fixed warily on the road ahead, dreading any unforeseen hazard. The 4th passenger remained silent. Red Fox, no need for such tension. The surveillance feeds along this route have all been rerouted. Our eyes now watch every frame. Should anything arise, Chow One will alert us instantly. Wang Jiqiang, ever talkative, turned his reassurances toward he, shaking his head and tapping rhythmically on the steering wheel. Refusing to appear weak, she straightened her posture. But her heart still fluttered with unease as her young mistress returned safely. 2 minutes after the vehicle exited Jingzhou Capital Tower, the City Defense Directorate's alarm blared violently. Dozens of eyes snapped toward the source, faces draining of color. They were already overwhelmed. Now this. Jingzhou Capital's automated alarm had activated. Something catastrophic had occurred there. It's Jingzhou Capital Tower. Dispatch all nearby combat officers and patrol units immediately. Insufficient manpower. We're stretched thin. All available forces near Jingzhou Capital have already been diverted to Qiufeng Garden to pursue the murderers. Divert several units to Jingzhou Capital for preliminary assessment, and urgently redeploy reinforcements from adjacent districts. Now, immediately. Yes, sir. The dispatch center's director was genuinely panicked. Others might remain unaware, but he knew full well Jingzhou Capital was no ordinary financial institution. Its oversight came directly from the highest echelons. And if disaster struck there, the entire upper stratum of Tianlan City would descend into chaos. Without hesitation, he mobilized additional forces while simultaneously dialing his direct superior. Within mere minutes. Emergency broadcast. Emergency broadcast. A major homicide has occurred within the city at 2:20 tonight, claiming 30 lives. The perpetrator is extremely dangerous. Residents return home immediately. All law enforcement personnel report for duty without delay. All urban thoroughfares are hereby sealed. All vehicles and pedestrians must submit to inspection. All entry and exit routes to and from Tianlan City are immediately closed. No persons or vehicles permitted to pass. Temporary lockdown effective immediately until 0600 tomorrow. Within those few minutes, the city's top leadership grasped the full gravity. 9 guards slain at Jingzhou Capital Tower and the vault plundered. Whereas the earlier homicides on Yinxing Road and at Qiufeng Garden had drawn muted concern, this development triggered urgent alarm. In under 5 minutes of coordination, the city's highest authorities reached unanimous consensus: deploy every available resource, hunt the culprits relentlessly, show no leniency, and uphold Tianlan City's unassailable authority. In Tianlan City, the Yang family, upon learning the situation, Zhou Muni's expression changed significantly. Mu Hanchuan has returned, and he went to the Mu family. Yes, along with the Qingling Su family, it seems their relations are quite strained. The Qingling Su family. Zhou Muni murmured softly. At her age, it was time for the Su family to make an appearance. Are the Su family here to support Mu Hanchuan? No. Yang Yu said, his mood somewhat complicated as he smiled bitterly. They are here to annul the engagement. Annul the engagement. Zhou Muni paused, her gaze dropping, a hint of bitterness flashing in her eyes. Yang Yu noticed her distress and walked over to comfort her. Should I accompany you to see the situation? No. After all, he is your biological son. The Mu family may not care, but you can't just ignore him. When Zhou Muni came to find him back, then they had agreed that regardless of what happened in the future, she must bear a son for herself. She agreed and did so, only to find that she had truly remained all this time. She always followed through on what she said. Yang Yu didn't want to see her sad. When she was sad, he felt the same. Just because his surname is Mu, it can't be done. This is a matter for the Mu and Su families, and we shouldn't interfere. Given her current status, she couldn't take the initiative to get involved. Moreover, she now had a 15-year-old son who bore the surname Yang. If she really brought Mu Hanchuan back, not only would the elders of the Yang family not agree, but it would also bring even greater trouble. Years ago, she had asked her father to find Mu Hanchuan and had even brought him back for proper guidance, but he had run away on his own. Regardless of the reasons, this was a choice he made himself, and once made, he could not regret it. Muni, there's no need to mention this again. Zhou Muni interrupted, waving her hand. The decision she made would never be changed. I heard both of Huang Lian's nephews have died. Yes, the Su family just arrived today. They had a dispute earlier in the day, and by nightfall they both died. It's quite strange. It couldn't have been the Su family, but this is indeed interesting. Yang Yu also found it unlikely. Who do you think it could be? It doesn't matter. In any case, it has nothing to do with us. This is something for the Mu family to worry about. However, it might be an opportunity to cause them some trouble. Zhou Muni walked to the window. The Jingchao Capitol building had also encountered issues. Some old folks would be in tears. What kind of force was running rampant in Tianlan City? At the Cheonghua Hotel, Su Qingyu returned to the hotel accompanied by several bodyguards. It was just past 11, quite late. Su Han frowned. Where's he? Why isn't she with you? Oh, I sent her ahead to Hanyue Bay to make arrangements, otherwise we wouldn't get a good spot. Su Han was truly speechless. Hanyue Bay was in the neighboring Tongdong province east of Luo province. The scenery there was indeed beautiful, but the matters here were unresolved, and she actually had the mood for that. Was her younger sister really missing a screw? Something major happened outside. Leave with me tomorrow afternoon. You're not allowed to go out during this time. Oh, once the matters were settled, she indeed didn't need to go out. As for her accomplices, they had already left the city and were about to exit Tianlan City. Everything was going smoothly. Returning to her room, Su Qingyu entered the bathroom, stripped down her hair, cascading down as she tended to the 2 wounds on her abdomen. Mu Hanchuan floated down to the foot of a mountain along the river, unsure of where he had arrived. In a hurry, he escaped into the mountains randomly, finding a hiding spot to remove the bullets from his body and tend to his wounds. He had been shot over 20 times with 3 bullets in his leg, 2 in his left arm, and 1 bullet hitting the rib below his neck, which was very dangerous. The rest were all blocked by his class armor, which had sustained considerable damage. With a flick of his right hand, a medical kit appeared. This was just standard medical supplies from the real world, not the healing items from the trial star. He endured the pain as he extracted the bullets one by one, applying medicine and bandaging without uttering a sound throughout the process. Above his head, a drone flew past, and shortly after, another one followed. Not far on the main road, police sirens quickly passed by. They had chased him down so quickly. There was no time to rest. Taking advantage of the cover of night, Mu Hanchuan continued to flee. After escaping for over an hour, he surprisingly discovered that a massive manhunt was underway across the entire Tianlan City. What the hell? I only killed Huang Ji. Does the Mu family need to make such a big fuss over a dog? Huang Ji isn't even a significant figure, is he? He didn't dare to turn on his phone, fearing it would be tracked. He was unaware of the current situation in the city, but judging by the level of scrutiny on the way, it was clear that a citywide manhunt was in progress. All routes were blocked, making it impossible to leave the city. He needed to find a place to hide for a couple of days. Mu Hanchuan's breathing was steady, but his heart was racing faster than usual. He was very clear-headed. Tonight's game was reckless, yet it was a move that could not be undone. Having acted, he had to be prepared to bear various consequences. After moving again, half an hour passed. In the rugged mountains, Mu Hanchuan unexpectedly discovered a hidden pit, clearly man-made. Oh, whose smuggled goods are these, and why are they hidden here? Mu Hanchuan cautiously stepped inside with a round shield, ensuring no one was around. He pulled back the waterproof cloth on top, revealing a significant cache of military arms. There was a 3-barreled heavy machine gun accompanied by a whole box of 12 7mm bullets, dozens of light rifles with 10 boxes of ammunition, and a box of grenades. Damn, whose stash is this? Hiding so many here, are they planning to take out their enemies? Mu Hanchuan had never seen so many big guns before. He only entered trials and didn't engage in any shady business in reality, so he naturally had no use for such weapons. The ones stored at home were merely very ordinary. Looking at these weapons, Mu Hanchuan suddenly came up with a good idea. Since the entire Tianlan city is currently hunting me down, nowhere is safe. It would be better to enter the single-person trial to hide for a while, but not now. Wait until it's close to dawn to enter. A single-person trial generally lasts no more than 2 days, so I would probably come out in about 12 hours. After coming out, it would be close to evening, making it safer. If the manhunt ends, I will continue to flee. If it hasn't ended, I'll enter the single-person trial again, completing both single-person trials for this month. Mu Hanchuan felt that this was indeed a good plan. His body was riddled with bullet holes which were too conspicuous. Given the current intensity of the search, it was impossible for him to escape Tianlan City. The Mu clan. At midnight, the Mu clan's direct lineage convened urgently in secret, a 2-hour meeting held in hushed gravity. Upon its conclusion, Mu Qiming remained behind for a prolonged private conversation with his father. Did Mu Hanchuan truly say that? Yes. Mu Bin sighed softly. His anger is justified. Ultimately, this stems from your failures as parents. You have performed abysmally. Mu Qiming bristled. Regardless, this remains our family's internal affair. He bears the Mu surname. He should not side with the Su clan against his own blood. His temperament is an exact mirror of his mother's. Once he has left, he will never return, not even a backward glance. I warned you from the start. Choosing Zhou Muning meant accepting irreversible consequences. No deviations, no regrets. How solemnly you pledged your agreement at the time. Is all this not entirely of your own making? Mu Qiming fell silent, speechless before the Mu Bin added sternly, Huang Ji and Huang Ji are dead. Mere dogs unworthy of deepening our rift with the Su clan. Investigate if you must, but do not interfere directly with the Su clan. Understand? Understood, father. But what if the Su clan insists on breaking the engagement? If they truly wish to withdraw, so be it. But the Mu clan invested heavily years ago. The Su clan must repay every last measure and offer additional compensation. Otherwise, we stall indefinitely. Cancellation is out of the question. Mu Qiming hesitated. The Su clan will hardly relinquish meat already in their mouths. Rest assured, the Su clan may be formidable, but they do not command the heavens alone. In Qingling, they possess rivals of their own. Our clans lie thousands of kilometers apart. They will not act decisively unless absolutely forced. We too must stand firmer. After all, this betrothal was sealed by both patriarchs. Justice lies squarely with us. But Mu Hanchuan isn't even present in the Mu clan. What good is justice when outsiders perceive the Su clan as more justified? You still misunderstand. The engagement was never the crux. Do you truly believe it constrains the Su clan's second daughter? She lives as she pleases, entertains lovers freely, unbound by such formalities. It is merely a formality, an emblem of intent. From the outset, both sides sought alliance, mutual benefit, shared advantage. Now that the Su clan no longer requires the Mu clan, they discard us. The broken engagement is but a pretext. Mu Qiming's understanding sharpened. Then the Mu clan must stand resolute. What is ours by right shall remain ours. Damn it, has the Tianlan Municipal Authority lost its mind? After 7 relocations in a single night, Mu Hanchuan endured until dawn. Has every official been deployed to hunt me down? Their dedication leaves Mu Hanchuan no choice but to admire it. Beside him, 3 objects materialized from thin air. A triple-barreled heavy machine gun, a full crate of 12.7mm ammunition, a box of hand grenades. These were the only items he brought into the solo trial. Of the 4 marked items, 1, the medical kit, had been buried in a shallow pit. The remaining 3 rested in his hidden base: a small round shield, a large broad shield, and an auxiliary item card labeled repair kit. Combined with the 3 trial gear pieces already on his person, his preparations were complete, save for the lingering complication of his gunshot wound. All was ready. Time to enter the individual trial. First, vanish. Surely Tianlan City couldn't pursue him indefinitely. He crushed the Azure Star key in his palm and vanished. Azure Solo Trial activated. Forbidden Trial Star Bloodscale Ruins. Objective: survive 2 days under relentless assault by Bloodscale beasts. Intertrialist combat permitted. Participants 80. So it's a survival trial. Simple enough: flee, endure, stay alive. No rankings. All who last receive rewards. Relatively lenient, especially for races innately gifted in concealment. For Mu Hanchuan, it was equally effortless. Mere time-killing, utterly devoid of peril. He surveyed his surroundings: dense woodland. It was 11 o'clock in the morning. Though dubbed ruins, the vegetation here was luxuriant. First gather edible flora, then locate a suitable cave, seal its entrance, and spend these 2 days recuperating. Time flows differently between the trial star and the real world, yet one's physical body resides fully within the trial star. 2 days spent here equal 2 genuine days of rest and recovery. Whether this affects lifespan remains unknown. Within an hour, Muhan Xuan gathered sufficient food for 2 days and discovered a cave, its entrance flanked by a massive spherical boulder nearly 3 meters tall and perfectly sized to block the opening. With a flick of his right hand, the auxiliary item card, Repair Kit, appeared in his palm. Marking released 67. Marking confirmed 77. Muhan Xuan unmarked the repair kit and instead affixed his mark upon the colossal boulder. Preparations nearly complete. Time to fortify the defenses. The sun blazes high. Bloodscale beasts burrow deep underground dormant. Only at dusk will they emerge en masse. Then the true battle begins. At this hour, all trialists are likely scouting hiding places, playing a deadly game of hide-and-seek, or constructing rudimentary defenses. None would recklessly seek conflict, unless seeking alliance. Cooperation, after all, is the surest path to survival. Muhan Xuan entered the cave. Its passage ran straight for 50 meters. He sealed the far end, then summoned beside him the triple-barreled heavy machine gun, the crate of 12, 7mm rounds, and the box of hand grenades. It worked. Triumph surged through him. He laughed aloud, exultant. With his transfer ability, he had indeed summoned these weapons into the trial star. Come forth. Let us see whether your flesh and blood forms can withstand my barrage, or even dare advance. Would other human trialists gape in awe, mistaking me for a celestial being? After several minutes spent loading the ammunition and mastering the firing mechanism, he summoned the buried medical kit and began treating his wound. Sigh. A figure like me cannot help but rise. Tell me, could I summon people directly into the trial star? The notion of summoning allies for combat has never crossed his mind. Outside team trials, he fights alone, by choice, by nature, and because he possesses no friends of that kind. He harbors a far more ruthless stratagem. If possible, I'll mark every enemy who has wronged me, summon them into the trial star moments before my departure, then slip away, returning to my home planet. If any survive and return, I'll bow in genuine respect. Muhan Xuan nearly bowed to his own brilliance. Such an idea, could an ordinary mind conceive it? Even if conceived, could it ever be executed? He dares not only to imagine it, but believes he might well succeed. Perhaps a 50% chance. Might test it later on. Songhong dared to swindle me, refused to repair my gear. Then let him taste the trial star's blood and bitterness. Death itself will offer him no mercy. Muhan Xuan resolved to proceed exactly thus. To serve as his first experimental subject would be Song Hang's singular honor, and their farewell would be most memorable. After dressing his wounds, Muhan Xuan fell asleep on the spot. He was exhausted from running too much the previous night, and his injuries were becoming unbearable. He awoke at 6 in the afternoon as darkness fell. Strange sounds echoed from outside the cave. Outside the mountain, countless pairs of large red crawling creatures emerged from the ground. They were only about a meter long, but had enormous sharp teeth and looked exceptionally ferocious. It seemed they had caught a whiff of something special, a scent that did not belong to this wasteland, and they began to crawl in all directions toward the higher parts of the mountain. Muhan Xuan looked up at the cave entrance. It was dark outside. The strange sounds were getting closer, and many were heading towards the cave. They were here, the blood-scaled beasts. A crawling beast with thin red scales poked its head into the cave, its large eyes gazing inside. The cave was 4 meters wide and 3 meters high, shrouded in darkness, and nothing was visible. The creature jumped fully into the cave, its limbs pressed against the ground, claws screeching against the rocks. It sniffed the air, raising its head slightly, nostrils flaring, as if it had caught a scent it wasn't quite sure of, swaying its head as it walked deeper inside. Suddenly, a round shield flew out from within and struck it heavily before it could react. It let out a wail, its bones shattered, and its body deformed. It could no longer stand. Hearing the cries of their companion, 4 or 5 more heads appeared at the cave entrance, all large eyes staring inside. As the first blood-scaled beast howled and charged into the cave, the others followed suit. Muhan Xuan conjured another round shield and threw it toward the cave entrance. With a slap, the leading blood-scaled beast was hit, crashing into 2 of its companions behind it and tumbling out of the cave, certain not to survive. Before the sounds faded, another round shield flew out, striking another blood-scaled beast. The shields were continuously summoned by Muhan Xuan, effortlessly taking down several of the creatures. I am like a rotating golden king. If only I had a few more round shields, I'd be invincible. Mu Hanchuan was having a great time, while outside more blood-scaled beasts gathered a dark mass of at least hundreds. More heads poked into the cave, then rushed in, launching a frenzied assault. Mu Hanchuan couldn't help but wonder why they needed to peek inside first before charging. Couldn't they just rush in directly? Mu Hanchuan held out for only 2 minutes, killing dozens of blood-scaled beasts before he could no longer withstand the overwhelming numbers, which had already surged 30 meters into the cave. These blood-scaled beasts had no concept of fear and moved quickly. Mu Hanchuan pulled the trigger on a nearby heavy machine gun, inviting them to see what a true heavyweight was. In an instant, flesh and blood flew everywhere. The first few beasts were torn apart, their foul blood and chunks of meat splattering against the cave walls, making a sticky sound as they fell. The beasts behind did not pause, trampling over the remains of their companions as they continued to charge forward, the sound of their claws scraping against the rocky ground piercing to the ears. Mu Hanchuan gripped the machine gun tightly, bullets spewing forth like tongues of flame. It was his first time using this weapon, and the recoil jolted his arms high, making it hard to control. He missed a lot of shots. Outside the cave, more blood-scaled beasts crawled toward the mountain, and from a distance, they stretched for kilometers, thousands of them, all drawn by the immense commotion. At the peak of the mountain, a member of the Ji tribe trembled, disguised as a large rock among several others, initially thinking it was a secure hiding spot to evade the blood-scaled beasts. Little did he know there was a massive pit right beneath him. Which foolish trial taker from his tribe chose to fight these beasts instead of hiding? Your own life may not matter, but don't drag us down. Gazing at the countless blood-scaled beasts crawling over the mountain, numbering at least in the tens of thousands, the Ji tribe member felt hopeless. Why did he have to choose this mountain? As the first blood-scaled beast climbed up, more followed, taking over the entire peak. My life is full. Mu Hanchuan dared not let his guard down. The blood-scaled beasts were too numerous, waves upon waves, seemingly endless. As soon as the firepower faltered, they would rush in like a tidal wave. Fortunately, he didn't need to reload. This entire box of bullets was linked together, mounted on the machine gun. However, the bullets seemed to be consuming too quickly. After prolonged firing, his arms were starting to feel a burning pain. 2,000 rounds had nearly dwindled to over 1,000 in just a short while. How could he keep this up? The bodies were almost piling up in the cave, yet the blood-scaled beasts refused to give up, clawing at the corpses of their companions and tossing them aside as they continued to charge. Damn it, let's give you something even more powerful. With one hand on the machine gun, he grabbed grenades from the box, with the other biting down on the pins and starting to hurl them one by one, exuding an aura of invincibility. Boom. Boom boom. The massive explosions ripped the blood-scaled beasts apart inside the cave, scattering bits of meat and scales everywhere. The shockwaves flung the beasts behind away for several meters, creating charred pits on the ground. The anguished wails echoed inside and outside the cave. How exhilarating. Mu Hanchuan felt no fear. Instead, he was invigorated. This was far more thrilling than enduring it with his physical body. Now they should be afraid, right? The cave fell silent for 3 seconds, only for more blood-scaled beasts to surge in, their gaping maws wide open. Mu Hanchuan silently stowed away his weapons. He pulled the pin on a grenade, tossing the remaining half-box of grenades out. Then he shouldered his remaining gear and ran deeper into the cave. Boom. The entire mountain trembled. On the mountaintop, several large rocks that were pushed against the mountain's edge began to tilt and slowly rolled down, crushing many blood-scaled beasts. Only the Ji tribe member hidden among them did not roll away, still standing on the peak. He glanced silently at the hundreds of meters below, debating whether to roll away or stay. Being too conspicuous, a group of blood-scaled beasts spotted him, the last remaining large rock, and slowly surrounded him. No matter who or which tribe below, I curse your ancestors for 18 generations. He understood that he had no choice but to fight. Rolling away was not an option. Since death was inevitable, he would rather die fighting. Inside the cave, the ceiling began to collapse, though not too severely. The rocks here were hard, just like the heads of these blood-scaled beasts. They struggled desperately, and after a few minutes they cleared a path and rushed in wildly. Mu Hanchuan, deep inside the cave, turned back and asked, not blocked. He saw over 100 blood-scaled beasts chasing after him, with even more behind. Fine, you win. I concede I can't handle this. Just as the blood-scaled beasts were about to reach the fork in the path, closing in on Mu Hanchuan, he waved his left hand, and a 3-meter round stone fell perfectly, sealing the cave entrance and wedging itself in the fork. I'm done playing with you, dig slowly. With a series of cracking sounds, the huge round stone appeared so suddenly that the first 10 or so blood-scaled beasts had no time to react, surely leading to their demise. In Tianlan City, a gathering of high-ranking officials convened at the city hall. The vice mayor was filled with fury, demanding no discoveries at all. A night-long citywide sweep, 3 crime scenes, over 30 dead, and this useless bunch couldn't capture a single one. The deputy director of the Defense Department forcibly explained, "I suspect they most likely entered the trial, and it is very likely they are working together entering the team trial at different locations simultaneously." The vice mayor would not accept this explanation, saying, "The same group. How could they have so many people? How did such a large group of experts enter Tianlan City? Are you all blind?" A different elder voiced his dissent. "Two inconsequential individuals do not warrant such risk. I believe there are 2 groups involved. The ones who killed Huang Ji and Huang Ji were one group, while the ones who robbed the Whale Tide Capital Bank were another." Agreed, this inference is more reasonable. The group that robbed the Whale Tide Capital Bank shouldn't have diverted manpower to specifically deal with these 2 brothers, especially so close to the Whale Tide Capital building, just a few streets away. That makes sense. The vice mayor's anger did not subside. That is over 100 million in cash, even piled up it could fill an entire truck. You tell me they entered the team trial. Where did that truck go? Where did the stolen money go? It seems the vice mayor's point. The vice mayor's face darkened. Regardless of the reason, even if they truly entered the team trial, they must be brought back. More importantly, that batch of cash must be recovered. Those funds are tainted. Who knows if those people were only after the money or targeting someone present? Although unspoken, anyone involved understood. Then continue the lockdown. That would have too great an impact, but might be difficult to handle. The lockdown can be lifted, but we can enhance the inspections. Such a large sum of cash cannot be moved out. As long as it's still within the city, it won't escape. Feasible. There's no other way. A night passed and Tianlan City remained in lockdown while he and her group had long since left Tianlan City, already departing from Luo Province and entering the eastern Tongdong Province. This so-called lockdown had only trapped the pitiful Mu Hanchuan, serving no purpose at all. It wasn't until he left Luo Province that she dared to call her young lady. Early in the morning, Su Qingyu lazily stretched, somewhat weakly, saying, "How? Miss, I have arrived at Hanyue Bay. Oh, I have secured the location and arranged everything." Got it. After finishing the call, she continued to sleep. He, having spoken with her young lady, felt relieved. Just from the voice, she knew everything was fine. In a flash, 2 days in the trial had safely passed. Mu Hanchuan had simply entered to recuperate. There was no difficulty in clearing the level. The Bloodscale beasts were fierce and numerous, but ultimately their individual strength was too weak. Once the entrance was blocked, they couldn't dig their way in. Speaking of sealing off, Mu Hanchuan was an expert, blocking every gap tightly. Next would be the rewards. He hoped for some good prizes. Bloodscale Ruins personal trial ended. Remaining trial participants 54 out of 80 participants, only 54 remained. 26 had perished. For some trial participants, this level was indeed quite easy to pass, relatively simple. However, it was still a blue level, thus it carried some difficulty. For those who lacked hidden abilities, the danger was actually considerable, as the death toll indicated. Reward 1 Physique 5, due to insufficient agility and spiritual sense attributes supplemented to agility and spiritual sense. Physique 3543, agility 891, spiritual sense 891. The attribute point rewards from a blue single trial range from 5 to 8. This trial was relatively simple, so Mu Hanchuan only received 5 points. Other participants who cleared it likely received similar rewards as expected. Reward 2 Wraithguard Bracers, grade requirement Physique 170, strength 100, effect arm protection gear, increases strength by 10 points, enhances personal defense by 5. What is this? Protection gear for the arms coupled with a 5 increase in personal defensive strength. These 2 attributes are actually quite good and suitable for Mu Hanchuan. But what does that increase of 10 points in strength mean? Shouldn't it be an increase of 10 points in physique? Not to mention, he can't even wear it now, or just the fact that it boosts strength while also enhancing defensive strength seems overly flashy, likely not priced too high. It might sell for between 8,000 to 1,000. Reward 3 item card Quicksand Pit, grade trap type, requires spiritual sense 100, damn it, another useless item. Entering the trial only allows 1 item card to be carried, so it must be chosen carefully. This item is too low level, not very valuable, and its utility is limited. Generally, one wouldn't choose to carry such an item into the trial. It might only sell for 3,000 to 5,000. Trap types are actually not bad provided one can use them. But where can I get 100 spiritual sense? Trial ended. 1 Return to the original point. 2 Return to a random area within a 20-kilometer radius of the entry point. Mu Hanchuan was stunned. Is this it? Where is the reward for the blue star key? All done this time. There are no rewards from the blue personal trial. Typically, as long as one clears a personal trial, they would receive a corresponding star key. This time luck was too poor. Without the blue star key reward, how will I enter the second personal trial afterward? If I get surrounded, I won't be able to enter the trial to evade. This unexpected turn disrupted Mu Hanchuan's original plans, leaving him quite vexed. Fortunately, his gunshot wounds had healed significantly, ensuring his combat ability. The heavy machine gun beside him still had 500 rounds left, which could help him output some firepower, but anyone who dared to chase him would be dealt with. With a gesture of his right hand, a medical kit appeared. He had only a few seconds left, so he hurriedly switched out the medicine before heading out. Frustrating, nothing has gone smoothly since coming to Tianlan City. It feels like I am born to be countered. After a personal trial, I earned 1,000, just enough to barely keep the money for the blue star key. What a joke. This wretched place, I won't come again. After 50 seconds, Mu Hanchuan exited the trial star and returned to the original point. In the trial star, 2 days had passed, while in reality only 12 hours had gone by, just half a day. The time was now 6 in the evening, and the sky was overcast, as if it were about to rain. Glancing around, he found nothing unusual. Arriving at the mountain's edge, he noticed that the checkpoint on the main road had not been lifted, and the inspections had become even more stringent. What the hell? Mu Hanchuan felt furious. The Mu family was relentless in their pursuit, vowing not to rest until they captured him. Just wait, he would surely retaliate in the future and go after that Huang Ji next time. He retreated and made his way to the arms cache. Half an hour later, he returned to the hidden arms location and was pleasantly surprised to find dozens of light rifles and 10 boxes of ammunition still there. The official personnel in Tianlan City hadn't discovered this place yet. Originally, Mu Hanchuan had no intention of dealing with such things, but now that he couldn't escape, he had to make use of them. It was much better than relying solely on his fists, as the durability of his shield was limited. A round shield appeared. A large shield emerged. The medical kit materialized. A heavy machine gun along with 500 rounds of ammunition also appeared. These were all the items he had marked, now summoned by Mu Hanchuan. Along with the round shield on his back, the arm shield on his left arm, and the armor he wore, this constituted all of his equipment. Mu Hanchuan canceled the markings on all the items, carrying them all on his back, then marked the arms. The 10 boxes of ammunition and dozens of light rifles would take 2 trips to move completely. He first transferred the first batch. He hadn't examined thoroughly last time, but upon checking today, he unexpectedly found a box of grenades at the very bottom containing a total of 100 pieces. This greatly delighted Mu Hanchuan. While the rifles might not inflict significant damage on the battle police, these grenades certainly would. After marking them, he grabbed a few light rifles and ran towards a massive cave in the mountains. Yesterday, he had moved into that cave twice, but due to unfamiliarity with the inside, he hadn't dared to venture deeper. Now, with no way to retreat, he could only escape there and hide all these items inside. An hour and a half later, Mu Hanchuan completed the transfer of the first batch of arms, hiding them in 3 different locations with 2 rifles and 2 boxes of ammunition in each. The medical kit and heavy machine gun were remarked and also hidden here. They were cumbersome and a hassle to carry. Then he quickly returned, taking more than half an hour to reach the arms cache, marking the remaining arms, carrying the last dozen rifles, and leaving immediately. If you want to capture me, then let's play this game slowly. Another hour passed, and 2 patrolling officers appeared at the place Mu Hanchuan had just left. Here, one of them shouted, and the other patrol officer hurried over. What's going on? Look! Pulling back the waterproof cloth buried in the dirt startled him greatly. Arms. This was not something an ordinary person could possess, especially in such quantity. Those people likely escaped into this area. This is where they hid their ammunition. It's possible. You check the surroundings and I'll report immediately. Yes. One went to scout the surroundings while the other hurried back up to report they had made a significant discovery. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Defense Department, there's a discovery. Where? Southwest in the Ling Mountain area, we've found hidden arms. Have them upload the footage immediately. Yes. Following the order, the patrol officer on duty took out the video equipment to prepare to upload the discovery. When he returned to the small cave, he was astonished, and his expression drastically changed. Where did the last batch of arms go? In just this short time, less than half a minute, all the arms had been stolen right before his eyes. Why haven't you uploaded it yet? The headquarters sent an inquiry, no longer the pleasant female voice, but the urgent tone of a superior deputy director. This. He recognized the voice and stammered, unsure how to respond, genuinely frightened. What on earth happened? I just uploaded the live footage while reporting. In those brief seconds, the arms vanished. The deputy director cursed angrily. Are you sure you're not out of your mind? No, Liang Chao was with me right beside me. He was the one who noticed first. Have him come over. Yes. In just a few seconds, Liang Chao rushed into the frame. What's going on? Those arms are gone. How is that possible? Yes, just now in the moment I was reporting someone stealthily came and took away that batch of arms. Both of their faces turned grim. The person who sneaked over possessed terrifying strength. If he wanted to kill them, they would already be dead. Watching the footage, the headquarters of the Defense Department fell into intense discussion. From the degree of compression in the soil at the scene, there indeed had been a large number of substantial objects hidden here. The items left at the scene do have a certain connection to the arms. This place is highly likely to be the hiding spot of those people. The deputy director was quite displeased with these partial deductions. If he made a mistake, he would have to bear the wrath from above. Already under great pressure, he didn't dare to make decisions lightly. What about the terrain in that area? Report to the deputy director, there are several mountains of varying sizes connected together beneath, which lies a massive cave. This cave is connected to 5 or 6 nearby mountains, and the range may reach several dozen kilometers long. Due to the lack of signal inside, its true size has not been fully surveyed. Only a rudimentary map is available. Deputy director's eyes suddenly changed. Is that so? Yes, if we enter, we may need the elders from the nearby villages to act as guides, as they have been entering there for years. Quick, notify all police forces in the city to head to Ling Mountain, seal off all nearby mountains, close every route in and out, and search inch by inch. Even if it means digging 10 feet into the ground, I want them found. Yes, especially the batch of funds that were stolen from Whale Tide Capital. Make sure to search thoroughly. Inside the massive cave, Mu Hanchuan found 2 more concealed locations and transferred all the remaining arms over, carefully burying them. That should be enough. Everything is in place. They'll hide here for a few days, then make my escape. I don't believe they can keep this blockade up forever. If they dare to chase me down, I'll confront them. In the city center late at night around 10 o'clock, Su Han and her companions prepared to leave Tianlan City. The atmosphere in Tianlan City was somewhat chaotic today. Due to their special identities, Su Han did not want to attract unnecessary attention and thus delayed their departure until now. Su Qingyu looked at the numerous police cars rushing by outside and curiously asked what happened. Su Han replied irritably, "Don't you know that something major happened in Tianlan City last night?" "Of course. I know a little bit. Your brain is somewhat functional. Traces of a fugitive were found in the southwest mountains. It's still unclear whether they are the culprit who killed the Huang brothers or the one who robbed the Whale Tide Capital Bank. Tianlan City has mobilized a significant portion of its police force to rush there." Huh. Su Qingyu's eyes widened, looking adorably naive. The Huang brothers are dead. She was not concerned about Whale Tide Capital since that was their doing. What interested her was the Huang brothers, as she was sure she had only killed one of them, right? Su Han rolled her eyes, too lazy to bother with her. She had just praised her for having some sense, but it turned out to be her overthinking. Su Qingyu rested her chin on her hand, quietly gazing out the window, even more curious about who had shielded them from the trouble. Truly a good person. Mu Hanchuan adjusted his gear, wearing a large shield on his back with 2 round shields hanging at his waist and holding a lightweight rifle. He removed all the magazines from the other rifles, loading one 7.62mm bullet after another while peering into the cave. He threw the bullets into a large bag tied to him, and he also had over 10 grenades, clearly a hardened criminal. This cave is so big. After walking for over an hour, he had not seen a single light source. This should belong to the remote outskirts of Tianlan City. If he kept going like this, he might just walk out of Tianlan City. Mu Hanchuan felt a glimmer of hope and resolutely walked deeper inside. Most of the official forces from Tianlan City had been mobilized here, sealing off all mountains and roads, cutting off all unofficial signals, with the deputy director and deputy mayor personally overseeing the operation. They even brought in some local residents familiar with the terrain to help guide them. First, search the surrounding mountains to narrow the search area, then concentrate forces to search the cave. The deputy mayor personally issued the order. Understood. The deputy director did not object, but secretly had dispatched 2 SWAT teams to enter the cave's depths under the guidance of local villagers. Each SWAT team consisted of 4 members equipped not only with Battlehound-level robot dogs and Phantom-class drones, but also with a Tyrant-class mechanical warrior extremely powerful. They were all trialists equipped with a full set of trial gear. The selection process was exceptionally rigorous, with a neural connection requirement of over 10 to qualify, and the qualification rate was less than 2, showcasing the difficulty. They were the elite among the elite. Guided by local guides, the 2 SWAT teams simultaneously entered the cave from the south and north, launching a manhunt. At this moment, Mu Hanchuan was in the south. After wandering for half an hour, he could no longer distinguish the directions. Could he even get out? He was losing hope and thought about hiding outside and only coming back in if there was no other option. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Just then, Mu Hanchuan suddenly froze and placed his head slightly, turning toward the direction of the sound, his gaze calm as a deep pool. He heard the sound of a drone. There was no mistake, it was the sound of the official drone. They were moving so quickly had they already chased him in. Mu Hanchuan had initially thought he could hide inside for a few days. He took a few steps forward, quietly moving to a corner, standing still, and keeping his eyes fixed on the cave passage from which the sound was coming. After just a few seconds, a beam of light appeared about 70 to 80 meters away, not very bright, probably intentionally adjusted. Mu Hanchuan lightly raised his rifle, thought for a moment, and then lowered it. It might just be a patrol officer or a combat police officer coming in alone. He didn't necessarily have to expose himself, or perhaps they would just make a round and leave no need to confront them, better to avoid it for now. He quickly changed direction and left. After running for a quarter of an hour, Mu Hanchuan stopped again, his brows furrowing deeply, his head slightly tilting, as he quietly sensed the faint sounds coming from another cave. He recognized that a battlehound-level robot dog had appeared in the cave next to him, different from the robot dogs equipped by ordinary combat police. The battlehound-level robot dog was larger and heavier, making a heavier sound upon landing, easily distinguishable. This was only equipped for SWAT. The SWAT team had chased him in. Mu Hanchuan felt no more luck. Without concrete information, the officials would not deploy SWAT. He had been exposed, and they were coming for him. This time he pulled out a grenade from his waist. A long piece of hemp rope appeared, pulled from the ammunition box, perfectly usable at this moment. In the shallow layer of water, a grenade was hidden inside, the timer set to the shortest. Mu Hanchuan turned around, finding no sound, and quietly left. 1 minute later, the battlehound-level robot dog appeared at the place where Mu Hanchuan had just left, standing at a height of 1.2 meters and over 2 meters long, its metal front limbs heavily stepping into the shallow water. It stopped in place, scanning the surroundings before discovering faint footprints in a patch of soft soil. Based on their clarity, they had formed not long ago. Indeed, someone was hiding inside. A kilometer away, the SWAT officers immediately commanded their robot dogs to investigate while trying to notify their teammates. The signal inside was too weak. Even though they had set up temporary signal sources along the way, their effectiveness was limited. They could only try if it didn't work, they would use physical communication methods, just like on the Trial Star. In the next moment, the robot dog's limbs pulled on the hemp rope in the water. Boom! A violent explosion echoed, resonating through the cave for several kilometers. Now there was no need to notify anyone. His teammates already knew the situation. The robot dog was blown several meters away, severely damaged, and definitely unable to continue the pursuit. As the owner of the robot dog, the SWAT officer felt a sharp pain in his head, but quickly regained his composure. His robot dog had been attacked and lost its ability to move. He was extremely furious and quickly controlled the drone to rush to the scene. He himself hurried toward that direction. Next to him was a 2-meter-tall mechanical warrior following closely. This was the Tianren-class mechanical warrior, connected to his neural core, said to have a combat power between F and E levels. No one had tested it, but it was rumored to be very fierce. Mu Hanchuan had not gone far, taking position at a 3-way junction hidden in the shadows with a heavy machine gun that had appeared in his hands, ready to ambush the incoming SWAT officers. SWAT teams executed missions in squads, and since there was no signal inside, they would not spread too far apart. The appearance of one member indicated that the other 3 were definitely not far away, making it possible to catch one. After quietly waiting for 30 seconds, he heard footsteps in the cave ahead. 2 different sounds, not the footsteps of a battlehound-level robot dog, but the running of 2-legged individuals. Mu Hanchuan had already deduced that it was a combat officer and his personal guard, the Tianren-class mechanical warrior. Mu Hanchuan did not rush to fire. He stilled his breath, listening intently, until they surged halfway down the tunnel, confirming the special ops officer led the charge with a Tier Heaven blade mechanical warrior slightly behind, flanking him on the right. Without hesitation, he subtly raised his barrel and aimed at the target on the left, the one in front. Duh. As muzzle flash erupted, the officer did not dodge sideways. Instead, he slammed on the brakes and recoiled sharply backward, while the mechanical warrior beside him lunged forward in a single explosive stride, yanking its master backward with its right arm and throwing its own body into the line of fire. Thud, thud, thud. Despite lightning-fast reflexes, the officer still took 3 rounds, dead center in the chest. Even clad in reinforced armor, he was hurled backward several meters, blood welling through the seams, his vest failing to absorb the full impact. All remaining rounds struck the mechanical warrior that had rushed forward to shield its master, driving it step by step backward. Forced back 2 meters, the towering machine stabilized its stance. Crouching low, its thick arms locked rigidly across its chest, forming an unyielding bulwark before its master. It absorbed every bullet. The heavy machine gun's devastating fire shattered metal components across its frame, sending shrapnel flying, but it did not yield a single inch. After firing only 100 rounds, Mu Hanchuan abandoned the weapon, tossed 2 grenades far down the tunnel, and vanished into the shadows, shouldering his heavy machine gun as he retreated along the rear passage. The violent explosions sent tremors rippling through the cavern. Yet the mechanical warrior intercepted every blast, shielding its master completely. On the ground, the officer staggered upright and urgently staunched his bleeding. Damn, he was a long-range specialist. Yet today he'd been ambushed from range. Just 15 seconds later, a combat hound burst from behind him, blazing speed, and charged straight toward the ambush site, its mounted machine gun blazing indiscriminately regardless of whether anyone remained there. Simultaneously from another corridor, his tear shadow eye drone surged forth, firing mid-flight. Such thunderous commotion could not go unnoticed. The other 3 officers were already converging rapidly on the battlefield. T-82, what's happening? I attacked, injured, suspect armed with heavy weapons, heading north, hurry. The transmission fractured, only fragments audible. T-82 wounded, suspect wielding heavy ordnance. The 2 local guides accompanying them panicked. You said you were hunting a fugitive, not a warlord. He carries heavy weapons and engages Hedon. Mu Hanchuan hadn't fled far. He'd slipped into the shadows at the end of this very passage and lay in wait. Those combat hounds and drones posed greater danger than the officers themselves. They had to be eliminated. No sooner had he taken cover than the hound and drone closed in, moving with terrifying velocity. Mu Hanchuan stood motionless, back pressed against the wall, mind calculating distance with icy precision, 20 meters to the next bend, where the hound and drone would initiate their turn. At that exact moment, a circular shield shot forth, striking the drone mid-flight and slamming it hard onto the ground. Though crippled, the drone retaliated instantly. Even as it lay broken, its guns kept firing wildly, bullets ricocheting chaotically. Bang, bang, bang. Mu Hanchuan raised his rifle and emptied it into the charging hound. Unflinching, the hound answered with a torrent of fire, barreling forward unbroken through the hail of bullets. His forearm shield snapped open. Bullets hammered its surface in rapid succession. Mu Hanchuan clenched his jaw, feet grinding into the stone muscles, straining to hold his ground as the impacts drove him backward. Gritting his teeth, he endured the barrage, swapped magazines in a fluid motion, and fired again. Less than 10 meters apart, they clashed, Hedon, sparks erupting like starlight. With a deafening crack, the hound slammed full force into his shield, its momentum hurling Mu Hanchuan another meter backward. Mu Hanchuan emptied his last rounds into its metallic chassis, discarded the rifle, snatched up the fallen shield, and hurled it with brutal force at the hound. The hound lashed out, slashing, biting, its dorsal machine gun still spitting flame. Mu Hanchuan focused solely on deflecting its gunfire, ignoring the tearing jaws, swinging the shield again and again into its armored frame. Man and machine grappled at point-blank range for over 10 seconds, until Mu Hanchuan's sheer defensive mastery prevailed. Amidst savage bites and blows, he shattered the hound utterly. Turning away, he planted a grenade on each ruined machine before snatching up his rifle and fleeing. His left leg dragged, deep gashes torn into his thigh. Boom, boom. 2 concussive blasts sealed their fate. Its operator's mind seared with neural feedback. Only 1 unit remained beside him, the mechanical warrior, now damaged at 35%. Still having withstood sustained heavy machine gun fire, it retained core functionality. Fury incinerating all caution, he ignored his wounds and charged after Mu Hanchuan with his battered warrior. T-82, report your current position. He's north, heading north. North, move. Even as he relayed orders to his team, the squad leader's drone shot skyward, bursting from the cave mouth. 3 minutes later, the deputy director received the alert first and hurried immediately to the vice mayor's side. Confirmed, he's inside the karst cave. Contact has been made. As anticipated, he possesses heavy firepower. I've ordered all 3 elite squads to enter. Good. Deploy additional tactical units as well. Patrol officers remain on external perimeter duty. Understood. Minutes later, after sprinting a considerable distance, Mu Hanchuan heard footsteps echo behind him once more. He spun and hurled a grenade. A rolling clatter echoed down the tunnel as the Warhound class hound instantly recalibrated, scanning for the source of sound. The grenade detonated 2 meters from its chassis, a concussive wave slamming into its frame, its armored plating shrieking under torsional stress. It wobbled, briefly unbalanced, then relocked its limbs with precise mechanical clicks. Damage assessment, 20%. The Warhound surged forward, pursuing the ambush site. Mu Hanchuan pivoted and fired. Simultaneously, the hound returned fire. He did not deploy his forearm shield, already compromised. Instead, he drew his larger buckler from his back and held it firm before him. For full magazines tore through the air, the warhound never reached him. It collapsed 3 meters short, its warped dorsal gun still spasming, firing blindly into the void. Mu Hanchuan lobbed a grenade onto its metallic abdomen and vanished into darkness. Boom! Another warhound silenced. Outside, the battle police received orders and began to infiltrate the cave, proceeding in groups of 3, meticulously checking one area after another, while also responsible for constructing a complete temporary signal source inside to facilitate further searches. They were warned that the fugitives were extremely vicious and armed with heavy weapons, and some special police had already been injured, necessitating utmost caution. Yu Yanling, could the person inside be the one you pursued in Shuxiang Lane? A team member of the battle police inquired of his 2 teammates. Even the special police got injured, so it's very possible. Yeah, that person is exceptionally strong. With my defenses, I couldn't withstand it. Even at full force, I was directly knocked away. These 2 special police officers were indeed the ones who had pursued Mu Hanchuan in the Ginkgo Road area. Naturally, they had to emphasize how formidable Mu Hanchuan was, otherwise it would reflect poorly on their abilities. Look, even the special police team was attacked and injured. They surely can't be blamed for that, it's just that the other side is too fierce. Then we 3 must be cautious. We don't seek credit, but rather to avoid mistakes. Let the special police team take the brunt. We can focus on building the signal source. Right. What you both said makes sense. Since they are all on the payroll, why risk their lives? The special police receive higher salaries and better benefits. Let them take the risks. After running for over an hour, where did that group of special police go? Mu Hanchuan called over a medical kit and treated his left leg injury before burying it again. Along the way, he set up more grenade traps, adjusting the trigger time to the shortest limit. 1 touch, and they explode. Unfortunately, he only heard 1 explosion. It seemed the others had no effect. Passing through a small hole, a large rock appeared behind him, blocking it off. He then ran to the other side, quickly moving a pile of large stones to reveal a narrow passage inside, and walked in. Blocking holes is my specialty. I can block and move various things. I won't be caught by you. Let's see how you pursue me. Another half-hour passed, and Mu Hanchuan arrived at an underground dark lake. He turned on his phone to take a look. The water was very clear, estimated to be about 10 meters deep, with its breadth unknown. Uncertain if this dark lake was connected to the outside world, with special police having arrived, it was definitely surrounded outside, making it impossible to escape. Perhaps he could flee through here. While pondering, suddenly 2 loud explosions echoed from deep within the cave. It came from the south, where someone triggered his grenades. Boom, boom, boom. Mu Hanchuan abruptly turned around, hiding behind a nearby rock as the sounds of mechanical dogs approached, and not just 1 but 3. They were not battle mastiff-level mechanical dogs, but ordinary mechanical dogs deployed by the battle police, as the authorities had escalated their efforts by sending the officers in. They were determined to catch him at all costs. A voice came from that direction. Be careful, a battle has occurred inside. No need to be so tense, it's far from us. Don't be careless, we aren't sure how many fugitives there are. The cave is so large and so many police have come in, how could we possibly encounter them? I have never outperformed them in capturing criminals. That's why everyone else has been promoted, and you have been stagnant for over a decade. Is it that I don't work hard? I was simply born with bad fortune. Bullshit. The 3 were quite relaxed, feeling no tension, when suddenly something fell and rolled, the sound reaching the ears of the 3 battle police. Dodge quick. The 3 battle police, trained well, instantly jumped aside. However, the mechanical dog next to them was slightly slower to react. More accurately, its owner was a bit slow and did not control it to evade in time. Boom. 2 grenades exploded almost simultaneously, filling the air with smoke and debris flying everywhere. The mechanical dog lost its right front leg and crashed heavily into the left side rock, unable to get up again. 3 o'clock. Old Lu, go up. Understood. The battle police named Old Lu raised his arm shield and actively charged out from cover, heading towards the 3 o'clock direction to observe the enemy's position. The other 2 battle police, one moving quickly, took advantage of Old Liu's distraction to circle around from the left side, quickly approaching the enemy. The other battle police sought a favorable position and set up a sniper rifle. Behind them, 2 intact mechanical dogs rushed in to provide support. Bang, bang, bang. Mu Hanchuan raised his rifle and fired, targeting the rapidly approaching battle police. He fired off 4 consecutive rounds, but failed to stop the approaching battle police. The latter was incredibly fast, and there were too many places to take cover in the cave, making it impossible to pose a real threat. Bang! A sniper bullet struck the rock next to Mu Hanchuan. There was a sniper. Mu Hanchuan leaned his head back, slowly retreating into the dark lake behind. The 2 mechanical dogs also arrived at this moment, covering him with fire, while their 4 legs moved swiftly, quickly cornering him in his position. Mu Hanchuan calmly put away his gun, turned, and leaped into the dark lake, creating a large splash. The special police who had encircled him first rushed over, throwing their long guns, which deeply embedded in the spot where Mu Hanchuan had just been, watching him jump into the dark lake. He ran over, gazing at the disturbed dark lake, sighing in regret, turning to call his comrades to let their mechanical dogs enter the dark lake to pursue him, while his own had just been damaged by the explosion. As he turned his head, another loud shout erupted. Damn! He rolled to the side. Boom! Another explosion occurred. The fugitive had hidden a grenade under a small rock before jumping into the dark lake. If he hadn't been sharpied, he would have been caught. He managed to dodge, but a mechanical dog rushing in at high speed happened to be caught in the blast, getting severely damaged. The other two battle police gathered around. Are you okay? I'm fine. He escaped into the dark lake. Let the mechanical dogs and drones continue to pursue and inform the other teams. Okay, are we pursuing? Of course we are pursuing, but not from the water. That person is very cunning. We will find another way. All right, let's go. Another explosion and sounds of battle erupted. Hurry up. Do you really not know the way? Didn't you say you had been wandering inside for decades, familiar with it like the back of your hand? This special police officer was furious. They lost the pursuit not because they were incapable, but because this useless guide had led them astray multiple times. No, there is a passage here. Where did all these large rocks come from? Are you doing this on purpose? If we miss capturing the fugitives, do you know the consequences? You can't afford it. The elderly guide was very certain, confidently stating. If there were mistakes on other routes, that would be fine, but this cannot be wrong, because this is the shortcut home. I have taken hundreds of times. It cannot possibly be wrong. Then what is going on? So many large rocks. Did they all crawl over by themselves? This. The elderly guide looked at the several large rocks in front of him, his face turning extremely pale. Could it be that he was truly getting old and his mind was failing him? A single mistake might be a memory error, but making so many mistakes indicates a serious issue which shouldn't have happened. He had wandered in this area for decades. Mu Hanchuan crawled out of the dark lake, leaning against a stalagmite, breathing steadily, his eyes sharp like a hawk. He scanned his surroundings and noticed a box of bullets nearby to reload his empty magazine. What a pity he had waited in the water, but those three battle police did not pursue, otherwise he could have ambushed them again and surely take one down. The sound of dripping water echoed in the darkness as Mu Hanchuan calmly reloaded his gun, his mind racing, contemplating the next step. He was left with diminishing options for movement. He had to find a way to escape quickly, as continuing like this would surely lead to capture. He looked down at the dark lake again. Perhaps he still had to rely on this lake. Judging by its water quality and the aquatic life appearing, it must connect to the outside. Mu Hanchuan now faced two choices: first, to immediately descend into the dark lake in search of a passage leading outside. Yet the risk lay in the possibility that the exterior remained sealed, offering no guarantee of escape. Second, to provoke greater chaos, drawing more official forces into the cavern system, thereby weakening the external blockade, and only then entering the dark lake to locate an exit. This second path carried far greater peril, but also a significantly higher chance of escape provided such an exit truly existed. With ammunition fully loaded, Mu Hanchuan rose to his feet. In mere moments he had made his decision. He would choose the bolder course, even if it meant falling mid-journey. Snap! A droplet fell from the tip of an inverted stalactite, its rhythm steady, striking once every dozen seconds. Yet at that instant it shattered with a sharp, brittle crack. The splash scattered across the rock face, its sound magnified to deafening intensity within the suffocating silence. Mu Hanchuan froze instantly, every muscle coiling like drawn steel, his eyes flashing with glacial fury. A bone-deep chill surged up his spine, piercing straight to the crown of his skull. He whirled around in a flash, his round shield materializing in his right hand and snapping upward just in time. A blade descended, clashing against the shield with a ringing clang. The attacker recoiled in evident shock. How had his ambush been anticipated? Agile as a shadow, he vaulted off the ceiling stalactites, flipped midair, and drew a short dagger in his other hand, slashing downward in one seamless motion. Mu Hanchuan extended his left arm shield, blocking the strike once more. At the exact moment the dagger struck, he drove his right foot hard into the ground, channeled the recoil, and lunged forward, thrusting the shield toward his foe's chest. The assailant evaded with preternatural grace, sliding sideways like smoke, and swept his dagger through the air in a lethal arc aimed at Mu Hanchuan's throat. That blow posed no threat. He casually raised his left arm to intercept. Then thud. His pupils flared wide, his body was hurled violently several meters to the left. A shaft buried itself deep in his right abdomen, punching clean through his armor. An rank snowfeather bow, capable of storing one arrow per minute. up to 10 total. Its power was modest, yet its piercing force could breach even reinforced plating. As Muhan Xuan toppled leftward, he spun and hurled his shield backward, a heavy whistling projectile aimed into the gloom. The hidden figure dodged with equal swiftness, vanishing behind a flicker of motion. A woman. The shield grazed her side before slamming into the cavern wall with a thunderous crash, showering the chamber in shards of stone. Even as she evaded, she loosed a rapid volley of arrows. Muhan Xuan snatched his large shield upward, interposing it before his body. Simultaneously, a blade bit deep into his back, its force immense, nearly cleaving through his armor. Her speed was overwhelming. Muhan Xuan could not match her tempo. Bang, bang, bang. His frank shield was faltering. Heating confrontation was unwise. The Snowfeatherbow's armor-piercing capability rendered frontal defense perilous. Yet enemies pressed from both front and rear, and his own mobility fell short. But she had only 10 arrows. Huh. Another figure burst forth from behind. A massive warhammer gripped in both hands swung sideways in a devastating horizontal arc. Metal shrieked against metal as Muhan Xuan met the hammer Heaton with his shield. This time he held firm. Against brute force adversaries, he felt no fear. His right-hand shield swept outward, howling through the air, aimed squarely at his opponent's face. The hammer wielder tilted his head aside, raised his left forearm, and took the full impact on his shoulder, a guttural grunt escaping him. Yet his stance held firm. He pivoted smoothly, winding up for another spinning hammer strike. At that precise moment, the female archer struck again from behind. All three were elite tactical officers. Muhan Xuan dared not underestimate them. His gaze hardened. His large shield snapped open to intercept the incoming arrow, deliberately abandoning his rear defense. With explosive force, he lunged forward, his left hand summoning a second round shield, both shields hurtling toward the hammer wielder in synchronized assault. Boom, 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 thud. 5 impacts detonated in rapid succession. The large shield deflected one arrow, a blade tore into his back. A hammer blow sent him flying several meters, yet he uttered not a single sound. The hammer wielder fared little better. Though Muhan Xuan lacked raw strength, his opponent's defenses were equally fragile. Blood erupted in crimson arcs. Letting out a pained howl, the man staggered backward, unsteady but unbroken, his expression twisting into something far more vicious. As Muhan Xuan landed, a new attack struck from behind. Muhan Xuan did not guard. He hurled his shield backward in a blind, brutal counter. A blade slashed deep into his ribs, yet the archer herself was sent flying by the shield's impact. She spat blood, cursing inwardly. This man was utterly mad. Muhan Xuan whirled and hurled his second round shield, not at her comrade, but directly at the female archer herself. She executed a desperate fish dive, narrowly avoiding the missile, then loosed 2 more arrows midair. These were her 7th and 8th shots. Only 2 remained, and she dared not waste them recklessly. Their 3-man squad had deliberately left their robotic dogs and drones behind to avoid revealing their position. Now those machines raced forward. If they could simply hold him here, his escape would be impossible. His forearm shield snapped open, stopping the first arrow. The second shattered the shield entirely, reducing it to scrap. He abandoned defense altogether, hurling his remaining round shield straight at the charging hammer wielder. Thud! The second arrow pierced his left chest, its momentum hurling him backward into the cavern wall with bone-jarring force. The hammer wielder flew clear. This time, he did not rise. Within his mind, a furious roar erupted. This man feared death not at all. He fought through grievous wounds to retaliate. Even under perfect ambush, 3 against 1, they had been pushed to this brink. An open combat victory would be uncertain for either side. No wonder the authorities had deployed the bulk of their forces here. Elite tactical units struggled. Even after all, these 3 were reserve special operations officers, already meeting baseline qualifications awaiting promotion. Capturing this fugitive would almost certainly secure their advancement. Blood welled steadily from his chest and abdomen, soaking his entire body in crimson. Gritting his teeth against the searing agony, Muhan Xuan wrenched both arrows free, releasing a mist of scarlet vapor. How ruthless! The archer trembled inwardly. No longer conserving arrows, she loosed her final 3 in swift succession, then drew her long sword and charged forward. He had no time to retrieve his large shield. Instead, the less damaged round shield reappeared in his left hand, raised defensively, while his right remained bare. Muhan Xuan knew the archer would strike again. Wounded as she was, she would wait for the perfect opening. These 3 were rising stars of Tianlan City. Let them witness how a commoner fights, for survival without honor, without restraint. The first arrow struck his shield and deflected. The second did likewise. The third shattered the shield and sank once more into his flesh. Attacks converged from front and rear. The archer seized her chance. But at the last instant Mu Hanchuan altered his intent. She had fired 3 arrows. She would not walk away unscathed. Even if he died, she would pay the price. A blade slashed down from behind, driving deep into his back. He ignored it entirely, dodging only the vital organs, and lashed out with his bare right hand. In the archer's stunned disbelief, the discarded shield, lying meters away, materialized midair and slammed into her with crushing force. Oh! She flew backward, her injuries undoubtedly severe. His frank armor ruptured under the blade's impact, its edge vanishing entirely into his back. A torrent of blood gushed forth. Staggering, he whirled, reaching out with desperate strength toward the fleeing archer. He vanished, gone in a blur. Mu Hanchuan did not pursue. He tore off his outer garment, along with all remaining magazines and grenades, yanked the pin from one grenade, hurled it toward his large shield, then somersaulted headlong into the dark lake, splashing up a bloom of blood. The large shield bore no markings. It could not be taken nor left behind. It would be destroyed along with everything else. He heard the whine of approaching robotic dogs and drones, the final sliver of opportunity. He would seize it no matter how gravely wounded. Grenade, take cover. All 3 officers abandoned pursuit, diving for shelter. Inside the shield, 5 grenades detonated simultaneously, unleashing catastrophic force. The cavern ceiling collapsed, dust cascading like gray rain. Only after a full dozen seconds did the trio stagger upright, immediately ordering their robotic dogs to leap into the dark lake in pursuit. Too ruthless toward others, and even more so toward himself. The hammer wielder shuddered. Only such ferocity could have kept him alive this long. Only such a man warrants this scale of pursuit. I struck him with countless arrows, yet he still stands. Is he even human? The male assassin spoke with grudging admiration. Rivalry did not preclude respect. I'm injured, badly, the archer groaned, still prone on the ground. That final blow was all I took, and yet I'm the worst off. I should never have engaged. I dealt him a grievous wound. I doubt he'll survive even if he escapes. Still, for safety's sake, we must report immediately. Dispatch additional squads to sweep this area. Understood. Signal here is weak. I'll send my drone to relay the message. Good. The Bay of Bottles, located at the western edge of Qingling, borders the Tongdong province. Deep within the mountains there lies an abandoned cult ruin that has been neglected for decades. It consists of several layers, each covering an area of up to 20,000 square meters, scattered with various discarded items. Time seems to stand still here, with not even a speck of dust disturbed, and the damp air is filled with the scent of decay and rust. After being eradicated years ago, this place was abandoned due to its remote location and the large number of deaths, and it was sealed off from the outside. In the lowest layer, it is exceptionally clean, yet eerily empty, with only 10 thick pillars standing, nothing else in sight. At the very center, dozens of the most advanced electronic devices of the present day are haphazardly set up on a platform where only one person sits, a young woman standing at 1.59 meters tall, slightly plump, weighing 190 pounds. She is Jean, who known as Chao Wan. At this moment, she is reclining sideways in a rocking chair, swaying left and right, her long legs resting on a stone platform, enjoying snacks while watching dramas, utterly carefree. On the long stone platform, there are 5 computers, 4 of which are playing dramas from different eras and genres, allowing her to watch 4 shows simultaneously. In other directions, even more equipment is placed around. Creak. Virum. A large black van descended from above at high speed, the sharp sound of tires screeching and the roar of the engine echoing through the vast space. As it passed by Chao Wan, the driver honked loudly in greeting. Chao Wan paid no attention to the fool and continued watching her dramas. Wang Jiqiang drove to a corner, took off his large baseball cap, and tossed it onto the vehicle, jumped out, and pressed his right hand onto the ground. When he pulled back, a large hidden compartment appeared, shrouded in darkness. He then dragged out bags of stolen money from the car, throwing them all inside. It was evident that he was quite resentful, feeling that as a technician, why should Chao Wan get to be lazy? He had to do all the dirty and exhausting work. Hey, when do we enter the team trial? I feel like my mental capacity is about to upgrade. The new month has just begun, why the hurry? Blood Fox has been very busy these days. Oh, let's wait until you mentioned she is getting married. When is that happening? I need to prepare a gift in advance. No need to worry about that. Oh, just focus on unloading your cargo. We are all family. Oh, what's wrong with caring about a sister? If you're anxious, just go for an individual trial. Hey, I'm a technician and I nearly got killed in the last individual trial. You guys don't even comfort me. Practice more with the skills. Wang Jiqiang's resentment deepened. Why did she not have such worries being a technician like him? Why does Chao Wan not have such worries? Because she is stronger than Su Qingyu. Sunrise. In the most tranquil moment before dawn, a violet hue spreads across the sky, intertwining with the light blue heavens. Su Qingyu did not return to Qingling, but appeared at Hanyue Bay, with he sitting quietly on the grass, exuding a serene and simple aura untouched by the hustle and bustle of the world. Hanyue Bay is tranquil and silent, only the distant boats dotting the horizon dreamlike and ethereal reflecting onto the water's surface. The sun slowly reveals half of its face, dyeing the purple clouds into the river, creating a hazy ink wash painting. Miss, what kind of person is he? He is a good person. A good person. He imagined hard, feeling this was not particularly good news. It seems he doesn't quite match the miss. With such a large family as the Mu family, why doesn't he go back to claim his inheritance? Why is he always thinking of running away and wanting to leave the Mu family? Who knows? Miss, I feel he must have been deeply hurt, appearing strong on the outside, but actually very fragile inside, afraid to face reality, scared to return to the Mu family. What do you think? I don't think so. Quite the opposite. He seems outwardly fragile, but is internally incredibly resilient. He is very likely a seasoned trial participant, and his level may not be low at all. Wow, so impressive. He showed a hint of delight. Then he matches the miss very well. Perhaps in the future they could fight side by side in the trial star. That man is the Miss fiancé, so he must be as strong as possible. It would be acceptable even if he is not as strong as the Miss. How many can truly compare to her? One cannot have overly high expectations. Oh, everything and everyone has flaws, and nothing is perfect. In the northwest of Qingling there is a children's rescue center. This is a private rescue center established 20 years ago by an elderly man. His son and daughter-in-law remained on the trial star forever and could never return, leaving only a granddaughter. To prevent his granddaughter from feeling lonely, or perhaps to find her more little friends, he attempted to adopt a few children and even went to the official authority to obtain proper documentation. Eventually, it spiraled out of control, turning into what it is now, a genuine children's rescue center with over 80 orphans. After the elderly man's death, it was passed down to his only granddaughter, who continued this endeavor as she herself enjoyed it. A tall and strong man, Li Ming, walked into this place. He had once hidden here for 2 years when he was only 9 years old, having been captured with the couple who bought him killed. He escaped here and was taken in. Li Ming is not actually from Qinghuang, but rather from the Qigua to the west of Qinghuang, specifically from a certain valley, though the exact location remains unclear. Over the years, he has gradually come to terms with the fact that he cannot find his family. Li Ming, a female voice called out, quickly approaching him. It was Yue, the owner of this children's rescue center, as the land and the building belonged entirely to her. The two had known each other since childhood, though they did not speak much. Li Ming was not a talkative person. During the 2 years he spent hiding here, he mostly kept to himself, without any friends. Perhaps his most frequent interaction was indeed with Yue. Li Ming nodded slightly, his expression neutral. Have you been busy with work lately? Not too bad, just a lot of overtime, he replied, clearly showing signs of fatigue. Yue was aware that he often participated in trials, but never brought up such topics. Years ago, her parents had gone missing after participating in a trial, leaving her with an enduring pain. It was a new month, and he might have just returned from one of those trials. She gave a gentle smile, her eyes softening. Well, since you're not busy today, why don't you come over for lunch? Li Ming hesitated momentarily. Instinctively, he did not wish to become too entangled with anyone, yet he found it hard to outright refuse. At that moment, a group of children rushed out, surrounding Li Ming. Uncle Ming, come play with us and build a castle. The mud castle. Li Ming's familiarity with them was evident. They clearly liked him and felt at ease around him. Everyone go have breakfast and get ready for class. Thinking about playing first thing in the morning. A loud roar came from Yue, her earlier softness replaced by sternness, fierce like a mother tiger. Not a single child was unafraid. They all hurried back inside. Haha, I'll go in and take a look too. Li Ming followed her inside. Yue pouted slightly, looking a bit displeased before turning to attend to her own tasks. Today, Li Ming stayed a bit longer, lost in thought, accompanying the children in their playful antics until it was almost noon when he finally decided to leave. Yue spoke up again. Why don't you eat a little before you go? No need to, I have some things to take care of. I'll grab a quick bite on the way. Li Ming declined, gently glancing around before secretly slipping her 3 bundles of cash. Yue was momentarily taken aback, then gently shook her head, lowering her voice. You just gave me some last month, there's no need for this. It's not easy to earn money. You should keep more for yourself. It was easy to infer that this money was earned from trials, a hard-fought sum gained at the cost of his life. He should think more about himself. I'm fine. In a few days, some children's warm clothing will be delivered. Make sure to receive it, and if there are any issues, just let them know directly. Li Ming. As he turned to leave, Li Ming responded, is there anything else? And Ayue, who was usually so articulate, hesitated for a moment before saying, "No, just be cautious and Sidegit can be dangerous." "I understand." And Ayue quietly watched as Li Ming's figure disappeared, feeling a bit exasperated. Perhaps his mind truly wasn't functioning properly. 3 days later, Mu Hanchuan leaned against a large tree, having spent nearly all his strength finally managing to crawl out from the depths of the dark lake. Beside him was a medical kit. While treating his own wounds, he realized that if he hadn't marked this kit before leaving, he might have truly met his end here. The medicines within the kit were running low, and after using the last of it, it would be entirely depleted. He still had that heavy machine gun by his side. He hadn't dared to summon any other firearms or ammunition, likely because they had already been discovered by the authorities and were of little value. The only remaining round shield had also been recalled when it entered the water. He used a durability-enhancing item card, restoring its durability from 40 back to 90. As long as it remained undamaged, it would last quite a while. This was all that remained of his equipment. He needed to hurry back to his secret base to recuperate for a while and also get a support item card, a medical pack, to heal his wounds, as its effects would be much better. Otherwise, he might not be able to enter the team trials at the end of the month due to the severity of his injuries. He had already left the boundaries of Tianlan City, but he could not guarantee absolute safety and still needed to be cautious. Mu Hanchuan supported his injured body and continued to move. At this moment, within the large cave, officials were still recovering the body of the notorious bandit. They had discovered a hidden cache of arms within the cave, but had yet to locate the cache that had been stolen from the Whale Tide Capital Bank. Throughout the incident, only that one bandit had appeared and no other accomplices had been found. Those in charge had an inkling that they might have pursued the wrong target. This was somewhat awkward. The die had been cast, and such a large force had been mobilized, leaving no room for failure. They could forfeit the funds, but the culprit had to be captured. Several serious offenders were already on their way to detention. They would have to suffer as scapegoats. At the Mu family home, they were also searching for Mu Hanchuan. He had completely vanished. Could he have been hidden away by the Su family? Huang Yin weakly suggested that her husband had been in a terrible mood these past few days and did not dare to speak. This possibility was high, but other possibilities existed as well. Mu Qiming recalled the tone and demeanor from that day and instructed the butler beside him, "Investigate the underground ant network thoroughly. I'll look into all records related to Mu Hanchuan in Lu Province. He must have participated in the trials. I refuse to believe it. Unless he was truly taken away or hidden by the Su family, we will definitely find him." "Yes, sir." 13 days later, Mu Hanchuan appeared in a semi-formal tester trading market in Nan'an City. This place was located on the outskirts of the city near an abandoned industrial zone, almost deserted during the day, but bustling at night, where various underground forces, rogue testers, and merchants gathered to engage in trading activities tacitly tolerated by the municipal government. Since it couldn't be completely prohibited, why not simply provide them with a semi-legal trading venue? This way they could collect taxes while keeping tabs on the movements of underground forces, and they themselves could occasionally sell goods, which was mutually beneficial. Stability was the priority. Local authorities feared nothing more than testers causing trouble. Mu Hanchuan's injuries had improved somewhat, and his recovery would accelerate from here on out. If no further mishaps occurred, he should be able to participate in a solo and teamed trial by the end of the month, especially the team trial. He had come out this time to buy equipment. After experiencing the last incident, he understood clearly that he couldn't rely solely on his physical strength. He needed sufficient lethality and must stack his attributes. The fear of death wrist guard F grade he acquired last time was no longer for sale. He planned to keep it for himself to enhance his strength attributes. During this time, he had been closely monitoring the developments in Tianlan City, which finally clarified the situation for him. That Huang Ji was killed that very night, and a major bank was robbed also on that same night. Such a large scene was not meant to pursue me, but to chase those people. Everything was so coincidental. I nearly died trying so hard, acting as a shield for others. Mu Hanchuan first wandered around extensively before returning to his initial location. This one is a bit cheaper. Mu Hanchuan spotted an arm guard, also F grade, but with attributes different from the fear of death wrist guard. Night Owl's arm, F grade body requirement, 200 strength requirement, 50 arm protection, provides certain protection to the arm's maximum impact resistance, 2000 joules, increases body by 20 strength by 5. This equipment does not enhance defense, but directly increases body, and quite significantly. However, what he valued most was the additional 5 points to strength. He currently had 90 points in strength, and with these additional 5 points, he would only need 5 more to reach 100 and step into F grade. F grade was a threshold that could boost attack power by 20, and he had to cross it. Just 5 million, no bargaining. 1 million, sell it or don't. This guy was asking for a sky-high price, and if it weren't for his need, he would consider 1 million too expensive. Not selling, get lost. Mu Hanchuan said nothing more and turned to leave, heading to the second protective leg guard he had his eyes on. This piece was also defensive equipment meant to protect the legs. He had taken several hits to his legs last time and was still limping a bit. Thunderstrike leg guards, F grade, body 250, strength 80. Left leg guard provides certain protection to the left leg. Maximum impact resistance 2000 joules. Has a chance of generating a thunderous rebound upon being attacked, stunning the opponent. Increases self-defense strength by 5 as strength by 8. How much for these leg guards? Mu Hanchuan was quite fond of these leg guards. Their defensive increase and strength attributes were decent, and the additional rebound property was worth filing over 0, though the chance was a bit low. 1. 5 million. This price was relatively fair and not unreasonable. Lower it a bit. The black man thought for a moment. This is brand new with nowhere, so the lowest is 1. 2 million. Fine. Mu Hanchuan decisively pulled out 1. 2 million. The other party pushed the leg guards over and took the money, completing the transaction. Wearing them, he still needed 2 more points in strength. He needed to keep looking. Brother, check this out. Not far away, seeing Mu Hanchuan buy a piece of defensive gear, a middle-aged man who made no effort to disguise himself and was out in the open approached him, pulling out 2 pieces of defensive gear. One was a cuirass and the other was an arm guard. Seeing these 2 items, Mu Hanchuan lost interest. He had an E-grade void stomach armor, and since he already had 1 arm guard, he would likely still need to go back and buy that Night Owl's arm F-grade to complete his strength requirements. Brother, this arm guard is E-grade, a strong defensive piece. The cuirass was the most basic defensive gear, something everyone had, while this middle-aged man was focusing on the arm guard. E-grade strong defense. Yes, take a look. He showcased the attributes of the dark red E-grade arm guard. Lava arm guard, E-grade body attribute 350. Right arm protective gear provides substantial protection to the right arm. Maximum impact resistance 5000 joules. Increases self-defense strength by 10. Absorbs 5 of damage taken. Mu Hanchuan's body was quite honest, and he silently turned back. He could do without that Night Owl's arm F-grade. Big brother, how much? A sincere price. He held up 4 fingers. Only 4 million. His void stomach armor E-grade had previously cost over 3 million, but that was a cuirass, which was indeed more expensive than an arm guard. Lower it a bit, it's hard to make money on the wild road. Fine, brother, is straightforward. Ooh, just 3. 5 million. Still a bit expensive. Final offer 3 million. Deal. This guy was quite agreeable, and Mu Hanchuan quickly pulled out the money. The 2 completed the transaction, directly clearing the money and goods. Mu Hanchuan was very pleased. He had increased his defensive strength by another 10, with an additional 5 damage absorption, making it stronger than his void stomach armor E-grade. The middle-aged man also visibly relaxed, finally getting rid of this piece of equipment. The body requirements were too high, and no one in such a small place was willing to take it. The key was that arm guards were somewhat niche. During trials, one could only carry 3 pieces of equipment, and wasting 1 on an arm guard was indeed not cost-effective. Brother, do you need to buy any more equipment? I work in the defense department, and know many people I can help introduce you. I need leg guards that enhance body and strength specifically for the right leg. I don't know of anything exclusive to the right leg, but I do know one that can be used for both legs. Well, that works too. Come follow me. Mu Hanchuan silently followed. This guy seemed enthusiastic. After a while, they arrived in front of a man in his 50s. Guardian leg armor F-grade, body 150, strength 70, agility 70. Leg protective gear provides certain protection to the leg's. Maximum impact resistance 2000 joules. Increases self-defense strength by 5, strength by 5, agility by 5. This piece was very good and met his needs perfectly, plus it offered an additional 5 points in agility. Old Huang, this is my brother. He wants to buy a pair of leg guards, so give him the lowest price. No problem, 8000, and it's yours. Without even bargaining, Mu Hanchuan pulled out 8000. Quick, here you go. He casually tossed the leg guards over, and Mu Hanchuan quickly handed over the money. Haha, happy trading. Do you need anything else? No, thank you. No problem, then farewell. Neither party inquired about the other's identity. Fate brought them together, and when it ended, they parted ways. Safe travels. After the other party left, Mu Hanchuan also returned, having gathered all his equipment. After being severely punished in Tianlan City and beaten like a dog, he was motivated to buy 3 pieces of equipment, spending 5 million, and truly feeling like a tycoon, significantly boosting his strength to ensure he wouldn't be beaten so badly next time. On the way back, the person selling the Night Owl's arm F-grade actively approached him. Friend, 1 million is fine, I'll sell it to you. Get lost, I don't want it. This fool thought this arm guard was treasure just because it was special. If it weren't for the few points of strength to meet his attributes, he wouldn't even consider 600. You? Good dogs don't block the road, get lost. Damn. His expression darkened. This person had come twice, and he thought they valued this arm guard, planning to raise the price. Instead, they didn't want it losing out badly. Returning to his secret base, he immediately donned all his equipment to test the feel. The Fear of Death wrist guard F grade was worn on his left arm. The Lava arm guard E grade was on his right arm. The Thunderstrike leg guards F grade were on his left leg. The Guardian leg armor F grade was on his right leg. Strength 90-23 F grade, body 357 E grade, agility 905 mind 90, equipment Fear of Death wrist guard F grade, Lava arm guard E grade, Thunderstrike leg guards F grade, Guardian leg armor F grade, skill migration S grade, 12 items, none 01 brain, domain capacity 16, 1 remaining. Damn, feels great. His strength finally reached F grade, and he felt a surge of power throughout his body. His defense also saw a significant increase, with the 4 pieces of equipment providing an additional 25 defensive strength and 5 damage absorption. Moreover, he still hadn't retrieved the most important Void Stomach armor E grade, which would enhance his damage absorption by another 10 once worn. The feeling of investing was truly delightful, and Mu Hanchuan felt he could take on 5 opponents. Next time he would wear this setup during the solo trial. He would enter the arena, equip everything, and see who could break through his defense. Oh, should I buy a helmet too? And maybe a pair of defensive shoes? Everyone else seeks speed, but he focuses on defense. 17. 255 million minus 5 million, leaving only 12. 225 million. 5 million. He still needed to get his main combat gear, shield. Forget it, there's no money. The following evening, Mu Hanchuan was preparing to buy some gear again, this time a shield, and to retrieve his Void Stomach armor. Chuan, you look a bit weak. Chai Long said, smoking and drinking, noticing Mu Hanchuan's pallor. Did you go into the trials again? Chai Long was surprised, the smoke in his mouth almost escaping. You went back to Tianlan City. Why did you go back there? You look like you've sustained more than just minor injuries. Could it be that he returned to the Mu family to demand justice? It's no big deal, I just got shot a few times, stabbed 4 or 5 times. Mu Hanchuan wasn't exaggerating, it was probably mild, but he was shot 3 arrows by that female archer, and it still hurt a lot. Bro, it's a miracle you're not dead. Almost, but luckily I had a medical kit with me. So you were applying medicine while being stabbed. It worked, didn't it? Alright, I'll give you that. What are your plans now? Just lay low. If my sister Yin contacts you, just make up some excuse that I'm out adventuring and won't be back. I understand. You've torn ties with the Mu family, so it's indeed inconvenient to stay in touch with your sister's family. Chai Long then asked, is there anything you need help with? Help me keep an eye out for any fixed trial teams that need members. I need to recuperate for a while and can't go out searching for random teams. The Trials Guild was established and actively promoted by the government, introducing numerous benefits and funding to attract trialists to join and collaborate. Chai Long certainly had his own connections. Trialists like Mu Hanchuan with exceptional abilities were highly sought after, especially by the outstanding small groups within the guild. These were all resources, and Mu Hanchuan was a valuable resource among them, confident he could recommend him to a good team. Alright. Mu Hanchuan didn't refuse. At this point he had no more choices as long as confidentiality was maintained. Good, it's settled then. I'll notify you if I receive any news. With Chai Long, it was already deep into the night. Mu Hanchuan returned to the trialist trading market for shields were among the cheapest of all equipment, and it seemed that those who pursued the tank role were fewer than those. He planned to supplement his equipment stock today, hoping to grab an A-grade shield so he wouldn't be shot down by 3. Bro, do you need Inf-grade staff? What is that for hitting dogs? Hey handsome, do you need Inf-grade energy gun? F-grade gear 50 off, buy it. And profit only, selling tonight. This one suits me. Mu Hanchuan immediately walked over. After looking around, he actually found a shield, a plain F-grade round shield. How much for this shield? 50 off promotion, originally 6,000, now 3,000. I believe you were sick if I did the outside price is at most 4,500, but it's still quite cheap. It's in used right. I have a cleanliness obsession. Don't worry, it's guaranteed to be first-hand. Alright, I'll take one. Great, one round shield coming up. He spent 3,000 and acquired the round shield, saving a few thousand. Quite good. After browsing for 10 minutes, he found several more shields, all priced exorbitantly. He didn't buy any as he was a poor man. He only bought what was right, not what was expensive. He approached a girl who was wrapped up tightly, but judging by her figure, she didn't seem too old. Is this a shield? Mu Hanchuan pointed at an item, examining it seriously for a long time, confirming that the characters on it indeed read shield. If you can't read, go home and ask your grandfather to teach you. She was quite fierce. By the way, at the age of 7, he was indeed dragged back by his grandfather to learn for a year. This item looked like a soft shield made of large leaves stacked together, light and airy, fluttering with the wind. Perhaps it could be used as a fan when not in use. I spent another 3 million. I'm running low on funds and must reserve 8 million just in case I need to hire a vehicle. I also need to increase my agility by 5 points, otherwise this broken leaf shield will be useless. It's blinding. I need agility. After wandering through the last few areas, Mu Hanchuan discovered a shield. This is even more bizarre, just 2 large cutting boards that when combined form a shield. Can this thing even be used as a shield? Hey, take a look. Is this a shield? Yes, a shield with strong defense and weak offense. Mu Hanchuan was slightly surprised. Strong defense and weak offense. What does that mean? This person immediately stepped forward to promote it, displaying its attributes. Yin-Yang Shield, E-level body requirement 360, strength requirement 110, shield combined as a shield reduces attack by 12, maximum impact resistance 6,000 joules. Divided for attack can deal single target piercing damage or large area shock attacks. Wow, it really is strong defense and weak offense, integrating both attack and defense. I've gained some knowledge. I never knew shields could be used this way. Mu Hanchuan felt a confident intuition he couldn't afford it. Hey, this thing is pretty good, right? Thanks, no need to tell me the price. Mu Hanchuan left. Regardless of the circumstances, he must possess strong self-control, never letting external matters sway his resolve or make him lose himself, affecting his original plans. Hey kid, good things are rare. Even if you don't buy, we can chat. After finally encountering someone knowledgeable, he certainly couldn't let it slip away easily, so he chased after him. In the early morning, returning to his secret base, Mu Hanchuan looked at the 2 cutting boards in his hands, falling into deep reflection. His self-control was still lacking. That guy chased him all the way from 6 million down to 5 million. Unable to resist, Mu Hanchuan ultimately strayed from his original intentions, swiping his hand and buying it, now crying with tears. 1,225. 5, subtracting the 8 million spent at night, plus the last purchase of a pair of pure white shoes with agility, costing 5,000. Damn, only 495. 5 million left. He also needed to buy some auxiliary item cards, a durability repair kits, and medical packs, all needed replenishing, costing another 2,000. Mu Hanchuan tried on the shoes. If it weren't for needing to boost his agility by 5 points, he would never have gone out of his way to buy a pair of shoes, especially ones that shone white. Flying Star Speed Boots, F, wearing requirement, no rank requirement, agility 80, spiritual sense 80, agility 5, spiritual sense 3, speed increase 3, actually not bad. The boost is significant and only costs 5,000. Done. The agility requirement for the Qianlian Pool Pass E has been met, and it can now be used. Now the only concern left is the Yin-Yang Shield E. Mu Hanchuan met the strength requirement of 110. But the body requirement of 360 was a problem. Mu Hanchuan only had 357, lacking 3 points. He didn't notice this when buying, and now it was a bit troublesome. Did he really have to buy a helmet? Mu Hanchuan was unwilling. He could cover other parts with a coat, but how to cover a helmet? Too conspicuous. If all else fails, should he enter his remaining personal trial to meet the body requirement? Another option is to buy a blue random attribute point item card that would just add 3 points, making it perfect, but that would cost around 3 million. So annoying. Once the money is spent, it disappears instantly. Spending money isn't something someone like him can indulge in. Mu Hanchuan got up and went to retrieve his void stomach armory. An hour later, Mu Hanchuan arrived at an abandoned train station vent. Xiaomu, you're here. Inside sat an old man, likely in his 70s or 80s, who didn't know how many years he had been in the repair business, still only able to repair a level equipment, never advancing. I'm here to pick up my equipment. It's been repaired for several days, take it. The old man took out the void stomach armor E and placed it on the table. Without checking, Mu Hanchuan first handed over the remaining balance. Repair costs for a level trial equipment range from 1,000 to 3,000, depending on the level and extent of damage. Mu Hanchuan's was significantly damaged, and the old man quoted a repair price of 2,000. He first paid 1,000, promising to pay the remaining 1,000 once finished. For equipment worth several million, this price is not considered expensive, especially since Mu Hanchuan's was. After paying the remaining balance, Mu Hanchuan grabbed the void stomach armor. He checked it briefly, then put it on and draped an outer garment over it. Be careful inside. Naturally referring to the trial star. Thank you. This old man had repaired equipment for decades, not knowing how much he had earned. Even if only using random attribute point item cards for improvement, his strength could not be low. He was definitely a hidden master. Leaving there, Mu Hanchuan headed to Old Wang's place. Originally, he wanted to take direct action against Song Hong, but now he changed strategies. There's no need for brute force when intelligence can work better. Perhaps Old Wang is also a hidden master who will surely protect him. At the mud processing station by the river, Mu Hanchuan walked in. Old Wang was repairing equipment while Song Hong was also present. In the corner, there were two people sitting likely there to repair equipment. They seemed to be chatting about something and looked over when Mu Hanchuan entered. Song Hing looked up. Why was this guy here? Was he also here to repair equipment? Mu Hanchuan approached. Old Wang greeted with a smile. Mu, what do you need to repair this time? Mu Hanchuan also smiled, but was not in the mood for idle chatter. Seeing Song Hong made him unable to resist wanting to take action, so he got straight to the point. Old Wang, last time that void stomach armor, I paid the money and waited half a month only to receive a defective product that was only 60 repaired, causing considerable trouble for my team's trial. Now that you're back, shouldn't you provide an explanation? If something special happened, I can certainly understand. Old Wang furrowed his brow, his eyes narrowed slightly as he looked at his apprentice beside him. He remembered specifically advising before leaving which items needed to be repaired first and which could be postponed, all organized in a sequence. How could there still be a mistake? Damn, is this guy here to stir trouble? Song Hong immediately stood up, retorting angrily. You're talking nonsense. I clearly repaired it for you, otherwise how could you have taken it? Don't make baseless accusations without evidence. You don't think we're easy to bully, do you? Without a hint of shame, Song Hong spoke as if he had evidence. Old Wang's frown deepened. This Mu had repaired equipment with him for several years, progressing from level to a level without ever making a fuss. He shouldn't be making baseless claims, but on the other side was his own apprentice. Mu Hanchuan had witnessed Song Hong's shamelessness, but did not expect him to be this brazen. He had no intention of wasting time arguing with them about evidence. Instead, he stepped lightly toward the furious Song Hong. Old Wang instantly stood up, his hidden hand clenched tightly. Mu, we can talk things over. If we are indeed at fault, you will not lose a single cent in compensation. Master, he is deliberately looking for trouble. How could I possibly do such a thing? He is just wrongfully accusing me to seek benefits. I've seen many like him. The two onlookers exchanged glances, already forming their own assumptions. Mu Hanchuan said little and did not resort to violence. In front of Old Wang's watchful eyes, he merely walked up to Song Hong, gently patted his shoulder, then turned around and left amidst the slightly astonished gazes of the others. They were making such a fuss that they had thought a fight would break out. Marking successful markable items. 3 days later, Chai Long brought good news. He had found a team entirely composed of rank members for Mu Hanchuan. This is a team created by the high-ranking officials, children of Lainan City, called the Mistbeak Guild. It has only been established for 2 years, but its strength is considerable, composed of the offspring of high-ranking officials, far surpassing ordinary trial takers in both resources and abilities. What a strange name for a guild, but sounds awkward. Have they ever read a book? With the rapid development of technology and the increase in human lifespan, the trial taker system has seen a leap in development. Trial taker families and forces have gradually formed a complete structure, making the management of the countless new trial takers increasingly challenging in recent years. To address this situation, the Qinghuang Kingdom began creating and fully supporting trial taker guilds 5 years ago, vigorously promoting them and encouraging new trial takers to join or establish their own guilds, incorporating fresh blood. Coupled with the trial taker ranking system, they collectively oversee domestic trial takers while also recruiting outstanding individuals into national departments. Since then, guilds have become the only officially recognized organizations for trial takers in Qinghuang, proliferating wildly across the country like mushrooms after rain. All trial taker forces that are not guilds are classified as illegal organizations and are severely cracked down upon, including various gang forces and Su Qingyu's Fox Heaven Workshop, all of which must hide in the shadows. As for other entities like families, large companies, and enterprises that do not fall under trial taker forces, the Qinghuang government cannot truly afford to offend all trial takers. What they effectively target is mainly the middle and lower tiers, stabilizing the overall situation while leaving the upper echelon largely unaffected. Consequently, the various forces from both the underworld and the law-abiding world have transformed, transitioning to formal recognition, voluntarily reporting, and morphing into various guilds. Those who have committed serious crimes cannot report themselves and must operate secretly or seek alternative paths. As for whether these guilds engage in any illegal activities behind the scenes, is that even a question? If they don't, how will they survive? It's merely a change in form. Chai Long took a sip of his drink and added, their guild does have tanks, but they can't keep up with their pace, so they wanted to find someone from outside. I recommended you. I guarantee you can hold your own. Don't embarrass me. How strong are they? The team consists of 4 rank members, 3 males and 1 female. The captain has both offensive and defensive capabilities. Another specializes in strength. One focuses on control and ranged firepower, and the last female member is a major support. With such a configuration, they lack a scout, making it easy to be ambushed during encounters, putting considerable pressure on the tank. Got it. So you're okay with this? You don't need to worry about coordination. They are a fixed team and have worked together many times. Just focus on your own role. Understood. Don't worry, there won't be any issues. Very good. Chai Long patted Mu Hanchuan's shoulder heavily. You won't need to pay for the team keys. They will cover that. In a few days, it'll take you to meet them for introductions and to discuss equipment and item allocations. All right, I'm available anytime. Good, come on, let's drink. Perform well this time, make a name for yourself, and I can help you find better teams in the future. The rewards for those top-tier teams are much higher. Ding. Thanks. This month's team trial was settled, and with 10 days left until the end of the month, I must complete the remaining solo trial within this week to test my new equipment. My injuries have only healed about 60%, so tonight I'll go buy some support item cards and use a medical kit to recover as quickly as possible. After a long internal struggle, Mu Hanchuan finally spoke with tears in his eyes. Chai Long, please help me find a random attribute point item card, preferably a blue one. Chai Long appeared slightly surprised. Blue? That thing isn't cheap. If I help you contact someone, it'll cost at least 350. Just get one. I recently got a new piece of equipment and need 3 points in physique, so I'm taking a gamble. A 1 in 4 chance at 3.5 million. This gamble seems a bit risky. I advise you to think it through. I've been spending a lot lately, and I don't mind spending a bit more. Let's just get everything ready and earn it back later. This team trial doesn't require any payment, so let's leave it at that. We can plan better next month. All right, I'll ask around for you and contact you in a couple of days. Thanks, I appreciate it. No problem. Meanwhile, in Tianlong City, Han Yangyin, I heard you guys ranked 3rd in the Blood Red trial, and you did it with the help of a boss. That's quite an impressive achievement. The questioner was a beautiful girl, exceptionally tall, standing at nearly 1.8 meters. It's no wonder she knows to make a name for themselves. The White Bone couldn't help but spread this glorious record all over the Ant Network. Indeed, this Han Yangyin is none other than White Bone, hailing from a military family in the city. He's considered quite reputable, but not from a prominent family, so the resources available to him are limited, and he mostly has to rely on his own efforts. The one asking is Xiao Yu, the daughter of Xiao Gao, the governor of Liao Province and the founder of the 9 Calamities Guild in Tianlong City. Whitebone is also a member of 9 Calamities, and the team trial agreed upon this month is with Xiao Yu and several strong members of the guild. They are currently in preparation and will enter soon. Heaven knows how much Whitebone has sacrificed to squeeze into this circle. He was almost willing to offer his beauty. For people like him, they can't seem too high or too low. Saying they're lacking is an understatement, and saying they're good is an overstatement. To advance further in the future and obtain more resources for improvement, it's crucial to stand with a good team, and he has chosen the daughter of the governor. He has previously turned down several prominent families that valued his strength, firmly joining 9 Calamities and aligning himself with Xiao Yu. He has strength himself, otherwise Xiao Yu wouldn't have accepted him as a key member of the main squad. Whitebone replied with a smile, "Yes, we indeed secured 3rd place. Luck played a part, but the key was that those 2 teammates were quite impressive." He didn't mention Midnight Black Tea because, like him, Midnight Black Tea is also legitimate, comes from a good family, and has her own guild. Oh, who were the 2? Heiyu and Mu, especially Mu, who saved teammates several times and withstood the fiercest attacks. Otherwise, not only would we not have ranked 3rd, but survival might have been difficult. Xiao Yu searched through her mind. I've heard of Heiyu, but is Mu a rookie? I haven't heard of him before. Indeed, he just emerged recently. We had collaborated once before that time, also with a boss. If it weren't for a familiar introduction, I wouldn't have dared to use him, but later I found out his strength is quite good, so I sought him out again this time. Xiao Yu became interested. This kind of talent is genuinely exceptional, far surpassing those who rely on their families and boast all day. If he can earn your praise, he must be quite good. Let's see if we can recruit him into our guild. Heiyu would be great too. The resources would be plentiful and far superior to working alone. Once you join a guild, you can access all kinds of information stored within the Trial Taker Star, including various checkpoint information. Some powerful guilds can even provide details on Trial Taker systems of different races across various countries and star systems. Before participating in trials, you can also apply to the guild to borrow necessary equipment and items. Of course, you have to convert it back to cash to reimburse the guild afterward, and if damaged, you only need to cover repair costs. There are also various training facilities and training bases, and even specialized instruction in martial arts and combat techniques, all available with dedicated places and instructors. If in the future you want to pursue a career in public service, there are recommendations for entry as well. All of this is essentially resources. The larger the guild, the more comprehensive they are, and 9 calamities certainly has no shortage. Whitebone shook his head, not holding high expectations. Heyu would definitely not join. He doesn't trust anyone and wouldn't join such a formal organization. As for Mu, it's worth a try, but the chances might not be high. What a pity. Let's ask Mu. If he's unwilling, we won't force it. If there's a shortage for the guild's team trial, next time we can consider collaborating with them. That's definitely not an issue. All right, take these 3 days to rest well. When the personnel are gathered in 3 days, we'll enter the team trial. Okay. Whitebone has his own plans regarding the other 2 teammates from the last trial. This month, Heyu found a strong team to tackle all the guilds within the trial star regardless of race, including human teams aiming for first place. Midnight Black Tea has no arrangements this month and is back home enjoying familial affection. Mu Hanchuan received a call from Chai Long on the 4th day, managing to obtain a blue random attribute point item card. There were some twists this time, it took a long time to find it in a neighboring city, as there were none available in the entire Leyland city. The price for this card was as high as 3.8 million, including commissions. It was a significant loss. Now he was truly broke. Just a couple of days ago, he had purchased some auxiliary item cards and specifically bought a blue star key needed for his personal trials. Durability cards, 3 each costing 10,000. Repair kits, 4 each costing 10,000. Medical kits, 3 each costing 30,000. In total, he spent 1600. He got the blue star key at a bargain, only costing 8,000. Adding the 3.8 million, he was left with only 8,800. It was quite an auspicious number. He had planned to save 8 million, but now only had 8,800 left. Mu Hanchuan felt somewhat depressed. His self-control was still lacking, and he needed to strengthen it. How could he achieve great things in the future like this? After resting for 2 more days to recover to 70%, he intended to start the personal trial first, and then meet with someone from the Mistbeak Guild afterward. Thanks to Chai Long, he saved on the Team Star Keys contribution fee, which would have cost around 7,000 to 8,000, an amount he couldn't afford now. Blue Star Key Personal Trial Initiated Trial Area Forbidden Star Ring Level 7-fold Abyss Type Challenge Type Participants 99 various races can freely form teams with a maximum of 3 people per group. The team that passes each level first will receive a special reward, and the final top 3 will be determined based on comprehensive scores receiving ultimate rewards. Note, anyone who reaches the 7th level will receive an additional reward. Remaining team formation time, 59 minutes and 59 seconds in a vast inner space. Everything was white. The white floor, white walls, and white ceiling. 99 trialists from various races collectively appeared here. This place operated under a peace mode. Combat was not allowed, and the language was universal. Speaking directly would be understood by other races without needing any devices. Damn the Forbidden Star Ring. Mu Hanchuan was dumbfounded. This trial was not on the Forbidden Trial Star, but on the Forbidden Star Ring. This was his 3rd time entering the Forbidden Star Ring trial, and he did not like it. The Forbidden Star Ring is a massive star ring surrounding the Forbidden Trial Star in outer space. It is not a physical entity, but rather virtual. The area they were in was all created virtually, including the upcoming 7-fold Abyss level. Mu Hanchuan disliked this place. He preferred the solid feeling of being on the ground, which gave him a greater sense of security. Inside the Forbidden Star Ring, everything was virtual, but if one died here, it would be a real death. There were no physical items here, so he could not bring back high-value items as he could on the Trial Star, and there were no materials to collect. However, there was a chance to directly pick up trial equipment and items in the levels, as they could be directly deployed into the virtual space for contestants to compete for. Those with great luck could indeed gather a lot. Contestants could only carry 3 pieces of equipment and 1 item card, and could not snatch items from other trialists. However, equipment and items found inside could be used directly, which was quite different. Overall, the Forbidden Trial Star and the Forbidden Star Ring had extremely distinct characteristics, and the differences in trial levels were significant. One must learn to utilize and grasp them properly. The 99 trialists consisted of various races, allowing for free communication and team formation. After understanding the level information, all trialists began to move, seeking powerful teammates. A towering 4-meter-tall Zelta tribe member bellowed audible to everyone, "I am a warrior E grade with a strength attribute over 500. Is there any strong person willing to join me?" In an instant, a crowd surged towards him to introduce themselves. A Crusa tribe member, only 1 meters tall, called out for recruitment. "I need 1 strong attacker and 1 strong defender who must fully obey my commands." This was a large tribe, particularly intelligent, and instantly drew a group of elite individuals from various races towards him. As long as they could clear the level and obtain rewards, they didn't care how great the enmity was. The Qiling tribe, I am a scout. Is there anyone willing to team up? No one paid attention. I can even fly. Still no one responded. In a place like this, it would obviously be better to find fellow tribesmen, but Mu Hanchuan scanned the area and saw not a single human. What the hell? Such bad luck, what the hell? Did he have to team up with these different races to clear the levels? It was not impossible, just a bit uncomfortable. What if they stabbed him in the back? Currently this was a peace mode, but after the challenge began it would be different. Mu Hanchuan quietly waited for someone with insight to come find him to form a team, and he would reluctantly join. But after waiting for a quarter of an hour, not a shadow appeared, not a single person came to form a team with him. Are we humans not considered a large tribe? Could it be that in the eyes of these different races we humans are so weak? Or do they simply look down on us? Mu Hanchuan felt a bit sad. Never mind, I'll go to the corner and call for all my equipment to switch. Who knows what I might encounter in the level? The 3 pieces of equipment he was currently carrying were 2 cutting boards, a round shield, along with the glowing white Flying Star speed boots F on his feet, and his item card was a medical kit. Reaching the farthest corner, Mu Hanchuan began to change his equipment. After all, they were all from different races. He wasn't afraid of being discovered, and anyone who dared to oppose him could be dealt with. The void gastrointestinal armor E was donned. The fear of death bracers F were equipped on the left arm, while the lava bracers E were placed on the right arm. The outer garment was put on again. The Thunderstrike leggings F were worn on the left leg, and the Guardian leg armor F was equipped on the right leg. The outer pants were put back on. With 2 pieces of A grade and 3 pieces of grade armor, the entire set was complete. Equipping the additional attribute points took effect. The agility attribute met the requirements, and the final piece of equipment, the 1000 Lotus Pond Pass A grade, was summoned. All 6 marked items were summoned. The 7th marked item was Song Hong. Originally, I planned to try summoning him at the end of the personal trial. If successful, I could eliminate him, but if not, what should I do now? This is the Forbidden Star Ring, a virtual realm not on the trial star, and 99 of the time it won't work. Even if it could be summoned, it seems there would be no danger. What if I accidentally send him back? This possibility isn't 0. I decisively decided to let him go this time. I'll summon him during the next team trial. It's just wasting a marked position. With all the equipment ready except for the shoes, I was fully armored. My body's defense intensity increased by 25, absorbing 15 of damage, and my speed rose by 3. Mu Hanchuan felt invincible. Who could break my defense? He also carried 2 cutting boards on his back, a round shield hanging from his waist, and in his hand, he held a round shield made of countless green leaves swaying as he walked, looking quite nice. The passive effects of the shield-type equipment could only be triggered during combat and did not stack with the passives of the gear worn. The complete set of equipment crafted for 17 million included 4 pieces of A grade, significantly boosting his overall strength and providing a sense of security. After admiring his equipment, he returned to the team hall. A quarter of an hour later, Mu Hanchuan's eyes widened. Where is everyone? Oh no, there seemed to be hardly any left. Wasn't there 1 hour for team formation? Is the whole group ready? This efficiency seems too fast. After all, there were 99 people. The confirmed team members were teleported away, entering a unique space to familiarize themselves and discuss tactics. The remaining 10 or so also had intentions, but the options were limited. The only one remaining alone in the hall was a weak member of the winged clan, a little short, only 5 meters tall. She seemed a bit shy, almost out of options, standing there all alone. Finally, her hopeful gaze turned toward Mu Hanchuan, as if this human shared her plight, also unwanted. Mu Hanchuan did not look at her, but scanned the whole area. With 99 trial participants, they could perfectly form 33 teams, so why were only the 2 of them left alone? Shouldn't there still be? Did some teams go in with just 2 people? Or did someone go solo? They can't be that foolish, surely. DDO, you have a team. 3 meters away, the winged clan member mustered all her courage to utter a sentence. Mu Hanchuan looked at her speechlessly. Does he look like someone with a team? Whoosh. The 2 appeared in an independent space. In the end, Mu Hanchuan ended up forming a team with this winged clan member named Nayli. There were no other choices. What should we do? Should we devise a strategy? Nayli was somewhat happy. After all, she now had a team, not fighting alone. Mu Hanchuan replied very seriously, yes. What strategy? Nayli's eyes sparkled. If we encounter an enemy, we'll run separately. I'll go on the ground, you from above, each in our direction, and regroup after shaking off the enemy. Nayli. The light in her eyes dimmed. After resting for 20 minutes, the trial began. Mu Hanchuan and Nayli appeared in a primeval forest, lush and expansive. The 2 stood a meter apart, vigilantly surveying their surroundings, on guard for potential dangers. First challenge: light, snatching. Light snatching. Could you be more specific? Snatch what light? Where to snatch? In the next moment, a sparkling ball of fluff appeared out of thin air hovering 5 meters above Naylor's right. Before this thing could run away, Naylor flapped her wings. The winged clan's endurance wasn't great. They couldn't maintain flight for long, but their burst power was indeed impressive. Muhanchuan was dazzled. Naylor's right hand had already grasped the sparkling ball of fluff, bringing it down. Congratulations on successfully passing the first challenge, becoming the first team to clear it. Reward: 1 grade skill Gale Step F learning requirement grade agility 150 increases agility by 10 temporarily boosts movement speed significantly for 30 seconds. Cooldown 3 hours. What is this? Naylor was confused about the reward she received, just like Muhanchuan, both looking dazed. The two had no time to exchange pleasantries or share insights before vanishing from the spot. Second challenge begins. Twisted maze. What kind of challenge is this? They entered a massive maze made up of constantly changing lights and slanted walls. Just by looking around a few times, a slight sense of dizziness set in. What the heck? The walls and floors were as smooth as mirrors. Paths that appeared to be close might actually be far apart. The shortcuts or dead-end seen with the eyes might be completely opposite to reality. They understood. A maze meant finding an exit. Just waiting to find the exit could leave their eyes blinded. Muhanchuan took a few steps forward, reaching a corner. Be careful, Naylor suddenly shouted from behind. A 2-meter-tall beast resembling a lion-tiger hybrid charged from the other end, pouncing towards Muhanchuan. He instantly raised the half-meter-sized green leaf-round shield in his left hand, blocking it in front of him. With a bang, its large head slammed into the shield with significant force. The impact was considerable, causing the leaves on the green leaf shield to flutter widely, but it was easily blocked. Muhanchuan remained unperturbed. With a strike, the round shield slammed down, sending it flying. It looked intimidating, and he thought it would be strong, but it turned out to be quite weak. The round shield was thrown again, smashing the beast's head, but it didn't disappear. The corpse lay there stiffly. Naylor rushed over, holding a crossbow in her hand. Are you okay? I'm fine if this thing is weak. I just don't know how many there are. Let's find the way out and avoid them as much as possible. Okay, I'll lead the way. Naylor volunteered. Her winged clan was naturally sensitive to the energy fluctuations in the surrounding environment, allowing them to detect enemies first and perfectly avoid monsters in this maze. If danger arises, you hide behind me. I'll handle everything. If you can avoid flying, do so. After snatching the reward from the first challenge, Muhanchuan's attitude did a complete 360-degree turn. He no longer insisted on running separately, allowing him to take on everything. Oh, thank you. Okay, let's go. They had to hurry, not waste a second. Passing the first challenge in seconds saved them a lot of time. If all went well, they ranked first now and had to seize the opportunity to strive for first place in this challenge. If that were the case, they would hold the first place in 2 challenges, and their final score would definitely rank within the top 3, securing the ultimate reward and perhaps even contending for the first position. Meanwhile, the other 35 teams were exerting every ounce of strength to chase down the glowing creature, which was actually a small bouncy furball capable of leaping several dozen meters in a single bound, making it exceedingly difficult to catch. They either had to be faster than it to catch it directly or rely on tactics and intellect. For a full team, it was manageable, and they could eventually catch it with some time. However, for those individual players who preferred unique playstyles, how could they handle such a creatively challenging level? With a total of 99 participants and 36 teams, 30 were fully staffed, 3 had 2 members, and there were 3 unique individuals confident in their strength, refusing to team up and relying solely on their own abilities. They were now stunned, realizing they could chase it for a lifetime until the trial ended. At the 5th second, a 1-meter-tall member of the Klusa tribe caught the glowing furball. The glowing furball was over 200 meters away. He launched himself with all his might, fully utilizing his leaping ability, and after several jumps, he finally succeeded at the 5th second, exhaling heavily. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the first level. Amazing. Impressive. The 2 strong teammates he had summoned couldn't help but express their admiration as they breezed through the first level effortlessly. The second level begins. Twisted maze. Where's the reward? The short Klusa was equally stunned, unable to accept that the first kill had already been snatched away. How is this possible? Is there someone faster than him? The 3 found themselves in the maze of the second level, reluctantly accepting the reality that the reward from the first level had indeed been taken. What do we do? What else can we do? There are experts here. We must clear this level quickly. All right. Which way do we go? Look for the areas with the most monsters and head that way. Trust me, the monsters here aren't strong, and with our abilities, nothing in the entire 70-year level can stop us. Hearing this from the Klusa gave them reassurance, and the 3 quickly moved, not needing any tactics, cutting a path through the monsters wherever they were densest. At the 15th second, the third team cleared the first level. At the 35th second, the fourth team cleared the first level. At the 53rd second, the team from the floating light tribe, the strongest overall, cleared the first level. On the other side, Muhan Chuan and Neli were still cautiously making their way through the maze, which was disorienting with its various refractions, odd angles, and visual distortions, while also avoiding numerous monsters. There were those with lightning-fast speeds, some massive in size, and others specifically designed to irritate. They could only try their best not to retrace their steps, leaving their chances of finding an exit to fate. After searching for an entire hour, a distinct light appeared ahead, radiating a different brilliance, and both of them burst into joyful exclamations. "Congratulations, you've cleared the second level." They were elated, finally having found their way out. The third level begins Sky Bridge. Unfortunately, this level took too long, and they could not claim first. Fortunately, they were mentally prepared, so there was no disappointment. Whooshed! They vanished from their spot and reappeared on a large flat rock at the top of a mountain, a space large enough to cover several hundred square meters. Neli peered over the edge and, frightened, quickly flapped her wings to jump back. Below was an unfathomable abyss, much like human desires, seemingly endless, leaving her little face pale with fright. Sky Bridge. Where is the Sky Bridge? Muhan Chuan circled around the top 3 times, finding nothing. Surely there should be a bridge for us to cross. Mu, look over there. Muhan Chuan glanced over and finally saw it. There it was, albeit a bit. In the west, a colossal city emerged, its towers soaring 100 meters high and gleaming with brilliant gold, grand to the extreme, situated 4 to 5 kilometers away from their massive rock. Between the giant city and the rock, a shabby, seemingly fragile suspension bridge slowly materialized, looking as if it could collapse at any moment. Could it really bear their weight? This suspension bridge was 15 meters wide. Muhan Chuan dared not step on it. Yet, so he threw his round shield, which rolled a few times before landing at the left edge of the bridge. To his surprise, the suspension bridge tilted slightly. "Oh no, Mu, your shield, it'll go help you." "Why did you throw your shield? If it falls, it will be lost." She prepared to fly over to get it. Just as she flapped her wings and crossed the line of the bridge, Muhan Chuan suddenly yanked her back. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From the massive city 5 kilometers away, suddenly over 100 silver arrows shot out. These arrows traveled at incredible speeds, reaching them in an instant. Muhan Chuan quickly drew 2 wooden boards from his back, combining them to form a large shield 1.5 meters high and 1.2 meters wide. He was overly tense. The silver arrows did not cross the line, but struck the area right where Neli had just appeared at the bridge's entrance. Nayla's heart raced, and her body trembled uncontrollably. How could we possibly get through this? You are mistaken. There will be plenty of teams that can get past this level, but it will require some time. Such a long distance and such a dense barrage of arrows indicate that the power released from the city must not be too high, otherwise it would be impossible to clear the level. How is that possible? It's 5 kilometers away. It would take 10 minutes just to run over. Shouldn't we just give up? The thought of falling sent shivers down her spine. With a gesture of his right hand, the round shield returned to his grasp and was reattached to his waist. Neli stared in awe. That move was so cool. Holding the large shield made of wooden boards in his left hand and the round shield in his right, Muhan Chuan instructed Neli, "Do not step on the sides or just walk in the center. Stay close to me, right behind my back." Don't understand. I get it. Without saying more, Muhan Chuan raised the large shield made of wooden boards and took the first step onto the middle of the suspension bridge. In an instant, hundreds of silver arrows appeared again from the direction of the city 5 kilometers away. Neli followed closely, pressing her entire body tightly against Muhan Chuan's back, leaving no gap, not daring to peek or look around, moving in tandem. Did I not say to stick this close? Bang, bang, bang. Over 100 silver arrows rained down, with only half striking the large shield, all blocked, leaving them unscathed while the rest fell around. Indeed, the power of these arrows was merely average, posing no threat to Muhan Chuan. Once the arrow storm ceased, after 10 seconds, a second wave of arrows shot out, this time even more, reaching 150. Stay close. Muhan Chuan was completely unbothered and began to jog. Hearing this, Neli pressed even tighter against him. In several other locations ahead of Muhan Chuan and his companion, 5 teams had already bravely charged through the third barrier. The fastest among them was the team from the Crusa tribe, which had now reached the halfway point. They successfully secured the first kill in the second barrier, preparing to exert themselves further in the third barrier, but unexpectedly found themselves in a predicament. The arrows shot at them grew increasingly dense, and occasionally powerful 3-meter-long giant arrows were fired, forcing them to dodge. The tank in their team was strong, but he was not a pure tank, and his equipment was not primarily tank-oriented, which made things awkward. It was impossible for him to shoulder everything alone, and he could not guard all areas. Moreover, the rickety suspension bridge swayed in various ways. One misstep could tilt it, necessitating constant adjustments to their position. One of the Crusoe tribe attempted to break through alone, leaving the other two to slowly grind through, but it proved unfeasible. Upon reaching the three-quarters mark, golden arrows appeared, shooting in wave after wave towards him alone. These golden arrows seemed to predict his position. No matter how fast he jumped, the rain of arrows always appeared just in time, and with one miscalculated dodge, he was struck by an arrow. Reluctantly, he had to retreat and join his team, as it was better for all three to share the burden, significantly reducing the number of arrows they had to deal with. Their advancing speed might be slower, but at least it was safer. The attack intensity from behind is significantly increasing. Slow down, we cannot rush. The more hurried we are, the more chaotic it becomes. Maintain your stamina and proceed steadily. Understood, replied the others, one of whom was impaled by a golden arrow and had no time to remove it. Was there any need for further clarification? The team from the Floating Light tribe, known for their overall strength, was not lagging behind either, just slightly trailing the Crusoe team, and had arrived at the midpoint. In the first barrier, they had failed to secure the first kill, which was unfortunate. In the second barrier, they again did not manage to secure it. Perhaps it was still a matter of luck, and they continued to endure. This barrier was practically tailor-made for their team. Given their combined strength, if they couldn't win here, they might as well end it all. Let's put in more effort. We wasted too much time in the first two barriers. We must make up for it in this one and secure the first place. The speaker was the captain of this team, a member of the Floating Light tribe. Apart from slightly lacking in agility, his other attributes had reached a level with strength approaching level, making him the strongest among all 99 participants, giving him the confidence to make such bold claims. All right, let's go faster. Yes, we've already passed halfway, or accelerate. The other two belonged to the Su-Tuay tribe and the Karuna tribe. One leaned towards being a warrior with strength and physique, both reaching a level. The other leaned towards being an assassin, also achieving both strength and agility at a level. Each was powerful, and the team as a whole had virtually no weaknesses. With their team's strength, obtaining the final first place was the goal. Failure to do so would mean defeat, although they had yet to secure a first place. Meanwhile, over at Mu Hanchuan's side, his speed of movement was increasing, and soon he completely disregarded the arrows, unfazed even when hit. The attack power of these arrows was decent, but they were still a bit off from truly injuring him. Within just 10 minutes, the two of them had reached the midsection of the bridge. Suddenly, Mu Hanchuan came to a sharp halt, raising his shield to defend with all his might. He felt a heavy impact on his back, a strong force pushing him forward. A 3-meter-long giant arrow struck heavily against his shield, creating a resounding bang, causing his body to shudder slightly, but that was all. Mu, what's wrong? It's nothing. Mu Hanchuan resumed running, with Nayli quickly following behind. In her heart, she was immensely impressed. He had single-handedly withstood everything. Their pace slowed considerably. Whenever a 3-meter-long giant arrow was shot, Mu Hanchuan had to stop, readying his defensive stance to block, while simultaneously being jostled by the large wave of the shot he tried behind. He could withstand the giant arrows without issue, but there was still a long way to go, and he didn't know what else might appear. It was necessary to conserve some stamina for what lay ahead, ensuring he did not disrupt their rhythm. He also did not want to waste too much durability on his shield, as he hadn't brought any durability cards this time. Upon crossing the 3/4 mark, he could clearly see the massive city gate towering at 10 meters. On the city wall, the silver rain of arrows transformed into a golden rain, noticeably faster, more powerful, and more numerous. Holy crap! Mu Hanchuan decisively hurled the green leaf-round shield in his right hand. It shot out with incredible speed, spinning as it flew, the leaves fluttering, and then it collided with more than a dozen golden arrows midair, alleviating much of his pressure. Bang! 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 The remaining golden arrows had half struck his shield, causing him to stagger back repeatedly, while a few others were blocked by his right arm. His level lava gauntlet had a formidable defense, and taking the hits heat-in was not an issue. Mu Hanchuan's eyes brightened slightly. He now understood why the green leaf-round shield required agility, but speed when thrown was indeed lighter and faster. He swiftly summoned back the green leaf-round shield, throwing it out repeatedly, executing a coordinated dual attack from above and below, blocking and countering in sync, using his body to absorb what he could not block, donned in 5 pieces of defensive gear, unafraid of any challenge. The power of the golden arrows was indeed great, and their numbers were sufficient, but they could not halt his advance, though his speed had certainly decreased. 25 minutes and 33 seconds. Congratulations on successfully clearing the third barrier, becoming the first team to pass the third barrier, rewarded with level equipment. The faceless mask F requirements level physique 160 spiritual sense 90 physique 15 undetectable maximum resistance to a level maximum impact resistance 1000 joules. The two were overjoyed. They had once again secured first place. Mu, you're incredible. We secured another first place. Oh, we will definitely make it into the top 3. Mu Hanchuan did not pay much attention to her compliments. Others had 3 pieces of gear while he had 9. There was no way he could fall short against mixed teams. He glanced at this time's reward. Oh, it's actually a helmet I can use. A mask counts as a type of helmet. Its defensive capability might not be high, but it has some special abilities. Anti-detection. That could work. It might be useful in solo trials, and could help him disguise himself in the real world. The thought was quite appealing. Mu Hanchuan promptly put it on his face, providing some protection and boosting his physique by 15 points. Mu, look at this. After clearing the barrier, the two did not immediately get transported to the 4th barrier. Instead, 2 blue boxes appeared at the city gate. This was a feature within the Forbidden Star Ring, a reward drop. The blue level corresponded to the blue boxes. The two hurried over, and each opened one. Auxiliary item card durability value. Mu Hanchuan thought his luck was phenomenal, and that he was about to strike it rich, but it turned out to be this. He glanced at Nayli beside him. Without hesitation, she handed over the reward from her box to Mu Hanchuan. Upon taking a look, it was an auxiliary item card repair kit. Huh. How meticulous. Oh, after enduring it even helps with replenishment. Well, at least it's 1,000 each, so he could keep it as a backup for his shield. The 4th barrier opens escape from the ruined city. Only 10 seconds later, the strongest team of the Fuguei clan successfully passed the challenge. The expressions of the 3 were filled with surprise, but it didn't last a second. The 4th challenge has begun. Escape from the ruined city. Damn, didn't we get anything? We couldn't even seize first place with our speed. They had entered the challenge earlier than Mu Hanchuan's team, but their completion time was 29 minutes and 55 seconds, which was quite a difference. Captain Siren's expression changed. I didn't expect that there are hidden talents among these trials, and there are great experts concealed. Could it be the team from the Klusa clan? Their strength is decent, but they can't compare to us, especially not in this round. What exactly is going on? Let's go. We must give our all in the next round. We can't hold back any longer. Having failed to win even one of the first 3 rounds, this strongest team had no chance left if they didn't strive harder. The Klusa clan's team completed the challenge 8 minutes after the Fuguei clan, taking a full 13 minutes longer than Mu Hanchuan's team. This round truly did not match their team's attributes. The first place in this round was seized. Of course it was seized. To just look at how much time we spent. I think we were pretty fast. Think about the first round, and you'll see we weren't fast at all. Is there a blue treasure chest at the city gate? Captain Lycan leaped to the chest, opened it, and said, repair box. Damn, what a useless thing. Let's go to the next round. We need to speed up and make up for the time wasted in this. Mu Hanchuan stood at the edge of a 300-meter high building looking down below. Once a bustling super city, it now resembled a vast silent grave. Exposed unknown metals, cracked roads, towering skyscrapers, leaning and collapsing remnants piled chaotically on the 100-meter-wide street, twisted metal resembling the ribs of a giant beast narrating tales of past glory, now reduced to ruin. The wind whistled through the dilapidated buildings, producing a low wail, while distant roars of unknown creatures echoed, as if some wild beast was declaring its territory. He took a deep breath. The air was filled with a mix of decay and dust, choking his throat tightly. This was not a human planet, but a corner of the once forbidden trial star, a former level 2 shattered civilization, now revealed again by the Forbidden Star Ring. Mu, what is this? Just a corner that has fallen into ruin. Do we have to go through it? No, it's too dangerous. There must be great dangers hidden inside. They were currently in the easternmost area, while their destination was to traverse the city and reach the westernmost side, a straight-line distance of at least several dozen kilometers. How could there be no danger in between? Then, what should we do? Let's go around, circumventing from the edge areas. The central zone is generally the territory of the big guys, and the pressure at the edges is much lower. In total, there were 7 levels. They had already secured 2 of the first 3 rounds, ensuring their place among the top 3. It's highly likely they could be in the top 2. There was no need to risk their lives for a little extra reward, as the cost-benefit ratio was too low. If they were to lose a piece or 2 of his equipment, even if they secured first place, they wouldn't gain anything and might even incur losses. The cost-benefit ratio was indeed not high. There was no need to fight anymore. They had to learn to be content. The price of greed could be death, and this virtual realm of the Forbidden Star Ring was equally deadly. It was better to quietly bide their time, prioritizing safety above all. Nayli also knew that it would be difficult to compete later on. It was fine as it was now. When it was time to give up, they should. She had no grand ambitions, just wanted to earn some money. Mu Hanchuan looked at the city's decay and couldn't help but feel melancholic, letting out a heavy sigh. Sigh? How many can truly reach the end and achieve the ultimate S rank aside from those exceptional geniuses? I heard that the current strongest human has only reached a rank, and there is still a long way to S rank. To reach B rank requires 2,400 points of attributes, while S rank is a significant leap, making that kind of power hard to imagine. His current physique was 360 points plus the additional 15 points from the mask, totaling 375 points, far from D rank. Relying solely on trials was still too slow. He didn't know how long it would take to progress further, so he needed to work harder. To earn money, he needed to acquire random attribute point item cards and consume all 5 every month. Even if he used all yellow ones, he could gain 10 attribute points in a month, equivalent to 2 personal trials. If he had the opportunity in the future, once the technology on the planet matured and there were no potential side effects, he would spend a fortune to get a few injections focusing solely on physique. Damn it. Nayli did not oppose, saying, keep it up, and cheered for the two. So shall we go now? Let's go. 10 seconds after Mu Hanchuan's team set off, the Fuguwei clan team entered the 4th round. The 3 of them simultaneously shone with excitement. This round was more suitable for them and perfectly matched their attributes. Awesome luck has finally turned in our favor. No time to waste, we must charge. That hidden super strong team must have rushed ahead. Let's go all out, we must secure this round. Alright, let's go. The 3 jumped simultaneously and charged toward the center of the ruined city, directly cutting through. There would definitely be dangers, but they had to push through, as that hidden super strong team would surely choose this route as well. They didn't believe their team's strength was truly inferior to theirs, it was just a matter of luck. The commotion was quite loud, standing out starkly in the silent ruins. A large flock of unknown birds took flight from the ground, darkening the sky as they circled above, screeching incessantly. Dozens of blood-red eyes peeked out from the ruins, followed by hundreds, then thousands of red eyes appearing from further away. This was still just the outskirts. To reach the center, and then to cut through to the other side of the city, would likely not be easy. 8 minutes later, the team, led by Lycan from the Klusa clan, appeared in the 4th round. The 3 were overjoyed. This round isn't difficult, we have a chance. One of our teams specializes in strength, another in defense, and the last one is very agile. No matter what kind of monster we encounter, we can handle it, and nothing can block our path. The team that secured 3rd place likely didn't have a significant lead over us. We can catch up now. The only team that could be stronger than us is the one led by the Fuguwei clan. They definitely took 3rd place. Let's go. Even if we can't secure this round, we must not fall behind. There are still 3 rounds left, and it's impossible for every round to be their advantage. Alright, let's go. Let's go. Amidst the colossal ruins, a shifty-eyed little head peeked out from the upper levels of the debris, launching a crossbow bolt at a 3-headed, 8-legged crawler 100 meters below. This was the Ice Thunder crossbow, charging 1 shot per minute, capable of holding up to 7 shots. Upon hitting a target, it not only inflicted damage, but also caused a freezing effect, the magnitude of which depended on the strength of the opponent. For instance, the 3-headed, 8-legged crawler that was struck at this moment was pierced through and completely frozen. Got it, let's move. Nayli dealt with the obstruction in their path, waving her hand back as she flapped her wings and flew to the opposite side. Mu Hanchuan had to crawl all the way, feeling utterly exhausted. Their pace could hardly be described as slow, it was akin to crawling like a dog. Since they were already at the outer edge, Nayli led the way, avoiding all monsters. If avoidance was impossible, she used her Ice Thunder crossbow to deal with them, ensuring no shot was wasted and demonstrating her strategic planning. The monsters on the periphery were not strong. Once struck by her, they would not even have the chance to cry out before being frozen into ice sculptures, making it quite effective. The Shai tribe typically carried 2 ranged weapons and 1 piece of armor. It was unclear what her other ranged weapon was. Their slow and methodical progress indicated a firm decision not to compete for the subsequent 4 stages. Securing the 2nd place was already quite good. After crawling several hundred meters, Nayli suddenly halted, raising her palm to signal Mu Hanchuan to stop, as she had spotted another obstruction ahead. Silently, she crept forward alone, finding a shadowy spot, and shot another arrow. In the next instant, without a sound, the target was transformed into another ice sculpture. By the time it completely melted, they had already distanced themselves far enough to ensure their safety. She waved back, signaling that the task was completed. Such actions were well suited for her Shai tribe, restoring her confidence, though she seemed to struggle in other aspects. Nayli, does your Shai tribe really have only one gender? That's a top secret. If there's only one gender, why do you still seek mates? I cannot tell you. Do you have a mate? I don't know. It must be shorter than you. Nayli got angry, baring her teeth. No way, they're much taller than me. Oh, it dawned on him that her role in this scenario should be that of the weaker side, which indeed matched her personality. Muhan Xuan did not give up. This was an excellent opportunity to understand the Shai tribe. So how do you reproduce? That's a secret. Do you lay eggs? Oi, you are the one who lays eggs. So it's oviparous. Your whole family is oviparous. You can insult my family, but not me like that. Oh, now I truly understand you are pupating, and once the pupa breaks you fly outright. Naily. 5 hours later. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the 4th stage, becoming the first team to pass the 4th stage reward. The strongest Flare Tribe team rejoiced. They had finally won, defeating that hidden super strong team and reclaiming a stage. At that moment, all 3 of them were battered and bloodied, each covered in wounds with at least a dozen cuts on their. The battle in the area of the super skyscraper at the city center was the most perilous, encountering a boss of immense strength nearing Drank, occupying the entire central area, making it impossible to bypass without wasting a lot of time. The 3 valiant fighters chose to engage in a bloody battle, ultimately using an attack item card to take it down. That was exhilarating. That hidden team was just average, relying on the advantages from the previous stages to secure their wins. Yes, let's continue to the next stage and take it down, leaving them far behind. Let's see what rewards are in the treasure chest ahead. The 3 of them each opened a blue treasure chest. To defeat the large BOSS, Captain Siren had wasted an attack item card and surprisingly got a defense item card in return, while the other 2 received a medical kit and a repair kit. Clearly, the items in the blue treasure chests were not random. They were awarded based on who opened them, resulting in such precise rewards. Great. A medical kit, let's use it quickly. Other than the strongest Siren, the other 2 were in relatively poor condition, urgently needing treatment, and the 2 chances for healing were just enough. I will use the repair kit as well. Another highly competitive team from the Klusa tribe was more prudent. They swiftly overwhelmed weaker monsters and decisively avoided powerful ones, opting not to engage directly. When facing the guarding boss of the central super skyscraper, Lycan chose to lure it away, using his unique jumping ability to escape, allowing his 2 teammates to pass quickly and then caught up with them without any loss. Compared to the Flare tribe, this tactic was far superior. Congratulations, you have successfully cleared the 4th stage. 5th stage unlocked the Tomb of Cobalt. Indeed, the Flare tribe has outpaced us again. After 4 stages, we have only managed to seize 1 stage. There's no hope. Even without experiencing the fierce battle in the city center, their team still couldn't claim the top position in this crucial stage, lagging behind the Flare tribe by a significant half-hour. Both felt defeated, especially since they couldn't even secure the most advantageous 1st stage. Lycan remained calm, quietly sensing the gravity of this crucial stage. No rush, we have the advantage in this stage, let's move. Upon hearing this, the 2 perked up a bit, speeding up to catch up. The Flare tribe team, having just cleared the 4th stage, sprinted for 10 minutes, arriving at the challenge area of this crucial stage. Ahead lay emptiness with no path forward, only 11 enormous axles towering hundreds of meters high, spaced every 100 meters, extending a full kilometer. Each axle bore 33 large numbers, continuously rotating at a speed neither too fast nor. In the very center of these massive axles was a 5-meter gate. Whenever the numbers on the adjacent axles aligned within the same range, the 100-meter-long passageway gate would open, closing again if misaligned. Looking at the long kilometer stretch of openings that alternated between open and closed, what they needed to do was calculate in advance, starting early, ensuring the 1st and 2nd axles showed overlapping numbers, first followed by the 2nd and 3rd, and so on, then racing to the end to pass through the kilometer stretch. While it might seem easy, it was actually quite challenging. Clearing this stage tested memory and calculation skills requiring high awareness. Those with low awareness would surely struggle. The 3 members of the Floating Light clan stared at the daunting checkpoint, somewhat dumbfounded. Were they really expected to use their brains as warriors? What a ridiculous trial, a nonsensical checkpoint. They were disheartened. That hidden strong team was indeed favored like a cherished child, and now their team had no chance. How do we do this? Calculate, how else can we do it? What's the calculation method? How would I? It was the Captain Siren who spoke up. Listen to me, Zella will calculate the middle 3, Olansar will calculate the last 3, and I will calculate the first 4. No problem, but the key is how to calculate it. Upon hearing this, Siren felt a pang of anxiety. Like this, and then this, finally like this. Half an hour later, the Klusa clan team broke into the 5th checkpoint, speeding towards the 11 massive axles. Captain, what kind of checkpoint is this? Rykan exclaimed in delight. This one was simple. He told the 2, you don't need to worry, just rest on the side and conserve your strength. When it's almost time, just follow my lead. When I say run, you run with me, understood? Understood. Got it. Did they really think they were foolish? How could they not understand? The competition at the 5th checkpoint was fierce, while Mu Hanchuan's team was still lagging behind barely halfway through the 4th checkpoint. Mu, you're so strong, your family must be very large, right? Very, very large. I guess so. Otherwise, how could you possibly be this strong? Hey, actually, you're not bad either. Their clan was too specialized. Almost the entire clan leaned towards agility and mental acuity. What would they do when the upcoming clan wars arrived? Just thinking about it made her anxious for them. In my tribe, I'm the weakest, but I have always been lucky. Didn't I just happen to meet you this time? Mu Hanchuan sincerely said, I really envy you. Speaking of luck reminded Mu Hanchuan of Chiyu, that lucky girl. He wondered if she would still dare to join a team trial in the future. He believed she would, even if she was a bit inexperienced. She had money and could continue hiring strong teams as protectors. She could play before getting married, but it might not be the same afterward. If she were to pay me again, I would definitely go. She was quite obedient and easy to manage. More teams broke through the 3rd checkpoint and charged into the 4th. Among them, several strong teams also chose to take the central route through the ruins of the city. They still had some dreams. Not many, but if they could seize the next checkpoint, they would have a chance to break into the top 3 and claim the final rewards. Compared to the difficulties of the 4th checkpoint, the 5th was much easier, at least for the Klusa clan. Congratulations on successfully passing the 5th checkpoint and becoming the first team to clear it. Rewards await. The Klusa clan team dashed through the kilometer-long gate, taking only half an hour. Under Raken's independent calculations, they became the first team to succeed in this checkpoint. Impressive. The captain is invincible. The intelligence of the Klusa clan was well known, and they breezed through this checkpoint with ease. The 2 members felt as though they had won effortlessly, filled with excitement. Successfully seizing the first position in 2 checkpoints guaranteed them a place in the top 3. The next 2 checkpoints would depend on luck. Could they fight for first place? Let's go. The 6th checkpoint, Open Sky Dome Tower. The Klusa clan team vanished from their location, reappearing at the foot of a mountain filled with strange stones and jagged rocks. The 3 looked up simultaneously towards the mountain peak, where an open altar stood atop the high mountain. In the center of the altar was a tall tower, the Sky Dome Tower. Dark clouds gathered, their wild winds howled, and lightning flashed, creating a terrifying scene. The direct distance between the 2 sides was only about 10 kilometers, but the route up was a narrow canyon passage, rugged and winding, with towering cliffs on either side and various traps and monsters in between. Their task was to escort a fragile energy core to the Sky Dome Tower, light up the tower, and then clear the checkpoint. If the energy core shattered midway, they would have to return to the starting point and start over. Though it looked difficult, it wasn't easy at all. If it were just Raken with his clan's unique leaping ability, he could easily rush up. However, the reality of the previous checkpoints told him that it was impractical. All 3 members of the team had to reach the destination together. If they didn't reach it, it only meant one thing: death. This checkpoint seems a bit difficult. We're the first team to clear the 5th checkpoint, giving us a lot of time to make a strong push. Yes, let's go. The tank in the team was responsible for protecting the energy core, while the other 2 cleared the way and began to advance. The Floating Light clan team passed the 5th checkpoint half an hour later. They entered half an hour earlier than the Klusa clan, but took an hour and a half to clear the checkpoint. They had truly exhausted their brain cells. The 6th checkpoint, Open Sky Dome Tower. As expected, they were overtaken by that hidden super strong team, losing the first place at this checkpoint. In the first 5 checkpoints, their strongest team only managed to seize 1 checkpoint, basically losing hope for first place, and could only strive for second. The 3 members of the team appeared at the foot of a mountain, looking up towards the peak with expressions of wild joy. This checkpoint is easy. It's perfectly suited for us. Don't waste time, let's dash. We don't know how long that hidden strong team has been on the move. Siren waved his hand. Charge ahead, Zella, you're in charge of protecting the energy core. Don't worry, there won't be a single problem. Zella, who leaned towards strength and physique, was confident. I have activated my dormant genes with 2 injections, 1 for strength and 1 for physique. I'm incredibly strong, so naturally I'm very confident. Okay, let's go. Charge. Whether they could secure a place in the top 3 depended on this checkpoint. One after another, more teams surpassed Mu Hanchuan and his companion, overcoming the challenging 4th level and entering the 5th. In this level, several challengers had already fallen, meeting their demise in this virtual space, and if the following teams did not give up, there could be more casualties. Mu Hanchuan and his companion were still slowly climbing, holding on to their lead from the previous 2 levels without a hint of worry. However, they had advanced to the 3/4 mark with just the final stretch remaining. Since we are not competing anymore, why continue to clear the level? Wouldn't it be better to find a place to rest and wait for it to end? This is also a valuable experience. As long as we ensure our safety, why not continue? Moreover, treasure chests can be found in the Forbidden Star Ring, not just during level completion. If we are lucky, we might discover some, and their quality could be quite high. Alright, I hope our luck improves. Even if we don't find anything, reaching the 7th level still grants us an extra reward, which is also a gain. 3 hours later, amidst the jubilation of the Floating Light Clan's team, they successfully cleared the level, receiving their rewards and becoming the first team to conquer the 6th level. In this level, where they held an absolute advantage, they claimed victory from a hidden elite team, boosting their morale as they realized their capabilities. With this, they, along with the Crusa clan and Mu Hanchuan's team, also secured 2 levels in the 6th stage, giving them a chance to compete for first place, all to be decided at the end of the 7th level. As for the Crusa clan team, which had entered the 6th level half an hour earlier, they encountered an accident 2/3 of the way through, resulting in the energy core shattering and reverting them to the starting point. This level was certainly lost to them, and it was uncertain whether they could catch up in the final level. The 5th level was relatively simple for certain teams. Some had quickly passed through, charging into the 6th level, while many others remained stuck here. Mu Hanchuan and Neili also leisurely arrived at the 5th level. Gazing at the massive 11 colossal wheels, Mu Hanchuan silently contemplated giving up. Neili, from her high-minded race, should have a sharp intellect. Let's leave it to her, while I silently cheer. Mu Hanchuan had already found a large stone to lie down on, saying, "You can do it, I need to I have been leading the way all along, or are you really tired? I believe you can do this. It's a great exercise, so I hope you can seize the opportunity." In the 6th level, casualties reappeared, not from traps or monsters, but from one's own teammates, as they became a burden to the team. Just as they were about to charge into the 7th level, if they failed because of him, they would revert to the starting point, greatly reducing their chances of passing again. They could not take that risk. As long as they reached the 7th level, they could receive a reward. There was no hope for the top 3, but this extra reward must be secured. The Crusa clan team, having reverted to the starting point, gave up the competition. After spending over 4 hours, they steadily delivered the energy core into the tower. A strong light shot into the sky, dispelling the gloom above. The Crusa clan team vanished from the spot, entering the final level. One after another in the following hours, several more teams cleared the 6th level and charged into the 7th. Mu Hanchuan's team had yet to break through the 5th level, blocked by those 11 massive wheels. He had underestimated Neili. After several hours had passed, she still hadn't figured it out. Suddenly she shouted, "Mu, run with me quickly." Without any time to react, she dashed toward the direction of the grand door, where a towering 5-meter door was slowly opening at the center. Mu Hanchuan hurriedly got up and chased after her towards the door. "You should have predicted this in advance and warned me." The two dashed forward, with Mu Hanchuan barely making it through each passage before the door began to close again, nearly getting himself in trouble. "Congratulations, you have successfully passed the 5th level. The 6th level has begun." Tower of the Sky. The two appeared atop a pile of rubble, gazing at the altar 10 kilometers above. "Mu, this level is so difficult." Mu Hanchuan disagreed, saying, "It's simpler than the previous one." Neili countered, claiming the prior level was devoid of danger, merely taking more time. Mu Hanchuan picked up the so-called energy core. "Let's go. The sooner we clear it, the sooner we can leave. I have other matters to attend to in reality." "Oh, should I lead the way?" "No need to lead. It's just this narrow passage that cannot be avoided. What can we still fight our way through? Just because I don't take action doesn't mean I can't fight. Just stay safe, and I'll shoot some arrows from behind." "Is it really that powerful?" The two set off, and the journey ahead was filled with obstacles and challenges. Mu Hanchuan relied on his resilience to push through. Luckily, there were other gains as well. Along the way, Mu Hanchuan discovered other uses of the Thousand Lotus Crossing. He held this green leaf-round shield could extend a long, thick stem about half a meter long. Grasping this half-meter-long thick stem paired with the half-meter-sized green leaf shield in front had surprisingly turned it into a large fan. With a loud bang, Mu Hanchuan swung the stem at a leaping triangular monster, fiercely fanning it away, the shield's countless leaves fluttering, sending it flying over 10 meters away with significant force. Haha, interesting. It turns out this Thousand Lotus Crossing shield can be used like this. It could be thrown quickly as a weapon used to block damage up close and even fan opponents. Perhaps even the salesgirl who sold it didn't realize it had such a hidden feature. It deserved a majestic and powerful name, so let's call it the Banana Fan. Mu, the altar is just ahead. After over 4 hours, they finally made it. "You go ahead, or I'll hold them off." Neili had been timid along the way, shooting only 1 arrow every minute, never more. During the rest of the time, she was either hiding or fleeing, but now she finally showed her courage, firing 3 crossbow bolts in quick succession to clear the monsters blocking Mu Hanchuan's path before providing support. Mu Hanchuan felt deeply moved. It wasn't all for nothing. Mu Hanchuan placed the so-called energy core at the designated location. A glow lit up at the base of the tower, spreading up the tower's body, and finally surged into the top. Then a strong beam of light shot into the sky, dispelling the dark clouds, and the gloom vanished. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the 6th level. The 7th level has opened beginner ancient tower trial. Mu Hanchuan felt uneasy. He had some understanding of this level, and it was quite difficult. He hoped it wasn't mandatory, allowing for withdrawal at any time, otherwise it could be very dangerous. The two figures vanished and appeared at the final level. At that moment, Mu Hanchuan and Nei both gaped in surprise, wondering how they had returned. White floor, white walls, white ceiling. Congratulations on successfully entering the 7th level and receiving an additional reward. Reward 1, Auxiliary Tool Card Antidote. It can effectively dispel harmful substances remaining in the body. Mu Hanchuan was a bit confused to what was this. What use is this thing for? Reward 2, 1 Blue Star Key. While Mu Hanchuan turned his worries into joy, this was useful, worth between 8.0 to 1.0, a nice little profit. Nei was unsure about her reward, her expression a bit strange, probably not very good. Perhaps it was also an auxiliary tool card. Only one more team is needed to meet the requirement of 10 teams for the beginner ancient tower trial. Looking at the approximately 20 people who had already arrived, Mu Hanchuan and Nei understood that they were the 9th team to reach the 7th level, still missing one team to start the beginner ancient tower trial. This is also why extra rewards were given to teams reaching the 7th level. Otherwise, if everyone gave up midway, how could the 7th level open? The 6th level was quite challenging and exhausting. Those teams that arrived early obviously had more time to rest and maintain better condition. Meanwhile, their late arriving team had just endured the trials of the 6th level and was about to face the 7th level's challenge without much time to recuperate, making it almost hellish in difficulty. If they had known earlier, the two of them should have hurried. They wasted so much time in the 4th level. In the middle zone, the Floating Light Tribe's team, who ranked first in both previous levels, was carefully observing other teams, searching for the hidden strong team. They primarily focused on the top 5 teams, excluding the Crusa tribe. That super strong team must be among the other 3. Why do I see every team is so weak? Yeah, I think so too. Which team is that hidden strong one? If they can hide this deep, they are indeed impressive. They admitted they couldn't judge and had no idea how many levels that team had taken first place in. If they snatched 3, they had basically lost hope for first. In another area, the Crusa tribe team was also closely observing their opponents in the final level, especially the Floating Light Tribe team. Should we ask the Floating Light Tribe how many firsts they've secured? Do you think they are stupid enough to tell us? That's true. Lakin asserted, they are strong, but they shouldn't have taken 4 firsts. At least in the 1st level, they couldn't have been faster than me. So they have at most taken 3 firsts. Then if we take 2 firsts and secure the last level, there's still hope. I don't know how to determine it, but there must be hope. The 2 team members were overjoyed. That's great. There's still a chance. Mu Hanchuan and Nei also observed other teams. Most of the strong teams had arrived. The final level promised to be exciting and fiercely competitive. They were unaware that there were still 2 exceptionally skilled solo players striving. One was on the 1st level, having failed to catch that little light ball, and had completely given up. The other was stuck on the 5th level, desperately using their brain cells. Nei timidly leaned closer to Mu Hanchuan and said, Mu, why do I feel like everyone is looking at us? Most of them are major players. We are just 2 weaklings who made it into the top 10. How can they not look at us? Being weak is not a fault, but being ridiculously weak is a sin. They are observing the weaklings. I admit I'm weak, but you are strong. Why would they look down on us? We have secured first in 2 levels. We are likely in the top 2. You make a valid point, but they won't believe it. When the final results come out, we will slap their faces hard, and After resting for about 5 minutes, the 2 appeared in this space again, but they hadn't managed to rest for even 10 seconds when a voice echoed in their minds. Congratulations to the 10th team for reaching the 7th level. The beginner ancient tower trial has begun. Fortunately, Mu Hanchuan and the others arrived a bit early. At least they rested for 5 minutes. The 2 vanished from their spot and appeared at the center of a 1,000 square meter circular arena. Above them, there was a 10-meter wide opening that extended upwards into a long passage, which seemed endless. Below there was also an opening, but it was only 5 meters wide, similarly leading down into a passage that was merely 100 meters long, with the end being a dead end. Mu Hanchuan immediately understood that the large opening above was the direction of the incoming attack, while the small opening below was the direction of retreat. How long would they need to hold out in this trial? It shouldn't be mandatory. They should be able to give up right. The durability of his banana fan was down to 45. Mu Hanchuan decisively took out the auxiliary tool card he received, durability, and used it directly, raising the durability to 95. When the fight begins, the weapon he would use the most would definitely be this banana fan. He needed to repair it first to defeat them. He still had a repair box on him kept for backup. Immediately after, another announcement sounded. Congratulations to the team composed of the human and Shai tribes for successfully securing first in the first and third levels, temporarily ranking first. Congratulations to the team composed of the Cruces, Star Devouring, and Zelta tribes for successfully securing first in the second and fifth levels, temporarily ranking second. Congratulations to the team composed of the Floating Light, Void Shedding, and Karuna tribes for successfully securing first in the fourth and sixth levels, temporarily ranking third. All 10 teams that entered the 7th level were stunned. Holy hell! 3 teams have claimed first place in 2 stages. Mu Hanchuan and Na Li were even more astonished that they themselves sat atop the rankings. If they took this stage, they would assuredly be first overall, and even if they failed, they would still be solidly second, exactly as they had planned. Could they really refrain? With the finish line so near, who could resist fighting for it? Winning this stage not only granted the stage reward, but also the ultimate first-place prize. Besides, it was being judged by their main specialty, so they had to give it everything. Mu Hanchuan felt hope stir. Though he stood alone, he possessed 10 pieces of equipment. I added together, other teams did not surpass that by much. There was a chance. He had already mentally discounted Nali. The other 9 teams were bewildered that the team in first place was none other than the 2 who had seemed the weakest a moment ago. 2 overlooked players had formed a team, and yet had snatched first in 2 consecutive stages, and now led the overall standings, hidden so profoundly. Wow, 3 teams battling for first. This stage is going to be spectacular. I didn't expect it. The Renzu and the Shai tribe are so strong, no wonder they only teamed as 2, someone remarked. If they had formed a 3-person team, they might have snatched another stage and taken first outright. That would be no fun, another replied. This is far more exciting and intense. Heh, these 3 teams will go all out on this stage. The 3 members of the Fuguang tribe exchanged incredulous glances. They had examined the other 8 teams and entertained many suspicions, yet not once had even a sliver of doubt fallen upon this inconspicuous 2-person squad. Oh, ironically, the deepest concealment belonged to the most unremarkable pair. You're kidding. Those 2 weaklings are the hidden powerhouse. It seems we overthought it, or perhaps they were just absurdly lucky and managed to snatch the earlier stages by chance. Siren nodded slightly. Yet they do possess some strength. 2 people making it to the 7th layer is no small feat. If we remove them from the equation, won't we then have an excellent chance of taking this stage? Exactly. The Calusa team is no threat to us. Once we seize this stage, first place will be ours. Flames of determination kindled in their eyes as visions of final victory surged within them. At that moment, the 3 members of the Calusa tribe ranked second were likewise in utter shock. They had only placed second, trailing behind that pair of supposed weaklings. How could they be placed behind those 2? They could not accept it. They had no certainty they could outmatch the Fuguang team. If they failed to seize first in this stage, they would fall to third, lagging behind that 2-person squad. This was infuriating. Fight for first. Yes, give it everything. All right, full effort. Chujiaguda trial now commences. Each layer lasts 3 minutes. The sole team that endures to the end wins, receiving the rewards for that stage. Midway withdrawal is permitted, but requires agreement from 2/3 of team members. Maximum layers for the Chujiaguda trial, 99 layers. Na Li's pupils trembled. She half joked that they might as well slaughter everyone. Mu Hanchuan looked at her as if she had gone mad. Relax. So long as the other 9 teams are eliminated, we win automatically. There's no way they'll actually fight through 99 layers. Oh, Nali exhaled heavily. You scared me to death. These trials love to insist on 2/3 consent for withdrawal. If someone were grievously injured and wished to quit, but 2 teammates refused, that injured one would be doomed. Unable to escape, unable to leave. The danger of being trapped by rules chilled them. With only 2 people on their team, how would that be counted? They should be able to leave freely, right? Mu, what's our tactic this time? Mu Hanchuan strode to the 10-meter wide breach, shrugged helplessly, and said, What tactic? You simply fire 1 arrow each minute, and then hide. Don't be a drag on me. If she had to be put that way, she would be professional about it. Nali pounded her chest in assurance. Don't worry. I absolutely will not hold you back. Excellent. Mu Hanchuan carried only a single Bajiao fan and stationed himself at the breach, waiting in silence. Nali stood beside him, fingers idly stroking her Bingting Nu. The first layer opened. In the long 10-meter corridor, several hundred meters ahead, the first batch of monsters appeared, a lone wolf-like beast. The 2 were dumbfounded. This was it for the first layer. 3 minutes per layer. The rest period was clearly meant for recuperation. Mu Hanchuan moved to the wall and sat, giving Nali the space to operate. She could handle this one. The wolf glanced about and then turned toward the pair, charging despite being alone. Nali took aim and fired a single precise shot that turned the creature into an ice statue. Mu, I wish every floor were this simple. So do I. They sat and rested until the 3rd minute passed. The second layer opened and 2 wolf-like beasts appeared. Not only had the number increased, their attributes had each risen by 2%. 3 minutes later, the 3rd layer opened with 3 wolves, each attribute rising another 2%. The 4th layer produced 4. The 5th layer produced 5. On the 6th, Mu Hanchuan rose from the ground as 6 appeared. By the 10th layer, 10 wolves had shown up. These wolf-like creatures were quick, but their offense and defense were ordinary. No real difficulty. They were dispatched with ease. On the 11th layer, the monsters changed. 2 skeletons appeared, and their attributes continued to climb. Each layer adding 2%, not much individually, but cumulative. The 12th layer brought 3 skeletons. By the 20th layer, there were 11 skeletons. These skeletons were stronger but slower. They were manageable, although they consumed a bit more time to deal with. Up to this point, no team had been eliminated. On the 21st layer, the monsters shifted again, this time bringing 3 large bear-like beasts. Their sheer bulk testified to formidable strength. The long stalk of the Bajiao fan retracted and refashioned itself into a round shield in Mu Hanchuan's left hand, while another round shield materialized in his right. The warm-up was over and now the contest would begin in earnest. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy footsteps echoed as 3 massive creatures over 4 meters tall charged forward. Their bodies were covered in rough and hard scales with sharp fangs bared, and their fierce faces glowed with a vicious light from their yellow-white pupils, continuously emitting low growls. Nali chose not to fire her crossbow bolts right away, fearing they might not kill. One of the giant beasts suddenly accelerated, charging fiercely towards Mu Hanchuan, creating a gust of wind. Mu Hanchuan remained still until a massive slap came down, at which point he swiftly raised his banana shield. Mu! Nali exclaimed in alarm. That heavy slap was no joke. Bang! With a violent impact, Mu Hanchuan remained unmoved, firmly blocking the blow. He swung his right hand, sending the circular shield crashing against the monster's head, causing it to stagger back several steps, retreating a few meters away. Nali covered her mouth in shock, exclaiming, "That's too strong. Pure brute force." Mu Hanchuan glanced at the banana shield in his hand. Its melee defense was indeed formidable, but its shortcomings were also clear. It couldn't defend against ranged attacks. However, he still had the cutting board. The cutting board defended against ranged attacks, while the banana shield protected against close combat. Perfect. 2 other beasts charged from behind, and Mu Hanchuan faced 3 opponents with ease. Hiding several dozen meters back, Nali seized the opportunity, firing 3 arrows in quick succession to help Mu Hanchuan eliminate the 3 monsters. Mu, should we retreat to that narrow passage below? Not yet. It was only the 20-something level. Retreating there to hold the line would be foolish. What about the challenges ahead? On the 29th level, 11 tall bear-like monsters appeared simultaneously. This level posed a bit of difficulty, but unfortunately the last marker had been used on Song Hung, otherwise he could have summoned his Gatling gun to wipe out these creatures. Fortunately, they weren't fast enough. Mu Hanchuan moved actively, ensuring he faced at most 2 or 3 at a time, refraining from attacking and focusing solely on defense, and delaying for 3 minutes to end the encounter, avoiding any unnecessary exertion. Nali also caught the attention of 3 bear monsters, drawing them to chase her. With her speed, she faced no danger, indirectly alleviating some pressure from Mu Hanchuan. They endured for 3 minutes without casualties, and all monsters vanished into thin air. On the 30th level, 12 tall bear-shaped monsters appeared simultaneously. This time Nali had gained experience. As soon as the round began, she fired 3 arrows, killing 1. The remaining 11 continued with the old tactic from the previous level, simply dragging it out. Why force a fight? Throughout these 10 levels, there had been no sign of the team being eliminated. The durability of the banana shield in Mu Hanchuan's hand was decreasing rapidly, now down to 80, and the circular shield only had 70 left. On the 31st level, the type of monsters changed again, with 4 cat-like creatures standing 2.5 meters tall and over 4 meters long, resembling a mix between a tiger and a leopard. Let's call them tiger-leopard monsters. Their numbers and individual qualities were still on the rise. At this rate, who could last until the end? Mu, they are really fast. Of course I know. Mu Hanchuan felt a bit resentful towards Nali. If this continued, his equipment might get destroyed, yet she seemed completely unscathed. With his left hand still holding the banana shield, he retracted the circular shield, reaching behind him to retrieve half of the cutting board. These tiger leopard monsters were incredibly fast, and the circular shield might not hit the target, better to engage in close combat. The separated cutting board had offensive capabilities that were not weak. Be careful, their attack power is substantial. If you get caught, just withdraw. I definitely won't drag you down. Nayli felt Mu underestimated her. These tiger leopard monsters could not catch her. Roar. 4 tiger leopard monsters charged simultaneously. This time Mu Hanchuan did not adopt a passive defense, but chose to take the initiative, charging forward several large steps, meeting the monsters with the cutting board striking down with the angled tip. With a loud bang, Mu Hanchuan was jolted back half a step by the powerful impact. The creature on the opposite side let out a scream, its body twisting in midair before crashing to the ground, suffering penetrating damage from the unique single-target ability of yin-yang manipulation, divide, and strike. Mu Hanchuan was slightly taken aback. It was the first time he had truly used the divide and strike ability of yin-yang manipulation, and the effect was surprisingly effective. It turned out that a tank could also deal decent damage. His previous self was simply of a lower caliber and hadn't been able to discover this. Mu, that's amazing. I'm so proud of you. After her shout, Nayli ran away with one tiger leopard monster chasing after her. Another one came from the left. Mu Hanchuan raised the banana shield, easily blocking the attack without taking a step back. His right arm swung horizontally, delivering a heavy blow with the cutting board, sending the monster flying. The banana shield provided incredible close-range defense, blocking about 80% of the damage from the tiger leopard monsters, with only 20% hitting Mu Hanchuan's body, equivalent to a mere tickle, allowing him to focus solely on offense without any worries. In less than a minute, the 4 tiger leopard monsters were dealt with. On the 37th level, 10 tiger leopard monsters appeared. Mu, should we retreat into the narrow passage? Nayli seemed a bit panicked as she could run, but could Mu withstand so many monsters? Mu Hanchuan completely ignored her, charging forward, first severely injuring one monster, and then finding himself surrounded in a 10-meter-wide corridor. Directly ahead, a tiger leopard monster slammed into the banana shield, which blocked the attack. Another tiger leopard monster took the opportunity to bite at his left arm, its enormous head shaking. The left arm was protected by the fear of the undead bracer F, so the damage to Mu Hanchuan was minimal. He retaliated with the cutting board, striking down on its head and causing it to crash. From the right rear, another tiger leopard monster charged, knocking Mu Hanchuan forward several steps, almost causing him to fall. A tiger leopard monster in front clawed at Mu Hanchuan's chest, then bit down on his thigh, pulling violently backward. His right leg was protected by the guardian leg armor grade, causing minimal harm, but he lost his balance and fell to the ground, being dragged for over 10 meters. Whoosh! An arrow shot through the air, striking the tiger leopard monster, which let out a howl as its hindquarters froze in place, albeit not for long. But that was enough. Mu Hanchuan rolled over and got up, delivering a heavy blow to the monster's head, finishing it off. Nayli helped Mu Hanchuan clear the surrounding foes, then flapped her wings and flew off, with 3 monsters chasing her. 2 minutes and 50 seconds later, all were successfully eliminated. The sheer number had made this level quite arduous. Mu, shouldn't we retreat? Retreat? Nonsense. You need to cooperate with me for the next challenge. Oh, how should I cooperate? I'll knock them away. You shoot down 3 of them first. Huh. I might not be able to kill them. Just shoot when I say so. He seemed a bit fierce. After only 10 seconds of rest, 11 tiger leopard monsters appeared on the 38th level. Mu Hanchuan stowed away the banana shield and took down the other half of the cutting board. It was time to get serious. 11 robust tiger leopard beasts roared in unison, charging outward. The 10-meter-wide passage felt rather constricted, accommodating at most 3 of them side by side. 100 meters away, Mu Hanchuan remained still. At 50 meters, he still did not move. Beside him, Nayli, gripping her crossbow, felt her hands trembling. At a distance of 15 meters, just as Nayli was unable to withstand her fear and was about to flee, Mu Hanchuan finally moved. He took 2 powerful steps forward, raised 2 large cutting boards high, and brought them down heavily onto the ground. With 2 thunderous booms, the ground shattered, debris flew, creating a seismic wave that rushed towards the 11 tiger leopard beasts. The 3 tiger leopard beasts at the forefront bore the brunt of the attack. Their speed was too great, and their massive bodies were sent tumbling into the air, while the 8 behind them fared no better, each one tossed aside, dazed and confused. Seizing the opportunity, Nayli shot 3 crossbow bolts in quick succession. Her task completed, it was time for her to escape. All 3 tiger leopard beasts at the forefront were struck by arrows, their lower halves frozen and immobilized. Mu Hanchuan strode forward, delivering 2 muffled thuds as 2 tiger leopard beasts were directly struck, their heads exploding, blood gushing forth, and then came the 3rd. In no time, he had dispatched 3 beasts, leaving the remaining 8 no more difficult to handle. Unfortunately, the cooldown for the large-scale tremor attack was 5 minutes, and he would have to wait until the 40th level to use it again. For the 39th level, he had to face it heated. With 2 minutes left in this round, Mu Hanchuan hurriedly helped Neili recover, though she really didn't need much recovery. She merely pretended to be heavily winded. Why hasn't any team been eliminated yet? It was nearly the 40th level. Soon the real challenges are just beginning. Before he could finish speaking, a mechanical voice echoed in their minds within 3 minutes' time. The team composed of the Blade Cluster clan and the Flameheart clan has voluntarily surrendered and been eliminated. Here it comes, the eliminated teams are appearing. This team was the last to reach a duo that had the shortest rest time. It was impressive they lasted this long. Neili's spirit jolted. One team had been eliminated, and she hoped the other 8 would follow suit. In the 39th level, they had to face 12 tiger leopard beasts, dragging it out to the 3-minute mark. In the 40th level, the large-scale tremor attack was used again, and it was a close call, taking 2 minutes and 30 seconds to pass. In the 41st level, unexpectedly new monsters appeared. Mu Hanchuan was dumbfounded. Such a giant flower. The enormous blossom was nearly 3 meters in diameter, and there were 5 flowers of different colors. At this moment, it was fully opened. What is this? Mu Hanchuan couldn't be bothered to respond. Did she think he looked like he understood? Suddenly, the 5 flowers tilted backward simultaneously, then lunged forward, their massive petals closing, revealing only a small opening from which a hidden projectile was shot out. The red was a flame tongue, the white was an ice shard, the purple was thunder, the orange was a wind blade, and the blue was a poison mist. At a distance of 300 meters, the projectiles reached Mu Hanchuan in the blink of an eye. Before he could even lift the 2 cutting boards, he was sent flying, crashing several meters away. Neili was nearly scared to death. Fortunately, the attack was not aimed at her, otherwise would she even be alive? Mu Hanchuan's body was splattered with red, white, purple, orange, and blue, a kaleidoscope of colors. All 5 shots had hit him, and none were aimed at Neili. How could this be scientifically possible? Why was that? The other projectiles were harmless, but the blue poison mist had entered Mu Hanchuan's body, making him feel somewhat unwell. Neili blinked and appeared behind Mu Hanchuan, pulling him back. If it gets too dangerous, let's just forfeit together. Don't die. Although they were not of the same clan, their bond forged in battle was real. After just 2 seconds, Mu Hanchuan pushed Neili away and got back up. Neili rejoiced. You're not dead. I die, you die. Those flower petals were opening up again. Mu Hanchuan realized that when the petals fully opened, it would be time for the next spray. Run! Mu Hanchuan dashed backward. Neili flew ahead of him, not forgetting to ask, where are we going? Of course, to that narrow path. Where else can we run? The attack speed of these things was too fast. It was impossible to hide in the 1,000-square-meter arena outside, let alone a larger area. They would simply hold their ground. Oh. She was much faster than Mu, and by the time he reached the 5-meter-wide narrow path, she had already flown to the deepest part 100 meters away. The 5 giant flowers followed suit, and at this moment they unleashed another wave of projectiles. Mu Hanchuan turned around, merging the 2 cutting boards, fully extending them into a shield 1.5 meters high and 1.2 meters wide. This time the target was again Mu Hanchuan, and he truly felt exasperated. Bang! 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 Now prepared, a round of volleys only pushed Mu Hanchuan back half a meter. Their power was just like that, too fast, making it hard to dodge. There was no way Mu Hanchuan could evade, but perhaps Neili had a chance. Turning around to continue running, he reached the deepest part at 100 meters, with Neili hiding behind him against the wall. Mu Hanchuan stood guard in front, determined to hold his ground. In the 41st level, a pink flower appeared, spewing a corrosive breath. What on earth were these things? In the 42nd level, there were 7 flowers. This time, there were several blue flowers that shot a small jet of water, which upon hitting Mu Hanchuan, turned into a giant water balloon, nearly drowning both of them. Why don't we forfeit first and not wait for the other teams? Get lost. Don't be like this. If she weren't a woman, Mu Hanchuan would have thrown her out already. Shut up. If you can't help, just provide emotional support from behind, got it? Oh, okay. Mu Hanchuan didn't want to bother with her. He focused on preparing to withstand the next wave of attacks. Those blue poison mists were a nuisance. He felt something was off inside him. Just hold on a bit longer. If it gets too bad, he would use that auxiliary item card, an antidote. Behind him, Neili indeed began to provide emotional support. Her body suddenly pressed up against him, startling Mu Hanchuan. He turned around, glaring. What are you doing? Was she thinking strangely? Suddenly, her small wings fluttered, releasing some pink powder, which then flowed into Mu Hanchuan's body through her own. Mu Hanchuan was shocked and ignored his front defenses, shouting, "What the hell? She surely didn't mean it. It's my support skill, Crimson Flame Frenzy, which can restore physical energy and awaken the potential within your cells." Muhan Chuan was left bewildered, but he felt significantly better. His stamina had recovered somewhat, and his spirit was lifted almost like he had taken a stimulant. Wait, is this how your Shai clan support skills are activated? Must it be so close? No, we Shai clan can absorb this powder ourselves, but outsiders can't. It must be delivered into your body by me. Understanding a bit, Muhan Chuan turned and scolded, why didn't you use this earlier? Why wait until I was in trouble? You didn't let me. Damn it. How was he supposed to know she had support skills? The team of the Fuguang tribe, steadfastly guarding the 10-meter-wide path, encountered no difficulties. Now facing the challenges of the 41st level, they had no choice but to retreat and disperse, splitting their firepower. In contrast, the Cluza tribe chose to abandon the defense of the wide exit and instead engaged in battle at the central large circular arena. Within the team, the Zelta and Xingshi tribes guarded either side, merely needing to attract hostility. Laken, on the other hand, seized opportunities to swiftly harvest, exhibiting extremely high combat efficiency. Even at this level, he faced no obstacles. His jumps perfectly dodged the attacks of the flowers, allowing him to break through to the rear, making this the easiest level to resolve. At the 44th level, the team composed of the Spine and Scale Abyss tribes voluntarily surrendered and was eliminated. Another team was out. At the 47th level, yet another team was eliminated. Muhan Chuan used a support item card, an antidote, as his body began to struggle. The toxic gas absorbed into his body was completely expelled along with the residual waste, making him feel instantly refreshed. This thing really detoxifies. It expelled all the harmful substances that had accumulated within me. Wow, what a good thing. At the 50th level, the 4th team was eliminated. By this point, 4 out of the 10 teams had been eliminated, leaving only 6. Thanks to Nail's unlimited support, Muhan Chuan suffered little damage, and his consumption was not too high, though there was some wear on his equipment and durability. Naili exclaimed joyfully, we made it. Yes, you did well. I'll take the lead, and you just keep following behind me to replenish my energy and stamina. Got it. Muhan Chuan admitted that he had underestimated her. With her support, the cells in his body were exceptionally active, receiving a continuous supply of energy that replenished his stamina significantly, enhancing his physical strength and ensuring he wouldn't tire out. My support skill has no time limit, but it consumes my own energy. Consumption is fine. Oh, what else can you do if you don't do this? Besides, you're just hiding back there doing nothing. No, I'm afraid I won't last until the end. It's okay, just hold on as long as you can. Keep fanning me and replenish my energy. Oh, okay. Levels 51 to 60 open unified level BOSS. Titanus time limit 30 minutes. What the hell? Huh. Ow. Both Muhan Chuan and Naili were bewildered. How did it suddenly turn into a boss fight? With their attack power, how could they breach its defenses? The 10-meter-wide path above closed, and the 5-meter path below also shut at this moment, leaving only the central circular plaza of 1,000 square meters. It's over. There was nowhere left to hide. Let's fight. Naili pulled out her second ranged weapon. Muhan Chuan widened his eyes in shock, stunned as he gazed at the large-caliber annihilation cannon she had drawn. This was her second ranged weapon. If Muhan Chuan remembered correctly, this thing was rated class and could only fire once every 3 days. How did she obtain it? More importantly, how could her attributes and rank allow her to carry this? Where did you get this? I found it. How did you find it? In a hidden level. No rank requirement. Yes. How did you know? How did I know? Because I found it too. Was there no attribute requirement? There was, but it can be adjusted only once. I adjusted its attributes to agility and mental acuity. Wow, that's impressive. Can I go up and blow up this boss later? Don't. The power of the annihilation cannon is great, but it's a bit slow and can be easily dodged. So what should we do? Of course I'll go up to tank it, and then you come from behind and fire a shot, taking it down without giving it a chance to dodge. Oh, I understand. Good, you hide first, prepare for battle, and look for an opportunity to ambush. Okay. Naili, carrying the annihilation cannon, flapped her wings vigorously, reaching the edge of the battlefield. Spreading her wings to cover herself, her outer color changed, becoming invisible. Unless one looked closely, they wouldn't notice her presence. Muhan Chuan was very satisfied. This girl was quite good. She could attack, assist, and wield heavy equipment. His perception of Naili had completely changed. Her role was substantial, and he would rely on her going forward. 10 seconds later, BOSS Titanus appeared. Its 10-meter-high giant body emerged in the center, towering like a mountain, with 6 crimson eyes scanning the entire area. It stepped forward, and with each step the ground trembled and cracked. With a glance, it spotted Muhan Chuan, who stood calmly at the left edge without any movement, provoking Titanus' sense of mockery. No other living beings were detected in other areas. Roar. With a furious roar, it charged forward, its massive fist swinging down. So fast. With such a gigantic body, he thought it would be cumbersome. The chopping board opened up, his body slightly bent, and he shifted his center of gravity back a half step. Bang! A huge sound echoed as the powerful punch sent Mu Hanchuan sliding over 10 meters, his back crashing against the solid wall, the immense recoil impacting his body, making his arm throb with pain. Just that punch caused the chopping board to suffer a 7 damage, losing 5 durability points. It was too fierce. This creature's rank was infinitely close to class, and its real combat power certainly reached class. Otherwise, with his defensive strength, he wouldn't be struggling so much. Titanus continued to stride after him, successfully drawing all attention to itself, luring it to the edge. Now was the best opportunity for an ambush. Mu Hanchuan looked toward Neili, but was she still not moving? What the hell? Mu Hanchuan put away the chopping board, summoning the banana shield and round shield into his hands. The chopping board was his most important equipment. Now it was left with only 45 durability points and 25 durability. He couldn't use it anymore. As another heavy punch fell at high speed, Mu Hanchuan leaned against the wall to brace against the blow, nearly falling apart. The banana shield blocked it. For close-range defense, the banana shield was even stronger than the chopping board. Not only did it withstand the blow, but the damage and durability were also within acceptable limits. He still had a repair box item card on him, providing a margin for error. Mu Hanchuan glanced at Neili. She finally moved, slowly inching forward. What the hell was she thinking? Hurry up and sneak up from behind. If it weren't for the fear of alerting this BOSS, Mu Hanchuan would have already started cursing. With a series of punches raining down, Mu Hanchuan resisted with all his might. Blood began to trickle from the corners of his mouth, and his skin oozed a lot of blood. Neili was still moving, slowly inching closer, finally reaching the boss's rear. Mu Hanchuan could only spit blood in frustration. Why was she taking so long? Just fire a shot and finish it off. Didn't she see that this boss was fully focused on how to kill him? There was no way it would care about a small, transparent figure like her. After taking a few more punches, the round shield shattered, and the banana shield was left with only 10 durability. This was his best equipment. It absolutely couldn't break. Mu Hanchuan was ready to put it away and take out the chopping board again to tank. Finally, Neili deemed she had moved to the best position, seizing the optimal moment, and fired. Boom. Titanus suddenly turned its head. It was too late. The explosion occurred at its rear, blowing off half of its body. The boss Titanus wailed as it slowly collapsed, unable to rise again, its body beginning to fade away. Mu, we did it, we succeeded. Mu, how are you? Neili was startled and rushed over, quickly pressing against him, her wings fluttering to release powder that entered his body, replenishing his health. At that moment, Mu Hanchuan wanted to push her away and tell her to go away, but he held back, realizing he still needed her support. Mu, why aren't you speaking? Are you not feeling well? Mu Hanchuan ignored her and took out the medical kit card he carried, decisively using it. This level had a time limit of half an hour, with 29 minutes remaining, enough to recover quite a bit. He could also regain some health during the next battle. Mu, do you still have a medical kit? I need to use one too. She used her support skill to consume her own energy to replenish Mu Hanchuan, and the medical kit would provide some recovery effect for her as well. Mu Hanchuan didn't want to deal with her and directly tossed it to her. Neili happily used the second healing ability of the medical kit, which shattered and disappeared. The two lay on the ground, quietly resting. After less than 5 minutes, she spoke again. Mu, why do you have so much equipment on you? I found it. Who are you trying to fool? I didn't see you pick anything up. Why would I let you see? Neili wanted to argue back, but didn't know how. He simply didn't want to tell her. After resting for another 10 minutes, she couldn't help but ask again. Mu, what is your human planet like? It's just like that. I heard that there are countless cities on the outside planets where countless of our kind live together. Is it the same for you? Yeah, is that surprising? But we still adhere to ancient tribal traditions, firmly staying in our own territory, not allowing contact with the outside world. What? Mu Hanchuan was shocked. What era is this? The emergence of the trial star is a matter of survival among the races. Your Shai tribe is so weak, yet you still cling to tradition. Yeah. Then just wait to die. Perhaps your Shai tribe will be fortunate enough to become one of the first civilizations to perish. Neili fell silent, feeling downcast. Mu Hanchuan didn't want to keep hitting her. After all, they shared a bond as comrades. Actually, it's not a big deal. Since they want change, you should become the strongest yourself and actively seek change. I can't. How do you know if you don't try? Even though we are both weak, we are still fighting for first place. Mu, you really know how to comfort people. I know, no need to thank me. Neili. Mu, do you think we'll have a chance to meet again in the future? Probably, but then we'll be enemies. Aren't we already fighting? True. The third minute. The Rongjiao tribe and others voluntarily forfeited, eliminated. Fifth team eliminated. The Jiaji tribe and others voluntarily forfeited. Eliminated. Sixth team eliminated. Clearly one teammate from this team died. Aside from Mu Hanchuan's team, only 3 teams were still battling Titanus. The difficulty of this boss level was indeed very high. It wasn't easy to pass. It would be best if all failed, then they would win directly. However, that was probably not possible. At least the team from the Fuguwei tribe would definitely pass. They had 2 A-level tanks. Although they weren't the main attacking tanks, they still had a huge advantage. At least 2 of them could take turns tanking. The team from the Crusa tribe might make it through. Their overall strength was still lacking, and that tank was notably weak, sure to be unable to withstand the boss. As Mu Hanchuan had guessed, the situation was similar. The main defensive Zelta tribe couldn't hold on any longer, and just as they were about to be crushed, he applied for forfeiture, but the other 2 teammates did not agree. In a fit of unwillingness and curses, he was crushed to death. The remaining Crusa tribe and the Xingqi tribe used all their skills and items, barely passing this level. They held on to a glimmer of hope, wishing that the other teams would all be eliminated. The 10th minute, the 7th team was eliminated. As for the Fuguwei tribe team, they had already slain Titanus by the 7th minute, successfully clearing the level and gaining a precious 23 minutes of rest time. All 3 of them had sustained varying degrees of injuries. This boss was not easy to kill, and they had paid quite a price. That team ranked first hasn't been eliminated yet. It's strange, it shouldn't be like this. All the other 7 teams have been eliminated. How can they still hold on? It's that human is hiding very deeply. Serene had some ideas. The Shai tribe was relatively weak and relied entirely on teamwork with very limited individual strength. The only possibility was that human, who was hiding very deeply and was extremely strong. The 2 people beside him thought about it and felt that this possibility was very high. This boss level is difficult. It's too early to say they can pass. Perhaps they will be eliminated soon. Even if they can really pass, the price they will pay must be very high. Without replenishment, they will definitely be unable to compete afterward. That makes a lot of sense. Time reached the 29th minute. The Crusa tribe team fell into despair, their fantasies turning into bubbles. Neither of their 2 teams has been eliminated. There's no hope. Lycan couldn't understand, his face turning extremely gloomy. It's impossible. The Fuguwei tribe team can make it through, but how can that human and Shai tribe team pass? Even we have paid such a high price. Yeah, I can't understand either, but they did pass. They're not relying on luck. They truly have that strength. They are hiding very deeply. Let's try again. I don't believe they can hold on much longer. There's no hope. Give up. Even if we can surpass them, it's useless. With the Fuguwei tribe team around, we can't get first place. The 3rd place is actually not bad, except reality. After saying this, without waiting for the 61st level to open, this Xingqi tribe member directly chose to forfeit and left the level. The Crusa tribe team was left with only Lycan. The 61st level was about to open, and the 10-meter wide path above and the 5-meter narrow path below reappeared. Mu Hanchuan and Neili took a deep breath, certain that this time it was not a boss level, and it would be useless for them to risk their lives to bear it. Leading Neili into the narrow path, they went straight to the end, positioning themselves to hold out as long as they could. Mu Hanchuan did not use his shield, relying on his body to endure first. If he couldn't hold on, he would take out the shield. The cutting board had only 45 durability left, 25 points of durability. While the durability was sufficient, he had no durability items to replenish it. He could only endure until the durability ran out. Putting it away to replenish later, 0 durability, only meant it couldn't be used, not that it would break, so there was no need to panic. The banana shield still had 10 durability and 35 points of durability left. Mu Hanchuan directly used the last repair box he had, restoring it to 30 durability, allowing him to withstand for a while before putting it away when the durability ran out. Mu, how's your recovery? Can you hold on? Don't worry, I won't let you die. He didn't even need to guess what this. Oh, that's good. If you really can't hold on, let's give up. Don't push it. Oh, we don't care about short-term gains or losses. I care a lot. I've come this far. Stop thinking so much. Oh, just focus on supporting me, replenishing my energy and stamina. Okay. Neili pressed close, her wings fluttering constantly. Mu Hanchuan had also gotten used to it. It felt nothing. She wasn't even human. The 61st layer has opened. 7 enormous flying creatures appeared, each measuring 5 meters in length with a wingspan of 10 meters, resembling griffins. Mu Hanchuan relaxed instantly. What is there to fear? They can't fly in. Even if they did, it would only be 1 or 2 at most, and they would have to fly vertically. There seems to be an issue with this checkpoint. It should have been easy to pass. However, it turned out that Mu Hanchuan was too naive. These griffins had no intention of charging in. Instead, they opened their massive mouths and began to spit saliva into the narrow passage. That liquid solidified in midair, transforming into sharp spikes that could multiply by 10 with a single gulp, indiscriminately shooting into the passage without regard for accuracy. Mu Hanchuan raised his arms to shield his head. Puff, puff, puff. In just one wave of attack, dozens of sharp spikes struck him, their immense force piercing deep into his body. Mu! Nayli exclaimed in shock, retracting her wings for fear of being hit by those spikes. I'm fine. What a fuss. Mu Hanchuan was fully armored, even his face covered by a faceless mask so all the spikes hit his gear, without causing significant harm to his body. Why be so excited? With waves of spikes shooting at him, Mu Hanchuan remained unfazed, relying solely on his gear to absorb the impact. He resolutely refrained from using his shield, conserving the integrity and durability of his equipment to relieve the pressure on the shield for the subsequent stages. Lycan had yet to withdraw, determined to hold on, no longer attempting any attacks, but solely relying on his jumping ability to evade, pushing through for 3 minutes. He had 2 teammates helping him earlier, but now he had to bear it all alone. How long could he withstand this continuous drain on his stamina? The Floating Light Tribe was in a passive position at this level, spending most of their time dodging and defending, unable to mount effective attacks. With such relentless assaults coming one after another, they had no time to catch their breath, and they were uncertain how long they could hold on. In the 65th layer, facing the pursuit of 12 griffins, Lycan could no longer endure. Why haven't I been eliminated yet? He couldn't fathom how the 2 from the human tribe and the Silkwing tribe managed to endure. Countless spikes rained down from above, and despite his reluctance, he had no choice but to give up, too exhausted to continue. The Krusa tribe and Xingshi tribe voluntarily surrendered and were eliminated. Mu, hold steady. Nayli exclaimed joyfully. One of the strongest teams had been eliminated. Hold steady, my ass. The strongest Floating Light tribe is still in play. Hurry and heal me. One member of the Krusa tribe actually died. Mu Hanchuan had no time to worry about anything else. The pressure on him was mounting, and he had sustained several injuries. His equipment was deteriorating at an alarming rate, and its durability was plummeting. At this rate, he might not even last until the end of the 70th level, and his grade gear would break. I've worked so hard. Nayli was drenched in sweat, desperately trying to replenish Mu Hanchuan's stamina and energy, enhancing his physical strength, but all of this was at the cost of her own resources, and she wasn't sure how much longer she could hold out. The Floating Light Tribe team received the news and felt invigorated. A member of the Krusa tribe has been eliminated. Great, it's down to that team of humans and silk-winged creatures. Now I believe they're not just relying on luck, they really have the strength to take first place. Their team was barely holding on, yet that team had not been eliminated. To what extent were they strong? What do we do? I can barely hold on after fighting together for so long. You can't let me down. The defense weakest member of the Karuna tribe, Olinsa, was now worried about his safety. This is a troublesome situation. Sarin said, Zella, let's share the burden. Polinsa tried to avoid as much as possible. Okay. Thanks, brothers. Their team did not retreat into the narrow passage to hide, but rather maneuvered in the central plaza, occasionally managing to take down one to relieve some pressure. Hiding in there meant pure passive beating with no ability to fight back. In the 68th layer, 15 griffins appeared in the long passage. Glancing at Olinsa, Sarin steeled himself and used the only defensive item card he had, which he obtained in the 4th level. In the following 3 minutes, they finally got a rare chance to catch their breath and tried to recover. All their equipment had exploded, and only Zella still had one grade item left, which was an extra reward received upon reaching the 7th checkpoint. Olinsa looked sorrowful. The cost has been so high. If we don't get first place, it's a total loss. Sarin had no options left. He had exhausted all his trump cards and was now completely alone. Zella revealed a fierce look. I still haven't a great attack item that I can save for a final push at the 7th. Good, let's give it one last shot. I really don't believe those 2 can be that much stronger than us. Right, we are 3. If we can't even outdo those 2, then what have we been living for all these years? The next 2 levels are going to be the toughest. If they can hold on without being eliminated, then we will have to give up. I hope they can't hold on. This defensive item card had significant power and was definitely not cheap. It not only withstood this level, but also held out for 1 minute in the 69th layer before shattering. After resting for a full 4 minutes, the stamina and condition of the 3 improved slightly, allowing them to last another 2 minutes without issue. On Mu Hanchuan's side, it was dire. The fear of the dead arm guard F on his left arm and the guardian leg armor F on his right leg were on the verge of failing, and another attack would cause them to shatter. 2 large boards were drawn out, combined into one, forming a large shield standing in front of him. The pressure on Mu Hanchuan and Nayli was instantly reduced by more than half, finally, giving them a moment to breathe and take advantage of the respite to recover. Nayli was almost sliding to the ground in exhaustion, and Mu Hanchuan had no time to care for her, straining his hands to support the shield. Mu, is that floating light tribe team still from our galaxy? Why haven't they been eliminated yet? We're still alive. How could they possibly be dead? What if we let them win and just allow them to take it? Nayli, I believe you can still do it. No, I can't anymore. She was almost drained dry by Mu Hanchuan. No, you must. Without your healing, who will replenish my health? Having made it through the 69th layer, all the pressure was on the shield, resulting in a rapid decline in the durability and integrity of the shield. It might not even last through the 70th layer, and its durability would hit 0. He wasn't sure how the floating light tribe was faring now and how long their combat strength could hold up. Regardless, the two of them were close to giving in, and it was tough. The 70th level opened, and 17 griffin monsters appeared. The 3 members of the floating light clan stood guard at the 10-meter-wide exit, and at the moment the 17 griffin monsters appeared, Zella suddenly charged forward, releasing his last remaining great attack item card into the passage. Half of the 17 griffins hadn't even taken flight before they met their doom. After a single wave, only 3 remained no longer a threat. The 3 were overjoyed. They had passed the most challenging level. Next, it was a gamble betting that the human team wouldn't be able to clear this level. In the 70th level, the cutting board only lasted half a minute, its durability reduced to 0. Mu Hanchuan hurriedly stowed away his equipment. The banana shield appeared, crouching down to protect his upper body, and began to endure the onslaught. The pa-pa-pa sounds echoed as the banana shield absorbed most of the impact, while Mu Hanchuan bore a significant amount of damage himself. Because this was a ranged attack, the defensive effect of the banana shield was greatly diminished, and its durability and integrity plummeted. This situation couldn't continue. He was left with only the banana shield, and if it broke, he might not be able to endure much longer. Reluctantly, Mu Hanchuan retracted the banana shield and braced himself with his physical body. 2 minutes passed, and the right leg guard shattered, first losing its protection. Mu Hanchuan could only kneel on one knee, trying to minimize the attack range on his right leg, yet still numerous spikes pierced through, embedding into his flesh. 2.5 minutes, and the left wrist guard exploded. It was over. Mu Hanchuan's right arm was held forward while his left arm dared not fall, desperately protecting his head. Spikes shot into his flesh, getting stuck in his bones. Nayli lay on Mu Hanchuan, exerting all her strength to provide him with the last bit of energy. Her wings had been pierced in over 10 places. Numb, she felt no pain, mechanically flapping them with hardly any pink powder remaining. Mu, give up. Hang in there, get through this level, and if not, then give up. All right. The void stomach armor, E was only 15 intact with 4 points of durability. The lava wrist guard, E was only 25 intact with 11 points of durability. The thunder strike leg guard, F, was down to 3 integrity with 7 points of durability, about to explode. No, this couldn't go on. He truly couldn't hold on anymore. After finishing this level, he would withdraw, not risking his life against them. The banana shield was taken out again, positioned to protect his legs, while safeguarding the thunder strike leg guard, F, on his left leg. With over $1 million worth of equipment, since he didn't want to fight them, he absolutely couldn't let it break. It would hurt his heart. You can hit me or scold me, but you cannot break my wealth. 3 minutes felt exceptionally long at this moment. Just as the 17 griffin monsters disappeared, Mu Hanchuan and Nayli collapsed simultaneously. At that moment, every part of his body ached unbearably, with not a single area intact, especially his left arm and right leg, which were bleeding profusely, filled with wounds, all the spikes having been forcefully pulled out by Mu Hanchuan. The banana shield was left with only 2 integrity, 9 points of durability, and he dared not use it again, storing it away. The floating light clan is really strong. I'm impressed. I told you to give up, you refused to let them go, and now you've taken a beating, and you're impressed. Nayli was very angry. She realized they were about to exit and gain some strength. Mu Hanchuan stubbornly replied, why should I be impressed if I wasn't hurt? All these injuries feels good, doesn't it? So. On the other side, the floating light clan was in a dilemma. Serene's side, they won. Their team has lost all fighting power. Continuing is meaningless. The 71st level cannot be weak, and upon emerging there would be 8 of them. Impressive. I, Lincer, am convinced. Izella am convinced too. This is the true super seed. Today I have witnessed it. The 3 of us cannot compete with him alone. The human race is not weak. Having such a super seed is not surprising. Let's go, we're quitting. Serene was very firm. Once he decided to give up, he wouldn't drag it out, as continuing would mean losing teammates. All right, let's go, brothers. It was nice knowing you all. I hope we can meet again in the future. See you next time. If we meet as enemies, don't hold back. Take care. Take care. Everyone be safe. The 3 alien beings who met by chance fought side by side, going through a life and death ordeal, finally arrived at this moment of parting. In the clash of blades and lights, sharing life and death, parting ways at this moment felt somewhat reluctant. However, each must walk their own path. They could never become friends again, as destiny had long been determined. The 71st level opened, and 8 massive ferocious beasts slowly emerged from the depths of the passage, exuding a chilling aura. Nayli felt nauseous. What disgusting bugs. Indeed, truly disgusting. Let's go. All right, little girl, take care in the future. Mu Hanchuan hesitated to push further. His gear was on the verge of breaking. You take care too, Mu. Thank you for bringing. Without you, how could we have placed second? Don't underestimate yourself. You are actually very strong. Hee, you are the first to praise me this way, though it sounds insincere. It's nice to hear. I'm not just flattering you. Nayli smiled happily, but unfortunately they were about to part ways, never to meet again in this lifetime. Just a few seconds before those large bugs crawled out and Mu Hanchuan and Nayli prepared to give up, a voice notification arrived. Floating Light Clan Void Molt Clan Karuna Clan voluntarily gave up and were eliminated. What the hell? Nayli jumped up. Mu. Congratulations, you have won the preliminary Ancient Tower trial, receiving rewards for this level. What the hell? Mu, their team retreated first. Haha, those fools, they didn't even give us a chance. So, are we? You are very clever, and you can still improve. Reward 1 silver star key. Mu Hanchuan was so excited that he nearly jumped up with Nayli the star key for the team trial. This one is worth over 4 to 5 million. While the first place reward for the last level is so rich. He truly felt better, instantly alleviating the bad mood from losing 3 pieces of equipment. Mu, I got in a great skill. Not bad. Reward 2 item card puppet card. It can be used on non-intelligent beings of a grade and below, turning them into your puppet. Has a certain failure rate. Upon success, it occupies 2 of brain domain capacity. What? Mu Hanchuan didn't understand. It could only be used on non-intelligent beings. This meant it couldn't be used on other intelligent races like the Shai clan. What uses that? Moreover, it requires occupying brain domain capacity. Oh, I only have 1 left. What a joke. And it's still in a grade card. Come on. I'll just sell it when the time comes. Nayli called out again. Oh, women just love to call out. Mu, I got another great equipment. All right, you're amazing. So annoying. The rewards for this level have been distributed, and instead of immediately returning to the vast space, a new voice echoed. Congratulations. Due to your outstanding performance in the Junior Ancient Tower trial, you are specially invited to participate in the elite competition for participants under the age of 25. The elite competition is a randomly matched duel format held once a month, which does not count against individual trial attempts. The higher the round you win, the richer the rewards. This is a non-lethal event where you may voluntarily withdraw at any time. Each trialist is allowed only 1 opportunity to participate in their respective age group, and withdrawing will be considered a failure. 1 agree. 2 refuse. Elite competition for participants under 25. Mu Hanchuan knew about this and had specifically looked into it. Only participants under the age of 25 from various races could join, and it was a fair duel format where the winner would advance to the next round next month, while the loser would be eliminated. Each age group has only 1 chance to participate, and once eliminated there would be no further chances until the next invitation for those under 35. Anyone who has the opportunity to enter such an elite competition can report to the national level and receive full sponsorship with support in every aspect. Each nation prioritizes the cultivation of talent, ensuring a secure position in a decent national department in the future. In a duel format, who am I afraid of? Facing 3 pieces of equipment on the opposite side, while I have 10. However, it's a bit strange. I previously entered the purple level, which was the only one I managed to conquer, and even received an level skill reward. Why was I not able to enter this elite round? Could it be that I was too weak back then and didn't meet the standards? Now my agility and strength have both reached F level, so perhaps I just barely meet the criteria. Mu Hanchuan decisively chose to agree. Why not take the free rewards? Although he was only 21, he could exploit bugs, and faced with opponents under 25, he was confident and unafraid of losing to any race's expert. He turned to look at Nayli, who was extremely conflicted. Surely she received an invitation too. Nayli, choose agree. Huh. Did you also receive an invitation? Am not stupid, unlike you who enjoys getting beaten. Her dilemma was not about agreeing or refusing, it was about why she was worthy of receiving such an invitation. Trust me, you possess the annihilation cannon. When the time comes, just run after entering, drag it out for 2 hours. By the time you're exhausted, the opponent will be too. At that moment, when the opponent has completely lowered their guard and is ignoring you, suddenly hit them with the annihilation cannon. They won't even have a chance to get injured or escape. They'll be finished, and you will definitely advance. Is that really going to work? Of course it will, absolutely. If it doesn't work, you can just give up. You won't lose anything. That does make sense. It's not like she couldn't give it a try. If she couldn't win, she could just admit defeat immediately. With that thought, she no longer hesitated and chose to agree. Once the choices were made, the two of them disappeared, simultaneously returning to that pure white space. There was no one left when each team chose to give up. The rewards had already been calculated, and they returned to reality. The trialists left behind in the earlier levels had also been teleported back as failures. Now only the two of them remained, and it was time to award them the ultimate first-place reward. Namely, what is your age group? Each race has significant differences in age. Though feeling bored, Mu Hanchuan sat cross-legged and curiously asked, "Under 35. Wow, so old. Why do you look so youthful? How old are you now?" Indeed, that's quite old. What is the lifespan of your Sha-E tribe? Basic lifespan is 300. That isn't actually considered long. The basic lifespan of humans is only 90 to 100, so in that sense, she is indeed quite young. The blue personal trial level has concluded. Remaining trialists 73. 26 have died, but that's alright since they could give up. Congratulations, you have achieved first place in this blue personal trial. Mu, we really are first, haha. Congratulations. Same to you, same to you. Aren't you exhausted? Yet you're still standing. Feeling a bit better, I'll collapse once I get back. Heh. Reward 1 attribute point. Reward 8 physique automatically supplemented due to insufficient spiritual sense. Physique 3756 with equipment. Spiritual sense 932. 8 attribute points is the highest reward for the blue personal trial. Having secured first place, I receive the highest reward. Reward 2 1 blue star key. This is normal since I entered the blue level, and typically a successful trial rewards 1. The last time was an exception. Reward 3 equipment codename Scalpel E. Requirement E level physique 330. Leg armor provides certain protection for the leg's maximum endurance 4000 joules. Increases defense strength by 10 and physique by 10. Wow. Leg guards. I feel a bit disappointed that this equipment is quite standard without anything special. However, I just happened to lose a leg guard, and this one can fit perfectly as a replacement since it's E level. Reward 4 skill kaleidoscope time domain D. Control type slows down the time flow in the target's vicinity. Duration half a second. Requirement D level spiritual sense 700. Wow. Mu Hanchuan suddenly felt energized. Sitting on the white floor, he truly jumped up this time. I told you, with such a difficult level, how could there not be something good? Finally, it arrived. This item is worth at least 10 million. The money I spent on equipment a few days ago is all back, not losing anything at all. Even though it can only control for half a second, it is absolutely lethal at a critical moment. The only issue is that the spiritual sense requirement is too high and most trialists might not meet it. Muai obtained a D-level piece of equipment, and it's an attack type. After a long silence, Nayli found her sense of presence again. Perhaps the earlier rewards weren't too impressive. Impressive? What did you get? Not as good as yours. Haha. Reward 5. Are there still Could it be that this time the rewards are a bit too generous? Is the score bonus for the Junior Ancient Tower trial in the 7th round so high? Item card, blue designated attribute point card. Mu Hanchuan took a deep breath. This one definitely cannot be used by himself. Selling it would yield over 9 million, enough to buy 4 yellow random attribute point cards, which should last about a month. I've struck it rich. This personal trial has truly made me prosper. Although I was lightly injured and the costs were massive, it was worth it. I'm not afraid of getting hit, I'm afraid of being poor. Mu, am leaving. It's nearly impossible to see each other again, and there's no need to say goodbye. Good luck. You're really strong. After all, she's an exotic race with whom he has shared intimate moments. He wished her a smooth life ahead. Thank you. Nayli felt a bit reluctant, waved goodbye, and vanished from sight. Mu Hanchuan also returned to his origin point, back to his own planet. He returned to his secret base. Only 12 hours had passed. The Forbidden Stellar Ring differed slightly from the Forbidden Trial Star. Upon exiting that virtual realm, all participants re-emerged into reality after precisely 12 hours, regardless of whether they had completed the trial, failed it, or remained inside for days on end. Even if I spent 7 days clearing it while other teams finished in just 1 hour, we all reappeared in the real world simultaneously, after exactly 12 hours. Mu Hanchuan sank luxuriously onto his bed, utterly unwilling to move. Nayli's assistance had kept his cellular activity intensely elevated, wild, almost unruly. Now that effect had fully dissipated, leaving behind severe after effects, his entire body felt shattered, every muscle drained beyond recall. He would need at least 3 to 5 days of rest to recover. Moving, even lifting a finger, was utterly impossible. The team trial was still 1 week away. He had to recover within these few days. He hadn't expected merely joining a solo trial would land him in the Forbidden Stellar Ring, nor that its difficulty would be so extreme. Fortunately, the outcome was favorable. Every sacrifice had been worth it. He stripped off his gear, forced himself upright, staggered next door for the medicine chest, and returned to bed to treat his wounds before resting. Other injuries were manageable, but his left arm and right leg bore deep pitted wounds. After applying ointment and bandaging himself, he collapsed into sleep, awakening 12 hours later still steeped in aching exhaustion, too weary even to stir. He had never expended so much energy before. Without Nayli's constant replenishment inside, he could never have reached the 70th floor, likely collapsing around floor 66. He had to rise. Nearly all his primary equipment lay shattered, and urgent repairs were essential. Expedited service premium fees, all in preparation for next week's team trial. Mu Hanchuan forced himself to roll upright and sat rigidly on the edge of the bed, gathering his breath and taking the moment to consider which items required priority repair. The fearless wrist guard F had exploded, costing 10 points of strength. The Guardian Greaves F had also shattered, depleting 5 points of strength and 5 of agility. Strength 98. Physique 381, rank E. Agility 95. Mental acuity 95. Upon returning, both strength and agility had further declined. He lacked a functional wrist guard and urgently needed one, granting bonuses to strength and agility to restore his stats to rank F. Otherwise, he could not wield the banana fan. The chopping board demanded 110 strength, unattainable for now. Thus, he would carry the banana fan into the next team trial and leave the chopping board behind. Priority repairs: banana fan E, void stomach armor E, and thundershock greaves F. The chopping board, right, so be it. He'd split the work across multiple workshops, pay deposits up front, then secure funds. With only 8800 credits remaining, barely enough for deposits, he sighed inwardly. Gritting his teeth, he rushed to commission the repairs, and then sought out Chai Long. Having prearranged their meeting via message, he first visited several armorers, negotiated terms, paid deposits, and departed without delay. That evening, Chai Long deliberately returned, though he'd been away in Yanchong City west of Nan'an precisely for Mu Hanchuan's sake. Brother Hanchuan. They met, and Chai Long blinked in surprise. You look even more haggard than last time. What have you been doing? I participated in a solo trial. A solo trial left you this battered. Your legs limping. His gaze dropped downward. The wounds are manageable. It's just the sheer depletion. Good. Did you acquire anything valuable? Yes, but you'll need to bring your father. Some items are delicate, best handled at auction. The rewards were unusually precious. Chai Long's level and security were insufficient. Whoa, this good. One item is rank D. Chai Long burst out. D. Incredible. Securing a rank D reward with only rank E strength was extraordinarily difficult, proof of Mu Hanchuan's exceptional prowess. Don't worry, I'll contact him immediately. Within a minute he reappeared. My father's currently in Linghu City. He'll arrange 2 tickets for us to join him there. For what? The top-ranked prodigy under 30 in Ningxiang City, Central Region, is challenging Linghu City's own top-ranked youth. The challenge has been accepted, set for the night after tomorrow. My father wants you to witness it. They truly have nothing better to do. Don't trials exhaust them enough to spare energy for challenges? He considers it an unconventional form of cultivation. And fame, that's always welcome. Fame, after all, sometimes held greater value than coin. Does the authority forbid such contests? Local affairs. So long as public order remains unshaken, they see no reason to intervene. In fact, such events boost morale among civilian cultivators. Indeed. Civilians adore spectacle above all. So you're free? Yes. Though weren't we supposed to meet that guild Mist Beak to discuss the team trial? At that, Chai Long's face darkened. He'd explicitly warned Mu Hanchuan not to embarrass him, and yet he'd been stood up spectacularly. Don't mention it. Those bastards ghosted me. After finalizing terms, they sent word yesterday, we found better candidates. Damn it. Ugh. Mu Hanchuan groaned. He'd just rushed those repairs. Forget it. It's no great loss. Honestly, I need this downtime. I'm running on fumes. Ultimately, they simply hadn't taken Chai Long, the intermediary, seriously. Nor had they trusted his recommendations. Nothing more, nothing less. Don't panic. Last night, my father recommended another guild from Yanchong City, westward. Their strength may fall short of Mist Beak, but they suit your current condition perfectly. After watching the challenge, I'll accompany you there for talks. Fine by me. Mu Hanchuan shrugged. As long as it wasn't a random pickup team, no need for awkward synchronization, he'd manage. Right now, he could muster only half his true capacity. Excellent. Rest one more day. We depart the day after tomorrow morning, arriving in Linghu City by afternoon. Mu Hanchuan nodded. Agreed. Also, help me locate a piece of gear. What kind, oi? A wrist guard, left arm specific or dual arm compatible. Ranks F or E. Physique requirement acceptable. Must grant strength and agility, minimum 5 each. Got it. Though demanding wrist guards were niche, low market demand meant easy procurement. Also, source yellow random attribute point cards for me. Long-term acquisition. Whoa, time to go, Alan. I have no choice. The Mu clan intends to strike me down, and they'll send assassins here soon. Better I eliminate their envoys before they eliminate me. Brother, you're ruthless. I respect that. This trial yielded modest gains. Time to invest them wisely. Thanks for your help. No trouble at all. I'll handle both tonight. Expect good news by tomorrow morning. Understood. I'll take my leave now. Go well, and heal thoroughly. After resting for over a day and using a medical kit item card, he finally managed to catch his breath. This medical kit item card can be used once more, which he plans to use in a couple of days. At 11 in the morning, Chai Long specially drove to pick up Muhan Chuan. The two of them headed towards Linghu City. Linghu City is adjacent to Tianlan City, and its overall economic strength is certainly superior to that of Nan'an City, ranking among the top 4 in the entire Luo province. It is said that the challenge Duan Yu is ranked 7th among those under 30 in the province. The 6th is Yongdang from Lushan City, while the top 5 are all from the provincial capital Tianlan City, leading by a significant margin. The challenger from Ningxiang City, Zhu Pingyuan, ranks 11th in the province. These individuals essentially represent the strongest of the younger generation in Luo province, all possessing great strength. Of course, there will be significant changes in the rankings for each age group, with new stars occasionally rising to surpass Tianlan City and seize top spots. Overall, however, Tianlan City maintains absolute dominance. In each province, there are only a handful of true prodigies. The gaps behind them widen significantly, and only the capital Qingling can boast a much stronger lineup. Among them, there are undoubtedly some terrifying geniuses, such as Ling Xiao from the Ling family, in Qingling, who reached grade at the age of 23. A truly terrifying feat. His talent must be extraordinary. He might be able to use a stat item card every 4 to 5 days, otherwise such rapid progress would be impossible. There is also Yang Huaqi from Qingling, who has already reached grade at the age of 29. In comparison to him, the first person under 30 in Luo province is significantly weaker, with no comparison possible. Chuan, this is specially selected for you, as per your request. Take a look. Chai Long handed over a wrist guard in the car. Dragon Shell wrist guard. Requirements: E-grade physique, 220 strength, 90 agility, 80 left arm armor, provides certain protection to the left arm, maximum impact resistance, 3000 joules, effectively resists piercing damage, strength 7, agility 5. It indeed meets his requirements, though the defense attribute is a bit weak. The primary function of this equipment is still to resist piercing damage. It's acceptable for now, or the equipment has been replenished, and he just needs to buy 2 grade large shields to replace the wooden boards. How about it? Only 2. 2 million. If you think it's not suitable, I can help you look for something else. Alright, it's quite good. As long as you're satisfied, that's all that matters. Here you go. Chai Long handed over a yellow random stat item card. Use this for now. Take your time collecting more later. Getting too many at once will inflate the price. Okay, thanks. The money will be deducted from what I sell later. No problem, we're family. At 4 in the afternoon, the two arrived at a vast building in the center of Linghu City, which can accommodate tens of thousands of spectators. The central area is an open-air battle arena called Dominator's Arena, straightforward and clearly indicating its purpose. With time to spare before the evening's battle, the two first went to see Chai Long's father, who had already reserved a private room at a nearby restaurant. They could enjoy food and drinks while chatting, then head directly to the arena at 7:30 to watch the challenge match, perfectly arranged. Upon entering the restaurant and providing the private room number, a waiter immediately led them to the door of the room. The two pushed the door open, and inside sat a middle-aged man around 1.8 meters tall, dressed in a well-tailored dark gray suit. His expression was stern, and there was an undeniable aura of pressure about him. This was Chai Long's father, Chai Yuni, who was clearly not an ordinary person with connections in both the underworld and legitimate circles, a high-level agent. Upon seeing the two enter, Chai Yuni's expression softened, and he said, "Sit." Ignoring his somewhat unremarkable son, he turned to Mu Hanchuan with concern, asking, "Are you feeling well?" "Uncle Yun, I'm fine." Chai Yuni preferred the middle name Yun and did not like the latter part, so he called him Uncle Yun. "I heard from Chai Long that you obtained something remarkable this time." "It's not that great, but it's just a superior skill." Mu Hanchuan took out the card for Kaleidoscope, stopping Domain D, and handed it over voluntarily. People of his caliber have seen all sorts of good items and wouldn't care about such a trivial thing. Chai Yuni took it and appeared momentarily surprised. Chai Long leaned in to take a look. "Wow, a grade control skill. It is indeed a good skill, though unfortunately the mental requirement is too high, which may affect its price." However, I estimate it could still sell for over 15 million, and if you're lucky, even higher. Are you considering taking it to auction? Yes. What if several big shots are interested at the same time? It's worth a gamble. All right, I will help you. Mu Hanchuan then took out 3 items: a silver star key to start the team trial, a blue designated stat item card, and finally the puppet item card E. Chai Yuni was genuinely astonished this time, turning his gaze toward Mu Hanchuan. What sort of trial did he go through to obtain so many good items? He must have secured first place. The silver star key is worth around 4 million, the blue designated stat item card about 9 million, adding up to over 10 million. Chuan has struck it rich, and no wonder he was buying random stat item cards in bulk. Chai Long's expression drooped, comparing himself to others felt disheartening. How could he be so strong? Chai Long sensed that when he returned home, he would be lectured by his father again, seeing how Mu Hanchuan excelled in comparison to him. You can sell the silver star key and the blue designated stat item card, but as for the puppet item card, you can try it out in the trial star yourself, though it can sometimes have unexpected effects. This puppet item card, cannot be used on other intelligent races. It's useless against those participating in the trial from other species. What effect can it have? Your thinking is narrow-minded. Why must you focus solely on the trial participants from other races? The trial star itself is a large ecological cycle hosting many organisms of considerable strength. They are the true targets of this puppet item card E. Oh, it can work like that. If used well in the trial star, you will gain an absolutely loyal grade combatant who will obey your every command, providing you with tremendous assistance. So it can be done like this. Yes, to increase the success rate during the team trial, you can have a companion bring a weakness item card, which can greatly enhance the success rate. A weakness item card, I understand now. Thank you, Uncle Yin. He thought about refreshing his knowledge on the various organisms in the trial star, especially the differences in their levels. After Uncle Yun's suggestion, he suddenly came up with an incredible idea. He has the transfer skill, and those who use the puppet item card can only control the creatures within the trial star, but once they return, those creatures automatically abandon their allegiance and cannot be brought back. However, he is different. He can summon them back as long as the enslaved creatures are alive, and he does not lift the mark, making it permanently effective. Wouldn't that mean he could have a few absolutely loyal minions? Indeed, this is a tremendous boost for him. While his attack is insufficient, the puppets he summons possess adequate attack power. Mu Hanchuan felt excited. He would no longer have to fight alone in the future and could recruit absolutely loyal helpers. He felt this should be called a slavery card rather than a puppet card. It's perfect, with the only downside being that it requires mental domain capacity. Each puppet bonded occupies 2 of his mental domain capacity, and he currently only has 1 left, making it unusable. He needs to enhance his mental awareness to increase his mental domain capacity. Raising his mental awareness to 5th grade can enhance his mental domain capacity by 3, which would allow him to bind 2 puppets. It's tough. During the team trial, he cannot use too much equipment, making it impossible to recover. It's better to wait for the personal trial to get the puppets. Now is not the right time. Chai Yuni took out a ranking table and pushed it across the table. Xiao Chuan, given your current strength, where do you think you would rank in Luoxing among those your age? Mu Hanchuan casually glanced at it without looking at those under 21 years old. He felt that he could at least make it into the top 5. Instead, he focused on those under 25, as he had a bug in his abilities and should be compared to those in that category. First place, Tianlan City Bonebreaker Guild, Yu Taiching, 25 years old. Mind level D, strength level E, almost reaching D, agility level E, body level F, close to E, wow, D level. A 25-year-old at D level, even if only one aspect of his mind reaches D level, is still impressive. With such strength, he wouldn't rank low even among those under 30 in Luoxing. He should be a controlling frontline warrior with physical attributes leaning towards mind and strength, fitting perfectly with the kaleidoscope stopping domain D skill he acquired, capable of strong kills in an instant. However, his physicality is somewhat lacking. He has a significant bias in his attributes, making defense a major weakness. Such detailed information. Generally, people can only see ranks and levels in the ranking system. They don't have access to these detailed statistics. Chai Yuni actually managed to get this, indicating considerable influence. Second place, Hong family of Tianlan City, Hong Kaiyang, 24 years old. Strength level E, almost reaching D, agility level E, close to D, body level E, mind level E. Members of the 4 great families of Tianlan City tend to have physical attributes focused on strength and agility, undoubtedly making him an assassin, whether speed type or agility type. Overall, he is quite balanced, not as outstanding as Yu Taiching in first place. However, he is only 24. With 1 more year, he might catch up. He is a great talent. Third place, Mu family of Tianlan City, Mu D, 25 years old. Strength level E almost reaching D. Body level E close to D. Agility level E. Mind level E. Another member of the four great families of Tianlan City and from his own Mu family. He had seen him when he was younger. He is a trial taker who excels in direct confrontations. This is something to remember as he might encounter him in the future. Fourth place, Saiga City Mo Ku Min, Chu Chin 25 years old. Body level E almost reaching D. Mind level E close to D. Agility level E. Strength level E. This guy is a tank from an established northern power. Currently Qing Huang is strongly supporting the guild system in the country, enhancing control over trial takers, but only those small to medium forces without the strength to oppose are truly compliant. Moreover, the official military and young generations of major families are actively responding, eager to create their own guilds. For the established major powers, however, this does not have much impact. They do not participate at all. The higher-ups in the country do not dare to forcefully push this simply because these established powers are strong enough. Among the top 100 in the world, there are 2 of them who would dare to act recklessly. This has gradually formed a sharp confrontation between the state-supported guild system and the younger generation of these established powers, leading to occasional frictions. For example, Zhu Pingyuan, who came to challenge this time, belongs to a major family in Ningxiang City and is part of the Iron Fist Guild. The one being challenged, Duan Yu, is from the largest power in Linghu City, the Baikong K. Such confrontations have also greatly increased the discussion surrounding it, generating a lot of buzz that the public enjoys. The 3 people in the box were not in a hurry. They ate and drank, while Mu Hanchuan quietly observed. There are even more young masters under 25 in Luoxing than he imagined, with a significant number stronger than him. After reviewing, he finally spoke. I should be able to rank in the top 100. Chai Yuni frowned. Only 100. Chai Long added. Chuan, with your strength, how could you only be 100? Mu Hanchuan understood their misunderstanding and added, under 25. Chai Yuni was surprised. Huh? Aren't you only 21 this year? Yes. To be able to rank in the top 100 while only being 21. That truly is extraordinary. He had greatly underestimated him. Wow, Chuan, you're really my idol. Chai Yuni became noticeably more friendly and smiled. If that's the case, you should definitely rank in the top 10 for those under 21. Actually, you could choose to skip Luoxing and report directly to the National Department for substantial training, and the Mu family would no longer be an issue. No, that would be quite troublesome. What he truly feared was not the trouble he used to evade the Mu family, but that was not the case anymore. Now he was more afraid of exposing his level skill, which would be the real problem. Before his strength was sufficient, many things would be out of his control. Even joining the National Department would be the same, perhaps even worse. Why go through that when he has the ability to obtain the resources he needs to ensure his rapid growth? Alright, I respect your choice. If you have any needs, you can always find me, and I will do my utmost to assist. He is truly a potential stock for the future. As a senior agent, such a high-quality resource like Mu Hanchuan must be seized and is worth a significant investment. Thank you, Uncle Yin. This is precisely what Mu Hanchuan needed. As intermediaries, they can obtain sufficient benefits while he can gain enough convenience and information, each getting what they need and being mutually satisfied. Mu Hanchuan was also grateful to Uncle Yin. Although he was doing all this to pave the way for his own son, he was genuinely helping him. With your current abilities, you can already seek out better trial teams. Do you need me to personally arrange that for you? No need, Chai Long has already found one for me. I just came out of personal trials and am not in the best state. An average team will suffice. Alright, let me know whenever you need anything, and I will help you get in touch. Okay. After a meal filled with conversation, it was already 7 p.m. The 3 of them set off and entered the Dominator's arena. Mu Hanchuan and Chai Long walked at the back. Chuan, if your biological father knew how strong you are now, I wonder if he would regret it. The younger generation of the Mu family, has its own outstanding disciples. There's no need to think too much about it. True. How is your mother doing these days? Rest assured, she is definitely living her best life. Who would dare to provoke her? She will definitely fight back. It's impossible for her to suffer losses, not in this lifetime. Uncle Yun's seat wasn't in a private box, but it was quite close in the first 3 rows. However, only Mu Hanchuan and Chai Long were present. His own seat was elsewhere, as he had other matters to attend to in a private room with some friends. Chuan, these 2 are among the most outstanding young talents in Luoxing. My father wants you to observe them closely. Of course, it's a great opportunity. Hey, Chuan, didn't you just return from Tianlan City? Do you know why the Mu family sought you out? I do. Chai Long became interested. What's going on? I have a fiancée, and the Mu family can't afford to provoke her. Damn. Chai Long's expression turned exaggerated, his eyes nearly popping out. Chuan, when did you get a fiancée? If even the Mu family can't provoke her, then this fiancée must be someone significant. Hurry up and tell me what's going on. It's just like that as she's currently busy seeking to annul the engagement with the Mu family. Can you agree to this? Even if you have to marry into the family, you should try to make it work. Mu Hanchuan was speechless. Does your dad know about your thoughts? I think he would bless me and be happy for me. Your mental state is really good. Not bad. How about, what does your fiancée look like? She's like a little white rabbit, very gentle, obedient, and exceptionally beautiful looking, easy to bully. Mu Hanchuan spoke casually. Wow. Chai Long was excited to hear this, envious of what Mu Hanchuan was born with, something he had to strive for his whole life. Then you absolutely cannot give up. You must not let her get away. I'm not interested. Besides, her family would never agree. You have no idea how fierce her sister is. She confronts everyone, and the entire Mu family gets scolded together. How does she look? She's very beautiful, not inferior to her sister, cultivated from a prominent family. Her aura is exceptional. How could she possibly be lacking? If you say it that way, then I don't think she's fierce. You're just biased. She's clearly a modern woman with personality, courage, and opinions. An advantage. Who wouldn't like that type? What the hell? Mu Hanchuan fell silent, feeling powerless to respond, wondering how he felt like he wasn't on the same wavelength as Chai Long. If I were you, I would do everything I could to pursue that sister, win her over. Don't be fooled by her fierce demeanor. She's absolutely obedient to her man, letting you do whatever you want. Just think about how thrilling it would be to conquer a high-quality woman like that from a wealthy family. Then you'd have the sister too, having both. A soft one for the outside and a strong one for the home, one on the second floor and the other on the third, one gentle and one tough, switching flavors every day, having it all. Forget it, this guy has lost his mind. Mu Hanchuan turned his attention to the competition arena, no longer engaging with him. Hey, Chai Long was still unsatisfied, not yet finished speaking. This was the life he dreamed of, and now that you had the opportunity, why not put in the effort to make it happen? At 7:50, both sides began to enter the arena. On the left was the challenger Zhu Pengyuan from the Ningxiang City Iron Fist Guild, a burly man exuding an intimidating presence with an old scar running diagonally from his brow to his cheek. His weapon was a long knife, wearing armor with a defensive bracer on his left arm, a typical hard-hitting fighter, strong in physique and power. On the right was Duan Yu from the largest force in Linghu City, Biquang, standing tall like a pine tree, his features bright like stars, with a fair and handsome face. Holding a dark long sword in his hand and wearing shoes that enhanced agility, he had a physique leaning towards strength and agility. The two had completely different auras. Zhu Pingyuan, hailing from a large family, looked more like a street fighter, while Duan Yu from Biquang appeared more like a refined gentleman. A fervent cheer erupted with the local crowd supporting Duan Yu from Biquang, though there were also many supporters for Zhu Pingyuan. Both could only equip 3 pieces of trial gear, but Duan Yu only used 2 items, the sword and the shoes. The skills he possessed relied on his own strength, which was a vital part of his capabilities. No props were allowed and no items could be carried. The rules were simple. The match would end once one party surrendered or lost their combat ability, with the referee intervening at an appropriate time to declare the outcome. As pillars of the nation, they naturally couldn't be allowed to come to harm. At 8:00 sharp, both sides prepared and took to the central battlefield, the real battle beginning. Zhu Pingyuan was the top contender under 30 in Ningxiang City, ranked 11th in Luoxing, while Duan Yu was the top contender under 30 in Linghu City, ranked 7th in Luoxing. The shouting from the crowd grew even more fervent, and even Chai Long began to join in, possibly having placed a bet, though he didn't know on whom. Mu Hanchuan's large hat covered him well, sitting quietly. Based on both sides' psychological states, Duan Yu had the upper hand, choosing only 2 pieces of equipment, showing great confidence in his abilities. In contrast, Zhu Pengyuan appeared noticeably more tense, his body taut with anxiety. Mu Hanchuan predicted a 70% chance of victory for Duan Yu, while if Zhu Pengyuan didn't have any targeted trump cards, he was likely to lose. Ding! The match began, and the atmosphere turned lively with the sound of drums and gongs as various participants engaged passionately. Within the arena, both sides skipped any form of testing and immediately clashed, exchanging fierce blows right from the start, showcasing a battle of equal strength. Mu Hanchuan initially thought that this Duan Yu would be a speed-type assassin, but to his surprise, he turned out to be an agility-focused assassin, handling direct confrontations with remarkable composure. His movements were incredibly nimble, and his reactions were even swifter. He could strike first after accurately discerning his opponent's true intentions. In this regard, Zhu Pingyuan, who relied heavily on strength and physique, was at a disadvantage. He could unleash his physical prowess in group battles, but in this unknown duel, Duan Yu's combination of strength and agility gave him a significant edge. Of course, these attribute biases are merely rigid conditions and do not truly determine the outcome. In closely matched situations, the skills learned become crucial, The stronger and more suited one's skills are to oneself, the greater the displayed power. Furthermore, martial techniques, combat skills, and sword or knife techniques that are supplementary abilities in reality are also quite significant, providing substantial enhancements. After hardware comes software. It's all about comprehensive ability. To reach their level, none of them didn't survive through trials. Details decide success or failure. Those with a better foundation, richer combat experience, and more refined skills might just achieve victory and turn the tide in dire situations. The battle within the arena intensified. After just a few minutes of skirmishes and probing, both sides began to unleash their respective skills. The atmosphere on-site grew increasingly lively, but Mu Hanchuan felt little interest. Being a tank himself, he found it hard to relate to the explosive warriors battling within, leaving him rather bored. Chuan, cheer up, get excited. Chai Long tugged at Mu Hanchuan, but he didn't budge. Mu Hanchuan helplessly replied, who did you bet on to win? Of course it's Duan Yu. Although the odds for Zhu Pengyuan are slightly better, my dad says he has a hard time winning. Then you've made a bit of easy money. Between high explosive warriors, battles often do not last long. After about 10 minutes, both sides, having tested each other extensively, began to utilize their ultimate moves, nearing the end. Zhu Pengyuan was bloodied with 7 or 8 wounds, all evading his armor. Duan Yu fared much better with only 2 or 3 wounds, maintaining a better state and sufficient stamina, unlike Zhu Pengyuan, whose steps were unsteady and nearing his limit. Soon before Zhu Pengyuan could concede, the referee intervened and declared the victor. Duan Yu no longer paid attention to Zhu Pengyuan and waved to the audience, exuding a remarkable demeanor befitting a hero. The crowd erupted with thunderous cheers, applauding like a tidal wave, with many chanting Duan Yu's name. They had preserved the glory of Linghu City and claimed victory. Flashes of light flickered like the brightest stars in the night sky, making Duan Yu's figure even. On the edge of the arena, Zhu Pengyuan wore a look of disappointment, clenching his fists tightly, unwillingly staring at Duan Yu's proud back as he turned to exit. Beside him sat a young couple, equally excited, joining the crowd in their cheers, full of youthful energy, likely still in college. Qian, it's still early. Do you want to catch a movie later? The boy seized the moment, hoping to take a step further. No, I have to get back early, otherwise my family will lecture me. The boy looked a bit disappointed, saying, all right, then I'll walk you home. We can stroll a bit on the way. No need, I can take a bus back. You should head home early too. Okay. The boy felt a hint of dissatisfaction, sighing inwardly. He had been pursuing her for over a year, yet they were still a step away from the first move. She was just too reserved, but he wasn't in a hurry. She was so introverted, with hardly any male friends. He could take his time to win her over. Mu Hanchuan instinctively glanced at a rather quiet girl, who was also quite pretty, a reserved and gentle girl. Chuan, what do you think? Wasn't it exciting? Pretty good. Not to mention the battle, just the atmosphere itself was a unique experience. Especially for the victor Duan Yu, it boosted his confidence and sense of honor tremendously. He would need to work even harder, as he still had several formidable opponents ahead of him. This was just Luo province. There were many strong contenders in other provinces, especially in Qingling, which seemed endless. Zhu Pengyuan, having lost, might work even harder upon returning. Wasn't that exhilarating? You should join me more often and don't just stay cooped up alone all day. Hee. Departing from the Dominator's arena, they squeezed through the crowd and finally made it outside. Mu Hanchuan followed Chai Long toward the parking lot. They didn't plan to leave tonight, having exhausted themselves all day. They'd rest for the night before heading to Yanchang City in the west. Uncle Yun hadn't shown up, possibly leaving ahead with friends. Hey Lu Qian, it's still early. There's a party on the mountaintop tonight. Why not come join us? A group of boys and girls passed by, and the one speaking was a laid-back boy, his tone casual and flippant, appearing rather unreliable. Who knows what he was really like inside? And the one called Lu Qian was none other than that girl named Qian, who had just sat next to him. Lu Qian clearly froze for a moment, looked back at the person calling her, who seemed to know her well, but she didn't respond, and turned back around. Come on, it's still early. Let's have some fun together. Tomorrow is the weekend. It won't hurt to stay out late. We're all young. We should enjoy ourselves. That might not be good. What's wrong with it? Is there something at home? She hesitated, struggling to find her word. Then it's settled. Come on, get in my car. Let me show you what it's like to drive fast. We'll hit the mountaintop and have a blast. Don't go back tonight. I'll let them help you call your family. As he said this, he grabbed her hand and pulled her towards his blue sports car worth 1.7 million. The girl named Qian seemed reluctant, but didn't resist, allowing the boy to lead her to the car. The doors on both sides opened simultaneously, and he gave her a gentle push before heading to the driver's seat. She glanced at the others with her, then at her surroundings, hesitating for a moment before eventually sliding into. Mu Hanchuan was greatly surprised. Wow, she just went with it. Not going back tonight. From her demeanor, he had thought she was a gentle, introverted, and obedient girl, but now he realized he had completely misjudged her. Partying all night on the mountain top, oh, what could they possibly do? Mu Hanchuan inexplicably thought of Su Qingyu, who was even gentler, quieter, and more reserved, and her figure was even better and prettier. Could she also be pretending? But given her family background, she certainly wouldn't casually spend the night out with a boy. Actually, Mu Hanchuan didn't care too much about these things. It would be better if he could wait until the marriage agreement was truly dissolved, which wouldn't affect her reputation. It was for her benefit. As the sports car passed by him with so many people, Mu Hanchuan squeezed forward, casually touching the car. Marked successfully. Items marked 57 tonight at the mountaintop. I won't sleep. I'm determined. Shilong's car pulled into a rural guest house. Chuan, rest well tonight. They'll wake you at dawn for Yanchong City. All right. He'll step out for a stroll. Stroll? At this hour? How about a few drinks instead? Just bored, nothing serious. He'll wander around. Fine then, be careful. Patrol officers are thick in the city center. Understood. Mu Hanchuan walked alone through the nocturnal cityscape, heading southward toward the suburb. En route, he logged onto the underground AntNet and spent some time locating a small informal syndicate in Bailinga City, just across the border, that bought and sold secondhand vehicles. He sent them a message immediately. Having done so, Mu Hanchuan began searching for a suitable storage site, abandoned, secluded, rarely visited. It was for a M. Mu Hanchuan appeared beside a narrow river at the boundary between Linghu City and Bailinga City. After waiting 10 minutes, a small boat emerged, 4 figures aboard. You? Mu Hanchuan, wearing a faceless mask, nodded silently. Climb aboard. He leapt onto the vessel. Where is it? Dock number 7. That derelict wharf. Yes. No further words were exchanged. The boat pivoted sharply and sped straight toward the location Mu Hanchuan had named. 15 minutes later, guided precisely by Mu Hanchuan, the boat slipped into a tiny forgotten dock, where indeed sat a near-pristine luxury sports car, license plates absent, interior spotless, every trivial accessory stripped away by Mu Hanchuan himself. Mu Hanchuan and 3 others boarded the dock, leaving 1 man behind to guard the boat. Luan US Series 3, market value 1.77 million yuan, 90% condition. After circling it once and inspecting both interior and exterior, the subordinate recited its full specifications without hesitation. The boss nodded in approval. It was high-grade merchandise, a windfall for tonight. Brother, how do you want to settle it? Cash, internal rate. Good. Straightforward. He produced 500,000 yuan on the spot, 5 stacks of 1 yuan bills, slapped them together once in his palm to gauge weight, said nothing more, and turned away without looking back. Pleasure doing business. Bring us more goods, anytime, brother. Mu Hanchuan waved casually over his shoulder without breaking stride. A 1.77 million yuan vehicle, yet he netted less than 1/3. A slight loss perhaps, but unavoidable. The buyers still needed to process it themselves, route it through their own channels, and would likely pocket no more than 500,000. The 4 men carefully loaded the car onto the boat and headed back toward Bailinga City. It was 6 a.m. A group of young men and women who had camped atop the mountain packed up and drove off. Having partied hard all night, they now craved sleep. A lanky, carefree youth ignored the expensive tent entirely. With the quiet, reserved Qianqian in tow, he prepared to leave. After a night of intimate exploration, had thoroughly claimed her innocence and felt deeply satisfied. Not even a gift required, effortless. He'd simply retrieve her again whenever idle. Arriving at the parking spot, he blinked in disbelief, then strained his memory to recall last night's exact location, before finally turning to Qianqian. We did park here last night, right? Yes. Could someone have taken the wrong car? Wrong car. Nonsense. It's fingerprint locked. I wasn't even present. Who could possibly drive it away? Huh. Then what the hell happened? He cursed violently. Shit. You useless idiot. I've been robbed. Qianqian flinched, too unwell to retort, only stunned that among an entire row of cars none finer than his alone had vanished. Who dare steal my car in Linghu City? They're dead. He dialed, instantly summoning reinforcements, demanding the car be recovered today and its thief beaten to death. No plea would sway him. Meanwhile, the true culprit, Mu Hanchuan, slept soundly in bed, having effortlessly pocketed 500,000 yuan. Not a fortune, but wholly unearned and deeply restful. He heard nothing of the furious roar echoing from that mountaintop. Tianlan City, the Mu residence. Still no trace of Mu Hanchuan. Elder Master, none. We've alerted authorities across every district. No sign of the young master has surfaced. Mu Qiming fumed. How many days had passed? Their sluggishness was intolerable, or worse perhaps, Su family had truly hidden him far beyond Luoxing province. He pressed further. Nothing on the underground AntNet either. We've flagged a dozen potential matches, similar age and build, but verification is still underway. Accelerate the search. Find him imperatively. Yes, sir. The Mu family and Qingling Su family had recently resumed negotiations, neither side willing to yield. The Muse held firm at the final threshold: no concession on shared interests, no withdrawal from the engagement, no retreat from jointly developed projects, even if mutual damage became inevitable. The Yang residence. At just 15, Yang Zishuan, the sole heir apparent, already displayed the calculating ruthlessness expected of a future patriarch. Any word on that Mu Hanchuan? Little brother, nothing yet. His interlocutor was Yang Shao, cousin from his second uncle's line, a ranked 48th among trial practitioners under 25 in Luoxing province, a commendable standing. He also had an elder brother, Yang Qi, already immersed in family affairs and ranked 9th among all practitioners under 30, surpassing even Zhu Pingyuan. He stood as the brightest star among the Yang's younger generation. Take my advice, little brother. He isn't even of our blood. He cannot threaten your position nor diminish your authority. He exists only to vex the Muse. Why stir trouble for yourself? Mother will hear and beat you black and blue. None of that matters. The tragedy lies in our shared mother. That stain clings to me. Each time he surfaces, tongues wag anew. You know exactly how ugly those whispers sound. So he must die. Yang Shao understood, silently scratching his chin. His own household had mocked the matter more than once, let alone others, especially his parents who never missed a chance to raise it. Damn, don't underestimate me. I'm already involved in family affairs. Unlike you, a green pup. Enough chatter. It's your brother we need, not you gallivanting with... Damn, don't underestimate me. I'm already involved in family affairs. Unlike you, a green pup. Enough chatter. It's your brother we need, not you gallivanting with girls all day. Can I trust that? Yang Shao grinned. Little brother, you're just jealous. Your mother keeps you on such a tight leash. But don't fret once you turn 18 and enter university. Once you qualify for trials, you'll have all the women you desire. I'll arrange it myself, every taste imaginable. Get lost. I couldn't care less. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Mu Hanchuan and Chai Long entered Yanchang City. After reviewing the information, Mu Hanchuan was somewhat speechless. 3 power-type members and 1 vice-tank leaning towards physique and consciousness along with control. Is this team composition too bizarre? There's no choice. This is the strongest lineup their guild could muster. If they hadn't been unable to find a suitable support, they wouldn't have recruited another tank. Fine. Fortunately, Mu Hanchuan had not placed too high expectations on this team trial. He was ready to just get by. Meeting at a somewhat informal location, they encountered the members of the 0 Degree Plan Guild. There were only 4 of them, and they were all straightforward individuals not needing to conceal anything. Everyone began to introduce themselves, with Chai Long speaking first. This is Mu, the main tank. The 4 of them turned their gazes simultaneously towards the man wearing the faceless mask. They had deliberately gathered information from the Ant Network. There wasn't much, but he indeed had some ability. However, was his physique too weak? Hello, welcome. My name is Zui Juanja, the captain for this team trial. Mu Hanchuan nodded in acknowledgement. He was a frontline combat power type, a rank 33 years old. Hello, I'm Jean Rue. He was also a frontline combat power type, a rank 29 years old. Im Sun Yin, the main controller. This is the vice tank leaning towards physique and consciousness along with control, a rank 31 years old. It was somewhat different from Mu Hanchuan's expectations. He was not a tank, but the main controller. I'm Zhai Yanghao. This one was also a power type, but not pure power. He was quite agile, a dexterous close combat attacker, a rank 30 years old. Once the teammates finished their introductions, Zui Juanja spoke again. We will provide the team star key this time. Equipment and item cards are self-supplied. You can decide your choices as long as you can withstand the frontline. Sound good? No. It was clear that the others regarded Mu Hanchuan merely as a tool with a singular function to hold the front line while they managed everything else. That was fine. It saved Mu Hanchuan some trouble. Great. Do you have any personal questions? No. Zui Juanja had expected him to ask about tactics or cooperation. He didn't care at all. All right then, 5 days from now we'll gather here and directly initiate the team trial. Sure. Mu Hanchuan responded promptly, more decisive than the others, showing no concern. All right, let's go, but it's been tough on the road. We already reserved a private room for dinner. Originally expecting to spend some time discussing and researching, they finished in just 2 minutes, leaving them with nothing to do but go for a meal. After finishing their business in the evening, Chai Long took Mu Hanchuan to another lively place, an underground fighting venue. Mu Hanchuan knew of such places, but had never been there and wasn't particularly interested. Chuan, aren't you short on money? You can come to places like this to make some extra cash during your free time. Oh, I can help arrange it. Too much trouble, the earnings aren't high. You don't understand, those regular fights are definitely boring and the money comes in slowly. If you want to participate, join tonight's accompany fight. If you make a move, you're guaranteed to profit. Who's fighting tonight? In Yanchang City, it's the Guangming Alliance Han Qi, ranked 12th under 25 in Luoxing, whose father is the deputy mayor of the city. Their family has been in public service for generations, so they have considerable influence. Pretty strong, but doesn't that mean the accompany fighters must also be under 25? Who would dare to step up? As long as the money is right, anything is possible. Older fighters can also participate, but the rewards will be less. The two casually found a spot to sit. What are the rules for tonight? Not just tonight, it was arranged a few days ago. The challenger must pay 500,000 to set the time for the fight. The battle lasts half an hour. No matter what methods you use, winning or reaching a draw counts as a success, and you can earn 5 million. If you can't hold out and get injured, you lose not just the fight, but also the 500,000. This guy is ranked 12th in Luoxing, also under 25. How many can hold up against him? Isn't this just paying to take a beating? Haha, if there were no fees, wouldn't everyone want to step up and try? Young Master Han is here to train himself in real combat, not for fun. He doesn't mind spending money, he just wants to find genuinely capable opponents for real battles. Those without skill shouldn't waste money getting beaten up. Last year, a master from the Underground Ant Network came forward and fought him 3 times with 1 win and 2 draws, taking away 15 million. Impressive. Mu Hanchuan perked up. Indeed, there are hidden talents everywhere. Chai Long was right. If he participated, he could potentially earn that money, making it a good opportunity. No one is going to die, right? Not really. The rules state that each person can carry 3 pieces of equipment. Skills can be used freely, but items can't be brought. It's similar to formal challenges, though voluntarily surrendering or losing combat capability counts as a loss. Mu Hanchuan was not entirely convinced. In these underground fights, deaths were not uncommon, as participants were rarely respectable individuals, and such events were seldom publicized. He had no interest in regular fights, his attacks were too weak to kill. But this accompany fight format was worth trying. Not only in Yanchang City, such fights would surely exist elsewhere. While wealthy individuals are rarely seen, they are certainly not lacking. Those with true strength also never lack money. Wherever they go, it is a place for them to earn. 15 minutes later, both sides took the stage. The one dressed in moon-white attire on the right was Han Qi, holding a weapon in each hand and something wrapped on his back that appeared to be another weapon. Mu Hanchuan focused on the one on the left. The person on the left appeared much more rugged, stocky, and broad-shouldered, not very old, yet sporting a stubbly face. He wore a deep green combat outfit revealing a sturdy waist, and his gaze was exceptionally sharp. The largest force near Xinshi Province, Kobo, from Zhaotian, Lu, 25 years old, a powerful type whose attributes leaned solely towards strength, with the other 3 categories balanced. Considering his age and attribute leanings, his strength attribute was extremely close to Drank. These two were genuinely powerful individuals from legitimate forces, not here for a proper duel, but to engage in underhanded fights. Chai Long said excitedly, "Achuan, tonight will be exciting. Both are great masters." He leaned down to whisper, "Who do you think has a higher chance of winning?" "About the same. It's normal for either to win or lose." Mu Hanchuan turned to him. "Who did you bet on this time?" "Of course, Kobo. Just look at his mature appearance. He seems more reliable." Mu Hanchuan. At 10 o'clock sharp, the two prepared themselves, surrounded by the closed prison doors resembling 2 death row inmates about to fight. After a brief standoff, not knowing what they exchanged, Han Qi struck first. He moved like a startled rabbit, his weapons gleaming with cold light under the bright illumination, his moon-white attire billowing in the wind, his gaze sharp, exuding an aura of coldness. This was a speed-type powerhouse with strong agility. On the other side, Kobo remained calm, taking a deep breath as his muscles tensed instantly, his sturdy waist rising and falling with each breath. As Han Qi closed in, Kobo stepped forward, exerting a powerful force, retreating half a step, just in time to evade the short dagger's sharp edge, while raising his right arm, the chains wrapped around it, clanking loudly, meeting Han Qi's incoming sword blade. Metal clashed, sparks flew, the sound was muffled yet crisp, echoing in the enclosed space. Han Qi's figure flickered like a white crane soaring through the air, closing in once more, his dual blades crossing in a flash of cold light. This time Kobo did not retreat, but actively met the attack, the chains clashing with the dagger and sword, producing a series of rapid collision sounds. With no effective results from the previous strike, Han Qi decisively changed tactics, pushing off the ground to leap into the air, crossing his weapons in a downward slash, attempting to break through the opponent's defense from a higher position. Kobo let out a cold laugh, suddenly shaking the chains, his momentum increasing, showing no signs of weakness, ready to confront Hedon. A series of clanging sounds filled the air as they engaged in a fierce struggle, briefly separating. Seizing the opportunity, Ko Bo activated the chains, moving as agile as a snake, ensnaring Han Qi's short dagger, and with a pull he forcefully drew him closer, launching a left fist like a thunderstorm. Han Qi did not retreat. Instead, he suddenly abandoned the short dagger, propelling himself forward, the dagger shooting towards Ko Bo like a hidden weapon. Utilizing the pull, he spun in midair, the weapon on his back finally unsheathed. A short axe striking down heavily, creating a piercing whistle in the air as it headed straight for Ko Bo's face. Ko Bo deflected the short dagger, abruptly retreating to dodge the axe's movements, swift and powerful, causing the ground to tremble slightly upon landing. He let out a low growl, abruptly tearing open his clothing to reveal a dense mat of black hair, a chest as solid as rock, muscles taut, the chains in his hands dancing like a dragon, turning the tables and charging at Han Qi. What an intense battle! Mu Hanchuan felt that the fight between these two was even more thrilling and visually captivating than that of Duan Yu and Zhu Pengyuan. It was all about brute force. Here there were no rules or restrictions. They could fight as they pleased, fully unleashing their strength as long as they didn't kill each other. After all, both were extraordinary individuals. Chai Long was fully immersed in the battle, shouting loudly, possibly having wagered a considerable amount. After a quarter of an hour of fierce combat, Han Qi, with his absolute speed advantage, ultimately triumphed, wearing down Ko Bo from the Zhaotian Tower. Chai Long was quite disappointed. He ended up losing money. Ko Bo wasted his impressive long hair and stubble, proving to be utterly useless. Mu, whenever you're interested, come and give it a try. You can earn money and have such top-notch fighters as sparring partners. It's a win-win, and I can buy some too. See? Chai Long's reasoning was quite sound. It was indeed a way to make money while gaining practical combat experience. Removing the 5,000 fee he paid, he could net 4.5 million, which was no small amount. However, he had no time at the moment, and his physical condition wasn't great. By the time the team trial was over, he still had to assess his state on the last day and seriously consider whether to enter this month's elite competition for participants under 25 years of age. If his condition was fine, he must participate in another round. The more he accumulated later, the richer the rewards would be. There was only one round a month, so waiting wasn't an option. I'll return to Nan'an City tonight. How about you? Chai Long was busy with plenty of matters to attend to. He had specifically taken time to come here to connect with Mu Hanchuan and conveniently watch a gambling fight. Let's go together. I need to head back to prepare my gear and recover properly for a few days. All right, let's go. At 4 a.m. that day, the two returned to Nan'an, while Mu Hanchuan headed back to Kitua County and Chai Long went to the city. After spending over an hour, Mu Hanchuan returned to his secret base, freshened up, used the remaining medical kit, and then laid down to catch up on sleep. He wouldn't go out for the next few days, focusing entirely on healing and regaining strength. In the city center of Nan'an, the Mu family had sent someone. They finally tracked him down. Leading the group was Mu Haoyin, a middle-aged man in his 40s from the third branch. He was not particularly outstanding in the Mu family, even among the third branch, merely a marginal figure responsible for doing menial tasks. He needed to first gather information from the local government, then investigate possible trial participants related to Mu Hanchuan in the local underground ant network. Regardless of whether he could find any leads, he had to bring back some information as a report. Mu Haoyin was not too serious, not viewing this assignment from the family as particularly important. With so many city-level areas in Lu province already searched, it was unlikely there would be any clues in such a remote place like Nan'an. Mu Qiming was also laughable. After all these years of neglecting his own son, now he thought of retrieving him when needed. What a foolish thing to do. Even when Mu Hanchuan had taken the initiative to visit last time, he couldn't keep him around. If it weren't for that old man's favoritism, with such abilities, he would never have been qualified to become the head of the family. The Mu family was in disarray. Not only did they bring in a mistress, but they also affected the relationship with the Zhou family from Bailing province. Mu Hanchuan's biological mother, Zhou Muling, was no pushover either. She had been active within the Yang family all these years, always finding opportunities to stab at the Mu family, deeply irritating everyone within the Mu family. 3 days later, Mu Hanchuan used a yellow random attribute point item card. Due to insufficient agility and spiritual awareness, they were automatically supplemented. Agility 951, spiritual awareness 951. He was quickly reaching 5th grade. He hoped to resolve this in the coming days. In the afternoon, Chai Long brought in 8.5 million for himself. The silver star key sold for 4.3 million, and the blue specified attribute point card sold for 9.7 million, totaling 14 million, with only 1 million deducted as commission, providing Mu Hanchuan with a significant advantage. The other 4.5 million comprised 2 million from the Dragon Skeleton Arm Guard, and 2.3 million from the yellow random attribute point item card. The skill kaleidoscope stop domain D was still waiting to be auctioned, needing some time. With money in hand, plus the 5,000 from selling the car, he now had a substantial sum of 9 million, providing him with some peace of mind. The following night, Mu Hanchuan retrieved 3 pieces of equipment undergoing repairs: 1000 Lotus Pool Crossing, E Void Stomach Armor, E and Thunderstrike Leggings F. The Lava Arm Guards, E and Inyang Control, E were not urgent. He didn't plan to take them into the upcoming. After thinking for a moment, he decided not to go back, but instead bought 2 large shields and 2 round shields as backups, also purchasing a few more durability item cards, as the 3 he had reserved had already been used on the Falling Star Speed Boots F and Faceless Mask F. There shouldn't be any other needs. He could set off for Yanchang City tomorrow morning to participate in this team. Upon waking, Mu Hanchuan began to organize his equipment. He first put on the Flying Star Boots F, as the 5 points of agility were crucial. The second item was the newly purchased Dragonbone Wrist Guard, which he donned on his left arm, providing an additional 5 points of agility along with 7 points of strength. This allowed him to reach the required 100 points of agility for the Qinlian Pond Crossing E. The last item he wore was not the Void Stomach Armor E, but the Thunderstrike Leggings F, which added 8 points of strength, bringing his total strength to 105, also meeting the grade requirement for the Qinlian Pond Crossing E. These 3 items were the equipment he brought into the team trial, and he also carried a repair kit card. He was wrapped tightly in his gear. Even the shimmering white shoes were dyed black to minimize his presence. Once he entered the trial star, he would need to summon the Qinlian Pond Crossing E, while the Void Stomach Armor E would be assessed later. After summoning the Qinlian Pond Crossing E, he already had 4 pieces of equipment. Even if he concealed himself, well, he could still be discovered. If the danger was not significant, it was better not to wear the Void Stomach Armor E if possible. The other 4 items included a large shield, a round shield, a durability item card, and a medical kit item. Those 4 individuals would definitely operate as a system and would not interfere with Mu Hanchuan. It was better to rely on oneself than to seek help from others. He needed to take good care of himself and carry multiple medical kits for insurance. Song Hung was still marked by him, insisting on trying to summon him to the trial star. So this was the setup who adjustments would be made in case of emergencies. Setting off. At 6 in the afternoon, Mu Hanchuan gathered with the 4 members of the 0 Degree Plan Guild. If there are no issues, let's mark it. Yes. Captain Zui Juanjia took out a silver star key and was the first to mark it, followed by his 3 teammates who marked themselves one after the other. Finally, it was Mu Hanchuan's turn. He confidently walked over and marked himself. Everything was ready and they could enter at any moment. Zui Juanjia specifically asked, "Is everyone good to go?" "Yes. All set. No problems." Mu Hanchuan nodded lightly. "All right, let's activate it." He crushed the silver star key. Whoosh. On the trial star, the 5 appeared simultaneously in a blood-red canyon. Team trial begins. Trial star Bloodvine. Canyon objective: exterminate the Void Manta's nest and slay a mother creature. Team 14. The moment they appeared, Mu Hanchuan immediately summoned the Qinlian Pond Crossing E, and the banana leaf shield appeared in his hand. Fortunately, this time, it was not the Forbidden Star ring. He was grounded, arriving at the trial star. "Mu, what weapon is that?" Jean Rue asked curiously. "It's a shield." "This is a shield." He was astonished, watching the countless leaves fluttering on it. He awkwardly smiled, finding Mu increasingly unreliable. "No time for idle chatter. Oh, let's move." Mu, lead the way. Zui Juanjia organized the trial type and immediately ordered. This was a grab trial with 14 teams. However, the Void Manta's mother creature would definitely not have 14 of them. Those who failed to seize it would receive no rewards. They had to rush. Mu Hanchuan understood. This team lacked scouts and speedsters, leaving only him to clear the path, pushing forward. The base of the banana leaf shield emerged and Mu Hanchuan gripped it, instantly transforming it into the banana fan. He leaped down, entering the Bloodvine Canyon. The other 4 followed suit. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As soon as they landed, they sensed the tremors of the ground, and immediately several bloodvines surged towards them, carrying a foul wind. Mu Hanchuan swung the banana fan, directly smashing 3 of the bloodvines, splattering the black liquid on the rocks. It was quite disgusting. The last vine was taken care of by Zui Juanjia behind him. They were still over 2 kilometers away from the large pits at the bottom, and the slope wasn't too steep, with only about 100 meters of drop. Along the way, the ground was covered with these blood vines, which would pounce at the slightest vibration. Mu Hanchuan frowned, observing the surrounding blood vines swaying and lunging madly, thinking to himself that this path would not be easy. The 4 behind him could see the seriousness in each other's eyes. Passing through easily didn't seem very likely. However, they had no choice but to charge through. "Charge," the captain ordered. Mu Hanchuan did not hesitate and rushed forward without looking back. His task was to lead the way. "Pooh. 2 more blood vines were smashed while 2 others were blocked by his left arm. The banana fan was not light, but in Mu Hanchuan's hands it did not feel cumbersome at all. He wielded it with agility, effortlessly smashing through the blood vines while any that he couldn't handle were blocked by his left arm, which was equipped with the dragonbone wrist guard, rendering him unafraid of injuries. Zhuo Juanjia stayed close to Mu Hanchuan's right side, tightly gripping a longsword that shimmered with cold light, continuously striking to eliminate threats from the right side, reducing Mu Hanchuan's pressure. The 3 behind closely followed, forming a semicircle, each responsible for a specific direction of blood vines working together quite harmoniously. After advancing 300 meters, they encountered a denser area of blood vines ahead. The moment they stepped into it, the ground suddenly shook violently, followed by an even stronger foul wind accompanied by more densely packed blood vines. Zhuo Juanjia hurriedly called out, "Do not retreat. Charge through. Retreating only brings more danger. Let's go all out. Charge." Mu Hanchuan was naturally the first taking the brunt of it. The banana fan continuously swept through the air, knocking down large swathes of blood vines, yet many still broke through. In an instant, dozens of blood vines lunged at various parts of his body. He could only block 3 with his left arm, while the rest attacked his main body. Sizzle! Sizzle! The sound of tearing filled the air, but Mu Hanchuan was unconcerned. He did not bother to defend with the banana fan, but continued to sweep forward, rapidly advancing. These creatures were not weak, but compared to his defenses, they posed no significant threat. Being at the same grade, his defensive strength far surpassed that of the team's secondary tank Sun Yan. This might be due to the bug in his body. After all, his physical constitution did not lean towards physical strength, but rather enhanced it. Sizzle! Sizzle! More blood vines broke through the line of defense, pouncing forward. Mu Hanchuan completely ignored them, focused solely on charging ahead. "Mo, are you alright?" Zhuo Juanjia was alarmed. In just a short while, Mu had already been bitten by over 30 blood vines, with more surging towards him. Even with all his efforts, Zhuo Juanjia could only do so much, and he himself was not spared from injury. "I'm fine. Speed up. The sooner we get through, the shorter the pain will be." After saying this, Mu Hanchuan accelerated again, aiming for a specific area. In the brief moments between bloodvine attacks, he noticed that in one direction the number of blood vines seemed relatively fewer. That was the direction he was charging towards. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More and more blood vines surged towards them from further away. As the one at the front, Mu Hanchuan faced continuous attacks, absorbing 50% of the damage himself. The pressure on the 4 behind him was considerably less, but still injuries were constant, and no one was spared. After charging over 200 meters, they finally broke through to the weak area Mu Hanchuan had observed. Sure enough, there were several uniquely shaped large trees here, over 50 meters tall, covering the sky above this area, and under their shadow the number of blood vines was visibly reduced by at least half. With this, the pressure was instantly alleviated. The 5 had no time to admire the place. Their speed did not decrease at all as they charged downwards towards the massive pits below. 5 minutes later, their squad had burst into a vast cluster of subterranean pits. Across this broad expanse, the surface was peppered with hundreds of caverns, forming a twisted labyrinth beneath the earth. A foul wind rose from below, carrying a nauseating stench. All 5 were wounded. Mu Hanchuan's injuries were the gravest, yet he appeared the most composed, upright and untroubled, as if nothing ailed him. The other 4 fared variably. The secondary tank was slightly better off. Trailing at the rear, he had avoided most strikes and could still resist if bitten. The 3 power-type members fared poorly, each bearing at least a dozen wounds across their bodies. "Mu, do you need to rest?" Zhuo Juanjia asked with concern. "Yes, perhaps use the medkit." They had one medkit among them, along with an attack item card, a defense item card, and a repair kit. Prepared enough. "No need." Mu Hanchuan answered without hesitation and strode into a large pit below. The 4 exchanged glances. His defense was formidable, though it was hard to tell he had been hurt at all. They did not insist. They followed him down. Inside the immense, cavernous, hollow, damp rock faces were carpeted with luminous moss, casting an eerie green glow in the dark. The deeper they pressed, the warmer it grew. The rock itself began to change. The once jagged walls smoothed, the rough surfaces polished into an unnatural sleekness. After another 100 meters, the environment became increasingly abnormal. Zhuo Juanjia suddenly whispered, "Careful, something's not right." They came to an abrupt halt and formed a tight circle, scrutinizing their surroundings. From the tunnels in came a low, resonant hum, as if some creature were breathing. Mu Hanchuan at the front felt his pupils contract. He could plainly see something writhing in the dark ahead. "Don't move," Zhuo Juanjia warned under his breath, his words almost at their ears. "Those aren't rock. They held their breath and watched as innumerable cord-like protrusions slowly surfaced across the once smooth walls like the bundled nerves of some organism densely interwoven and carpeting the entire passage. Those nerve-like cords glinted with a dark red sheen of fluid seemed to sluice within them, and with every pulse they radiated a suffocating heat. Jean Rouet drew a sharp breath and involuntarily stepped back. What? What is that? Jia Yang trembled and pointed at the wall, exclaiming, "This place, it's alive." Fear pressed into their voices. "For heaven's sake!" The secondary tank Sun Yin stammered, panic edging his tone. None of them had seen such a sight, especially so deep underground in utter darkness. The unknown is the most terrifying. They had no idea what these things were. Bulging nodules rose from the nerve-covered walls, writhing and swelling across the surface in countless numbers. At last, when one swelling reached its limit, it burst open. A black recessed eyeball snapped wide, pupilless, with a gaping mouth. It made no audible sound, yet it seemed to scream without a voice. One after another the swellings ruptured. The cavern rang with the grating crack of shells breaking as the temperature began to climb sharply. Mu Hanchuan recognized them. He had seen them in the Mu family's TrialStar records. Ray Lu, heat-plagued nodules. They manifest where heat is sensed, hunting and consuming any warm body to feed themselves. They lacked a tangible physical strike, yet wielded sonic lethality that assaulted the mind. They could also emit immense heat, rapidly raising the cave's temperature in an instant and posing mortal danger. If their sonic waves struck the mind, the searing heat would roast them alive. Feeling the peak of perils, Juinja roared, "Quick! Use the defense item card." Almost on the heels of his command, the countless nerve cords along the walls convulsed. Something surged through them at blinding speed, racing outward as if given an order. The black eyes yawned open in unison and shrieked, this time with sound, those cries targeting their mental centers. Jean Rouet reacted instantly. The moment he heard Zhuang's command, he crushed the defense item card in his hand. A pale blue barrier blossomed outward like a ring of energy. Even against sonic assaults, it proved effective, absorbing the majority of the first shriek's harm. The sudden piercing shriek sent a chill across their scalps. Caught off guard, the five suffered mental injury from the cry and dropped to their knees, wincing. Had they not deployed the defense card in time, the squad would have been gravely wounded in that first assault. Immediately after came a second shriek, its intensity noticeably dulled, yet still dangerous. This time they were prepared, hands clamping over ears as they braced. The pale blue barrier shook violently, bearing most of the impact and even developing hairline cracks. If this continued, the shield would shatter under a third wave and someone would surely be lost. Everyone drop and prepare to rush. Juinja hardened his resolve and made a decisive call. This could not continue. He activated the attack item card. They had not even glimpsed the Kongyao beast and were already down to their last gambit. No sooner had he spoken than a blinding white flash detonated, illuminating the tunnel. A violent shockwave swept outward, indiscriminately striking everything. The nerve cords and many of the black eyes along the walls were obliterated in an instant. Even their own pale blue barrier collapsed and was utterly destroyed. Pushed through. With no option to retreat, Juinja chose to press forward, forcing a way through the zone. The shrieks rose again as the remaining black eyes bellowed. Sun Yin, who had fallen at the rear, was struck hard. His body went limp, drained of strength, unable to muster so much as emotion. Those who had surged ahead turned in alarm. Sun Yin, go help him. If they left him, the cave's searing heat would cook him alive. Zhuang's sharp gaze swept the cavern. The walls churned and the blood-red nerve cords reappeared, rapidly spreading. There's no time. Keep moving. Trials demand sacrifice. Participating means bearing the consequences. One life could not be traded for many. Help me. Mu Hanchuan rolled his eyes inward. Was he really a tank? Why did he still need rescuing? As the supposed leader, he had contributed little. Absurd. Mu Hanchuan's eyes narrowed. He spun around. You clear the way ahead, they'll pull him up. With a single bound, he darted back. The 3 previous sonic waves had affected him, but not strongly. He felt he could withstand another strike. He seized the moment before those vessels fully recovered and hurriedly dragged Sun Yin to escape. Mu Hanchuan fanned several times with the Bajiao fan, battering the large flesh nodules on the wall until dozens shattered. He lunged at Sun Yin, seized his collar, tore him from the ground, and bolted deeper into the cavern. Thank you. Sun Yin panted, his face ashen, all strength gone. As if thanks, man. Seeing their prey trying to escape, the great fleshy tumors grew frantic. Shrill howls erupted from all directions, fierce though not piercing. Mu Hanchuan suddenly pitched forward, his left hand bracing before his face as he fell hard onto the rocky floor. His head swam, yet some strength remained in him. Unlike Sun Yin whom he still clutched without release. Another assault rendered Sun Yin completely unconscious. A few seconds later, Muhan Chuan was scorched awake. The cave had heated further, the stone floor had reached at least 70 degrees and was still climbing. Muhan Chuan scrambled up and hurried after the other three, matching their pace as they rushed onward. In the following dozen or so seconds, 2 successive shrieks threw Muhan Chuan to the ground each time, but they failed to break him. The searing floor quickly revived him, and he dragged Sun Yin toward a shaft of light, Zhui Juanjia and the others guiding them. A brief silence, then the two staggered out, at last freed from that infernal pit. No sooner had they emerged than Zhai Yonghao lunged at Sun Yin. Was he ablaze all over? Even his hair smoldered. Fortunately, there were no women here. Jin Rui hurried to Muhan Chuan and slapped at the flames on his clothing. Zhui Juanjia glanced around again and exhaled in relief. Those things had not pursued them. This must be the true domain of the Kongyao beasts. How is Sun Yin? He has a decent constitution, no obvious external wounds, but his brain may be hurt. That useless fool is such a drag. Good thing he wasn't the main tank this time, or we would have all been dead. Zhai Yonghao, take him with you. Got it. Zhui Juanjia forbade Muhan Chuan from acting. He was too important, even stronger than their files suggested. Mu would be the main force while the others supported. Mu, how are you? I'm okay. My head's dizzy, I feel nauseous, but nothing major. Good. You rest and recover here a while. I'll go in and scout the situation. No problem. Zhui Juanjia slipped away alone to reconnoiter. Muhan Chuan leaned casually against a wall and closed his eyes to recuperate. Zhai Yonghao and Jin Rui rested where they were, stealing glances at Muhan Chuan, surprised by his loyalty. Where they had all abandoned Sun Yin, he had gone back for him. No wonder he clawed his way out from the Yi Wang. His strength and nerve far outmatched Sun Yan's. Both of them had a level physiques. How could the gap be so vast? If only their guild had a tank like him. In barely 5 minutes, Zhui Juanjia returned. It's not too dangerous below. The Kongyao beasts are ordinary. Come on. We must find a mother specimen quickly and destroy it. Right move. Jin Rui was the first to rise. Zhai Yonghao followed, shouldering Sun Yin. Muhan Chuan said nothing. He rose and took the lead. The Bajiao fan's tendrils retracted, forming a Bajiao shield, which he slung over his right arm. The Kongyao beasts themselves were not inherently formidable. They had simply found a larger guardian to watch. These Kongyao beasts could regulate their body temperature, suppressing outward heat for a time. Thus, when moving in and out, they could perfectly avoid the Rei Lu hot plague tumors, using those horrors as a natural barricade while they hid beneath, cowardly and cunning. Soon they skirted 2 side paths, and within 30 meters the squad saw the Kongyao beasts for the first time. Only 2 of them. They glided soundlessly between the rock walls, astonishingly swift. Their bodies were flattened and broad like living membranes, the edges curled, slightly folding as they moved. A dark brown chitinous hide covered them, the surface studded with minute grain-like protrusions. At sight of intruders, they attacked, instantly spitting an orange liquid from their mouths that shot forth like... Zhui Juanjia reacted in an instant, sidestepping one jet of toxin as he shouted, "Careful, it's poisonous." The orange liquid struck the rock and hissed, immediately corroding a fist-sized hole into the hard surface. Another stream of venom was stopped by Muhan Chuan's left arm. He had learned do not have the Bajiao shield intercept ranged attacks. Scatter and charge. Zhui Juanjia's command was terse and powerful. The team fanned out and surged forward. Only Muhan Chuan ran straight on and suddenly hurled the Bajiao shield from his right hand. Not far away, the opposite Kongyao beast seemed almost stupidly exposed. The Bajiao shield struck it squarely. It crashed to the ground lifeless. With Sun Yin slung on his back, Zhai Yonghao stared in disbelief. That weak. Jin Rui cheered Mu, well done. Their attack patterns were simple and the creatures fragile. Such fuss for so little. Faster, charge. We must kill a mother before the other teams do. The squad abandoned their earlier caution and strode deeper, unafraid of raising a greater ruckus. Across the vast cave complex, the air thrummed with alarm. All the Kongyao beasts were disturbed and surged from their nests. Not only here, more teams had invaded more caves, reported hostilities. Some had come down from areas dominated by the Rei Lu, others had slipped in elsewhere to avoid those tumors. Many groups had entered before Mu's team and were already fighting. Fierce battles raged elsewhere as some trial teams met foes prematurely and clashed at once. By contrast, Mu's squad met surprisingly little resistance as they advanced. Luck perhaps, but when they finally reached the matriarch's hunting ground, without yet sighting a mother, a team ahead of them vanished from view, having taken with them a mother specimen 2 or 3 times the size of an ordinary Kongyao beast. Damn, it looks like a team beat us to it. A heap of corpses lay underground. Jin Rui frowned. No wonder we met so few. Everyone went back to defend the lair, and still they failed. What do we do now? Hurry, change route. There isn't just one mother, there are at least a dozen. We still have a chance. Congratulations, you have become the 9th team to slay the mother body of the empty ray beast, successfully clearing the trial. There are still 8 mother bodies of the empty ray beast remaining. After spending more than an hour, they delved deeper by over 100 meters, engaging in dozens of battles, and finally, they succeeded with a massive empty ray beast mother lying on the ground. The 4 members of the team displayed joy, feeling fortunate that this time everything went smoothly, especially since they did not encounter any other trial teams. Their luck was quite good. They were all quite fatigued, but their injuries were not severe. Only Sun Yin, who was lying on the back of Zhai Yonghao, was suffering with several wounds on his back. Zhai Yonghao was using him as a meat shield. Even so, Sun Yin had not regained consciousness. The kind-hearted Zhai Yonghao was not entirely without compassion. He used a medical kit on Sun Yin, ensuring he did not die, and they could slowly save him once they returned. This team trial was relatively simple and brief, yet some would still perish. Mu Hanchuan estimated that 15 to 14 of the trialists would die, many likely falling to the heat tumor group of strange creatures. Soon the rewards were distributed. Reward 1 attribute point reward physique 12 physique 366 12 points, not bad considering they were only the 9th team to clear. Wearing gear, his spiritual attribute points reached 96, and there was no need to supplement that. To break through to F grade, he would have to wait a while. Reward 2 equipment Qingyuan blade F requirement F grade strength 90, extremely sharp, possesses some armor piercing ability. A 35 centimeter long translucent silver gray short sword appeared in his hand. This thing seemed to be of little use to him. So be it. At least it was a weapon. It met the strength requirement and could be used by himself. Marked it, intending to use it as a throwing knife, which should have greater lethality than a shield. Reward 3 skill dark chi E requirement E grade strength 500, spirituality 300, brain domain capacity 4, function release a shadow weave chain in darkness, usable only in dark environments, not guaranteed to hit. Timing must be good, binding the target for a maximum of 10 seconds, limiting their speed and displacement type skills. While bound, the target takes 30 more damage. Cooldown time 3 hours. This skill is quite good. It's a favorite among strength-type trialists, but the requirements are a bit high, especially that spirituality, many might not meet it. Moreover, it can only be used in darkness and shadowy environments, which imposes too many restrictions and severely affects its value. Nevertheless, it should at least be worth 3 million. Given that this team trial did not require much investment, it is still a profit. Preparing to return, they reached the most thrilling moment as Mu Hanchuan activated migration to summon Songhong. With the Qingyuan blade F ready in hand, he aimed to strike first, to wound him twice upon appearing, then taunt him, leaving him to slowly wait for death, making him understand the consequences of breaking the rules and dying in extreme regret. In the next moment, a voice echoed in his mind. Migration failed, unable to migrate target. Damn it. After marking for so long, wasting a precious marking slot, living beings from the real world cannot be migrated to the trial star. Forget it, I'll just go back and kill Song Hung directly, no need to waste time. He glanced at the empty ray beast still gasping for breath on the ground and walked over to mark it. Let's see if I can summon it back to the real world from the trial star. Several teammates had already returned. It was time for him to withdraw too. Upon returning, Mu Hanchuan did not return to the original point, but chose a random area within 20 kilometers of it. As Mu Hanchuan appeared in a small chapel, it signified the perfect conclusion of this team trial. It was just past 6 p.m. when they entered, and now it was still not even 7 p.m. It was clear that this team trial had concluded swiftly. He had no idea what kind of sect this was. In such a large chapel, only a dozen elderly followers were kneeling in worship, looking rather pitiful. Surely they weren't here to swindle eggs. At this moment, they collectively looked up, astonished at the unfamiliar masked man who suddenly appeared above. "Hello everyone, have you eaten?" No one replied, which felt a bit awkward. "You all continue." Mu Hanchuan jumped out of the window into the alley and quickly disappeared. On the other end, Zhou Juanjia and the other 3, who returned to the original point, did not see that Mu. He didn't follow us back. Zhou Juanjia felt a bit disappointed. He still had some things he wanted to discuss with him, but unfortunately the man gave no chance, being a lone wolf. He is strong. Let's see if we can recruit him to our guild. If not, we can at least invite him to join next month's team trial. Right, we will cover the costs for the team star key. Zhou Juanjia shook his head. Let's talk about it next time. He probably isn't truly in need of the money for the team star key. He might just be casually looking for a team this month. Indeed, Jean Rue silently nodded. Given his strength, he probably doesn't care about what kind of team he joins. As long as he enters, he will inevitably clear it, merely playing for fun and to earn attribute points. Speaking of which, everyone couldn't help but look at Sun Yin again. Oh, why was he so weak? Hurry and take him for treatment. All right. The two of them lifted Sun Yin and left. Zhou Juanjia also departed to deal with the empty ray beast mother he had, which wasn't very valuable, but could still be sold for several $100,000. Later, he would let Chai Long transfer the payment for the Mu part, establishing a good relationship. Perhaps in the future, he could invite him to join. In a safe area, Mu Hanchuan removed all his gear and treated his wounds, applied medicine, changed into a brand new outfit, and then marked all his gear, hiding them away to summon back once he returned to his secret base. These clothes and medicines had been hidden here in advance. There were 3 such arrangements in the vicinity of the team trial location, making it convenient to change immediately upon exiting. The reason for choosing to enter the team trial at 6 p.m. was to facilitate a smooth return late at night. He had not planned to return to that original point from the start. He just didn't expect that this team trial would conclude faster than he had anticipated, not returning in the deep night, and fortunately nothing unexpected occurred. Mu Hanchuan picked up the tattered clothes and miscellaneous items on the ground, found a secluded corner to burn them, and then quickly left the area. Half an hour later, having exited the urban area of Yangchang City, Mu Hanchuan summoned the empty ray beast. Suddenly, the empty ray beast, still gasping for breath, appeared out of nowhere, gazing around in confusion. Where was this? Dragging its severely injured body, it had struggled greatly to crawl back to its small burrow. How had it ended up here? In the next moment, it was crushed to death by stones, its corpse buried in the ground. The experiment was complete. Living beings from the trial star could indeed be summoned back. Very good. This further deepened his understanding of this great skill. Surely there are many restrictions, and with slow experimentation, he would eventually master it completely. Next, he needed to deal with Song Hung. First, he would treat his injuries, summon all his gear back, and then take action. No need to rush. At 5 a.m., Mu Hanchuan returned to the vicinity of Nanchuan City, having been delayed for quite some time on the road. It would still take him an hour to return to Taizhou County. He looked around, changed his mind, and decided not to wait until he returned to take action. Doing so would delay him another day, so he resolved to act right here. At this time, Song Hung and his master Old Wang had already parted ways, making it a good opportunity. The Longhai Wall wrist E was summoned and appeared on his left arm. The Thunderstrike leg guards F were summoned and appeared on his right leg. The Void Stomach Armor E was called forth and fitted onto him. The Banana Fan was not summoned. Instead, he called forth the newly acquired Qingyuan Blade F. It was time to give it a taste of blood. As for the equipment for other parts, without markings they could not be summoned. That was about right. Summoning so many pieces of equipment already showed respect for Song Hung. Mu Hanchuan thrust his right hand forward, having demonstrated the move several times beforehand, recalling that it had been a long time since he used a lethal weapon. After moving his body a bit, he felt ready. Meanwhile, in Taizhou County, Song Hung had just returned home. After a long night of fatigue, he prepared to take a shower and have a good sleep, planning to go out to have fun tomorrow afternoon, as he had already arranged to meet a few girls. Just as he stripped off his clothes and stepped into the bathroom, for some reason, he suddenly clutched his chest, overwhelmed by a terrible intuition. He felt a tightness in his heart, and his mind seemed to be warning him of an impending danger. He had never experienced anything like this before. Could it be that he was ill? In that fleeting moment, his mind raced through many thoughts, but in reality, it was just a brief second before he vanished from the spot. Poof, 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 poof. The moment Song Hung appeared, he stepped onto the soft soil completely naked and caught off guard, only to feel a surge of immense pain. A flurry of 4 sword thrusts, Mu Hanchuan lunged, fiercely stabbing 3 times into his chest and once at his neck. Just as he was about to thrust the 5th sword into the neck, Song Hung surprisingly reacted quickly, shoving Mu Hanchuan away. Mu Hanchuan remained unmoved. Instead, Song Hung fell to the ground, narrowly avoiding the 5th thrust. There was no time to observe who the opponent was, nor to ponder what had happened. Song Hung immediately activated the only item card in his internal inventory. He was only at F rank without awakening a second item slot, nor had he ever used the beginner item slot 1. He only had 1 slot available, and now being completely naked, this was his only life-saving card. With one hand clutching his bleeding neck and the other blocking his bleeding chest, he activated his escape skill. Song Hung's speed surged as he frantically fled into the distance, not daring to look back. Mu Hanchuan was trapped. He had not expected that he carried a control item card and had learned a speed skill for escaping. But there was no hurry. He couldn't escape. He was clearly marked by Mu Hanchuan, and he wouldn't be able to run for exactly 5 seconds later. Mu Hanchuan broke free from his predicament. He was not in a rush, slowly following behind. Song Hung would not last much longer. Even if he were rescued now, he might not survive. Song Hung's running speed began to slow down. His injuries were too severe, and he had lost too much blood. Who was it? Who wanted to kill him? He was clearly at home, so why did he suddenly appear in this wild mountain? If he were still at home, his master would surely be able to save him. What should he do now? What to do? He strained to widen his eyes, desperately trying to remain conscious. He did not want to die. He had an appointment tomorrow, and his life had just begun. From behind, he heard the rustling of leaves. The person was chasing after him. But he could no longer run. What to do? What to do? Song Hung truly did not want to die. He couldn't understand why someone wanted to kill him. He was just a gear fixer, rarely participating in trials, not mingling with those trial participants, and he had not offended anyone. Who wanted him dead? If revenge was needed, they should target his master instead. Whoosh! Song Hung stumbled heavily forward and crashed into a tree, falling to the ground. Behind him, a sharp blade plunged deep into his bones. Poof! He spat out another mouthful of blood as the blade, buried in his back, was forcefully. Mu Hanchuan summoned the Qingyuan blade in his hand and slowly walked from dozens of meters away to stand before Song Hung, looking down at him without any cover. You, it's you. Song Hung's eyes bulged in disbelief, causing the blood from his neck to flow faster. Do you know what it feels like to be injured on the trial star? It's just like this. How does it feel? You will not die well. Your entire family. Song Hung was not a fool. He knew that begging for mercy was useless. Given the situation, he was surely doomed, so he might as well curse a few times. Without rules, this is what happens. You can't possibly think that we, these desperate outlaws, need to beg you to fix our gear right. It's just that you have some use after all. You fail to recognize your own position. This is also your master's fault for not teaching you well. Song Hung glared fiercely at the man, blood continuously seeping out and soaking his entire body. He clenched his teeth tightly, his eyes burning with the flames of rage. He knew his time was short, yet the resentment in his heart surged like a tide. Just for a few more days of repair on that piece of equipment, he dared to come and kill him. Would his master discover him? Could he know that this man had killed him? Could he take revenge for him? In his dying moments, countless thoughts flooded his mind, and he felt an overwhelming sense of unwillingness. Mu Hanchuan no longer delivered the killing blow. He sat quietly on the grass nearby, gazing up at the moon. Tonight's moon was very ugly, grotesquely so. Song Hung's body became numb, his gaze hollow, and he twitched continuously, yet he no longer felt any pain. It was as if he could see nothing, hear nothing, and the entire world seemed to be isolated behind a thick fog. His consciousness was gradually drifting away, yet he could do nothing. He did not know how much time had passed. Mu Hanchuan stood up, cleared away his traces in the surroundings, and stepped away. 10 minutes later, by another crevice, Mu Hanchuan once again shed all his gear and left lightly. At 8 a.m., Mu Hanchuan returned to his secret base. He took a shower, then redressed all his wounds and used a support item card, a medical kit. Today is the last day of the month. He felt fine overall and ultimately made up his mind to participate in the elite competition for those under 25 bone age this month, not wanting to miss this opportunity and also curious about the rewards. It's just the first round. The opponents he might face could be of the same caliber as Naily Wright. Fully equipped, why fear anything? Even if he could only unleash 60 to 70% of his strength with the advantage of his equipment, he felt completely confident. Thus he made his decision. He gestured with both hands, summoning the Dragonbone Armguard, Thunderstrike, Leggings, Void Stomach Armor, Azure Kite Blade, and Banana Fan, all returning to him. He took out 2 support item cards, Durability to fully replenish the durability of the Dragonbone Armguard and Banana Fan. With preparations nearly complete, the next step was to take a 6-hour nap. Once the medical kit's healing effects wore off, he could retrieve the other 2 pieces of equipment still under repair and enter the elite competition. Mu Hanchuan turned over, no longer thinking about anything, and within a minute he fell into a deep sleep. In the small county town of Taizhou, there was a narrow, winding path lined with low, dilapidated old brick houses, their gray plaster peeling and walls yellowed. The path was so narrow that only 2 or 3 people could walk side by side. From the buildings on either side, the sounds of children playing and the low voices of the elderly could be heard. Mu Haoyan appeared here with 2 companions. To his surprise, without checking the underground ant network, he found some information about Mu Hanchuan in the records of Nanan City. It wasn't very specific and was mostly a brief note. After compiling all the information and thoroughly reviewing and analyzing it, he identified 3 individuals who might be related to Mu Hanchuan, all residing in this small county. Yan Wei, 27 years old, orphan, married with a wife and a daughter. Tao Tianhe, 23 years old, living with a grandmother, unmarried. Xiao Shui, 25 years old, single, parents divorced, lived with her grandfather and had been living alone in this property since her grandfather's death. These 3 individuals were quite ordinary and their names did not appear on the local list of challengers. However, they shared a common trait: they were all involved in art. The three worked together in a funeral music band, each skilled with their instruments providing funeral services, and Mu Hanchuan was likely associated with them. Mu Haoyan first learned about this funeral team, which had over 10 members. When there were many jobs, they would split into two groups. When there were fewer, they would all work together quite casually. He arrived at the door of Qiu Shui, who was responsible for the small gong and singing. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking rang out. Inside, Qiu Shui frowned slightly. Who was at her home so early? She was only 155 centimeters tall and very slender, possibly weighing less than 80 pounds. Since her grandfather passed away, she hadn't had any guests, and even her colleagues rarely visited. Who are you looking for? She cautiously opened the door a crack. Mu Haoyan revealed a gentle smile. Hello, sorry to intrude. I'm just here to inquire about someone, a relative of ours who has gone missing. Qiu Shui was momentarily confused, almost cursing. Did they think she was crazy? She was in the business of funerals, and they came to her looking for a missing relative. Did you get the wrong door? No, you must be Qiu Shui, right? Yes, but what exactly do you want? Do you know this person? He is our relative who went missing when he was a child. Mu Haoyan took out a photo. It wasn't a childhood photo of Mu Hanchuan, but rather one from his last visit to the Mu family. At a glance, Qiu Shui recognized him immediately. It was so clear that even if she were blind, she would know who it was. She stared at Mu Haoyan and the two people behind him as if they were fools. You brought his current photo to look for a child who went missing long ago. Having known a Chuan for so many years, she had no idea he had any family. He was just an adopted son of old Wu, and he was already 13 years old when he was adopted. He was quite clever, not at all foolish. If he truly went missing, he could find his way back without needing help. Moreover, it had been so many years since he went missing. Without needing to guess, Qiu Shui already understood that a Chuan had gotten himself into trouble, and these people were here to cause problems. I don't know him. Are you sure? I advise you to take another look. Mu Haoyan's hand reached through the door. I really don't know. Sir, you should try asking someone else. You've got the wrong door. Miss, Mu Haoyan pulled out a stack of money with his other hand. 100. Tell me what you know, and it's all yours. I'm sorry, I truly don't know what you're talking about. Is it too little? How about 1 million? The two people behind him stepped forward, exuding strong pressure. These three were definitely challengers, as she could not stay here any longer. She pretended to think for a moment, then pushed the door slightly open. Just when Mu Haoyan thought she was compromising, it was suddenly slammed shut again. Get lost, I won't sell. The loud shout startled the nearby residents. Mu Haoyan's finger was caught and instantly turned purple. Damn it, go after her, don't let her escape. One of the two subordinates slammed the door open and chased after her, while the other went around to the back window, moving agilely. Qiu Shui was very fast. She rushed into her room, grabbed a small bag, and jumped out, sprinting toward. This was where she grew up. No one knew this place better than her. Did those three really think they could catch her? 5 minutes later, the two subordinates returned empty-handed. She got away. Mu Haoyan was furious. These two useless idiots let a small woman escape. A large crowd had gathered, pointing and discussing, and the police had already been called. One subordinate approached, whispering, "She's fast, she's a challenger. A wild challenger." Mu Haoyan laughed, underestimating this woman. Let's split up and search for the other two immediately. We must not let them escape either. I will look for Yin Wei, and you take people to find that Tao Tianhe. We must uncover Mu Hanchuan's whereabouts or movements. Understood. Another subordinate asked, should we inform the family? No, Mu Haoyan refused. Finding him would be a merit. What if we don't find him? We'll discuss everything after we find him. Ignore the rest for now. Mu Haoyan despised Mu Qiming. Even if he truly found Mu Hanchuan, he wouldn't hand him over to Mu Qiming, but would return him to his own family's old master. It wasn't the right time to let the family know. Got it, we're leaving now. Qiu Shui, having run far away, thought of contacting A Chuan immediately to warn him to escape, but she was also afraid of being monitored. Those people clearly had an extraordinary demeanor and must have some significant background. If they could find her, they could definitely find Yin Wei and Tao Tianhe as well. She needed to hurry over to inform them, so A Chuan wouldn't be exposed. In their funeral band, the four of them were indeed all challengers, and they were familiar with each other, usually working together. They would share experiences from the trial stars privately. It was just that their achievements were not very high. The tragic backgrounds of these few determined that they wouldn't be good people. It wouldn't be surprising if anyone did something bad. It was just that how could someone as clever as A Chuan get exposed? At 10 a.m., having just gotten out of bed and finished washing up, Lao Wang was preparing to practice a set of punches when he received a call from the local defense department asking him to immediately head to the western outskirts of Taizhou County. He didn't know what had happened and had a bad feeling. Instead of setting off immediately, he first called his disciple to have him come along. Qiu Shui found Tao Tianhe and quickly explained the situation to him. Are you saying that 3 assassins came to kill you, but the real target is not you, but A Chuan? Yes. The gist is that it suffices and it doesn't need to be too precise. Tao Tianhe raised an eyebrow. Running fast has its advantages. 3 assassins are chasing you, yet you haven't been harmed. He was somewhat skeptical as Qiu Shui often spoke with a certain degree of exaggeration. They didn't catch me, and now they're looking for you and Yin Wei. We must hurry to notify them to escape. How do you know for sure they are looking for us? Qiu Shui tilted her head back confidently facing the 182-meter tall Tao Tianhe. Isn't it obvious? Why would they come to catch me and not you? Tao Tianhe wanted to refute her notion but didn't know how. It seemed illogical, yet it had some truth. Saying it made sense felt wrong. Alright, I initially planned to enter the second personal trial on the last day, but now that I've run into you I don't feel it's a good idea, so I won't go. Yes, if it feels wrong you must not force it. In our line of work this is the most taboo. It could be a sign of great danger. It's best to respect your true feelings. Just like herself, if her emotions were unsettled, she would never enter the trial. Even if she had sustained a minor injury, she wouldn't enter the trial until she was fully healed, ensuring everything was flawless and in the best state. At her efficiency, she might only enter once every month or two. When she did enter, it was all about running to save her life. If she could pass, she would. If not, it didn't matter. Wasn't death the end of everything? So after all these years, she still only managed to reach level agility. Tao Tian's expression darkened. Qiu Shui was simply too superstitious about metaphysics. You make sense. Then should I look for Yin Wei? Alright, I'll go find Chuan. Remember, don't send any messages and be careful of being monitored. Tao Tianhe was stunned. Oh, how would he find them? Isn't that a bit too cautious? The first rule of safety for us trialists is to be prudent. Have you? It's not about forgetting. I've never heard of such a thing. Where did you learn that? Alright then. Shall we split up? Yes, be careful in everything. Understood. In the desolate outskirts west of Taizhou County, Old Wang followed the defense personnel to the scene. From afar he saw a large white cloth. He didn't need to guess what lay beneath. His heart suddenly tightened. They called him here for a reason, and the only few people related to him were. The blood in the mountains extended far, resulting in the entire area being sealed off. Old Wang approached, but didn't immediately uncover the white cloth. Instead, he looked at Captain Liu, who was one of the 3 captains in Taizhou County. In a county-level city, the highest rank in the local defense force is the squad leader with 3 captains below. Only at the city level are there directors and 2 deputy directors overseeing the entire city. In such a small county, Captain Liu's position was not low, and they were naturally familiar with each other. Who is it? You might as well uncover it yourself. Old Wang stepped forward, his hands trembling slightly. After a moment, his right hand slowly peeled back a corner of the white cloth. His eyes widened in shock, his breath quickening as a chill surged from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. What lay beneath the white cloth was an alto familiar and twisted face. Old Wang tore the white cloth away, revealing a body covered in blood with several fatal wounds and completely naked. How could this be? He stumbled back a few steps, incredulous. The disciple he had painstakingly raised for many years turned out to be in such a state. We only discovered this in the morning, and it was already like this when we found it. The estimated time of death is around 5 a.m. Impossible. He returned home with me last night and went straight to his room. Old Wang recalled carefully. At that time, it should have been around 4:30. That shouldn't be right. Captain Liu frowned tightly. Are you sure? If what Old Wang said was true, he shouldn't have been able to run this far in half an hour, especially not completely naked. Absolutely sure. What is going on here? Who did this? This is rather strange. He showed signs of resistance before his death and ran quite far. Why would he come here? And why was he completely naked? Old Wang, has he ever taken drugs? No, absolutely not. He rarely interacts with other trialists and doesn't go to those chaotic places. What about the women? What kind of women are in his social circle? Could it be that a woman led him here? Otherwise, why would he be naked? That doesn't make sense. Women. Speaking of which, it's really possible. Song Hung did indeed love to hang out with some schoolgirls, even some minors, and most of his money was spent on that. Are you suggesting that a woman plotted for money and caused his death, deliberately luring him here? It's very likely. Only a few traces were found around, and most were deliberately cleaned up, indicating that the criminal was prepared and had been planning for a long time rather than acting hastily. Old Wang generally doesn't interfere in Song Hang's personal matters, and now he has no idea whom he has been involved with or how close his relationships are with certain women. Captain Liu said, I'll accompany you to his room to search. Maybe we can find some clues. All right. Half an hour later, they rushed back urgently and burst into Song Hang's room. The showerhead in the bathroom was still running with large drops of water falling. The change of clothes on the side was all there, completely untouched, and his phone, wallet, and trial gear were all. This explains why no items were found at the scene. He hadn't taken anything out. This made things even more eerie, and even Captain Lu's expression turned solemn. Does this mean he left suddenly while showering? What could be so urgent that he rushed out without taking anything? Old Wang, are you really sure he didn't take drugs? Given the bizarre situation in the room, Old Wang couldn't confirm anything. Have you checked the surveillance? We are currently retrieving it. I will obtain all surveillance from here to the incident site and notify you later. Yes. Defense personnel entered and began collecting everything related to Song Hong while checking whether anyone else had been in the room. Old Wang's mental state was poor. He had just scolded his disciple last night, and now he was brutally murdered and naked at that. If it had been a girl, it would be somewhat understandable, but what kind of situation is this for a man? His mind was in chaos, and he truly couldn't comprehend what had happened. Mu Hanchuan retrieved the remaining 2 pieces of equipment, Yin-Yang Armor E and Lava Bracers E. The Yin-Yang Armor E was completely repaired, while the Lava Bracers E were only repaired to 90%. He took them back early. The upcoming elite round was more important, and it was his first participation, so it was better to be cautious. On the way, he received a message from Chai Long stating that he had transferred 1500 to him, which was given by Zui Juanjia, as a share from the mother body of the Void Manta. Mu Hanchuan was somewhat surprised. He hadn't even thought about wanting that money. Chai Long then mentioned another significant event, an actual major incident. The Mist Beak Guild that had rejected him during the team trial, apart from assisting Xian Lan, had all 3 main members fail to return. As for the tank who replaced Mu Hanchuan at the last moment, he actually escaped. Mu Hanchuan was bewildered. What is going on? According to Xian Lan, who survived their team trial, was a slaughter trial. Everything was going smoothly, and they were almost at the end when they coincidentally encountered another powerful team from the Flameheart clan. At the most critical moment of the battle, the tank, who was supposed to stand at the front, suddenly ran away. This unexpected turn of events threw the team's formation into chaos, putting them at a disadvantage. In the ensuing panic, a disaster ultimately occurred. Mu Hanchuan was astonished. Seriously, how could this happen? That tank might still be alive. He needed to understand that this guild team was composed of the offspring of high-ranking officials from Leyland City. Such a significant incident could not be overlooked. Even if they couldn't deal with him through official means, they would surely find a way to eliminate him in the shadows. Chai Long laughed happily on the other end. He ran away, bolted right after coming out. He never returned to the starting point. Now all the police in Leyland City are mobilized, yet they haven't managed to catch him. He definitely won't escape Leyland City anytime soon, and the city is now asking the county police to assist in intensifying the blockade. Mu Hanchuan inhaled sharply. Fortunately, he had returned to Taizhou County earlier and had taken care of Song Hong, otherwise he would have been stuck outside now. Once a blockade was in place, they would thoroughly check identities. Although his identity was indeed legitimate, he couldn't risk exposing it and would have to hide for a while. Haha, if you had listened to my recommendation back then and joined the team for the trial, nothing would have happened. Now look, they all died cleanly. Oh, what a relief. This was a sad affair. Chai Long was somewhat gloating. The 3 who died had their families invest significantly in their training. Now everything was for naught. The key point was that it wasn't due to a lack of strength, but rather getting betrayed, which was quite unfortunate. Mu Hanchuan understood the concerns held by these upper-class individuals. It was indeed better to find someone familiar with their background. Even if they were slightly weaker, it was acceptable, but he feared being betrayed by someone with an unclear background. But despite all the precautions, they still couldn't prevent it. Chuan was your team, trial smooth this time. It went well, not difficult. I cleared it in an hour. Impressive. Zui Juanjia spoke with me. He hopes to team up with you for the next team trial. If the price is acceptable, they are willing to pay. That sounds good. If there's a chance, I'd be up for it. Who wouldn't want to make money as long as the price was right? Alright, then you arrange it for next month. If you need a team, just let me know in advance, and he'll reach out to find a better team. If not, then he'll talk to Zui Juanjia and the others. Okay. After finishing his chat with Chai Long, he returned to his secret base, carefully organized everything once more to ensure nothing was overlooked, took a deep breath, and prepared to enter. Mid-next month would be the month of the Scrade Skills additional death contract requiring participation in a real death battle. The upcoming elite round was a good opportunity as the opponents were also elite members of other races, allowing him to experience the single combat within the trial in advance. Swish! Mu Hanchuan disappeared. When he reappeared, he found himself at the center of a volcano. However, it was not at the edge of the volcano, but right at its center, where there was a large platform of about 500 square meters beneath him, with the volcano below, where he could see the lava churning and exuding intense heat. This center was the battlefield with no way to escape. Looking around, he saw the rocks surrounding the volcano were scorched red by the extreme heat, with stones constantly peeling off and dropping into the 100-meter deep lava, producing hissing sounds. The air was filled with a pungent smell, making it uncomfortable to breathe. Looking further, he could see a blue sky and thick clouds. He felt somewhat lost because he couldn't determine whether he was standing on the solid ground of the Forbidden Trial Star or within the virtual Forbidden Star Ring. This strange geographical position resembled a virtual space, but felt so real, nearly indistinguishable. Across from him, his opponent for this elite round, under 25 bone age, a member of the Flameheart clan, after surveying the surroundings, roared frantically. He was of the fire element. This was his home ground, and his strength would be significantly enhanced. How could he not be excited? Most of his body was a fiery red with only a few parts outlined in deep black lines resembling a totem covering his entire body. His hair flickered and changed like flames, standing at 2.5 meters tall, robust with broad palms and slightly sharp fingertips. Most striking was the thick layer of keratin covering his back, adorned with 3 rows of vertical black spikes. It was obvious that his back had formidable defense, unsuitable as an attack point. It was unclear what purpose those 3 rows of vertical black spikes served. He had just discussed the Flameheart clan with Chai Long at noon, and now he encountered one. This Flameheart clan member roared and observed his opponent. Was this human also considered elite? Why did he not even have a weapon? Such a pathetic thing, being this poor, he dared to participate in their elite single combat match. This first round was too easy. While contemplating, he displayed what he believed to be his most ferocious side, his face twisted with malice, approaching step by step. In this volcanic battlefield, he was full of confidence. Mu Hanchuan carried 3 pieces of equipment: Starstrider boots F, Codfish scale battle knees E, and Thunderstrike leg guards F. Indeed, he didn't bring a weapon, but he would soon. As the Flameheart clan member approached, gradually accelerating, the Void Stomach armor E appeared first. The Dragon Bone wall brace E followed, fitting onto his left arm. The Lava bracers E then appeared, donning his right arm. Finally, the Faceless mask F appeared and was donned upon his face. The Flameheart clan member, who was about to sprint, slammed to a halt, his eyes bulging out like those of a bull. What on earth is this? What are all these things? Am I seeing things? Unsure, he slapped himself twice, seeing stars, and when he focused again, the Yin-Yang armor E appeared with 2 large plates hanging on the human's back. The Thousand Lotus Pool E appeared, transforming into the shape of a banana leaf shield hanging at the human's waist. With all 6 pieces of equipment summoned, there was one more item, a heavy machine gun, but Mu Hanchuan did not intend to summon it just yet. Earlier this month, he had been severely ambushed by an unknown force while robbing a bank in Tianlan City, resulting in serious injuries. He had to recover for a long time, and as a result, his trials piled up in the last few days. His condition was not good. This state was not suitable for a prolonged battle against the opponent. He planned to test the opponent's attack strength, gauge the approximate strength of the elite members of other races under 25 bone age, and accumulate some experience. Then he would summon the heavy machine gun to wipe him out, forcing him to concede. The member of the Yinshin clan spat out blood, only to see the human opponent still summoning equipment. He was really stumped. How was he supposed to fight? He felt as if he had already lost. Was this guy using? I refuse to accept this. Oh, what is the meaning of this elite match? He was furious, cursing the hidden agenda in his heart. Yet his feet wouldn't stop, and he suddenly charged forward. Refusing to accept defeat, he had to give it a shot. Before the age of 25 bones, this was his only chance. If he failed, he might never receive another invitation. He was indeed impressive, but the elite matches for those under 35 bones might not offer another opportunity to be selected. Such rich rewards had to be fought for. He initiated with a powerful move, directly employing his attack skill Wei Shai. This skill was not a direct attack, but significantly enhanced his physical attributes, greatly increasing his attack strength, acting upon himself. After leaping high, he performed a backflip, and 3 rows of vertical black spikes surged towards him. So this was the way to attack. Mu Hanchuan did not use his shield. He raised both arms to bear the impact with his body. Bang! The tremendous force knocked Mu Hanchuan back 4 to 5 meters, leaving dozens of small holes on his body, all blocked by his equipment. However, the impact was strong enough to almost knock him off balance. Such powerful force. These black spikes had considerable lethality. The Yinshin clan member's face changed dramatically. Was his strongest killing move blocked like this? With a large iron cone raised, he poured in all his strength and charged forward to smash down. Mu Hanchuan did not retaliate, only defending as he blocked left and right, honing his ability to withstand blows. The barrage of attacks lasted for a full 2 minutes, yet he could not break through the defenses of this human. He was enraged and resorted to tricks. This human was cheating. Furiously tearing open his shirt, he revealed 2 large mouths on his chest, which opened simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of rage and energy transformed into a fiery attack, fiercely shooting towards Mu Hanchuan. What? Mu Hanchuan finally drew out his shield, using half of a chopping board to protect his head. The Yinxin clan member was now even more at a loss. This human just stood there neither dodging nor attacking and was burned by his flames for a whole minute. His two large mouths were smoking, yet the opponent seemed completely unharmed. He refused to accept this. He had prepared for this elite match for so long. How could he easily give up? He threw out his final killing move using the attack item card Raging Hammery. A gigantic hammer descended from the sky, its hammerhead glowing dark red hurtling down with a heavy wind-breaking sound aimed straight at his opponent. At this point, Mu Hanchuan dared not act recklessly. He immediately drew the other half of the chopping board, combining them into a large shield to block the air above. Boom. The raging hammer smashed fiercely against the sturdy shield. The immense impact sent Mu Hanchuan tumbling, over-rolling several meters before getting back up alive and kicking. The chopping board showed numerous fine cracks, resulting in 30 damage. Durability decreased by 20, and he felt a severe pain in his body. This item card was quite effective. He had suffered injuries, even in full gear. Having tested the waters, Mu Hanchuan didn't wish to continue and prepared to summon a heavy machine gun to end this duel. Before he could act, the Yinxin clan member conceded, first truly breaking down. He tossed the iron cone aside, stopped spewing flames, and sat down crying, "You cheated. You tricked me. Woo-woo." Mu Hanchuan could now confirm he was in the Forbidden Star Ring as he understood the words of this Yinxin clan member, which could only be comprehended within the virtual space of the Forbidden Star Ring. He was a bit dazed at this moment. He wanted to pull out the heavy machine gun to shoot him. What should he do now? He had an idea. This fierce Yinxin clan member couldn't possibly be a female leader, could they? After crying for a while, the Yinxin clan member suddenly got up, ran to pick up their weapon, and declared fiercely, "I'll remember you. Next time I'll take you down." After saying this, they disappeared, returning to reality. They couldn't break through my defenses now, and they still wanted revenge in the future. In their dreams. Congratulations on winning the first round of the elite match. For those under 25 bones, reward 1 white random attribute point card. After waiting for a while, that was it, just this reward. Not bad, it didn't take much effort, it was essentially free. At least 1 million, which he could use this week. Mu Hanchuan then disappeared, returning to the starting point. He took off all his gear, now he truly felt relaxed. This month had not gone smoothly with various unexpected incidents, but he had made it through. He would rest for a while, then go out to see the situation. The police in the county had all mobilized to catch that scam tank. It would surely be quite a spectacle. He would also ask Chai Long if that card Kaleidoscope Stop Domain D had been sold. Evening. Qiu Shui was worried sick, searching in every possible place, but still couldn't find a Chuan. Could it be that something had happened to him? What to do? Sending her to rescue him would hold no hope. She should first return and find Tao Tian and Yin Wei, and then they could all search for a Chuan together. Tao Tian, who had split up to search, also couldn't find Yin Wei. He hadn't listened to Qiu Shui and had secretly contacted Yin Wei with a different phone, but was unable to reach him. This indicated that he was very likely in the trial. On the last day of the month, they were all busy on this very day. Today's situation was indeed somewhat off. There were unusually many police forces in the county, as if searching for something, yet without making a big fuss. His instincts sensed something unusual. Perhaps Qiu Shui wasn't exaggerating this time, someone truly was looking for a Chuan. He should first ask Qiu Shui about the current situation, whether she had found a Chuan. Using the same number, he secretly sent Qiu Shui an address to meet up, then hurriedly left. After resting all afternoon, in the evening, Mu Hanchuan went to a nearby park to take a stroll and took out his phone to check messages. There was no message from Chai Long, but there was one from Tao Tian sent from a number that wasn't his own, urging him to meet at a certain place. It was extremely urgent. What was going on? Could it be that something major had happened to one of them? Taking care of red and white affairs shouldn't be treated with such seriousness. In the desolate mountains, a cemetery lay before Mu Hanchuan. Qiu Shui, Tao Tianhe, and the others had arrived early. Qiu Shui joyfully ran over. "Chuan, are you alright?" Mu Hanchuan was puzzled. What could possibly be wrong with me? Tao Tianhe approached at that moment and said, "Qiu Shui mentioned she was being hunted down, and those people are looking for you." They offered me 3 million to tell them your whereabouts and information. Since I value our friendship, of course I couldn't betray you. They then attacked and chased me all the way here. Fortunately, I ran fast, otherwise you wouldn't see me alive now. Qiu Shui, Tao Tianhe, and Yin Wei knew about his foster sister Dai Xiaoyan, but they were unaware of his true identity. Mu Hanchuan asked, "What about Yin Wei?" "I couldn't reach him. He should be inside the trial." Mu Hanchuan nodded. They were all unfortunate souls, having been through so much together over the years. They would not betray one another. He took out 1 million and divided it, giving each of them 500,000. "I have put you in danger, you should hide for a while." Qiu Shui happily accepted it. After all, they were all on the same side. Why should they split it up? He must have earned a considerable sum recently, and it was only right to share some. Tao Tianhe did not take it, his expression a bit serious. Chuan, what have you done? The police in the county are also after you. Mu Chuan stuffed the money into his hand. This is hard to explain. You should go hide somewhere else for now. I will handle it. All right, just be careful. You two must remember not to divulge anything about my sister to anyone. Rest assured we understand. Good, you leave first. I will check the situation. Tao Tianhe said, be careful. Qiu Shui added, don't do anything reckless. Understood. Once they left, Mu Chuan dialed a number. Hello, Chuan, are you asking about the kaleidoscope stopping domain D? My father said it's already scheduled for auction in a few days. It's not about that. I need a favor. What favor? Arrange for some people to watch over my sister in Kat. On the other end, Chai Long's tone grew serious. What happened? The Mu family has sent people to investigate. They found some individuals connected to me and might trace them back to Dai Xian's family. I understand. I will notify you immediately if anything goes wrong. Thanks. After hanging up, Mu Chuan did not leave. He tried contacting Yanwei again, but could not reach him. It seemed he was indeed in the trial. Qiu Shui was straightforward and Tao Tianhe was honest. They valued loyalty and would not betray him. However, Yanwei appeared calm on the surface, but harbored great ambitions. Reality was not as beautiful as he envisioned. Mu Chuan could not see through Yanwei. Would the Mu family find him? He was uncertain how much information the Mu family had uncovered about him and how many people they had sent. It was urgent to find a natural excuse to arrange for Dai Xian's family to leave. He could not arrange it himself. It would lead to problems sooner or later. Chai Long's father had that capability, but he was not entirely reassured. Uncle Yun was merely a middleman, and the various pieces of information he had were a vital resource in their trade. Allowing them to protect him would be akin to handing over his vulnerabilities to him. No matter how familiar they were, they should still exercise caution. In the end, Mu Chuan thought of the Su family. Having helped them significantly, he was willing to cooperate with their subsequent plans. They ought to contribute something. Perhaps Dai Xian's exposure was related to them. If not, he could simply claim it wouldn't be a lie. They had genuinely been involved, and it was not unusual for the Mu family to find traces of them. Mu Chuan believed this to be the optimal solution. Both parties needed to utilize each other. With the Su family status, they would not stoop low enough to use Dai Xian's family to threaten him. Arranging a safe place for them would be simple. Surely my value warrants such a contribution from them. Instead of contacting the naive Su Qingyu, he reached out to her sister Su Han, taking the initiative to send a message for the first time. What about the engagement matter? Can you handle the issue of leaving the Mu family? He did not state his request directly, wanting to take the initiative first, and then smoothly put forth his demands without appearing too deliberate. Just 10 seconds after sending, he was contemplating whether to personally head to Ketua County. It would only take an hour from Taizhou County, but it was somewhat chaotic these days with all the police dispatched to catch that tank, making operations more complicated. Su Han's reply surprisingly came at that moment late at night. She was still awake. Come to Qingling. Why? Do I look like I have time to spare? Mu Chuan sent a symbol. If you want to quickly leave the Mu family, come here. My parents want to see you and discuss in detail. How about a video chat? You don't deserve that. Mu Chuan increasingly disliked Su Han. Perhaps she spoke the truth, but what about her manners? What about her cultivation? What about her politeness? Can I solve it if I come? Most likely. How can she be so certain? The Su family was one of the top 3 political families in Qingling City, deeply rooted in the political landscape of Qingwan. Their influence in the political arena was intricate, possessing significant power and clout. Such a powerful family should not be underestimated. If they truly set aside their pride and dealt with matters harshly, even 10 Mu families would not withstand it. Mu Chuan wavered. If it was indeed likely, then going there to sell a smile wouldn't be a bad idea. He could also present his demands and have them arrange for Dai Xian's family, ensuring their future safety. All right, but how do I get there? To put an end to the matter once and for all, Mu Chuan decided to go. It was merely going to assist the Su family in dealing with the Mu family. He would have no psychological burden and would strike hard against the Mu family. Tell me your location, and someone will come to pick you up. Once you get in the car, you won't need to worry about anything. You will safely arrive at Qingling. This was straightforward. Su Han had her merits too, getting things done promptly and efficiently. She was much better than her sister. Oh, were they really siblings? Even if their personalities were completely opposite, how could their upbringing have been so different? He wore only a pair of Swift Star running boots and carried a faceless mask. He had not brought any other equipment, but everything was marked, so it wasn't a big deal. His medical kit was stored in his personal item slot. He had grown accustomed to carrying it when going out. It seemed he had nothing to prepare, and he could set off directly. The sooner it was resolved, the better. Even if the Mu family couldn't find Yan Wei, they might uncover his connection to Dai Xiaoyan through other leads. The old man had died, but those familiar with him were still alive, which was also an important lead. There was no time to waste. Currently, he did not have the strength to confront the Mu family. He knew it was better to hide if possible. Mu Hanchuan sent Su Han the location of the cemetery and then waited quietly. In the future, anyone who married Su Han would likely face much hardship. She was not an easy woman to get along with. On the contrary, Su Qingyu, that naive little rabbit, was easier to handle, and her looks were good. Marrying someone like her would be perfect. After waiting for only half an hour near the graveyard, a comfortable white business car arrived. Two individuals appeared and walked directly to Mu Hanchuan, inviting him to get in. Without any hesitation, Mu Hanchuan got into the car, staying alone in the spacious rear compartment. The journey was smooth and uninterrupted, and within less than a day, around 6 in the afternoon the next day, they entered Qingling. Instead of being taken to the Su family, he was arranged to stay in a relatively secluded villa which was not large, just a single building, but surrounded by various flowers. Inside the villa there were 2 guards and 3 maids, all of whom came out to welcome the guest. Young Master Mu, this environment is quite elegant and relatively quiet. Dinner is already prepared, so please settle in for a few days. Mu Hanchuan had no interest in staying here for long. The security in the capital must be extremely tight, making it difficult to go shopping. He directly asked, "Where is Su Han?" "The young lady will come to meet you after she finishes her work." Not even a specific time. Mu Hanchuan was even more annoyed. He did not want to waste time here, so he directly stated his plan. He would cooperate, solve the problem, and leave. Why did it need to be so complicated? Tell her I will stay at most 3 days. After 3 days I will leave regardless of her plans. If Su Han really thinks I need to plead with her, she is gravely mistaken. It would be best to smoothly escape from the Mu family. If not, it is what it is. It would just mean a bit more trouble in the future, but the Mu family cannot stop me. Young Master Mu, I will convey your message. Mu Hanchuan walked into the villa to rest well. Meanwhile, Su Qingyu lay on her bed, a blood-red, exquisite small token the size of half a palm appearing in her hand, revealing a message sent by Jin Hu Chaowan. This token was bound to Su Qingyu's body and could never be separated. Besides Chaowan, it also included 6 other people, including Su Qingyu. This exquisite blood-red token was not ordinary. It was an extremely rare item card blood contract token. Its value beyond monetary measure, and the difficulty of obtaining it was akin to climbing to the heavens. It was said to be obtainable only under very special conditions. The blood contract token allows its holder to invite up to 6 people to join, making a total of 7, including the holder. Once the invited person agrees, they become official members and receive a smaller blood contract token bound to themselves, which cannot be taken away. Anyone who joins can never betray or withdraw permanently. Every half-month, the blood contract token can store up to 3 item cards, which can be continuously accumulated, and any member can call upon them. They cannot be retrieved in the trial star, only usable in the real world. Every month, the blood contract token can initiate a tracking feature to query the precise location of a certain member. Every 6 months, it can trigger a team exploration trial that all members can participate in. The blood contract token has levels accumulating points with a minimum of 1 and a maximum of 10. The higher the level of the blood contract token, the deeper the range that can be searched in the trial star, and the greater the danger, with a certain chance of encountering other teams with blood contract tokens. With this token, it is equivalent to having a completely loyal team that is never afraid of betrayal, truly achieving mutual progress, mutual improvement, and sharing life and death. Naturally, she had to go see. Qingling had nice scenery, and she could take him around. Xian Huang Jiqiang, damn blood fox, are you really getting married? You wouldn't abandon us, would you? Yan Hu Li Ming getting married is quite good. Yan Hu Wei Zio, what kind of man? Sister debuted at 9 and has seen countless men. Let me help you screen. The other 2, Qi Hu He and Gui Hu Zhu Ming, had not shown up. These 7 make up all the members of the blood contract token. They come from different backgrounds, classes, abilities, and personalities, yet they form a true collective that will never betray one another. Oh, you don't need to worry too much. He is here to annul the engagement. Yan Hu Li Ming. Somewhere Jin Hu Chao, one who was snacking haha Xian Huang Jiqiang, I'm sorry I overinterpreted. In a nightclub, Yan Hu Wei Zio stood up for her sister. Are you not virtuous enough? Not pretty enough? Or not gentle enough? What is he? Why should he abandon you? The usually silent Gui Hu Zhuming appeared. Do you need me to deal with? The blood contract token disappeared, merging into Su Qingyu's body. She no longer paid attention to her gossiping companions and asked He to prepare clothes ready to meet Mu Hanchuan. What's the matter? I'm also a traditional girl. They have a betrothal relationship. She was quite curious about him. Miss Zhu Hua is inviting you to go flower viewing. Find an excuse to decline. All right. Meanwhile, is everything arranged? Miss Young Master Mu has settled in. Aren't you going to? No need, let's wait a couple of days. Her parents had not said they wanted to meet yet, so they would have to wait. This time, the Su family planned to act decisively, not only pressuring the Mu family economically, but also launching a comprehensive political assault against them. After all, the true foundation of the Su family lies in politics, not economic means. Coupled with Mu Hanchuan in their hands, the Mu family must yield, or they would face consequences they could not bear. A car drove into the villa. Second Miss Su Qingyu arrived. The people at the villa hurried out to welcome her, as this place was only meant for entertaining esteemed guests. The Su family rarely came, and no one expected Second Miss Su to come in person, leaving everyone unprepared. Su Qingyu got out of the car. Everyone spoke in unison, Second Miss. Su Qingyu nodded slightly, showing no airs. You all go about your business. She only brought He with her as she entered the villa. Mu Hanchuan stayed in his room, not having gone out, quietly resting. He heard the commotion and thought it was Su Han coming, but that shouldn't be the case. Could his threats really have an effect on her? The possibility was likely negative. It definitely wasn't her. He just stayed at the door, not entering, while Su Qingyu made her way to the hall. Just then Mu Hanchuan walked out of his room. On the upper and lower floors, the two locked eyes. Mu Hanchuan frowned slightly, wondering why it was her. These two engaged individuals had hardly exchanged a few words, and even though they had contact information, they had never sent even a single message. When Su Han was around, it was bearable, but now the two were alone together, and it felt oddly awkward. Long time no see. Mu Hanchuan spoke first. Su Qingyu chuckled lightly. Yes, long time no see. Is there something you need? I rarely get to visit Qingling. Would you like to go out and take a stroll? Mu Hanchuan felt it unnecessary, but didn't want to refuse directly. This Su Qingyu might really be a bit out of her mind. He was here to dissolve their engagement, yet she dared to take him out for a stroll. Was she not afraid of being seen by others and ruining her reputation? Her family worried endlessly for her, yet she seemed carefree, as if she understood nothing. Fine, let's go. Mu Hanchuan walked down the stairs, walking side by side with her as they exited the villa. Initially, he wanted to hide for a couple of days and not reveal his identity, believing the Su family wouldn't want him exposed in public, letting everyone know he was the fiancé of Second Miss Su. Now he had changed his mind. The Mu family was still searching for him in Lainan City. By appearing openly in Qingling, perhaps it would deter them from continuing their search for him, especially the Dai family. Are you comfortable living inside? It's quite good. Do you need anything arranged? No need. There's a flower exhibition and hairpin performance tonight, very lively. Want to take a look? Sure. Their conversation was rather unremarkable. Neither was particularly skilled at chatting. Looking at the two leaving, the people at the villa were all astonished. Who is that guy? The relationship with the Second Miss seems quite deep. Who knows? His identity must be extraordinary. Could he be the one to marry the Second Miss? They look somewhat compatible in appearance. It's possible, otherwise the Second Miss wouldn't have taken the initiative to come. Given her age, it's time to set an engagement and prepare for marriage in a few years. But the elder sister hasn't married yet. In such matters, there's no order. The elder sister is focused on her career and definitely won't consider this in the short term. True enough. Arriving at the event venue, it was already an hour later, and the two had walked here. During the journey, they had hardly spoken. Both were novices at chatting and not much better than the other. Do you hate your parents? Mu Hanchuan, a half step behind, blurted out. No. You should hate them. You are the legitimate son of the Mu family. They have the right to choose, just as I have chosen my own life. Su Qingyu tilted her head slightly and looked at him. You are quite strange. Likewise. Mu Hanchuan found her strangeness different from his own. He never expected that a large family like the Su family could cultivate someone as pure and naive as she was. The two fell quiet again, walking quietly in the exhibition area for another hour. Meanwhile, in another direction, several young men and women were strolling around, all quite cheerful, except for Zhu Hua, who looked hurt. He had carefully learned about the various exhibition areas in advance over the past few days, preparing to explain them to Su Qingyu in the evening, having done his homework. He had even prepared the most beautiful and exquisite hairpin custom-made for her. She would surely love it. But he never expected that after all this preparation, she would actually reject his invitation. A friend teased, Zhu Hua, you're sulking all evening, still heartbroken. Ha! The girls laughed. Zhu Hua, maybe Su Qingyu really has something going on. Why bother getting hung up? Yes, she rarely rejects others, especially you. If she didn't have something, she would definitely come out. You guys don't know, our young master Zhu has been preparing for several days, and even specially ordered a valuable hairpin for her. It's natural to feel disappointed. Don't tease him anymore. That's really a pity. Young master Zhu, just put in a little more effort and win her over soon. With the support of the Su family, your future will be bright, right? Zhuhua were not joking. Su Qingyu is such a good girl. If you miss this, you'll regret it for life. You're not the only one eyeing her, and there are many with better backgrounds than you, so you need to move faster. A pure lotus that emerges from the mud which man wouldn't love. A girl with a score of 7 in looks watched the two walk by, puzzled uncertainly, saying, Zhuhua, did you really ask Su Qingyu out? Are you sure she has something going on tonight? Zhuhua was speechless. Was this even a joke? Didn't he see him alone? She added, No, Zhuhua, there's someone over there who looks quite familiar. Why don't you take a look? She didn't dare to make a guarantee. If she was mistaken, it would lead to misunderstandings. A group of people looked over together. Who could it be that was familiar? Upon closer inspection, everyone instantly retracted their smiles. A man and a woman passed through from the front, not very far apart. The two did not communicate, but it was obvious they were together. Judging by their posture, it was almost certain. Su Qingyu had never been seen alone with any boy. Even when Zhuhua invited her, it was always in the presence of other friends. What was going on today? Who was that man? That guy looks a bit like Su Qingyu, huh? Everyone felt a bit awkward, caught off guard. It was fine for a few of them to see, but Zhuhua could still accept it when he saw it alone. Now that everyone had witnessed it, what should he do? Zhuhua wasn't blind, either. His body stiffened instantly, as if his heart had been heavily struck. He had specifically invited Su Qingyu, who didn't accept, and now she was accompanying another man to enjoy the flowers at such a late hour. Though they hadn't formally established their relationship, why did he have the feeling of being cheated on? Don't misunderstand, that could just be a distant relative of the Su family. Everyone knows Su Qingyu's character. She wouldn't come out alone with a man. Right, how about we go up and say hello? Zhuhua forced himself to act nonchalant. All right. He had to ask personally, and hear Su Qingyu's explanation with his own ears. Mu Hanchuan and Su Qingyu walked past this area and moved to another side, having not spoken for a long time. Mu Hanchuan found it boring. What was the point of this? It was better to stay in his room and space out, checking the latest information and challenges on the Trial Star. The Trial Star was vast, with countless secrets yet to be uncovered, and with so many new challenges, why waste time here? Su Qingyu glanced at her phone. Missed that group of people is following us again. It was a message from Hehe. Putting her phone away, her expression showed no signs of abnormality. She didn't know which force it was, but they had been shadowing her for some time, hiding deeply, yet they hadn't made any moves against her. Was it the Su family's rivals? Or was it related to Hu Tianfang having discovered her secret? Regardless of who it was, or what their purpose, they should be sent to their demise, but she needed to find a good opportunity to lure them out and ensure they wouldn't escape. Su Qingyu glanced at Mu Hanchuan beside her. Perhaps she could use a tactic to lure the snake out of its hole. If it was the Su family's rivals, their power likely wouldn't be small, and they would certainly know the identity of the person beside her and might not act recklessly. But if they were targeting her or Hu Tianfang, they might treat him as her companion. They wouldn't dare act against her, but that didn't mean they wouldn't dare act against Mu Hanchuan. That would be a good opportunity. More importantly, she was indeed very curious and wanted to explore the real him. Mu Hanchuan was suddenly surrounded. His expression was not good. He was already displeased about accompanying someone for a walk, and now there were people encircling him. What a situation. Qingyu, who is he? Zhuhua asked urgently, directly inquiring, without any roundabout approach. Qingyu. Others stepped forward to greet, their gazes drifting towards Mu Hanchuan. This person looked rather ordinary. Oh, it turns out everyone knows him. What a misunderstanding. Su Qingyu smiled, faintly glancing at Mu Hanchuan beside her. If he weren't there, she wouldn't mind casually making an excuse to brush off a few people. But since he was there, she absolutely could not speak falsely, otherwise it would conflict with her persona. Moreover, these people had never been important. Hello everyone, he is my fiancé, betrothed to me since childhood. It's rare for him to come to Qingling, so I brought him out for a stroll. She didn't mention Mu Hanchuan's name, speaking gracefully without looking down on them due to her much higher status. Mu Hanchuan pressed his lips tightly together, his face twitching. Was she really that foolish? Announcing their relationship so ostentatiously. He was here to discuss how to annul the engagement. Why not just find some excuse to deflect? The Su family truly had sheltered her too, well, completely oblivious to the ways of the world outside. Mu Hanchuan looked across. The group had all gone dumbfounded, especially the one in front, whose expression had been thoroughly shocked. Boom. It was as if a thunderous roar exploded in their minds. A group of people stared blankly. They had never known that Su Qingyu was actually betrothed, and since childhood at that. How could someone betrothed to a prominent family like the Su family possibly have an ordinary lineage? No wonder the ones fixating on Su Qingyu, this prized catch, were all from mid-tier families. There had never been any genuine big families or top-tier powers vying for her. Thinking it over, it seemed impossible. Su Qingyu's background and looks were top-notch. How could no one have taken an interest? Her sister Su Han had been fought over fiercely with families clashing in a bid for marriage. How could Su Qingyu not attract attention? Now everything made sense. Those at the top were aware of the situation, while those of their caliber weren't even qualified to know. Zhu Hua immediately wanted to turn and leave, but his feet felt nailed to the ground, his gaze vacant, as if the entire world had fallen silent. Su Qingyu was betrothed. The blow was too great. It turned out that all along others had viewed him as a clown, allowing him to jump around. He had truly believed that Su Qingyu had some feelings for him, which was why those top-tier young masters had retreated. It turned out, it's about time we should head back. You all continue having fun. All right, Qingyu, goodbye. Bye-bye. Only after those two gradually walked away did Zhu Hua slowly raise his head, watching their retreating figures, feeling a deep bitterness in his heart. His companions were unsure whether to guide him or how to do so. It was truly a sad story. He could have a good talk with his family about it later. Following Su Qingyu's departure, Mu Hanchuan's gaze lingered on her back for a long time, filled with... One couldn't blame the Su family for wanting to break their promise. Who would want to marry off someone so foolish so far away? Let's walk back, Su Qingyu suggested, and Mu Hanchuan naturally had no objections. The two walked one after the other, maintaining a half-body distance. This time, instead of the route they had come, they took a more secluded, tree-lined path flanked by tall trees, with dappled light filtering through. Miss, someone is approaching you directly ahead. Su Qingyu glanced at her phone, somewhat surprised. Could they not hold back? Were they going to make a move? Why now? She was still present. Have they arrived, eh? Su Qingyu asked about the ghostly foxes. They were indeed preparing to flush out those who had been targeting her, intending to catch them all. They are in position. Uncertain how many there are, wait until they all reveal themselves before taking action. Not a single one can escape. If Mu Hanchuan cannot hold them off, you come to handle it. If he can, then there's no need for you to intervene. Su Qingyu herself would not make a move, as it would contradict her persona. Understood. It was 10:30 at night, and the area was sparsely populated. The grass rustled softly out at the end of the tree-lined path. A sudden sound of hurried footsteps emerged, a figure with a large hood obscuring their head, moving in haste. Su Qingyu paused, her brows slightly furrowed, instinctively leaning half a step closer to Mu Hanchuan, appearing quite fragile and professional. Mu Hanchuan sensed something was off, stepping in front of Su Qingyu, his gaze sharpening. His gaze swept the surroundings simultaneously. Where were Su Qingyu's bodyguards? It seemed wrong. Her bodyguards should have charged out from the shadows at this moment. Was the security in Qingling too good? Or was this foolish girl too carefree? At the very least, that personal female bodyguard should have been accompanying her. How could she have not followed? 15 meters away, the figure suddenly surged forward, charging at the two. What the hell? Were they here to assassinate Su Qingyu? He had come to Qingling secretly. Even if the Mu family reacted quickly, they couldn't possibly strike so fast, nor was there any need to kill him. How would a killing him facilitate the marriage alliance? The person's face was covered with a cloth, revealing only a pair of cold eyes with no hint of emotional fluctuation. Mu Hanchuan reacted swiftly, stepping aside and pulling Su Qingyu behind him, completely shielding her as he prepared to strike with his right fist. In the face of an unavoidable attack, he braced himself with his body. Su Qingyu remained calm, hiding behind Mu Hanchuan, watching quietly. She was more perceptive than Mu Hanchuan. Tilting her head slightly, she caught sight of something unusual behind them, but chose not to take action. At that moment, the rushing figure was within 3 meters, simultaneously drawing 2 short blades. Mu Hanchuan could no longer care about exposing himself. He swung his fist forward to block the assailant. Suddenly, the assailant made a sharp turn, dodging Mu Hanchuan's heavy punch by less than a meter and diving into the nearby greenery. Mu Hanchuan missed with his punch and turned to check on Su Qingyu. He saw a shadow almost too fast to see had already surged into their rear, throwing out a prop card. I'll be damned. With Mu Hanchuan's curse, both he and Su Qingyu vanished from their original spot. Forced trial card. In the distance, he who had been secretly observing, changed her expression slightly. This was beyond their expectations. Those people actually intended to use a knife to kill someone. She wasn't worried about her young lad's safety. Even if forced into the trial star, it wouldn't pose a threat to her. However, this situation had become somewhat chaotic. Mu Hanchuan had disappeared along with the young lady. If they couldn't catch the two assailants and uncover the mastermind behind it, the Su family wouldn't dare to make any rash decisions about which family had acted. They sought to confuse the situation and incite chaos within the Su family. This time they were fully prepared. After waiting for them to show their hand, they could not let them escape. He rushed out to pursue the hooded figure. At the same time, a shadow moved, chasing after the one who had thrown out the forced prop card. Chao Wan was responsible for providing information support regarding the surrounding situation, while Li Ming was tasked with assistance. Neither of these two would escape, or if they could keep a live captive they would, but if not they would kill them all. Swish! In a cave filled with brown rocks on the trial star, the Qingyuan blade appeared in hand, thrusting fiercely. With a screech, a half-meter-long creature resembling a cockroach was pierced through, splattering thick milky white liquid everywhere. The Qingyuan blade was withdrawn and thrown forcefully. Su Qingyu gasped softly. Behind her, another cockroach monster was pinned to the wall. Mu Hanchuan walked over, pulled it out, and struck a few more times. Behind him, Su Qingyu revealed an expression of realization. Seeing his ruthlessness, she understood he was someone accustomed to trials decisive in killing. Observing the way he exerted his strength, he was undoubtedly in a rank, though it was unclear which aspect he specialized in. Mu Hanchuan turned around and glared at Su Qingyu several times with resentment. It was surely a move by a rival of the Su family, using a mandatory trial item card to forcibly transport them to the trial star. The mandatory trial item card is not cheap. Whether used actively or forced into it, it is once every 6 months. Now that they had been transported to the trial star, the card would not take effect again within 6 months. Generally, no one would actively use such a thing. It's mainly used to trap others. Not sure if she was genuinely naive or pretending, Su Qingyu surprisingly shot back. Is it your enemy targeting you? Am not worthy of someone using a mandatory trial item card against me. You're underestimating yourself, or perhaps it really is aimed at you. I appreciate your high regard for me. Mu Hanchuan scanned the surroundings, observing the nearby situation. Being forcibly transported to the trial star, there is only one way back waiting for this area. To open the trial level, then they would automatically join it. Passing the level or waiting for it to end would allow them to return. The premise is that they can last until then. The trial star is vast. Who knows when this area will open the trial level? So you are actually a trial participant. I appreciate your concern for me. Rank, you don't need to worry so much. What should we do now? Find a way to survive. Without food or water, how do we survive? Don't worry, you won't starve to death. Annoyed, it would have been fine to be alone, enduring slowly. With Su Qingyu, a spoiled young lady, weighing him down, he constantly faced dangers and couldn't dare expose too much. Mu Hanchuan looked towards the cave entrance where another cockroach monster appeared. Raising the Qingyuan blade, he went over to deal with it first. The cockroach monster seemed to sense danger, or perhaps it discovered the corpse of its fallen companion, letting out a low growl. Before long, 3 or 4 more cockroach monsters appeared at the cave entrance, followed by a dozen others. Mu Hanchuan halted, realizing he had acted hastily. He quietly retreated, marking a large rock he passed by as more cockroach monsters appeared at the entrance. Mu Hanchuan, he yelled, grabbing her and sprinting into the cave. Behind them, hundreds of cockroach monsters surged into the cave, swarming towards the direction the two were fleeing. In this situation, Mu Hanchuan expected to hear Su Qingyu's screams, but she was surprisingly calm, running at a decent speed. Clearly, she was also a trial participant, though one who hadn't participated in trials before, having come in through an item card. Mu Hanchuan felt somewhat relieved. She wasn't entirely useless, at least not hindering him. The end was blocked with a large stone over 20 meters high, steeply sloped, with a small hole at the top, possibly made by some crawling creature, perhaps these cockroach monsters. Climb up. As the cockroach monsters chased from behind, Mu Hanchuan pushed Su Qingyu, turned around to slash one down, and punched another away, knocking over several behind him, guarding the bottom and facing the enemies alone. Su Qingyu quickly climbed to the top and called down, then dove into a small hole that was only big enough for one person to pass through. Cockroach monsters began to climb up from the sides, trying to pursue Su Qingyu. Whoosh! The Qingyuan blade flew out, striking the cockroach monster squarely. With a flick of his right hand, the Qingyuan blade returned to him, and he turned to slash down 2 more, shaking off the 3 that had climbed onto him. There were too many. He couldn't protect Su Qingyu. Pressing his left hand against the large stone over 20 meters high, he tried to move it aside, preventing the cockroach monsters from pursuing Su Qingyu, leaving him to deal with them alone. Size too large marking failed. A voice rang in his mind. What? Never tried this before, only now did he know he couldn't mark something over 20 meters high. Trash strength skill. Without any other choice, Mu Hanchuan jumped a few steps towards the large stone and charged towards the hole. With a wave of his left hand, a stone over a meter in diameter appeared in his hand, the very one he had marked before fleeing. The stone was thrown out, crashing down and toppling over a dozen cockroach monsters. 4 or 5 more cockroach monsters attempted to invade the small hole. The stone was summoned back and appeared in his left hand again, thrown above, crashing at the entrance of the hole. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A cockroach monster that was just about to crawl in was pinned underneath, crying out in pain, while the other 4 were blocked outside, unable to break through the stone. This seems to work. Mu Hanchuan relaxed and focused on dealing with the cockroach monsters before him, gradually climbing upwards. Inside the cave, the space was small with a long passage. Su Qingyu didn't hurry to leave, letting the ruckus outside unfold. Calm and composed, she found a clean spot to sit down and began checking her small bag. All items that could possibly affect the balance of the trial were gone, leaving only insignificant trinkets and a trial equipment handle. She took out a wet wipe and started cleaning her face, lacking even a mirror, so she could only clean randomly. This Mu Hanchuan had some responsibility, knowing to cover his escape first. Looking at his speed, it was obvious he wasn't agile. His strength was also average, not inclined towards power. It could only be his physique. Those with a focus on perception found it hard to fight Hedon, and with so many cockroach monsters it was impossible to handle. Interesting, over 3 years relying solely on himself to reach a rank physique was quite impressive, with both mental acuity and bravery being excellent. Mu Hanchuan had already killed dozens of cockroach monsters, surrounded by them with numerous bite marks on his body. More and more cockroach monsters climbed onto him, endlessly pouring into the cave. He couldn't kill them all, and he had to run quickly. Reaching the top, Mu Hanchuan swatted away several cockroach monsters beside him, suddenly opened the large stone and dove in quickly, blocking it again. Having heard the commotion early on, Su Qingyu was already standing, looking worriedly at the disheveled Mu Hanchuan. "What are you looking at?" Seeing her made him inexplicably irritated. "Go." Mu Hanchuan led the way, running deeper into the passage, with Su Qingyu closely following behind. The cave entrance rustled from behind. Dozens of cockroach monsters were frantically gnawing, trying to chew through the blocked large stone. Given the situation, it wouldn't hold for more than a few dozen seconds before breaking. At dawn, chaos erupted in the Su household. Su-han immediately rushed back upon hearing the news. Her younger sister had gone missing, along with Mu Hanchuan and Su Qingyu's personal bodyguard He, who dared lay a hand on the Su family. Nothing had gone awry before Mu Hanchuan's arrival, but on his very first day this catastrophe struck. No Su would believe for even a moment that he bore no responsibility. Had the Mu family intercepted intelligence and struck first? Or was it another political rival from Qingling, perhaps the Shi family, the Mi family, the Meng family? The situation had grown perilous. The original plan was now suspended due to this sudden crisis. Finding Su Qingyu and ensuring her safety was the absolute priority. Everything else was secondary. The Su family issued an urgent order. All information concerning Su Qingyu was to be sealed. Official resources were immediately mobilized to retrieve surveillance footage from every district and venue across Qingling that night. No location was to be overlooked, and no data was to be tampered with by outside parties. Every individual present near the incident site, including the entire floral exhibition grounds, was to be traced down to the smallest detail. The Defense Bureau launched an emergency citywide manhunt, operating under strict confidentiality and under penalty of severe disciplinary action for any unauthorized disclosure. Why did Qingyu seek out Mu Hanchuan? Suze was furious. Daiwen wore a look of deep anxiety. Their youngest daughter had acted with shocking recklessness. The bodyguards who had accompanied her were already detained and subjected to thorough interrogation for possible complicity. She has always lacked discernment, acting on impulse heedless of consequence. This time disaster has truly struck. Su-han blamed her parents' indulgence. Had they raised Qingyu with stricter discipline, she would never have so gravely misjudged her own position or underestimated the weight of her identity. Punish the bodyguards severely. Deploy every available resource. We must find Qingyu. The guards were innocent. After all, the second young mistress had expressly forbidden them from following her. They dared not disobey. Father, who could be behind this? Could the Mu family be involved? Whoever is responsible will pay in blood. Issue orders, spare no cost, pursue every lead, unmask the mastermind, and eliminate any obstacle cleanly without trace. Understood. Rest assured. Goe Hu and He each neutralized their adversaries, but failed to take any alive. All were ruthless professionals. Still, they uncovered their affiliations: the Bayou Guild, a former mid-tier criminal syndicate that had ostensibly rebranded as a state-sanctioned guild following national policy. Its illicit enterprises, however, continued unabated beneath the veneer, effectively remaining a clandestine underworld organization. In recent years, the Bayou Guild had expanded rapidly, recruiting numerous young talents and swiftly ascending in strength. It now appeared evident that it had long enjoyed high-level patronage, receiving direct orders to target Su Qingyu and Mu Hanchuan. Without such backing, they would never have dared act. Chao Wan altered surveillance footage at 2 pursuit locations to ensure concealment. Wang Jiqiang erased all physical evidence at the scene. Their coordination was seamless, practiced, and precise. He did not return to the Su residence. Instead, she departed with Goe, who met by Li Ming and awaited her young mistress's emergence. Disaster. We lured them out, but Blood Fox got ensnared too. 2 alone in close quarters. Could genuine affection actually blossom between them? Wang Jiqiang fretted deeply, sending a message via his blood oath token. Silence. Liming not necessarily a bad thing. After all, they're already betrothed. Chao Wan haha. More likely to scare her off permanently. Wang Jiqiang, they simply don't understand. Blood Fox is the real woman, 100% feminine allure. One more word, and I'll flay you alive. Wang Jiqiang, unlike Qi Hu, whose feminine charm doesn't even clear the passing threshold. Get lost. Yin Hui Ziyu, and how would you rate my feminine allure? Wang Jiqiang, ever the pragmatist, bowed instantly, a guaranteed 200%. Yin Hui Ziyu, ha ha ha. Are you certain you won't eat something? Mu Hanchuan returned with provisions, his face pale with exhaustion. Su Qingyu shook her head, refusing to speak. She truly refused, having consumed nothing but minimal hydration for 3 days. This woman was exasperating, spoiled, finicky, even fussing over food during trials on the testing star. This was no Su estate. No one here would indulge her. Did she honestly believe starvation wouldn't kill her? Mu Hanchuan abandoned the matter entirely and ventured outside to assess conditions. If she collapsed, it would be her own choice, not his doing. For 3 days, the cockroach-like creatures had not relented, relentlessly probing every weakness, determined to exterminate the 2 intruders. Mu Hanchuan had already relocated Su Qingyu 7 times, constantly sealing and barricading tunnels. Their mandibles were unervingly sharp, capable of burrowing through solid rock. No barrier held. They always broke through. Once Mu Hanchuan left, Su Qingyu summoned her auxiliary artifact card, the food box, to replenish her energy. Auxiliary artifact card, food box. Usable 5 times each activation, sustaining full metabolic needs for 1 day. Today marked her 3rd use. Starving herself? Unthinkable. She was a woman of rare refinement. She would never endure hardship. She carried no offensive or defensive artifact cards, none of the practical tools others relied upon, yet chose the most seemingly frivolous, the food box. If Mu Hanchuan learned of this, he'd be utterly astounded. Mu Hanchuan circled his domain like a vigilant alpha male, dispatched 3 cockroach beasts, then hurried back. He'd scarcely slept these past 3 days. Seeing Su Qingyu sit serenely, gazing blankly upward at the cavern ceiling, only stoked his ire. We can't stay here. We must relocate immediately. Those creatures are about to breach again. Oh, are you certain you're all right? This is the testing star. Death is real. I'm fine. Mu Hanchuan studied her for a long while. Aside from her beauty, she possessed absolutely no utility. Pure ornamentation. He'd once speculated she might possess hidden depth. What a waste of mental energy. Mu Hanchuan offered her some minced meat still streaked with blood. I advise you to eat. It's not unpleasant, and you'll need strength to flee. If you falter, I won't carry you. No thank you. Were it not for their tangled, unresolved relationship, he'd have abandoned her long ago, left her fate to chance. She was nothing but trouble. You seem strangely detached. Su Qingyu merely smiled, offering no reply, as her gaze remained fixed above. After a pause, Mu Hanchuan asked, you appear utterly indifferent to our engagement. Why? It will never become real. Why exhaust myself over illusion? You see clearly. Then why reveal our connection to outsiders? I spoke only truth. Why conceal it? Everyone is merely a piece in a grand game. Why attach significance? Even this star system is but a playground engineered by a higher civilization. Mu Hanchuan drew a slow, deep breath. Her clarity was startling, her reasoning chillingly persuasive. Could such insight truly belong to someone so seemingly naive? His own spiritual fortitude was formidable, yet hers felt immeasurably deeper, far beyond ordinary comprehension. Her cognition operated on a singular alien frequency. Fine. So, what exactly are you staring at up there? Watching them tunnel. The cavern ceiling hovered barely 10 meters above, but certain protrusions extended 30 to 40 meters upward. Their fine dust drifted downward and faint rhythmic scraping. SHSHSH. Echoed distantly, almost imperceptible unless listened for intently. Moments later, as if celebrating breakthrough, a cockroach head burst exultantly through the rock, followed swiftly by dozens more. Damn! The first roach monster fell from the sky, landing heavily and becoming severely crippled. Immediately after, more roach monsters leaped down from above, countless in number. Damn it! He cursed at Su Qingyu, grabbing her by the waist with his left hand, as if she were a small puppy, and sprinting outside. The first dozen roach monsters that jumped down either died from the fall or were crushed, while even more roach monsters crazily pursued the 2. Fortunately, Mu Hanchuan had prepared in advance, leaving an escape route. After running about 100 meters, he found a small hole a meter high and threw Su Qingyu inside, blocking the entrance himself. He didn't have time to crawl in before dozens of roach monsters caught up and began to climb onto him. Mu Hanchuan's body shook violently as he threw off the roach monsters climbing on him, wielding the Qingyuan blade incessantly. Su Qingyu turned around urgently. Mu Hanchuan, hurry and go. They'll be fine. He threw the Qingyuan blade, pinning a roach monster that was crawling towards the hole. A large square stone fell, crushing it, and 2 other roach monsters sealing the entrance. Mu Hanchuan was furious and went all out. Void stomach armor, E cod fish scale battle knees, E thunderstrike leg guards, F lava bracers, E dragon skeleton wall bracers, E appeared in succession, and he put on the faceless mask he carried covering his whole body. Come on, let's see if you have more numbers, or if I have better quality. If you can break my defense, then you're tough. Finally, the banana fan appeared in his left hand, and the Qingyuan blade returned to his right hand. All marked equipment gathered, activating close combat kill mode. In the small cave, Su Qingyu hadn't run far, quietly listening. If Mu Hanchuan couldn't hold on, she would have no choice but to intervene. She was unwilling to reveal her true self unless absolutely necessary. At that moment, a sudden voice echoed in both of their minds. The long-awaited trial stage finally appeared, not keeping them waiting too long. Red personal trial activated. Challenge type: traverse the Covenant Grave Forest. Death type: stage: must cross the Covenant Grave Forest within 3 days. Failure results in death. Number of participants: 55. Red. Su Qingyu smiled softly. This forced trial was quite good, providing a free entry into a red stage. She should thank them and would definitely visit in person to express her gratitude after returning. Outside, Mu Hanchuan was still fighting hard. Upon learning that the trial had appeared, a flash of joy crossed his face, but it quickly turned to anger as he cursed, "Damn it! A red death type." They hadn't been pulled into the trial, which meant it was right in this area. This was terrible luck. If he were alone, he wouldn't fear the red stage. But with Su Qingyu by his side, how could he make it through? His anger intensified, and he crazily slaughtered the group of roach monsters attacking from both sides. Each strike killed a monster, and the battle continued for over 10 minutes, leaving hundreds of dead roach monsters on the ground, with at least hundreds more still alive. The roach monsters were frightened. It turned out they could also feel fear. No matter how they attacked, they could not harm this intruder, but instead suffered heavy casualties. How could they not be afraid? The swarm of roach monsters began to retreat, quickly disappearing without a trace, leaving behind a ground filled with corpses. Mu Hanchuan panted, slightly glanced in the direction of the hole, and sat down on the spot, his eyes fixed on the ground. How should I handle the red trial? He took off his equipment and hid it, leaving only the thunderstrike leg guards, F, and dragon skeleton wall bracers, E, on, ensuring he had enough power to use the banana fan and mark the other equipment again. After finishing these tasks, Mu Hanchuan waited quietly, lost in thought. If he completely revealed his abilities, he would have a great chance of bringing Su Qingyu out, but did she deserve such a sacrifice from him? Women were unreliable, just like his own mother. If he paid such a heavy price, and she managed to survive, what if she sold herself afterward? His abilities were too strange and too outstanding. The Su family was too strong and powerful. He didn't even have the qualifications to collide with them, making it far too dangerous. Mu Hanchuan stood up, made a decision, and decided to give it a try. If he could bring her out, that would be great. If not, he couldn't blame himself. He pushed aside the square stone blocking the small hole and hunched over to chase after Su Qingyu. Not having chased far, just over 100 meters, he found a larger space where she sat quietly, not having escaped far at all. You have a big heart, huh? Not afraid of those monsters catching up? I believe you can do it. Mu Hanchuan sighed heavily. Are you sure your head is really okay? Better than yours. Huh. Mu Hanchuan sat down across from her, cleaning the blood off his body. Su Qingyu took out the few remaining wet wipes and handed them to him. You've worked hard. Thanks, but no need. Mu Hanchuan declined, insisting on his own cleaning method. He didn't deserve to use her things. Su Qingyu was initially a bit reluctant, but now it was just right. The two fell into silence again, Mu Hanchuan waiting anxiously for her to figure out how to tackle the red trial. He had assumed too much. After waiting for a good 15 minutes, she just sat there obediently, staring blankly up. Mu Hanchuan was frightened by her glancing up a few times, as surely they weren't digging again, right? Fortunately, there was no movement, just pure daydreaming. Mu Hanchuan was puzzled, unsure if she was really forced to participate in the red trial like him. Her expression remained calm, showing no sign of tension or urgency. This young lady couldn't possibly not know what the red trial meant, could she? Or was she really not participating? If she was, how would she return to her original world? Could she survive out here without him? Hey,